is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 117, codename Night of the Vegetarians.
Right. Thermal processing completed. Now, if I can just override the original programming. Thus far, that's good. Gemini?
Yes, Professor Nebulous.
Open the hatch, please.
I am obeying.
No. Cannot be. Oh my bod, no!
Your Bendix twin tub has malfunctioned.
I can see that. Thank you, Gemini. This washing's still filthy. They wanted to erect a statue of me in Hyde Park, you know. Big gold one. That revolved. Now I'm running a government department so underfunded it has to take in laundry. How the hell did it come to this?
Fall from grace, direct result of your accidental destruction of the Isle of Wight.
I was trying to move it to the left, so it would get more sun.
All I'm saying, Rory, is your report for Professor Nebulous was due at 11 p.m, and it's now 11:04.
Paula, you're not my supervisor. In fact, I'm your supervisor. So why'd you have to be so anal?
I am not anal. I already told you that on the 12th, 19th, 23rd, and then again on St. Kylie's Day.
So a report's a few minutes late, so what? Nobody's going to notice.
Report now 5 minutes overdue. Report now 5 minutes overdue.
Alarm off, please, Gemini. You programmed Gemini to do that, didn't you?
We worked on it together.
Incoming alert from National Cardiac Monitor. Fatality confirmed in Western Hypermare.
The third death this month. That makes 3.
Oh, but if it's murder, that's a police matter, like smoking a cigarette without a licence, or weather theft, or time felch.
The professor wanted to be informed.
Okay, I suppose I'll trudge down and get it.
I'll go and see him now. I'll get right on it. This is a level 3 Kent alert. There's absolutely no time to waste.
What are you doing?
What does it look like? I'm putting on some lipstick. Morning, Professor.
Morning.
Oh, something wrong?
Oh, you know, I used to split atoms, now I'm pairing up socks.
Let me give you a group hug.
No, really, Paula, I'm fine.
I'll give you one anyway.
So what have you...
Oh, give me a minute.
What have you got there?
Another death in Western Hypermare. There's a spectrograph report. Oh, and an interesting pattern from the spirograph, too.
Very pretty. This death's had a D notice slapped onto it.
You mean a don't notice?
Yes. Exact death location, please, Gemini.
Clench Vegetarian Colony.
I'm going through to control room. Gemini, get me everything we've got on that colony.
I'm obeying.
But what about this washing?
15-minute boil wash.
But there's non-fast colours in there.
That's a risk we'll have to take.
Must hide in greenhouse.
Listen to me, my Vegemites. I want this entire colony searched from top to bottom and side to side.
Yes, Dr. Trench.
Check the main dome. Search every corner.
Yes, Dr. Trench.
Ah, Miss Matthews. Any news?
Yes, Doctor. We located one of the escapees.
Good. And?
They've been neutralized.
Neutralized to death, I hope.
Yes.
Good. That just leaves our good friend Marcus. Whatever happens, I want him found.
Yes, Doctor. Found to death?
Is there any other way? I'll search the greenhouse.
Dr. Clench.
Oh, there you are, Marcus. Leaving us so soon? Hasn't the colony provided you with everything you need? Nuts, berries, water burgers?
I can't take it anymore. I need meat. Steak, chops, mince. Mince, I tell you.
Mince is murder, Marcus. It seems your presence is required inside the cactus room.
Required?
Required. To death.
No. Oh, ow. Ow. Ow.
Goodbye, Marcus.
Just the facts, please, Gemini.
The Clench vegetarian colony was established in 2088 by Dr. Joseph Clench.
Veggie what?
Terrians. Strange chaps. Come meal times, they leave their meat on the side of their plates.
Don't they realise the sacrifice those animals have made?
Most vegetarians were wiped out during the withering. Now they're an endangered species like pigeons and the gays.
So what do they eat?
Oh, vegetables, mainly. Oh, and Soylent Beige. Used to quite enjoy Soylent Beige myself, until I realised, to my horror, it was actually made from soya beans.
All this meat talk's making me hungry.
You have selected a rare steak cone with liver.
Anyone else for an instant meat cone?
Not now, Rory. A vegetarian would see no difference between you eating that meat or you taking a knife and fork and tucking into your own buttock.
But who is this Dr. Clench?
He's developing some kind of edible cactus.
Says here it's the biggest edible breakthrough since the professor here discovered that sandwich which cures cancer.
Marmalade and cucumber. It was under my nose the whole time.
Clench has got heavy government funding, but it's all very shush-shush.
Incoming report. Fourth fatality confirmed at Clench vegetarian colony.
That makes 4.
That does it. Rory, there's only one sensible course of action. Someone has to poke their nose into that cactus. Someone from Kent.
And this is my lunar-powered greenhouse, harnessing the moon's heat for peaceful purposes. But really, Mr. Lawson, I don't see how my work would interest anybody from Kent.
Well, Kent is a highly specialised organisation, dedicated to maintaining a balanced ecology.
Don't you do laundry as well?
Yes. What exactly are you growing in all these little pots?
Allow me to introduce you to Quimp.
Quimp?
Quimp. A revolutionary new strain of cacti. We're launching it as a meat substitute. Do try a slice.
Oh, thank you.
We call it make-believe beef. We're developing a whole range. Sham ham, proxy mutton, never chicken, disingenuous ox.
Palatable, I suppose. But why replace meat in the first place? Meat's lovely.
You are, of course, entitled to your backward opinion. But what if all the chickens dried up? What if there were some kind of cataclysm, or even another withering?
Oh, my God.
Then Quimp would be there, waiting in the shadows to take over.
I suppose it sounds innocent enough when you put it like that.
Oh, we vegetarians aren't so strange. Ideally, I'd like to grow a cactus with bones and gristle. And wings.
I've calmed him down, but I can't...
My assistant, Miss Matthews, Mr. Rory Lawson. He's from Kent.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Lawson.
Miss Matthews, you are beautiful. What say we have dinner tonight? Your place? And afterwards, who knows? Maybe a little marriage?
I never leave the colony. The meaty world holds no charm for me.
Was there anything else?
No, thank you, Doctor. I'll bid you good day. Miss Matthews, I hope to see much more of you. By which I mean see you in a swimsuit or possibly a lacy...
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
Good day, Mr. Lawson. Oh. What did you just put in your pocket?
My hand.
So why did you say... Ouch.
My pockets are very tight. Good morning.
Miss Matthews?
Yes, Dr. Clench.
I don't think that young man's pockets are as tight as he would have us believe. Count the cacti.
No, Nebulous!
But surely, Sir Ronald, as government minister with unusual portfolio, acting on the advice of people from Kent is one of your jobs.
I'll thank you not to describe my jobs, Nebulous.
You must close that colony down.
I'll do no such thing. And stop scratching your hand, boy.
A year ago, nobody had even heard of Clench. Then he discovers an edible cactus with huge implications for the Third World, where they're not such fussy eaters. He's awarded lavish government funding, whilst Kent's funds are halved.
By 50%.
Yes. Well, I've examined that cactus. Quimp couldn't possibly be used as human food. It's far too high in polyanglyptomobes.
Examined? How?
I, swiped a sample.
So, there are thieves at work in Kent. You're such a clown, Nebulous.
What? I'm not a clown.
No son of mine goes into the sciences.
But, Father, please...
He'll be a clown. Like me. Like your grandfather. Like your great-grandfather. Like your great-great-grandfather. And like your mum.
That's right, son. A clown. Clown.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
No, Lars. Are you even listening to me?
Well, I don't need to listen to know that you're droning on in the background.
Well, really...
Sir Ronald, are you familiar with the Watford Peaks, Britain's newest mountain range?
No.
Formed during that 5th Ice Age we had last October bank holiday.
It consists of just 3 mountains, Benny Hill, Double Bluff and Moot Point.
About a year ago, a meteor fell at the foot of Benny Hill.
A meteor! I remember! From space, wasn't it?
That's right. And Benny Hill is the exact location where Clench made his first Quimp sighting.
Pure coincidence.
Bollocks, sir.
Quimp spells doom, sir. Q-U-I-M-P, doom. I'll stake my reputation on it.
Not a very high stake, is it? Your reputation? Not anymore.
I make one mistake. Does that mean I have to spend the rest of my life paying for it?
You did evaporate the Isle of Wight. I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. Not until you get me something specific.
Oh, I'll get you proof. Proof that I'm right. Proof that Quimp is deadly. Proof that our days are numbered.
Ah, that reminds me, Nebulous. When will my shirts be ready?
Wednesday.
I've nearly finished the packing, Professor.
Good. Remember, when we infiltrate this colony, we must act like 2 very devout vegetarians. The tiniest slip-up could prove fatal.
Don't worry, I understand.
What's that you're packing?
Sausages, Cumberland, £3.
Are you insensate?
But I'd die without sausages.
Leave them. Please, Paula. Do it for me.
Of course. Oh, I'm sorry. You must think I'm such an idiot.
No, of course not.
Black pudding isn't meat, is it?
It's certainly got some animal in it.
Oh, there you go. Rabbits definitely aren't meat, though, are they?
They're mainly meat, yes.
You'd better take them both.
You're a very brave girl, Paula. Where's Harry got to?
Did you ask him to turn down his voice box?
It's not so easy, Paula.
Oh, but it's too loud. You are his boss.
Yes, but if it weren't for me and my damned scientific curiosity, there wouldn't have been that terrible accident. There'd be no need for him to have a voice box, or use a hover chair, or wee into a bag.
No, he used to do that before.
Did he?
Shh, here he comes.
Ah, Professor! There you are!
Oh, Christ.
Oh, Harry! Super! How are you?
In agony, as usual. My still vibrant mind trapped in a mangled body, wasting away in this damn chair through no fault of my own.
Oh, nonsense, Harry. You're the same man you ever were. When I look at you, I don't notice whether or not you're in a chair. I just think you're walking along, sitting down.
What have you got there, Harry?
It's my snoz cam. A camera that fits right inside your nostril. The very latest in nasal optics.
Have you tested it?
No, Professor. Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a nose. I'll just pop it up for you, Professor.
Super. Right, what now?
The shutter is triggered by sniffing.
Will you take me with your nose, Professor?
All right. Let me just focus, and... Oh, quite ingenious. Then how do I remove it?
It's only a prototype.
I see. Super. Super.
This will be your room here at the colony.
Thank you, Dr. Clench.
Very nice.
It's always a pleasure to welcome new members to the colony, Mr...
Neb...
Well, Mr. Neb, I hope the room is to your satisfaction.
Super. Everything looks very fully funded.
This dial controls the room's temperature. This dial regulates the colour scheme, but I'm afraid the room's vibe dial is stuck on indifferent. Would you like me to get someone to fix that?
Not bothered.
Oh, allow me to introduce Paula.
Your wife?
Oh, God, no. My granddaughter.
What?
Tell me, Miss Neb, do you practice vegetarianism, veganism, or macrobiotica?
It's wrong to eat animals, even though they are made of meat?
Yes, that's right.
We believe carrots point the way forward.
Are you all right, Mr. Neb?
Oh, yes. Just got a slight snuffle. And a click. And a bit of a whir.
I see. I hope you don't mind sharing a room.
No, that's fabulous. Fine. It's fine. I've nothing my grandfather hasn't seen before. He used to bath me until I was quite old.
What?
Oh, and just make a note of anything you take from the minibar.
Oh, of course.
Well, I'll let you settle in. Tomorrow we will commence your reprogramming.
Did you say reprogramming?
Of course. To truly love vegetables, one must first think like one. A vegetable.
And now on BBC Zero, there's another chance to see an intense beam of white light.
Seen it.
I'm hungry! Veal trifle cone, please, Gemini!
Please go to the food hall.
I'll just feed it into my neck mouth. A meat cone for you, Rory!
Oh, just 2 cherry tomatoes and a stick of what's happening to me.
Rory! Why do you keep scratching your hand?
Because it's itchy.
Night falls, and with it comes the darkness, blacking out the light and bringing the night. There's something dreadfully wrong here, Paula.
I know. I hate bunk beds.
No, it's more than that.
You mean the bunk chairs?
No, it's the colonists. Didn't you see them? It's like they've been mesmerized, or drugged, or some terrible combination of the two.
Drugmerized! They've been drugmerized!
Yes, this door's been locked. We're trapped.
Just the two of us.
Nada desperada, Paula, because I have just spotted our old friend, Mr. Ventilation Shaft Duct Panel, Esquire. O-B-E. I'll have these wing nuts off in a jiffy.
Rory!
What is it, Harry? Can't you see I'm involved in some very important work?
You're ironing shoes!
Well, exactly. They won't iron themselves. They're broken.
I'd like you to eat these!
Sausages?
Cumberland! £3! If you're still one of us, you'll eat them and love them!
But the contents of those sausages used to be a breathing thing. A nose, probably.
Sausage contents confirmed. Prime hog snout.
Don't you see, Harry? I've changed. I couldn't eat a nose. I couldn't eat a chin or a leg or a back or even a bum. Because I am a how do you say it?
Vegetarian!
Yes. I am one of those.
The colonists are ready for you, Doctor.
Well, my Vegemites, your stay at the colony is over. You will inform your family and friends that your time here has made you happy, clear-thinking and dynamic.
Yes, Doctor, we will.
return home. You will plant more quimp seeds, but you will not reveal their location to anyone.
Yes, Doctor, we will.
What, you will reveal the seed's location?
No, Doctor, we won't.
Good, just so long as there's no misunderstanding.
Yes, Doctor, we will.
Hang on, I'm confused now. Does that mean that you will reveal the location or that you won't?
This is far worse than I suspected. What are we going to do?
I know.
What?
Let's have a big hug.
No, not now. Get off.
Miss Matthews, fetch the seeds, if you please.
Right away, Doctor.
These people have had their brains washed, rinsed, conditioned and put through some kind of mangle, then ironed, folded and put in an airing cupboard. A mind airing cupboard. I'm drifting, but we must act.
They're completely oblivious to the world around them.
Hey, you! What are you doing behind that crate?
Oh, lovely evening, isn't it?
Hi, Mr. Neb-Neb, Miss Neb-Neb. Spying?
No, not at all. Forgive me, Doctor. I suffer from post-withering insomnia. My daughter has the same thing.
I thought you said she was your granddaughter.
No. Well, yes, that is, she is my daughter, and I think she's grand, so I sometimes refer to her as my granddaughter. Bit confusing. See that now?
Think nothing of it. 1 and 2 here will take you back to your cell.
Your room!
Super. Come along then, Paula.
Wait, my handbag. Oh, oops!
Bacon sandwiches.
Paula.
I'm sorry, Professor. I was weak.
Professor, of course. Professor Nebulous. Still blowing up bits of Britain?
I make one tiny mistake.
The Professor has 2 Nobel Prizes under his belt.
Search them!
Yes, Doctor, I will.
Oh!
No prizes.
Good. 2, have this bacon burned. And stand well back. It seems we are required within the cactus room.
Good Lord.
Hey, you! What are you doing?
Evening, Miss Matthews.
Mr. Lawson, I thought you'd gone back to Kent. What are you doing here?
Why, Miss Matthews, your pretty nose all on its own would be capable of dragging any man back.
Professor, what is it?
That, Paula, is quimp.
But is it human? Or is it a cactus?
It's both.
And yet neither?
No, it's both. It's humanoid and cactilinear. Well, Clench, won't you introduce us to your succulent friend?
I can make my own introductions, Professor. I am Quimp, the ultimate cactus. And once a man feels my prick, he becomes my slave.
You arrived on that meteor, didn't you? Originating, if I'm not mistaken, in the constellation of Gondomar.
I see you know your cactuses.
It's cacti, isn't it?
I've lost my thread now.
My dear Nebulous, you are dealing with something far beyond your understanding.
Nothing is beyond my understanding. I don't know what you mean.
Across the 12.5 continents, Quimp will force the human race to turn vegetarian.
Lack of meat will make them weak, docile, easily controlled.
It won't be as simple as that, you know. The inhabitants of Earth are not sheep. That is, the human inhabitants aren't sheep. The sheep are sheep, obviously.
The human race will become our slave gardeners.
And what about me?
Your will is strong, Nebulous. Your brain cannot be washed. You shall fulfill mankind's ultimate destiny as compost.
And what about me?
You're too thick to brainwash. Another one for the compost heap.
Kill them, Clench.
Rory! Hello, Paula.
Professor.
I knew you'd come and save us. That's it, Rory. Point your gun at them.
That's no gun. That's a carrot. Rory, no, don't be a fool. Drop that carrot and kick it across to me.
No. It's too late, Professor. It's delicious.
Rory is one of us now.
So, Professor, that would appear to be that. Any last requests?
Yes. I'd just like to turn that valve on.
What?
Stop it, Nebulous! Not the sprinkler system!
No! Turn off the water sprinklers.
What's happening?
I'm punching you in the face.
Well done, Professor!
I can't stand rain. Water destroys me, even though I am a plant. No!
As I anticipated, all the colonists have fainted.
Professor, you were magnificent.
No pot plant gets the better of me.
Ooh, looks like Rory's coming too. Rory! Come on, Rory! Snap out of it!
It's all right. Paula, I'm conscious.
Sure.
Yeah. Yes. Something horrible happened. I fancied a salad.
Don't worry, Rory. It won't happen again.
Damn you, Nebulous.
No. Damn you, Clench. There'll be no more government funding where you're going. Prison.
You know, I still don't understand. How did you destroy the Quimp?
As any gardener knows, Rory, the only sure way to kill a cactus is to overwater it.
Look! Quimp has sort of dissolved.
Tragedy, really. Quimp was one of the most intelligent beings in the universe.
Smells like shit now, though.
Well, yes, does a bit. Looks like it, too. Oh, damn! I've taken a photo of it now.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest David Warner as Dr. Clench. Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Harry and Quimp, Paul Putner, Rory, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Miss Matthews, Julia Dalkin. Other parts were played by Matt Wolfe, Nicholas Briggs and the cast. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 154, codename The Loverly Invasion.
Oh, come on, Paula. Let's head back.
No, Rory. Professor Nebulous wanted us to research our brains out on this one.
He said visit the Withered Zone, take some readings, get some samples and find some findings. We've done that.
The Withered Zone. A sterile wasteland formerly known as the Midlands. He wants to know if life could ever grow here again.
Well, it can't. Yeah, and even if it could, it'd only be like plant life and animals and birds and stuff. It'd still be boring.
Hey, what's that weird noise?
Probably just a hallucinogenic time wind.
Well, we don't want to get caught in one of those. It puts years on you. And it sends you loopy, and musses up your hair.
Hey, no, wait. Look. I would identify that as a UF object.
Rory, what if it's another race of hideous, evil, slimy invaders? Oh dear, look.
Hi there!
All right, guys?
Nice to meet you.
It's just 3 men.
Beautiful, naked men.
Hi! We're the Lovely!
wait for me, Nebulous.
Come along, Sir Ronald. According to Paula's report, we're nearly there.
Don't want to stay here any longer than is absolutely necessary.
The withered zone itself poses no threat, sir. It is merely a sterile wasteland. To the untrained eye, it might as well be a quarry.
Well, it makes my skin crawl. My bones can't keep up.
If you ask me, sir, the real threat has just arrived from deep space. This could be another invasion attempt. Remember the thought soup and the sarcastic spiders of Drow?
Our luck has to change soon, Nebulous. We're bound to meet a friendly invader eventually.
Why do they have to invade at all? Why can't they just come and visit 3 or 4 times, like Jesus did? Oh, the spacecraft should be just over this next slag heap. Here we are.
Oh, my God!
Aside from the military presence, there must be nearly 1,000 people gathered round that spaceship.
Good morning, Sir Ronald. Colonel Bream, what are all these civilians doing here?
Just appeared, sir. Like squid at Christmas.
Hand me that megaphone, please, Colonel. Listen, everybody. Please keep well away from the fascinating spaceship.
They seem to be, well, fans, sir.
Yes, Morty is something of a celebrity amongst those in the know. I suppose I could do a little glad-handing. I've got a few 10x8s I can sign. I had these new badges made.
They're fans of the aliens.
I know. I was joking. Don't you recognize a joke when it cracks in front of you? The shape of this craft suggests a low-gravity environment, wouldn't you say? And this is like no metal I've ever tapped on before. The dual hexagonal bulkhead formation looks as if it's been developed to withstand the tremendous pressure of warp travel.
What about those big fluted fins?
Oh, they're just for fancy. The alien's design sense appears to be far in advance of our own. Sir Ronald, I think we could be dealing with a very showy life form. As I expected, we've been expected. Well, Sir Ronald, shall we step inside? Who knows what extraterrestrial horrors await us?
Hi there!
Oh.
Glad you could make it!
Men! Beautiful, naked men.
We are the lovely! My name's Jez, and I'm not afraid to show me emotions.
I'm Leo. I love all sports, especially your favourite sport.
And I'm PQ, the quiet one.
Jez, Leo, PQ, Sir Ronald Rowland's Minister with Unusual Portfolio.
My name is Professor Nebulous, and I represent Kent, the key environmental non-judgmental task force.
They also do laundry.
Doesn't need to know that.
Things like laundry are important. I'm sad to say that our planet's out on the western spiral arm where they wear the same clothes for weeks on end.
I've got too much self-respect to ever do that.
And me.
So tell me, why are you all naked?
I work out every day, and my nudity lets you know that.
I'm not afraid to show me emotions, or my genitalia.
I just went along with these two.
What exactly is it you want?
We thought maybe we could, kinda hang out together.
Maybe play a little basketball.
And we'd like to help you too.
You help us? Like to?
Yeah? Let's go outside. We've got something to show you.
Whatever it is, Jez, I doubt the good people of Earth will be in the slightest bit interested.
Well, you can see pretty much everything from up here.
It's very barren, your withered zone.
Oh, we know how to name our zones. But all of Earth isn't like this, you know. Some of it's still quite presentable.
We've heard great things about the Isle of Wight.
Yeah, it's not there anymore. Never mind, always was a bit overrated.
Before the withering, they called this the Midlands.
The towns had beautiful exotic names. Little Bloxwich, Woobilly, and Warwick, which we believe was named after Dion Warwick, the Kingmaker.
It's the perfect place.
Hey, watch. I'm planting a single blade of grass here.
Now, if I take this aerosol...
What's this? An instant solution to all our problems in a spray can?
Look! lush green grass spreading across the ground.
Grass in a can? That's not so impressive.
What about the instant trees, Nebulous?
They're not too bad.
And the babbling brook.
The brook is quite good, I suppose.
And look, instant chaffinches.
All right, I love the instant chaffinches. I told you they were showy.
Look, a cowpat.
This is our gift to you.
A cowpat?
No, Nebbers.
What?
This new living landscape.
But how can a whole acre of countryside come out of that tiny canister in your hand? Wait, there isn't a tube going up your sleeve, is there?
No, man. See for yourself. The aerosol contains a replicating growth spray. Isn't it great?
It's just like you said, Nebulous. An instant solution to all our problems in a spray can.
Where we come from, everything is aerosol-based. All our science, all our archives.
All our deodorants.
Indeed. Well, on our world, we are very concerned about the damage aerosols do to the ozone disk.
Try this.
Replacement ozone in a can.
We call it Fozone.
The sky. It's like a bright Maytober afternoon.
Weren't you working on an invention for dealing with the effects of ozone depletion, Nebulous?
Yes, but my one was more of a big lead trilby. 27.5 miles brim to brim.
We'd love to share our knowledge with all your world leaders.
It's only sporting.
We have so much to spray you.
No problem. I'll invite the world leaders over for tonight.
Wait just a moment, Sir Ronald. How can we be sure these lovely people don't have some ulterior motive?
Our race has evolved beyond ulterior motives.
We're an upfront people.
But hopefully not in your face.
Well, forgive me if I appear overcautious, but I'm going to run some tests on this aerosol. If you need me, I'll be in Kent. In the meantime, Sir Ronald, I suggest you do as I do and tread very carefully. Good day, gentlemen.
Bloody cowpat.
Hello, Professor.
Paula, Rory, this is an emergency. I believe Earth may be in dire danger from the...
What is it, Professor?
Can you please take down those posters of the lovely?
Oh.
Do we have to?
This is the headquarters of a government department, not a teenager's bedroom.
Hey, don't sit on my model aeroplanes.
Take down those posters.
Can do.
I believe the lovely could pose the greatest threat to Earth since we were visited by those sentient jackhammers.
Bollocks, sir.
Isn't Leo great?
Yeah.
He's so sporty. I like Leo best.
I like Jez. He's not afraid to show his emotions, is he?
Listen to yourselves. Yes, there's Leo, the sporty, muscular one. There's Jez, who's always showing his emotions off. Then there's PQ, the quiet one with those things in his hair. Don't you see? They're too perfect.
Aren't they? Which one's your favourite, Professor?
I don't have a favourite.
Yeah, but if you had to choose.
It's all so fake, can't you see? It's a manufactured campaign to win the public's affections. The lovely have only been on our world a few hours, yet already there's posters available, T-shirts, badges, baseball caps, trading cards, action figures, authorised biographies, unauthorised biographies, albums of their call signs. Something's dreadfully wrong.
It certainly is. There's lovely trading cards and I wasn't told. Where can I get them?
Haven't got any swaps, have you?
No! It's obvious they're creating a smokescreen. I'll wager, in their true form, the lovely are probably giant electric worms who drool acid and bark.
Where can we buy these smoke screens? Are they signed?
Oh, never mind. Gemini?
Yes, Professor Nebulous?
Get me your findings on the lovely.
Gemini likes Leo the best. He's the sporty one.
Thank you, Gemini. That'll be all. Afternoon, Harry.
Professor Nebulous?
Can you give me a hand with a little research?
Yes, I can give you a hand, singular, because unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of dual hands.
No, of course not. I'm sorry. Well, I think we'd better start by examining the contents of this aeros...
What is it, Professor?
What on earth are those inflatable lovelies doing there?
They eased my agony.
Not in the workplace, Harry. Move them.
Oh, do I have to?
Yes.
I like PQ best. He's the quiet one.
Get rid of them before I pop them.
I'll just put them over here.
Right, we're going to run some tests on this aerosol. Oh, take care of those chaffinches, would you, Harry?
With pleasure, Professor!
No, not like that. Remember Article 7 in your Kent pledge?
Don't tell me! Kill as few animals as possible!
Kill as few animals as possible, yes. We went through all this a couple of weeks ago with your cow rocket. Now, let's run some tests. Do we have such a thing as a trivocular impedance regulator?
Of course! I've got one with a picture of Jazz on!
Oh, for crying out loud.
Or there's my Leo one! Or there's PQ!
I think I like PQ best. It's the quiet... Oh, damn! Just look at all these fans. The balmy, lovely army. Look at them. The obsessive, glassy-eyed buffoons. They're not hardcore, they're dense core.
Yeah, I bet they don't even know Leo's fave colour is battleship mauve. Same as mine.
Hey, I'm dense core. I was into the lovely way before this lot. I mean, my eyes can do glassy. Look.
Ah, there you are, Nebulous. We're expecting representatives from the world's superpowers. Luxembourg, Jamaica, the Orkneys.
Don't you see, Sir Ronald, that's exactly what the aliens want.
I know, that's why I arranged it.
We don't actually believe this rot about wanting to be our friends. I mean to say, nobody's more friendly than me. But I think we should slaughter them. Did we learn nothing from the chummy wars?
But, Professor, the lovely are almost as lovely as you.
There isn't a popularity contest going on, Paula.
No, they just had one. The lovely won it.
I must get on. Arrangements don't just arrange themselves. Oh, by the way, Nebulous, did you run your tests on that aerosol?
Yes, it's 100% genuine. And I find that very worrying. They've covered their tracks too well. Sir Ronald, I need time to do more tests.
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't.
Hi there! All right, please step inside. Hello again, miss.
Gosh, you remembered me.
Hey, we all remember you.
Do you remember me?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, of course. Want to play a little b-ball?
I wanna, if you wanna.
What about you, Rory?
Yeah, I wanna.
I hate to intrude you late on the Glee Club, but shouldn't you be preparing for the arrival of your VIP guests? Chancellors, governors, politicians, the sentient candles of Luxembourg?
You're right. Hey! How about a sneak preview of tonight's event? Huh?
What are you going to do? Half kill us?
Pardon?
Nothing.
Behold, the Chamber of Loveliness.
The glowing golden chamber suspended between two worlds which appears to go on forever. What's so impressive about that?
When you enter the chamber, you are transformed.
Or as you humans say, differented.
We don't say differented, we say transformed. Humans aren't idiots.
I say differented.
Using our biogenetic aerosols, your appearance will become more like ours.
Sounds fantastic.
Is that how you want to spend the rest of your life? Half human, half lovely?
We need one volunteer.
Oh, me!
Paula, we must exercise our caution muscles.
Just step through there, Paula.
Wait, this is outrageous.
Yeah, pick me.
You'll like me when I'm lovely, Professor.
What's happening to her in there? You'll see.
Ah, she's done.
Let's pop her out then.
Careful, she's hot.
I'll see.
Well, Professor, how do I look?
You look lovely, Paula. You look very nice. Naked, but nice.
Paula, you are gorgeous. You've been completely differented.
Tonight, we will provide this service for all.
Oh, yes.
turn the entire human race into gorgeous supermodels. You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Well, I think everybody would like that. I mean, come on, Prof. Don't you want to look like them?
Of course I want to look like them. I'd love to be gorgeous. What professor wouldn't? But something tells me there must be a price tag.
Oh, there's a price tag, all right.
As I anticipated, you intend to demand the ultimate payment.
No. £3 each.
You don't think that's too much, do you?
No. It's very competitive.
Sir Ronald!
What is it, Colonel Bream?
There are new fans arriving all the time, sir. Far in excess of what we expected.
Can you guarantee the world's leaders will be safe?
Not in real terms, sir.
Ah, look, there's Rory Lawson. He'll help you.
But who is that with him?
Oh, come along. Don't you recognize Paula Breeze when you see her naked? With a new hairdo and better bone structure? Miss Breeze, where is your uniform?
I don't wear a uniform.
No, but you should wear something.
Give her a break, sir. It is quite a balmy day.
And just where is Nebulous?
Why, sir, the Prof's just... Wait a minute. I don't recall seeing him leave the spaceship.
After tonight's demonstration, these inferior humans will trust us implicitly.
Excellent. I don't believe in concealing the emotions, but these humans must not discover that we are actually big electric worms who drew Lassiter and Borg.
I knew it. Whereas everyone else is under their spell, I must act alone. Just take this tiny piece of nuclear sellotape and, in a deliciously ironic gesture, use the Lovely's own aerosol to replicate and enlarge it. Oh, bloody chaffinches! Shoo! Shoo! Just set this timer. There. In 10 minutes, the ship will be blown to pieces, long before the world leaders even enter the spacecraft. Probably shouldn't talk to myself like this. If anyone happened to listen in, totally give the game away. Now to slip out through the hatch. Still doing it. Come on. Open.
Hey, look, Paula. The world leaders are arriving for nibbles. There's the Tsar of the Orkneys tucking into a cheese football.
As soon as I got into the Lovely, I tore down all my posters of the world leaders.
Sure, yeah. But, it wasn't Jazz fantastic? He's not afraid to show his emotions, is he? And what about BQ? He's much quieter in real life, isn't he?
Isn't he? And I love those things in his hair.
Yeah.
Do you like the things in my hair?
Oh, sure. You look gorgeous, Paula. I don't know how to put this, but I always found your pre-differented self rather... What's the word? Plain? No, dowdy, mousy? No, that's not it. Frumpy. Drab? Uncomely? Unremarkable? No, ugly. That's it.
Rory.
What?
Shut up.
Sorry.
Damn it all! Why would the bloody thing open? Only got 3 minutes left. Oh... Perhaps Father was right. Perhaps I am a cloud. Cloud. What?
Come on, son! Put your shoes on!
I can't. They don't fit me. They're too big.
They're your clown shoes, son. They're supposed to be too big.
Too big? It's just the right size for a clown.
But I have to go to school. I have to study.
Nonsense! Put your shoes on and put your squeaky red nose to the grindstone.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Professor? Professor Nebulous? Are you all right? You snoring?
What if I am? In some countries, snoring is a sign of intelligence. America, for instance.
Nice to see you again.
Hey, how about playing a little b-ball?
Sorry, I'm just not one of those b-ball professors. Try to keep my slam dunking to an absolute minimum. Your hatch seems to be, unhatchable.
I'll just give it a blast at this.
We call it WD-41.
Let me get that for you, Professor.
Super. Thanks.
Why not stay?
I need to get my inhalers. One for my asthma, one for my dyslexia.
Is it bad?
Well, I've had some very nasty spells. Anyway, I better be bobbing off.
But you are coming back.
Oh! Wild horses with guns and opposable thumbs couldn't keep me away.
Good, because Earth has only seen the beginning of our powers.
I can guess what you're up to, you know. You're dealing with an imbecile. I've got 2 Nobel Prizes, 3 golden brains, a bronze brain, and a BAFTA.
What are you implying?
It's obvious. You're plotting to enslave Earth. Probably going to make us mine the ocean floor, or replace the planet's core with a huge robot hand, or extract special minerals from our pets. I'm drifting, but it all begins tonight, when you annihilate the world leaders.
Call me emotional, but I love Earth.
The lovely always play fair.
I've never annihilated anybody.
We've searched the galaxy for friends. We thought we'd found him.
You can't fool me. In reality, you're nothing more than big electric acid worms who bark.
So what if we are? We only wanted to fit in.
I'm outraged. I need to get rid of my anger with a little bee-ball.
Well, I'm quietly shocked by your suggestion.
But you call humans inferior.
Compared to us, humans are inferior.
Can you transform your appearance at will?
Or drool acid?
Well, no, we can't.
And in our true form, we do not repulse you?
Well, yes you do.
That's why we changed our appearance, to make you happy. The lovely isn't our real name.
We are the Terravores.
That doesn't do us any favours either.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that Earth has been visited by so many seemingly nice aliens, the benignons, the plausiblites, the innocent Upides. They all turned out to be tyrannical invaders who tried to eat us.
Well, we only eat cubes of electricity.
And I don't have a problem with that. I understand now. You just wanted to invade our hearts, storm our emotions, and set up an internment camp for our affections, in a good way.
We will leave you now, and take our aerosols with us.
We offered you powers, which would have set you up amongst the gods.
All we asked in return was to be your mate.
Surely we can still patch things up. Why don't I pop into that chamber of yours? You can make me look all lovely.
No! We are deeply offended.
Look, I'm sorry. It's just I thought you were using the word inferior in a derogatory sense.
You mean it was a linguistic misunderstanding brought about by different interpretations of a certain word's meaning?
You mean semantics?
No!
Go, Nebulous.
We have nothing more to spray to you.
Oh, please, Wait! Oh, please, there's still time to... Oh, my God. The nuclear sellotape. Come out! You'll have to come out! Oh, don't go! Please!
Nebulous! I demand to know what's going on!
Where are the lovely going?
They're just nipping back to theirs.
What? What am I going to tell the world leaders? This is outrageous!
I didn't want them to go. You saw me. I was pleading for them to stay. Who saw me pleading?
They haven't split up, have they?
No, Paula. Not yet. I think perhaps we should get away from here, just in case.
In case what? What in the hell?
Run!
No!
Paula, what is it? Are you hurt?
No, it's worse than that. I've lost my leaders!
Paula, you've been completely undifferented. Oh.
Here, put my coat on.
Yeah, and mine.
Better put mine on too.
Thanks.
And so, in conclusion, there is only one fact of which we can be truly certain. The spacecraft was already exploding when I got there. Gemini?
Yes, Professor Nebulous?
Have that version authenticated and downloaded into everyone's memory, will you?
I am obeying.
Morning, Professor!
Hello. Good morning!
Morning.
Well, I hope you three have outgrown your infantile infatuation with the lovely.
The lovely? Give me a break.
Nobody's into them anymore!
No way! I only like the Worcerons.
The Worcerons?
You know, the Worcerons. Amphibious race. Used to walk the earth in the time of the dinosaurs.
Roused from centuries of hibernation by mining work in East Anglia.
I like Darvok the best. He's the scheming one.
I think Quarton's the best! He's the unblinking one!
What about Zargak? He's the merciless one.
No, give me strength.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Harry and Leo, Paul Putner, Rory, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Jez and Colonel Bream, Matt Wolfe, PQ, Nicholas Briggs. Other parts were played by Julia Dolkin and the cast. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 722. Codename, The Dust Has Landed.
What is it, Prof?
Are you all right? We came as soon as we heard the alarm.
Rory, Paula, this is Sirius. Tell them, Gemini.
Code 33 red activated.
Not!
I'm sorry, Paula. We've put this off for far too long. We all knew the moment of truth could not be prolonged indefinitely. It has to be faced. We must prepare to spring clean.
Bollocks, sir.
Level 5 spring clean initiated.
We don't have a level 5. We're all on one floor here.
No, level 5 is the level of importance. We're at level 5.
So does that mean... Is 5 high or is it low?
It's high. 5 is high, 1 is low, 5 is high. Oh, look at this place. Thick with dust. It's not right. We're running a highly specialized ecological troubleshooting organization and laundry service.
But we only tidied up yesterday.
Yeah, you said you'd never seen the place looking spicker or spanner.
Oh, my God, you're right. But look at it. It's filthier than a zookeeper's turnip. How can it have got so dusty so quickly?
You are now entering Yellow Room.
Morning, Harry. This cold October weather keeps you on your toes, doesn't it?
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of toes.
No, of course not. Sorry. But apart from that, how are you?
Oh, you know, hideously scarred and deformed on the outside, but inside a heart of gold.
Oh, I see you're tinkering with my machine for harnessing the perfect renewable energy source, dribble. If I'm right, Harry, the dribble of just 3 babies could provide the electricity for an entire street.
I've reconfigured the mainframe. The babies aren't sparking quite so much now.
That should get the Toddlers' Union off our back. Anyway, Harry, I'd love to talk dribble all day, but I have something far more important to show you.
What?
This tiny speck of dust. Here. Take it.
Oh, but it's so heavy, especially for a speck.
The control room's covered in it, and it's getting heavier by the second. I don't want to alarm you, Harry, but by the end of the afternoon, that speck of dust will weigh the equivalent of a cow and a half.
I just can't shift this dirt. I mean, these stains aren't just stubborn, they're intransigent. I mean, bordering on belligerent.
What are you using?
I'll just spit and polish. In fact, just spit. It's the Professor's can of spray-on dribble.
Paula, Rory, things are worse than I thought. According to these figures from the National Dust and Mucus Archive, the country's dust levels are at an all-time high.
But how has this happened?
More to the point, is there anyone we can blame?
I'm afraid the whole country is culpable.
But in terms of actual blame per head, we're looking at a tiny percentage, aren't we?
No, I mean, us 3 aren't personally responsible, are we, you know?
Listen, Britain was at its cleanest and neatest in the 1950s. Back then, the pinafore was king, the doily its consort, and dust only settled on Sundays. But with each generation, our commitment to dusting became increasingly lax, and inevitably, the dust has got the upper hand.
This is so scary. I think I'm getting hysterical. Should I loosen my clothing, Professor? For medical purposes.
No, you'll be fine. Just take deep inhalations.
Like this.
That's an exhalation.
I think they're the only ones I can do.
Gemini, get me tomorrow's dust forecast, will you?
I am obeying. A fairly filthy day right the way across the country, with a strong chance of grubby intervals. There'll be dust blowing in from the west, and by the morning, we could well be looking at greasy patches in outlying areas.
Locate the epi-dusty centre, please, Gemini.
23 St. Stephen's Road, Edgware. The whole area has been evacuated.
Paula, Rory, I want you in Edgware ASAP. See what you can turn up.
Can do.
And come straight back. Remember what happened when you visited Quantumshire.
Oh, how could I forget? I'm still there. I can hardly get the door open for the weight of dust behind it.
Push, Rory.
I am pushing. You push. Look at the muck in here.
According to this report, the previous owners were a Mr. and Mrs. Burton, both registered layabouts.
You know, I can't believe the layabouts finally got unionised.
Shh, listen. I thought the place had been evacuated. Somebody's in the house.
Somebody. Or something. Or somehow. Ah! What's going on?
Oh, it's too bright.
You are intrudulators. Stay exactly where you are.
I need to scratch my nose.
You may scratch your nose.
Right. I've hooked the electrodes up to the speck of dust. Not easy. Getting anything on the monitor, Harry?
Nothing! Quiet as the grave, V! It's so quiet, I can hear the gears grinding in my bowels as they digest a large piece.
Do you know, Harry, in the days before the withering, they had a weapon which could have sorted out this dust like that. They called it a vacuum cleaner.
But surely it is referred to in the forbidden pamphlets.
At first, man abhorred the vacuum, for it never worked properly. But soon the vacuum became a panacea. Vacuums were used for everything: personal air travel, child rearing, a cure for male impotence. But we experimented too far. The pamphlets say man created a vacuum cleaner which contained an actual cyclone.
Total madness!
But come the withering, all knowledge of vacuums was lost, along with the secret of fire. Luckily, that one came back pretty quickly.
Oh! The withering was a judgment by the vengeful gods of yin and yang! Knowledge lost was meant to be lost!
No, Harry. As scientists, it's our duty to reclaim that knowledge. Only the fool worships his own ignorance. Possibly the cretin does it as well. Maybe the moron. And I suppose the idiot... I'm drifting. The important thing is to act. If we don't, I fear mankind's supremacy on this earth could be at an end.
Oh, no, Professor!
Yes, Harry. The dust has landed.
I repeat, who are you people, and where are you from?
Please, please, oh, can you turn off those lights?
No deal, lady.
Well, at least put the megaphone down. You're only standing 3 feet away.
No, megaphones are good. I repeat, who are you, and where are you from?
As a matter of fact, we've just popped down from Kent.
Kent?
The Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force.
And who precisely are you?
My name is Agent Craig, and I come from Loughborough.
Loughborough?
Loughborough, legitimate organisation undertaking general humanitarian business operations requiring optimum unconditional global harmony.
Oh, Loughborough. I thought it was pronounced Lugabaruga.
No. Now come this way or I'll shoot you.
Will you please listen to me, Sir Ronald? This dust isn't something you can just sweep under the carpet. Well, technically it is, but that's the problem. We need to confront it.
It's only dust, Nebulous. Surely a quick tidy-up will do the job.
I fear even a really good tidy-up can't save us now. These are desperate times. Or have you spent so long behind your desk you can't recognize it?
What? My desk?
No, the dust. What a menace it is. If only we had a vacuum cleaner.
Nebulous, how dare you speak words from the forbidden pamphlets in my office? I could see I was right to look for other options.
Other options?
Dr. Erica Flazenby of Loughborough.
Good morning, Nebulous.
But of course, you two know each other of old.
Yes.
You met while studying science at the Oxford University Islands. Attracted by each other's intellects, you shared an apartment for a year.
We know all this. What are you telling us for?
Like to keep your private life to yourself, eh?
That's what makes it private. Super to see you again, Erica. So, married yet?
Only to my job.
Oh.
And my young husband.
Oh.
How about you? Are you married?
Only to my sense of duty. No, I'm not married. No.
You live alone. There's been nobody special since Dr. Flake.
Stop doing that! Why are you here, Erica?
Apparently Sir Ronald finds your dust theory hard to swallow.
Exactly, Nebulous. Whereas Dr. Flazenby here has these soluble info pills.
A full report in every pill, sir.
Oh, I see. Most thorough.
Don't forget the footnotes, sir.
Ibid, eh? Very well, Doctor. I'm giving you the go-ahead.
What was in that drink?
I'm going to systematically spruce up Edgware using condemned prisoners. Murderers, rug dealers, obesitists. These men had been marked down as landfill, so they'll be glad of the work.
Wait. We were first on the scene. According to the Gibraltar Convention, this is our case.
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. Nebulous, I'm giving you just one more day.
25 hours?
Unless tomorrow's a Thursday, yes. However, you'll be working in conjunction with Dr. Flazenby.
Kent can do.
By the way, Nebulous, that burgundy sock of mine ever turn up?
Each day the search begins afresh, sir. Rory, Paula, I want you to stay close. That's too close. I really can't move.
Sorry.
As I anticipated, we are the first ones here. So it is...
Morning, Nebulous. Agent Craig and I are going to take some readings in the living room.
Super. Super. See you tomorrow.
What's Loughborough doing in Edgware?
Oh, they're purely here to assist us.
Carry our equipment through, will you, Nebulous?
Right away, Erica.
Who is that stunning woman?
Dr. Erica Flazenby.
She's nothing special.
No, she is.
Admittedly, those shiny, skimpy, contour-hugging uniforms look okay.
Latex. Wiped clean, yes, but one tiny split and garment integrity is compromised.
And they carry lasers. Now, you can't knock lasers.
They're stasers.
Stasers? They're lasers.
They're stasers.
They're neither lasers nor stasers. They are basers.
Amazingly broad knowledge you have.
Oh, you're looking at the man who invented the baser, as a recycling aid for cutting up scrap metal. The baser, a hypercaustic acid beam housed in a handy gun-shaped dispenser. How could I have possibly known the military would turn it into a weapon?
Why don't we have basers? Or big knives, even?
Rory, if we have guns, we'll only end up using them.
Great.
Anyway, I've got the most powerful weapon of all. A brain.
A brain that fires bullets?
No. Look, this is our chance to show Loughborough just how sophisticated Kent really is.
Aye, aye, sir.
Well, you know how sophisticated I am, Professor.
Paula, take that bubblegum out of your mouth.
Doing it now, Professor.
Right. I want you to take some readings. Here.
What's this?
It records, stores and processes information. I call it the Understander.
Ugh, it's all wet.
No, it's just a bit of a leak. Powered entirely by dribble, you know.
Dr. Flazenby is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, just look at her.
Yes, I know. Now at 0900...
That latex uniform clings to every curve of her body.
I can see that, thank you. Now at 0900...
What I wouldn't give for a chance to...
She used to be my fiancée. Get it?
Got it.
So at 0900...
I bet she was great in bed.
Yes, she was. But I was better. Anyway, I don't want to talk about it. At 0900 hours...
Nebulous. Glad you could join us. We've been here since dawn. This is my assistant.
Agent Craig, security and guns.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce my 2 assistants.
Rory Lawson, fighting and, explosions.
Paula Breeze, admin. And action.
Right, Nebulous. I suggest we leave the others to examine the dust in the living room, while you and I go upstairs to the bedroom.
Talk about drawing the short straw. Agent Craig, could you, show me your gun again?
Sure. See, with your Baser, you got your different settings, right?
Kill?
Kill's on there, yeah. You got double kill, stun, daze and startle.
You see, guns are all well and good, but have you ever, say, killed a man with your bare hands?
No.
Right, so...
I always keep my gloves on.
Oh, do you?
Except for this one time, right? I grabbed this guy's head and
No need to go into detail. So, man to man, what's life like in Loughborough?
Lots of action, great pay, chicks dig the uniform, and we travel everywhere in black helicopters.
No. Oh, I love black helicopters.
How'd you travel here?
I got the bus.
See, we're not one of these fly-by-night setups.
Right, but you do fly by night.
Oh, yeah. A black helicopter's at its best at night. Thinking about joining us then?
No, but I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, finger to the nose, understood.
Rory, my understander seems to have packed up.
Typical Kent, hey Craig?
I wonder how the professor's getting on. What do you suppose he's doing up there with Dr. Flazenby?
I don't know, and I don't care, but I wish I knew.
Oh, I'm sure Dr. Flazenby's on top of things.
Oh, you're just making it worse.
This is the master bedroom. According to my scanner, it's the dirtiest room in the house.
Well, according to my understander, it's... Oh, power's down. Shame. Didn't bring a baby with you, did you?
Some condemned prisoners would really brighten this place up.
All you'll be doing if you bring condemned men here is endangering their lives.
Why don't you come and sit with me? On the bed.
Because it's coated in 3 inches of dust.
If we were both wearing latex, we could just wipe it all off.
How do we know it's safe to sit on the dust?
It's only dust. It can't plot or scheme or engulf us.
Don't be so sure. Some believe it was dust that wiped out the dinosaurs and the singer-songwriter.
Please sit down. Come on, Nebulous. Drop your guard.
All right, but only for a second.
That's better. Nebulous.
Yes?
We could try again, couldn't we? You and I.
Oh, and what about your young husband?
Oh, he's only made up.
So, after me, there could be no one else, eh?
No, we are married, but he's made up. He's a mandroid. Had him made specially. He looks a little bit like you.
I'm not sure, Erica. You're intelligent, wealthy, and stunningly beautiful, and perhaps, given time, I could learn to love you, but...
Love me now, Nebulous.
Oh, Erica.
After all, Sir Ronald's going to greenlight my plan tomorrow anyway.
Aha! So that's what this is all about. Keep my mind off my work, eh? Then just take over. Well, let me tell you, Dr. Flazenby, your plan simply doesn't hold water. In fact, it repels water, like a duck with a machine gun.
All right, Nebulous. No need to act the clown.
What?
Father, I think there's a problem with the car. It's all wonky.
You're the problem! You're not driving like a lunatic!
Bump into the lamppost, son.
I don't want to bump into the lamppost.
If you don't bump into the lamppost, how are the side panels going to fall off the wonky car?
You're a clown, son. Drive like one.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
I shall not
Nebulous. Pull yourself together. We're supposed to be working as a team.
I can work as a team on my own, thank you.
Still plagued by the same visions?
Nonsense. I've never been plagued by anything. Apart from that touch of plague one time. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do.
Oh, give up, Nebulous. This dust isn't dangerous. It can be swept aside like a spider's web.
But that's just it. It can't. If we were dealing with a giant spider's web, it wouldn't be such a problem. Except, of course, if it were being spun by a giant spider. That would be terrifying, wouldn't it? Because to the spider, humans would be the size of flies, so it's obvious what would happen. I'm drifting. Sorry.
Why not go home and have a rest?
No! I'm going to examine this bedroom, every bedside cabinet, every ottoman, every wardrobe.
Nebulous! In the wardrobe! Look!
It's pure filth.
No, not the magazines! There!
Even purer filth.
It's the biggest speck of dust I've ever seen.
I am the mother speck.
You're leaving Kent and moving to Loughborough? Rory, that's insane.
Well, they've got great wages, great uniforms, and they travel everywhere in black helicopters. Paula, I didn't do an evening class in media studies and applied thinking to end up loading washing machines.
Oh, I love black helicopters.
I know. Well, we should both join up.
I couldn't desert Professor Nebulous.
Oh, he's deserted you, hasn't he? He's up in that bedroom getting dirty with Erica Flazenby.
The Professor is a professional, even if that woman is a tart.
That's not possible. All the tarts were wiped out during the withering. More's a pity.
Well, whatever's going on up there, you can bet the Professor is in complete control.
Please, don't kill us, please. This cannot happen.
For too long, mankind has swept dust aside.
Yes, it's a fair point, I suppose.
How do you think it feels to be treated like dirt?
Well, you are dirt. That's exactly what you are. But look, I know we can find a way to share this planet.
Yes, we can build dust reservations for you, fence you in.
Shh! Mankind and dust have lived in harmony before. We can do so again.
Harmony indeed. In the centuries dust meekly lay silent. Man waged war with the stiffest of brushes and the yellowest of dusters.
Actually, it was women who did most of the dusting. Sorry.
If that was your era of harmony, how will man respond now? Dust can think, and talk, and kill.
Well, yes, you have a point there, particularly with the killing thing. I suppose, now you've become sentient, you'll want to move out of Edgware.
Exactly.
Right. Thanks for that, HQ. Over and over and over and out. Okay, Rory, HQ's done a background check. Apart from that incident in your late teens, you're clear.
What incident?
It was nothing. They were going to demolish the building anyway, the royal family were on vacation, and I got a B+ for chemistry.
Finger to the nose. You can officially sign up in the morning. Until then, I'm going to deputise you.
Great.
And just what are you going to say to Professor Nebulous?
Goodbye.
Right. I'll check the garden. Agent Rory, you check the kitchen.
Understood.
Agent Rory?
Yeah. Duty calls. Checking the kitchen.
It could be dangerous.
Understood. Because we all know how dangerous kitchens can be.
Look out! Rory!
What in the hell? What's happening?
There was a dust avalanche! Rory's legs are trapped!
This dust plays dirty.
Oh, it's crushing me. Ow.
Did you do something?
Wait a minute. Damn it. Where's my... Aha. Come on, Agent Rory, you gutless anus. Pull yourself together.
Turn that off!
If only I had a baser, I could cut my way out.
Basers can't cut through this dust. I've tried.
Yeah, still though. Can you imagine? Zzz, baser.
Understood.
If we don't get him out soon, his legs will be squashed beyond walkable use.
Right then, Agent Rory.
What are you doing with your baser? I thought you couldn't cut me out.
It's standard Loughborough operating procedure when an agent is injured and trapped.
What is?
We terminate him. It's the best way.
It's the worst way for me.
But Rory doesn't work for Loughborough. He works for Kent. Don't you, Rory?
Kent, yes. I work for Kent. Kent.
Sure? Your body bag would be carried off in a black helicopter.
Kent, I work for Kent.
Okay, but I think you're making a big mistake.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that noise?
Soon I will have enough power to extend my shroud of dust beyond the confines of Edgware, across the entire planet, via Marylebone.
You were right, Nebulous. It's sentient dust which can plot and scheme and engulf us. So what's the plan?
Well, I don't have a plan as such.
Just as I suspected. Useless.
Well, what about you? You might have basers and info pills and spray-on uniforms, but when it comes to field work, you're about as stable as a giraffe on a trampoline.
Well, it's been a pleasure working with you, too.
That's it. Feed me.
Oh, yes, we're definitely going to be doing that. Oh, it's got me.
That's it. Don't you see? It increases its power by feeding off our sarcasm.
Well, that's just great. And now it's starting to engulf me. What could be better?
Stop it. Stop being sarcastic. Say something sincere. Anything.
I can't think of anything.
Oh, you're a great help. Oh. Sorry. Now, come on, be sincere.
That suit is really your colour.
Good, and...
The weather's quite cold for October, isn't it?
There! You're free!
Oh.
Now we must get away! Harry!
This shouldn't take a moment, Professor!
Harry, what on earth have you got there?
You saved our lives, Harry.
Affirmative, Dr. Flazenby!
And you say it beats as it sweeps, as it cleans? Don't you see what you've done, Harry? You've remade the vacuum cleaner.
I prefer to say I've reimagined it. Anyway, I must get on. The roar of the vacuum cleaner helps drown out my agony. Bye!
Our replicator has made several replicas of the vacuum cleaner. We've already sucked up over 400 tons of dust.
Mankind has learnt a very important lesson here today. That dust nearly caused a massive ecological disaster.
Yes. Thank goodness we're having it dumped in the Irish Sea.
What?
I have to go, Nebulous.
Got another pill to write, eh?
I'm needed in Dorset.
Ah, Dorset. The decentralised Office of Regional Scientific Engineers and Technicians.
No, Dorset the county. A woman claims aliens have left a crop circle in her haircut.
Professor, there you are. Rory's going to be fine. He's on his way to the London Leg Hospital.
Good. Dr. Flazenby's about to leave us, Paula.
Oh, that's such a big shame. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Erica. It's been as close to a pleasure as makes no difference.
Goodbye, Nebulous. And thank you.
She's beautiful, she's smart, and she's perfectly proportioned. You know, Paula, I think a part of my heart will always truly love black helicopters.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest Julia Deakin as Dr. Erica Flazenby. The show also starred Rosie Cavallero, Paul Putner, Graham Duff, Graham Crowden, Julia Dolkin, Matt Wolfe, and Nicholas Briggs. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 333. Codename, Madness is a Strange Colour.
Well, Paula, How does it feel to be visiting Britain's only remaining monastery?
Cold, Professor Nebulous, very cold. You don't fancy draping your coat around my shoulders, do you?
No, because then my body temperature would drop.
Oh, I wish I could warm up. Should I use reverse psychology and take all my clothes off?
No. You know, almost all religious knowledge was lost during the Withering, along with daffodils and white dog doings. Theologians pieced together what they could, and we now believe there were once 4 true deities. Yin and Yang, the evil twins, Feng Shui, the destroyer, and of course, Merciful Bod.
My mother was religious. As a child, I had a very bad stammer, so she took me to Lourdes cricket ground.
Did it work?
Yes, got knocked on the head by a stray cricket ball, and when I came round, my stammer had completely vanished, along with my sense of smell.
Interesting. Look at these religious paintings. Bod and the sacred apple. Bod on the beach. Bod and breakfast.
But why Sir Ronald Rowland's here?
He's convalescing. Our chief always was a bod-fearing man, so when the poor chap had his mental breakdown, this seemed the natural place to stuff him.
Hadn't he just been on his September holidays?
2 weeks in the Manchester Islands whilst his office was redecorated. He had a medical on his return, and his mental health was rated stable to stolid. Then suddenly his mind snapped, like an unbreakable ruler bent back just that little bit too far. Monk 99. How is Sir Ronald this morning?
At the moment, he is resting in the garden of Barleymoor.
He's not still eating flies, is he?
Intermittently, yes.
What about dogs?
He had half a dog on Friday, but to be fair, we were very late serving up dinner that day. He's just there, over by the Snickermore trees.
Thank you, Monk 99.
You must excuse me. That's the call to prayer. God bless you, my friends.
Sir Ronald?
Nebulous! What in Bod's name are you doing here?
Super to see you, Sir Ronald. How are you, me old boss? Feeling a bit better in the old brain banana?
What?
Sorry, just trying to be light-hearted about your complete mental breakdown. Sorry.
I don't know what happened, Nebulous. 1 minute I'm in my office ordering the decriminalisation of Lego. The next minute I've gone insane.
What about now? You're not going to suddenly mad out, are you?
I'll have you know I've made a full recovery, apart from the constant twitching in my left eye.
Oh, I didn't realise you were twitching. I thought you were winking at us.
Winking? Why should I be winking at you?
If you were telling us a secret?
I'm not telling you a secret.
Or if you were being ironic.
I'm not being ironic. I have a twitch.
I think it suits you, sir.
Yes, it's very kinetic.
Oh, shut up, Nebulous.
Sorry, sir. It's just we heard you were on a meditative retreat away from life's strains and pressures, so we thought you'd appreciate a visit from a couple of work colleagues.
Look, I've brought you a framed photo of your office.
Not a colour photograph.
No, black and white. There's your desk, look.
I can't go back there.
Of course you can. Don't worry, Sir Ronald. You'll soon be back in that freshly painted office.
Never! Never! Never!
Get off me!
Sir Ronald! Violence won't solve anything!
Yes, it will. Hit him with the picture!
Oh.
Ah!
Rory, there is a visitor in Kent reception with a government pass.
Well, it's not a spot check, is it, Gemini? Tell him we're out. Doing a spot check over at his office.
All right, mate. You Professor Nebulous?
He's out visiting a nutter.
All right. I'm here to do the painting and decorating.
What, now?
All the government departments is being done.
Well, why didn't I receive a memo about this?
Well, I can see one there on your desk.
I don't want to hear any excuses, thank you.
Oh, you'll like this, mate. Brand new colour. Garrow.
New colour? That's impossible. Show me the tin.
Garrow. Created by the Vartox Paint Company. The first new colour to be launched since Battleship Mauve.
It's not like that tartan paint, is it? I mean, that was just a mess. Everyone kept painting it upside down.
Nah, I'll pop the lid off for you.
Wow. Need to give it a good stir with a stick there, mate.
Professor, are you all right?
I'm fine, Monk 99. I'm fine.
God be praised. I'm so sorry about Sir Ronald.
How's your windpipe? Shall I kiss it better? Mwah. Mwah.
Paula, that's my midriff.
Has he ever done anything like this before?
Well, Sir Ronald and I certainly have a combative relationship, but up until now he's always shied away from garrotting me. It was a sort of unspoken thing.
At least he's calmer now he's eating that cocker spaniel.
Good dog.
If you ask me, he needs expert mental care. Lock him up and throw away the key.
We tried to move him to the London Multi-Mental Plex, but they're full up.
Europe's largest mental asylum? Full up? Impossible. Their motto is, there's always room for more madness.
Been a bit of a run on insanity, apparently. Lots of other government types being sectioned.
Really? Happen to remember which department?
Yes. The Ministry of Electrical Beauty, the Ministry of Afternoons, and the Ministry of Fun.
Well, they always were a bit mad. Still, interesting.
Anybody fancy a leg?
Right, well, that's one wall done. Oh, I'm working flat out, I am. Loads of the other decorators is all sick.
You know, this colour would really brighten up my living dome. It'd go with my lava lamp. And my lava carpets.
Any chance of a cup of tea, mate?
Oh, yeah. It's odd, you know, I've never seen anything quite like it. What's it called again?
Garrow.
Garrow. It's beautiful. It's a sort of yellowy black, but with more of a pinky green feel. I'm getting undertones of burnt corn, aubergine, Brussels trout, a hint of tart blackberry. Or is it blackberry tart? It's beautiful.
Beautiful.
What's beautiful?
This paint job, Harry. New colour, Garrow. Really cheers you up, don't you think?
When one lives in perpetual agony, as I do, it takes more than a lick of paint to cheer one up.
It's easy on the eye, though, isn't it?
Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of eyes. My optical scanners translate all visual information into binary code, then into liquid mathematics, before displaying it to me as a pie chart.
Right.
Shall I put the kettle on in?
Yeah. Hey, Gemini, you're a hyper-intelligent computer. What do you think of this colour?
Gemini thinks it sets off the furniture a treat.
Ah, you see, Harry? Garrow is beautiful.
Professor Nebulous, Miss Breeze, an honour to welcome you to Vartox Paints, home of the matte gloss. I'm Gerald Corrigan, Managing Director.
Mr. Corrigan, we represent Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force.
And what exactly is it you do?
Wherever our fragile ecosystem is endangered, you'll find us, fighting for justice, purity and truth. And filling out the relevant forms.
We also do a full laundry service with competitive dry cleaning rates. Our card.
Lucky man, Nebulous, having such a pretty girl on your staff.
I'll have you know, Paula is a top Kent operative, not a pretty girl.
Well, I like to think...
Corrigan, I want to talk paint. Vartox have redecorated 3 government ministries.
And by the end of the year, we'll have repainted every government building in Britain, from Land's End to Clona Groats.
But in each ministry you've painted, there's been a wave of mental problems. Ministers are usually cheeky, happy-go-lucky folk. So something's gone wrong somewhere.
Vartox guarantee 100% safety.
People who guarantee 100% safety usually can't do their sums.
Or proper joined-up writing.
Yes. So the Garrow's all in this huge vat, eh?
They tell me it's beautiful.
They tell you?
Well, sadly, I've been completely colourblind since I was hit in the eyes by a spherical fruit in Seville.
Orange.
I couldn't tell.
You have my sympathy. A cricket ball took my smell away.
Oh. Garrow's the first in our range of new colours for the new century. Dr. Bruneberg will explain.
Not Dr. Valerie Bruneberg.
That's right.
The only woman to combine a career as a brilliant scientist with a career as a stunning international fashion and lingerie model.
We should probably be getting back to work, though, shouldn't we?
Nonsense. Lead on, Corrigan.
Welcome to my humble lab, Professor.
May I say that's a fantastic outfit you're wearing.
Crushed satin kimono with an ermine trim and calf-skin, calf-length boots with calf hoof detail.
It's dress down Friday. Take a seat, Professor.
No, thank you. I prefer to loom. I read your paper on inaudible static. Thought it was a real page-turner. And of course, you're the inventor of the sub-optical light illuminator.
We call him Solly. He scans the spectrum for undiscovered colors. Say hello, Solly.
Welcome to Vartox. Just look at our prices.
Nemesis, you're going to find better?
Solly is more than just a spectrum probe. He can do everything a human can do.
And everything a robot can do.
Can you do everything a seagull can do?
Yeah, except fly. Solly is the most sophisticated robot ever created.
Sophisticated? Ha! Can this thing compose a concerto? Can it fall in love and marry? Can it appreciate a ripe Stilton?
Solly, play the professor your 17th symphony and show him the photo of you and your wife on that Stilton-eating holiday.
Sure. This you're going to love.
Super!
Oh, it's very loud. Can we switch it off?
Symphony terminated.
Your new colours worry me, Doctor.
Why? Because you assumed the spectrum's envelope had been pushed to its logical conclusion. A cul-de-sac?
Quite. And yet, it's more like a partially unexplored jungle continent, with uncharted depths where man's eyes have never set foot. Oh yes, there's bright, exotic new plumage to be seen in this jungle, but there's danger lurking there too. Who's to say you won't find a cannibal tribe with a gigantic ape they keep behind a huge stone wall? I'm drifting, but I insist you run more safety tests.
That's a bit rich. Coming from the man who atomized the Isle of Wight.
I make one mistake. Look, don't you see? It isn't safe to push the unknown into our eyes. The first office to be painted with Garrow belonged to Sir Ronald Rowlands, a man who is currently suffering from schizopathic schizophrenia. Of the mind.
This is the most beautiful paint I've ever seen. It's absolutely perfect.
Oh, you've missed a bit.
I can't paint any more, mate. I need to get some air. Hey, look. Oh, there's a dog pound down there. I need to...
Wait! Come back in! Careful! Rory, stop him!
What's that? Oh dear.
You know, Professor, Vartox could use a scientist with your skills.
He's not interested.
We could name a color after you. Nebulous brown.
Sorry, but when you're as brilliant as I am, vanity is not an issue.
Very well, Professor, then that concludes your tour of the factory.
Have I still got time to pop to the gift shop?
Thank you for this superficial, sanitized glimpse. It's been an education. In flim-flam. Mr. Corrigan, Dr. Bruneberg, I warn you, I'll see this factory closed down if it's the last thing I do before the weekend.
Something bad happened.
Of course it did! The decorator killed himself! First he went mad, then he went out the window!
The window? Yeah, you know, we should paint the windows, Garrow, too.
Duh! The paint is the problem, you idiot! Look! It's starting to spread out across the other walls!
Hey, he's got Garrow spray cans too. Great. You know, you'd benefit from a makeover, Harry.
Rory! What are you doing? Ah, noise!
Yeah, that's better.
No! Stop undercoating me!
You know, I could murder an Alsatian. In fact, I think I will.
Rory! No! Don't go out the window! Professor! Help me, please!
What in Bod's name's going on?
Rory, what are you doing?
Rory, grab hold of me and Harry. Pull! Harry, your chair's landed on my leg!
Oh, hi, Prof. Isn't this colour just too dreamy?
No, Rory, it's dreadful.
Bollocks, sir.
Rory, look into my eyes. Now, I'm going to count down through the spectrum. By the time I get to light grey, you'll be in a deep sleep. Black, blackish, charcoal, grey, light grey.
That's the most intelligent thing he's said all day!
So, this is Garrow, eh?
It's fantastic.
Paula, turn away. We must not look. Gemini, get me a Kent HQ status report.
Sorry, Professor. Gemini is all at ones and zeros.
As I anticipated, Harry, you're the only person unaffected.
Who'd have thought having my dead eye scooped out and replaced by scanning hardware would be such a boon!
What are we going to do?
As you know, Paula, I never admit defeat. So I think we should run away and hide. The problem is, I think I've broken my leg.
Let me kiss it better.
Paula, that's my midriff.
Sir Ronald! Where are you? Not coming to prayer? Sir Ronald? What's this?
Dear Monk 99, by the time you read this note, I will be dead.
Oh, my God!
Actually, no. Forget that. I've changed my mind. I want to live, so that others might die.
What do you mean by that?
I'm not entering into a discourse. I'm a letter. You must draw your own conclusions. Yours, Sir Ronald Rowlands.
Oh dear.
Yes.
Paula, Harry, thanks for coming. Whilst Kent is being repainted, I thought it best we meet here at my domestead. Thank you for taking your shoes off.
I don't have shoes, nor do I have the luxury of feet. I am confined to this hover chair.
Yes, I know. I was thanking Paula, but thank you, Harry, for hovering so nicely.
You know, I'd love to live in a dome like this. Have you got a spare pod?
Yes, Rory's recuperating in it, in an iron lung.
He's not...
No, it's just I don't have a spare bed, so the iron lung seemed like the elegant solution.
Ooh, can I draw your plaster cast? I brought my magic marker specially.
Yeah, all right.
So, the plan is, Paula infiltrates the factory, and I relay her instructions whilst shivering outside.
It's not ideal, I know, but Rory's out of action and I'm stuck here with this blasted pot leg.
Oh, it must be terrible for you!
We have to act tonight. Tomorrow morning, Vartox are due to commence the repainting of the Ministry of Shapes. And we all know what a lethal combination colours and shapes can be.
Look, I've done a picture of me. Now, wherever you go, I'll be there, looking up your leg at you.
Listen, Paula, you must be careful. Once inside the factory, exposure to Garrow could bend your mind like a weak spoon in a strong wind.
Don't worry about me. My mind's impregnable. Nothing gets in or out.
All the same, I'd like you to wear these special protective goggles, developed for use during the Garish Wars.
Thanks. Why hasn't Garrow sent Corrigan mad? Or Dr. Valerie?
Because Corrigan's colourblind and Brunebeau's got one lazy eye and one glass eye. 2 lazy eyes, if you count the glass eye.
And yet she's a model.
Fashion is fickle. As someone who's not a man, you should know that. This year, eyes are out. Next year, they could be back in. Ready for your mission, Harry?
Kate can do!
I won't let you down. And even if I do, it'll only be because I couldn't help it.
And what will you be doing, Professor?
I am going to slip on a pair of these goggles and go right back to Kent. After all, we don't want to fall behind with our spin drying, do we?
Oh, let me just sign my name on your foot.
Paula, that's still my midriff.
Good evening, Gemini.
Sir Ronald Rowlands, welcome to Kent HQ.
Deactivate all defense mechanisms, please, Gemini.
I am Won't that leave Kent open to attack?
Exactly. Deactivate, please.
Defenses now defenseless.
Good. I am now reconfiguring your hard drive.
I am a Gemini 1100 computer. I was installed on the 23rd of October, 2092. Professor Nebulous taught me to sing a song. If you'd like to hear it, I can sing it for you.
Very well.
It's called Oops Upside Your Head. I say oops, 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 upside your head.
Dr. Bruneberg, might I have a word?
Sully and I are off to scan the spectrum. I believe there's a new color hiding between beige and fawn.
That Nebulous has set me thinking.
Has he?
What if Garrow does cause psychological damage? We're painting government buildings. Think of the lawsuits. It'd make planet Jupiter versus Harry Ramsden's look evenly balanced.
I can't believe they deep-fried an entire planet and got away with it.
I'm ordering more safety tests.
Sully, code 19.
Sure, why not?
Get your banners off me! Put me down! Put me down!
What's your hurry?
Mr. Corrigan, you have gone a funny color. Sully, let's go and scan that spectrum.
kill, scan. Who'd be multi-talented?
Harry, are you receiving me?
Roger! What is your current position?
It's Paula. I'm currently slipping quietly and secretively through the open window onto the factory floor. Here's the Garrow vat. I'm climbing up to the top.
Okay, now empty in the tins the Professor gave you.
Oh, damn it.
Now stir! Stir like you've never stirred before!
Oops upside your head. Say oops upside your head.
Thank you, Gemini. That was just on the right side of bearable.
He taught me some other numbers. Do you know Hungry Like the Wolf? Or Billie Jean? I can also activate a Queen medley.
Let's just enjoy the quiet for a while, shall we?
What if I hum a tune and you have to guess the title?
Show me your self-destruct nodule.
Destruct nodule now protruding.
Sir Ronald, Gemini, stop!
Destruct nodule now inverted.
Oh, evening, Sir Ronald. As I anticipated, both your eyes are twitching now. Must be very stroboscopic. We'd better not look at any epileptics.
You won't stop me depressing that nodule.
Sir Ronald, you must see reason. If you destroy Gemini, you'll set off a chain reaction, annihilating Kent HQ and everything in it, on it, or nearby it, including us. In it.
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't.
Sir Ronald, I'm going to be barbarously frank. I fear your sanity is teetering on the brink of a one-way chasm. Down.
No, Nebulous. I've never felt more sane. You don't have a terrier on you, do you?
Paint stirring completed, Harry. Mission accomplished. I did it.
Right, grab any evidence you can and get out of there.
All there are really are these Garrow spray cans.
Miss Brice, you are intrudulating.
Ah, Dr. Valerie. Oh, Can I just say, that is another fantastic outfit.
Yeah, it is. So what are you doing?
That coat looks like real womble fur, and those boots are to die for.
Yeah, I know. Now, if you don't tell me what you are doing here, I shall have to leave you in Solly's capable grabbers.
I'll grab you good.
Why are you here?
Tell her it's a spot inspection.
I'm inspecting your spots.
What?
Kent is, very worried that this wacky paint of yours causes acne.
I am an international model. My skin is as pure as that vat of Garrow.
Not so pure anymore.
What do you mean?
I've just added an extra ingredient. This is now Garrow with a hint of white.
No! It's blanking out the Garrow. Solly will deal with you. I'll just flip his controls to berserk.
Who wouldn't go berserk once in a while?
No! No, Solly! No, get back! Keep away, Solly!
Paula, spray the paint in the robot's eyes!
I'm gonna cavil here!
Oh, no! Solly, get off!
Enough already! Paula, what's happening?
It's Solly! He's got Dr. Mallory!
Solly, it's me!
Okay. Solly's head's exploded, and Dr. Valerie's been strangled. And like I say, her boots are to die for.
No, Sir Ronald, this cannot happen.
Give me one cogent reason why I shouldn't depress this destruct nodule.
I can give you 1,000 reasons, each more compelling and pithy than the last. Point 1, you yourself will die. Point 2, I myself will die. Point 3, you haven't signed my plaster cast yet. Point 4,
You are a bod-fearing man, and if bod teaches us anything, it's that all life is sacred. The farmer, the postman, the policeman, Aunt Flo, all are equal in the eyes of bod.
I don't want to be equal. I want to stand out from the clown.
What?
Crowd.
I'm not a clown.
You're an embarrassment, son. Your clowning tonight was pathetic.
I was distracted. My mind wasn't on my work.
Your mind never is on your work, son.
I just thought of a way of transforming rust into drinking water. Look, here's my working out.
So what? You're a clown, son. Just a clown.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
What is it, Nebulous?
Huh? Oh, nothing. Just a hideous, hideous memory.
Huh?
I'm sorry, Sir Ronald, but you leave me no choice.
You? Shoot me?
It's a paintball gun. It's the only way. Whilst Brunnerberg merely scanned the spectrum from one side to the other, I looked underneath it, and that's where I discovered a new colour of my own. Dark white. The antidote to Garrow. Now stand still, whilst I colour you cured.
Ow, 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 ow!
There, that should do it. Now, how are you feeling, Sir Ronald?
Where's it? What's been going on?
Don't you worry, Sir Ronald. You'll feel tired and emulsional for a while, but everything will soon be back to normal.
Yes, yes, I'm sure it will. Thank bod. Now, Nebulous, bark like a dog.
Sorry?
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous. Paula, Rosie Cavallero. Harry, Monk 99 and Solly, Paul Putner. Rory, Graham Duff. Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden. Dr. Valerie Brunnerberg, Julia Dolkin, Corrigan, and the decorator, Matt Wolfe. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 969, codename The Coincidence Machine.
Could you get me a progress report, please, Gemini?
Certainly, Professor Nebulous. The motorcade carrying Sir Ronald Rowlands and the twin Prime Ministers is just passing the Westminster log flume.
ETA?
ETA, 15 minutes.
Kent HQ status report, please.
We're as ready as we'll ever be.
Not exactly a status report, is it, Gemini? You're a high-tech computer with the combined brainpower of 3 Oxford dons and a supply teacher. I expect a degree of detail. Now, Kent status report, if you please.
Everything's fine. I really wouldn't worry yourself about it, Professor.
Gemini, have you switched off our air supply again?
Oops, sorry. Should Gemini pop it back on?
Yes, and leave it on this time.
I am obeying.
Morning, Professor!
Morning, Paula.
Oh, I love your triple-breasted jumpsuit. Do you like my outfit? I'm double-breasted.
It's a bit revealing.
And do you like what it reveals?
I prefer the outfit.
They're called fungarees. The bib goes up the back.
Did you get everything I asked for?
Yes, indeed. Everything we need to impress the Prime Ministers. 10 yards of bunting and a litre of white wine.
Good. This official visit is crucial for us, Paula. The important thing is we have to stay positive.
They're definitely going to close us down, aren't they?
No. The letter only said we'd been earmarked for closure. And as any dry cleaner knows, earmarks are easily wiped away. Ah, Rory, there you are.
Unforgivably late, I know. Forgive me. Had a little accident. Had to change my outfit.
You're both wearing the same suit.
What a coincidence. I only wore this suit because I spilled some orange on my coffee-coloured suit.
Weird. I spilled some coffee on my orange suit.
You have an orange suit? That's not weird, that's disgusting.
Oh, Harry! I was wondering when you were going to show a leg.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of legs.
No, of course not. Sorry. So how are you, me old mucker?
Existence is pain.
Right. And did you have a nice weekend?
All was pain.
Still, bit of time to yourself. It's always super, isn't it?
The machine which drains the toxic fluids from the growth on my face malfunctioned.
Ooh, how awful for you.
And it being a weekend, I could not get anyone out to fix it.
You should have given me a call.
I did, but such was my agony, I was unable to utter a single syllable.
Oh, that was you. Oh, still, I expect you're looking forward to meeting the twin Prime Ministers, eh?
I was, until I had a little accident. Look what I've spilt on my suit.
Is it coffee?
Orange?
Chocolate?
No! Growth fluids!
Oh, sorry.
That's a shame.
Good morning, Sir Ronald.
Morning, Nebulous. I trust everything is tippity-toppermost. Security?
Gemini has the entire area under surveillance. At the first sign of troublemakers, Gemini will launch a debilitating nerve gas which completely numbs the senses and stupefies the mind. Alternatively, we can use Rory and Paula.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, Sir Ronald.
This shouldn't take long. The PMs will give the place a once-over, then probably close you down on the spot.
We'll see.
Nebulous, allow me to introduce the twin Prime Ministers, Korechi Yashimato and Dennis Yashimato.
It is a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Where are we?
Kent, the key environmental non-judgmental task force. I like your suits. Super.
Nebulous, why are you and your man wearing the same jumpsuits as the Prime Ministers?
Coincidence, Sir Ronald, I swear.
They say you are an inventor.
What you invent?
Lots of things. I can't stop myself from inventing. I'm inventing and patenting all the time. I invent in my sleep. I don't patent in my sleep, obviously. That's not legally binding.
Only last week, the Professor perfected his cloaking device.
Really?
My cloaking device can help a man on with his cloak at the speed of light.
Honestly, Nebulous, who uses a cloak nowadays?
Matadors, port barons, and that colony of Scottish widows. One day, cloaks will come back into fashion, and when they do, thanks to me, people will be able to put them on in a flash. Let me show you. If I can just fix the device on your shoulders, Prime Minister Korechi... Good grief!
Oh. What in the hell?
It fell right through the PM.
You don't think a real Prime Minister would have set foot here?
Of course. Your hobnobs.
Say again, slowly.
Holographically originated beings negotiating official business. Hobnobs.
They're not even real twins. It's just a glitch in the program.
We still have absolute power at weekend.
We also have a power to close you down.
I see. Right. Sir Ronald, if you'll go with Rory and Paula, Harry and I will show these gentlemen the highlights of Kent.
Over the last month, Kent has overseen the reduction of greenhouse gases in Leeds, lighthouse gases in Sussex, and penthouse gases in Chelsea.
So you see, Sir Ronald, our work here is very complex and sophisticized.
What about last week? You claimed psychic pollution had reanimated the corpses in a Glasgow graveyard.
Well, we got the address wrong. It wasn't a graveyard, it was a bookies. There's no harm done.
The manager was outraged.
Yes, but only because we reburied him.
Yellow Room is where all our developmental work goes on. This is Harry, my assistant.
Pleased to meet you, despite my agony.
So, how you spend huge and generous funding? What's this round black window for? Portal to another dimension?
Not exactly. It's a tumble dryer.
Tumble dryer?
I regret to say the government funding we receive, huge and generous though it is, doesn't quite cover the cost of our work here, so we,
do masses of laundry and dry cleaning!
This dishonorable!
Oh, we have contracts with several top government departments. A lot of it's quite high-profile laundry. Some of the undergarments are classified.
As a token of our cleanliness, Kent would like to present you both with these white shirts?
We smeared them with filth, then cleaned them up especially.
You tried to bribe twin prime ministers?
No.
Because any irregularity will be reported to the triplet queens.
I must speak frankly. They say in the forgotten times it was pollution which led to the withering. That's why our work as eco-troubleshooters is so important. That's why Kent must not be closed down. Oh, Harry, give that a thump with the hammer, would you?
We are sympathetic, Professor. After all, we are not the ministers of evil.
No, I know. Their visit's not until next week. We're dreading that, I can tell you.
We shall not close down, Kent.
Oh, thank you.
We see the exceptional work you do here.
We are prepared to make a further contribution.
My lieges.
We pay for another 2 tumble dryer to be installed.
Oh, no.
Yes! These shirts are whitest whites we ever see. It's bluey white.
Excuse me, I have to drain my face.
Now, who'd like some white wine?
Holograms cannot drink wine.
Do you have any coffee?
Just look at that. Kent HQ's first new pieces of kit in 3 years. Pity they're tumble dryers.
Okay, we're done. Both Zanussi 370s are now online.
Excellent. Paula, activate, please.
Switch them on?
If you would.
Doing the switches now.
Wait, something sounds wrong. Go to code amber.
Switch them off?
Yes, quickly. Now, let me just... As I anticipated, both machines are minus their fluff filters.
Those hobnobs are having a laugh. Sons of glitches.
There's just a chance I might have a compatible fluff filter here. Somewhere. Damn! Everything but carrier bags, old batteries, sonic screws, and... Oh, my old school photograph.
Oh, show me! Oh, let me guess. Front row, 4 from the end, white lab coat, holding up a steaming test tube.
The cure for blindness. I'd just discovered it during morning break.
You look very dashing. Happiest days of?
Hardly. Like many child geniuses, I felt lonely and isolated. Looking back, I realized my classmates were scared off by my incandescent brain.
Yeah, that'd do it for me.
They used to call me the One Musketeer.
Did they?
No, they called me Nebulous.
Nebulous? That's cruel. Cruel.
Oh, poor Professor. Let me give you a big hug.
Don't worry about me. I have absolutely no residual trauma. Thanks to years of electroconvulsive treatment.
Who's the jerk with the glass beard?
That's no jerk. That's Dr. Donald McQuasar. He was my mentor. Haven't seen McQuasar for over 27 3/4 years. Kent.
Hello, this is Dr. Donald McQuasar.
My dear fellow, what a coincidence. I was just talking about you.
Thought I'd give you a call. Just came across an old school photo.
How extraordinary. I have it here, class of 2069. I'm in the front row next to Basher and Puncher and Gouger.
Would you mind calling by my laboratory this afternoon?
My pleasure. If I could just take down the address.
Certainly. You'll find me at 1 Musketeer Street.
What a coincidence.
Oh, do you know it? It runs parallel with Zanussi Crescent. You can't miss it. It's just off residual trauma approach.
Super. Kent can do.
Nebulous.
Good to see you, McQuasar. You all right? Seem a little tense.
Oh? What makes you say that?
Well, your hands are shaking, you're sweating profusely, and judging by those patches on your trousers, you're urinating uncontrollably.
I've been using the patches for months. They're useless. Quick, come inside. We don't want the coincidences to get us.
What?
So you see, since we last met, my research has taken a different turn.
I must say you have a very impressive laboratory. Proton microscopes, laser spoons, atomic cyclotron. Oh, you don't have a fluff filter for a Zanussi 370, do you?
I can show you something beyond your wildest dreams.
2 filters? You've got 2?
No. Look. I call it the coincidence machine. It observes and records coincidences.
Why? What practical use could such information have? Could it, for instance, help you on with your cloak?
I've been experimenting with what chaos theorists call the butter churn effect. If one throws a butter churn at a butterfly and it misses, it will almost certainly hit something else.
Oh, I was going to ask about the butter churns. So, you're studying randomology?
Aye, now and again, in an ad hoc way, yes. But then, how random is random?
A bit, but not very. Squared.
Exactly. The problem is this machine's gone into overdrive. The sheer number of coincidences it's been recording, it's frightening. Take a look at these figures.
But McQuasar, this is incredible. This can result in only one thing. Coincyclasm.
Hey? What? Coincycla? No, I've heard it all.
No, it's coincyclasm.
Oh, well, now I've heard it all.
But, Professor, surely the coincidences can't hurt us.
Oh, but they can, Paula. I'm not saying they're deadly, but they are lethal and they can kill.
But how? They're just a series of random factors.
Ah, I've got it. One of them's a gun that shoots at us. Randomly?
It's not as simple as that.
Is it a tank?
If the coincidences continue to multiply, we'll reach a point where every occurrence everywhere will be coincidentally linked to every other occurrence everywhere else. At that point, reality will cease to function and mankind will be cast into the weirdness. Then we'd simply die out.
It sounds scary. I need a back rub, Professor.
Not now. Oh. Paula, we've already experienced a few minor coincyclasms, what are known as coincy-wincyclasms.
Ah, like everyone turning up in the same suit.
Oh, like this morning, when I went to put some milk in my tea. Then I realised I'd already put milk in, but I put more milk in anyway.
Ish. But what I want to know is, why is all this happening?
It's obvious. Your mad friend McQuasar's behind it all.
No, McQuasar's a pacifist. He pioneered the unsplittable atom. He even invented a gun that shoots at itself.
The guy makes a coincidence machine. Right away, there's a massive increase in coincidences. You're saying that's what, just coincidence?
Yes.
Bollocks, sir.
You have to confront him. It's your duty, Professor.
All right. I'll confront him. But without being confrontational.
Hey, tell you what, I'll come with. Do the arresting.
We don't have the authority to arrest people.
He doesn't know that. By the time he realises, he'll be handcuffed in the back of the restraint mobile.
We don't have a restraint mobile or handcuffs.
I've got a cosh. I'm happy to cosh.
No, Rory. This is something I must do alone. To me, this man has been teacher, mentor, inspiration, and friend. I'll do the coshing. Please, McQuasar, it's of vital importance I come in.
Go away, Nebulous.
Please, let me in. The fate of the entire world is at stake. Besides, I'm freezing out here.
Go away. Stop clowning around.
What?
Clowning around. Clowning around. Clowning around.
I'm not a clown.
Mother, father.
What is that, boy?
Look what I did at school today. It's a cure for blindness.
Wasting your time as usual.
But, Father, it's an unprecedented advance in medical science. It's my gift to the world.
There's always me, isn't that?
Put your big shoes on and get to work, boy.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Nebulous? You all right, man?
I'm fine. You've never seen a man collapse before.
Come in, have a drink. Just opened an excellent brandy, laid down in 2088 at the McDonald's vineyard.
Really? McBrandy's my favourite tipple. What a coincidence.
Gemini, get me the latest figures, will you?
I am obeying. National coincidence levels up by 2/3. Chance up by half. Synchronicity up by 2/3 of a half.
So, things are starting to escalate, like a snowball.
That's just what I was thinking.
We need more time.
And that's the one thing
We don't have.
Any of...
At all.
Well, we're obviously of one mind on this. Coencyclasm is on the horizon. Pity there's nothing we can do. Fancy some white wine?
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Oh, that's tolerable. What is it?
Riesling. Got it from Burger King. You like a Russ. Hut.
Oh.
Cheers.
No, Nebulous, you're talking nonsense.
Honestly, McQuasar, which part of anti-veritanius actuality inversion don't you understand?
My machine isn't the cause of the problem, is it?
The fabric of reality is starting to unravel, like a badly knit cardigan caught on the barbed wire of coincidence. A whole sleeve has already gone, and now the collar's starting to unravel. Unknit one, unpearl one. Unknit... I'm drifting, but McQuasar, we must go into that laboratory and destroy your machine.
Destroy it? And what if we can't?
We must.
Aye, but what if we really can't?
We must.
Aye, but I'm just saying we might not be able to, so what then?
Then we find another way.
I only hope we can.
We must. We truly and only must.
Aye, but what
Shut up!
Cheers!
Oh.
This is uncanny, Rory. I seem to have more in common with you than I do with Professor Nebulous.
Yeah. So, let me get this straight. Now, we both lost our fathers during the withering. Your mother works in Selfridges, whilst my mother sells fridges.
Our favourite colour is battleship mauve. And we've both flirted with electro-Mormonism.
And to cap it all, I'm a Virgo with Libra rising, and you're a Virgin with a litre of Riesling.
Cheers!
Aha! As I anticipated, things have gone wildly beyond my control.
The machine!
Coencyclasm. It started. Unplug the infernal contraption.
Can I? That's not a plug-and-type machine.
Curse cordless technology. This cannot happen. Look. In the wall, there's some kind of portal opening up.
It's another laboratory, exactly like this one.
It's a mirror image world. A doppelgangland. Identical in every detail. Apart from those drapes, they're just repugnant.
Can I look?
Oh, brave new world that has such curtains in it.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who are you?
I am Dr. Donald McNeeter.
You know, Paul, I never realised what lovely eyes you have. They're just like mine.
Strange, Rory. But until now, I always thought you were, well, a bit of a half-wit.
What a coincidence. I always thought you were a half-wit.
Perhaps we were just two halves of the same wit, waiting to
find each other?
Another Dr. Donald McQuasar? Am I hearing double?
You even look just like me.
Aye. However, in our reality, McQuasar is actually spelled different.
Surely you mean differently?
No. D-I-F-F-E-R-E-N-T. Spelled different, but pronounced McQuasar.
What about Donald? How's that spelt?
D-I-F-F-E-R-E-N-T.
You mean in your world everything is spelled different?
Aye.
Every single word is spelt different. That is to say, they're all spelt the same.
Reading a novel must be a bit of a chore.
Oh, aye. As for the dictionaries, worse than useless.
But what are you doing? Poking your nose into our reality?
Like you, I've also created a coincidence machine.
Ah, so you masterminded an outrageous plan to deploy the machine in a concentrated blast, thus destabilizing our reality, allowing you to step through and seize control of our entire world.
No, I went off on holiday for a week and left it switched on by mistake.
Damn, that was going to be my next guess.
The two machines have been feeding off each other. I tried to switch mine off, but I can't.
Same problem with mine.
We have to alter the balance between the two worlds. Maquasar, jump through the portal. Do it!
Okay.
What are you doing here?
You said to jump through?
No, I meant my Maquasar, not you, Maquasar. Jump back through.
Okay, bye!
Hello again.
Oh, this is hopeless. Perhaps I can be of assistance.
Look, Nebulous, he's you.
Oh, my bod. What a pleasure to meet me.
Allow me to introduce my good friend, the world-celebrated scientist, Professor Nebulous.
Yeah, world celebrated? Oh, it's nothing. A few years ago I destroyed the Isle of Wight. Nobody seems able to forget it. Oh, I know that feeling. Every day there's another bag of fan mail, another TV offer, another book offer, another Lifetime Achievement Award. Oh, but of course, it must be almost exactly the same for you. Almost. Anyway, if you want to sort out this coincidentalism, there's only one thing for it. It's a gamble, but it's our only hope. I'm going to toss something through to you. Here. Ow! It's a hammer. You know what you must do, Nebulous. Of course. And you'll do the same? Yes. Everything should be fine now.
Nebulous, you're a genius.
Don't thank me. Thank me over there.
I apologize for any inconvenience this has caused your reality.
Aye, same here.
Well, I should be going. They're unveiling a statue of me in Hyde Park. A big gold one that revolves. Wait, don't go. Your world might be able to help us. Me? Help me? How? You don't have a fluff filter for a Zanussi 370, do you?
Such a thing doesn't exist here.
Once a month we just poke the fluff out with an old toothbrush. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? Goodbye. Goodbye and thank you. By the way, ought to do something about your curtains. They are repugnant.
So, how are you two lovebirds feeling?
Leave it, Harry.
Rory, I think it'd be best if we just forgot today. Forget that we, kissed. I don't want to be rude, but...
Yeah,
yes,
okay. I've just booked myself in for a complete memory wipe. And I'm having my lips replaced.
Well, I've sorted out the problem of reality ceasing to exist. So, how is everyone?
Rory and Paula have been boozing and snogging!
It was a mistake. A platonic mistake, without tongues.
I didn't inhale.
Sorry, Professor. We derelicted our duty. We're useless.
Listen, you three. We might be underfunded, under-equipped and underpaid, but we're on the cutting edge, and that can sometimes hurt. If you got drunk and indulged in foreplay, I'm sure you had a damn good reason.
Thanks, Prof.
Paula, Rory, I'm assigning you to an extremely delicate and important operation.
Really?
Yes. You'll be needing these old toothbrushes.
In Nebulous, by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous. Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Rory and Professor Maquasar, Graham Duff, Harry and the second Professor Maquasar, Paul Putner, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Prime Minister Koreshi Yamamoto, Matt Wolfe, Prime Minister Dennis Yamamoto, Nicholas Briggs. Other parts were played by Julia Dolkin and the cast. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 237, codename The Man Who Polished the Sun.
Sir Old Rowlands. Welcome to Global Core. I'm Jack Winslow.
The world's richest man needs no introduction. The honour of meeting you is, an honour.
Time for my speech, I think.
Sorry, Mr. Winslow, but all the official observers aren't here yet. We're still waiting for Professor Nebulous and the people from Kent.
Kent?
The key environmental, non-judgmental task force and laundry service.
Yeah, I know who they are, but there can be no delay. At Global Core, everything runs like clockwork. Except for the clocks, they're digital. See you shortly.
Evening, Sir Ronald. You know Rory Lawson and Paula Breeze.
Evening, sir.
Sir Ronald.
Thought you weren't coming, Nebulous.
Sorry for the delay. Lost in my work. Just discovered a disease which can only be caught anecdotally.
Tell me more.
Do you want to be contaminated, man?
I'll tell you this, though, Sir Ronald. There's no way I'd miss tonight.
Kent protested against Project Sunburst at its conception, and I made a fuss all through the gestation.
And I want to prod the placenta.
Jack Winslow is a multi-millionaire. Think before you prod.
I worked out Winslow's so rich he could afford to buy his own body weight in diamonds. Every hour, on the hour. For a whole week. Once a year, for the rest of his life. There's a treat.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of Global Core, Jack Barabbas Winslow.
Greetings. It's great to see so many fellow humans here today.
We've lost the common touch, hasn't he?
Now, before we start, is there anybody here from Kent? Professor Nebulous. I read your critique of my work in the New Egghead Express.
You mean, is Winslow a windbag?
Quite. Now, as we are all aware, during the withering, Earth was nudged into a new orbit, resulting in the creation of a fifth season, Hamble, lasting from October the 33rd to January the 40th.
We know all this. It's Hamble right now.
Pipe down, Nebulous.
Hamble is cold. It's drizzly. It's permanently pitch black. We know. Get on with it.
Who's the Scandinavian in the virtual tweeds?
One of Winslow's few critics. Erk Finnan, the Danish back-bacon baron.
The inventor of quantum bacon? The thick-cut rashes that defy logic?
What if I told you I developed a way to abolish Hamble as we know it?
Oh, abolish yourself.
I have transported a dwarf sun from the Crab Nebula using what we call big hot magnets and plastic sheeted. The sun is currently being stored in an enormous hangar, which has replaced the Milton Keynes Dust Bowl.
Shame!
In 3 days' time, I will launch my sun into orbit around the Earth, and the darkness of Hamble will be banished forever.
Cheering with us, Nebulous.
You must admit it sounds amazing and brilliant.
Oh, quite. But you know what's even more amazing? 2 months ago, I devised an identical plan, which was identically brilliant.
What a stupid plan!
There's only one thing for it, team. I'm going to sue Jack Winslow.
Sue, the world's richest organism. Oh, Professor, you're so brave.
That's the word for it. Brave. Prof, are you mad? Winslow could buy Jupiter and leave it without tenants.
That's as maybe. But let's see what good all his power, money, and influence do him in a courtroom battle with a mild-mannered scientist.
Can anybody remember where we left the stealth cycle and sidecar?
I think it's just a...
What in the hell?
Oh, my God. It's Erk Finnan. He's dead.
I think I fainted, Professor. Kiss of life.
You haven't fainted, Paula. You're still talking.
I'll make maneuver.
Well, that's for when something's wedged down your throat.
French kiss of life.
Poor Erk. Look how red he is. I'd say he'd been broiled alive in his own tweeds.
I'll check his pockets. Might have some quantum bacon on him.
Look, his notebook.
Death must have been instantaneous. Mercifully, Urk couldn't have felt a thing. What's the last entry in his notebook, Paula?
I'm burning in agony. It's taking ages.
Right.
And ages. And ages.
Yep.
It goes on like that for 4 or 5 pages.
It's a shame.
All right, everybody, keep back. Nothing to see here. Oh, except for the dead body. You should definitely have a look at that. Oh, really creepy.
Well, Harry, that's it. We've pulled Kent HQ apart. No cranny unexamined, no nook unlooked in.
If there was a hidden listening device, we'd have found it!
I felt sure we'd been penetrated by a bugger. I had this tingling feeling. A top government eco-troubleshooting department like us, we have to be careful. We shouldn't let the fact we spend most of our time doing laundry distract us from our own importance.
I'd better get these knickers loaded as the agony of life continues.
Oh, come on, Harry, chin up.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of a chin. I lost it in Ventnor when you obliterated the Isle of Wight.
Oh, of course. I'm sorry, Harry. Chins. Who needs them, eh? I don't need my chin. It's useless. Useless chin. I could cut it off tomorrow.
And will you?
Probably not, no. Might as well hang on to it for the time being. You never know. I'll just pop and see how Rory and Paula are getting on.
You know, Rory, the launch of Project Sunburst is having a devastating effect on the world economy. The 100-chair index is down to 60 chairs and a scatter cushion.
No movement on the footstool index either. You all right, Paula? Looking a bit down in your mouth.
Oh, it's the Professor. He just isn't attracted to me. I can't figure out why.
Might it be that when he's around you come across like a giddy lap dancer with worms?
I do not. I can't help it if I'm a naturally voluptuous and sensual woman who feels comfortable around the office in a PVC bikini.
Look, Paula, little tip. A man like the Prof, he doesn't go for women who are up front and in your face and tarty. He prefers demure and elusive. Distant.
Distant? That's what men want.
No, that's what the Prof wants. Personally speaking, I'd go for genetically modified twins. 4 big scoops.
Morning, team.
Remember, distant.
Oh, distant, yes, distant.
Paula, those reports in yet?
No, yeah. Urkfin and Stiff Stats have just come in.
Why did we ever stop calling them autopsy reports? Could I have them, please?
They're over there. Get them yourself.
Oh, all right. Paula, you are happy working here, aren't you?
Happy? Here? Love it! It's such an honour to work with an eminent pioneering single genius like yourself. I love it here! Love it!
1 step forward, 2 light years back.
Here's those Stiff Stats, Professor.
Thank you. According to this, it wasn't an isolated incident. Urk was one of several corpses discovered in the last month. Each corpse was found to have ingested a small sun segment. They were cooked from the inside out. Even their bones were tanned.
But why and how and who? And will they do it again? And if so, why? And how and who?
Somehow I can't see the big picture. I've never felt so flummoxed. It's times like these when I wish I had an extra head sewn atop my own.
Wasn't that outlawed by the Milliners' Union?
Hey, Prof, why not get some advice from your old friend and nemesis, Clench?
Clench? Clench is a monster!
No, that's Clunch. The Clunch is a monster with a spiky tail. Clench is a power-mad doctor with glasses.
Hey, remember that time he attempted to turn the world vegetarian with a talking cactus from space?
Of course I remember it. What do you think, something like that's going to slip my mind? Dr. Clench is a chap who came to a crossroads in life and took a turning marked evil. He put his foot to the accelerator and is not stopping. Not for pedestrians, not for a picnic, not for a toilet break, not... I'm drifting.
Well, if he never stops, what sort of fuel is he using?
It's a metaphor, Rory.
Ah.
The Toyota Metaphor 500, powered by the driver's discarded skin flicks.
But surely Clench is in prison.
Better than that. He's in Prism. Strangmore Maximum Security Prism.
Professor Nebulous, work on a Strangmore maximum security prism. This way, please.
Thank you. Clench, give you much trouble?
Huh?
Oh, no. Well, we just call him the Prisma.
Expect he's tried hypnotizing the guards, eh?
No, sir.
Tried to escape wearing a second face torn from the prison chaplain, eh?
No, sir.
All right. What about, miniaturizing himself and sneaking out inside a discarded pasty?
No, sir. You can talk to the Prisma through this panel. I'll leave you to it.
Dr. Clench?
Nebulous, my dear fellow, how are you?
Oh, fine. Fine. You?
Oh, mustn't complain. Otherwise a laser shoots from the prism floor into my mind.
But surely that's forbidden by Gakafrafilda.
What?
But surely that's forbidden by the Gibraltar Convention on Human Rights and Underfloor Laser Discipline Application.
Well, that's exactly what I tell them. The problem is that... Best not talk about it. So, what brings you here?
Oh, social visit? Thought you might fancy a game of five-dimensional Kaplunk. I wonder, Clench, will you help me?
Do you know what I desire most of all?
A view.
A view? Of course not. I'm in a prison. It's nothing but view. Now, put your ear up against the glass, and I'll whisper it to you.
Oh, very well. Go ahead.
I have... Must kill and or maim Nebulous. Must kill and or maim Nebulous. Must kill and or maim
This cannot happen! You're not Clench. You're a mandroid.
Must kill and or maim Nebulous. Must kill and or maim
Must be awful, being a mandroid. Everybody thinking you're a second-rate citizen?
Tell me about it. Humans always thinking they're better than you. And it's not like there's a proper union. You never even get a chance to... My mind is going wonky.
You all right, Professor?
I live, thank you. I live. Here we are. Global Core. We have to prevent Winslow from launching that sun tonight.
I can cut through this fence in no time.
Watch out, Rory.
It's okay. It's not an electric fence. It's steam-powered.
Could get a nasty vapour rash.
Right. I'll go first.
So, there's an actual sun stored inside that building. Must really cut down on their heating bills.
That reminds me, we'd better wear this. My new sunblock, factor 2 million, lets in absolutely no rays whatsoever. Wear it for more than an hour, and you'll get rickets.
Let me help you rub that in, Professor.
Thank you, Paula. It contains essence of black hole, plus 5% moisturizing cream.
Kent can do.
Yeah, how can we lose when we're smeared in this gunk?
It's good to really work it deep.
Yes.
Into your skin. Why don't you take off your top?
No, that's fine. I've also brought these special sunglasses.
In what way are they special?
Well, one's set star-shaped, one's heart-shaped, and these ones are reflective.
Ooh, Bexy heart-shaped.
Can I have the reflective ones?
No, I'm having those.
Bollocks. Sir. Hey! Damn, we've been spotted.
I knew I shouldn't have worn a Hawaiian shirt.
What are we going to do?
Paula, Rory, when I say saunter, saunter.
Hey, you there!
Right, saunter.
After them, you fools! They're sauntering away!
The dwarf sun's temperature is remaining constant, Dr. Clench. Conditions good for launch.
Marvellous, Miss Matthews. This is one sunrise I don't want to miss.
Dr. Clench, we have intrudulators in Area 23.
It has to be Nebulous.
Should we delay the launch?
No, Miss Matthews, no. There should be no delay. Soon the Earth will know the deathly caress of my fiery fingers and my flaming thumbs.
We'll have to hide in here. What happened to the Professor?
He sauntered off in a different direction. Paula, you don't think...
I've learnt not to think anything.
Very zen. Empty your mind of all distraction. And attain enlightenment, eh?
No, I just take 2 of these pills.
Oh, even better.
Good evening.
What are you two doing here?
What are you two doing there?
Do you work there? I mean, here?
Solar engineers, they call us. Slaves, more like. We toil away 17 hours a day, the sun beating down on our heads, eating only bread and water. And when we're of no further use, we're spat out.
We do get 2 weeks paid holiday a year.
Yeah, but I've already taken mine.
Right. I'm going to organise all you workers into a crack rebel resistance force. And Paula, you,
I could try and come up with a name for the rebel force.
Great.
Something really cool. The Avengineers!
Ooh, that works for me. Guys?
I work a 17-hour shift. When am I supposed to find a time to rebel?
I can spare an hour on Saturdays.
Rory, listen.
Oh, he who greats approaches. Run!
Wait!
He who grates.
Good evening!
Harry!
What in the hell?
What are you doing here?
I would have thought that was obvious. I work for Dr. Clench. Yes!
You mean to say you're drawing 2 wages?
Commence countdown, please, Miss Matthews.
Wait, you said this project would bring harmony, but a few minutes ago you were talking about death and domination. I'm confused.
Miss Matthews, you've worked with me on 3 previous projects. If you cast your mind back, you'll recall they all turned out to be attempts at global domination. You know how I am.
You said it'd be different this time.
It is different this time. All the victims are going to be baked alive by my own personal star. We've not done that before. Really, Miss Matthews, I'm sure all your worries would melt away if you spent just a little time in the sun.
What? What do you mean? No!
Damn, I should have asked her for that 20 Portillo note back. Commencing countdown. Launch in T-minus just a few minutes.
199. Good evening, Dr. Clench. I hope you don't mind me intrudulating.
Nebulous, do come in. Sorry my mandroid replica didn't finish you off.
If you want a job done properly, do it yourself, not with a facsimile of yourself. That's what they say. But what will Jack Winslow say when he finds out you've been abusing his dwarf son?
Jack Winslow? There's no such personage.
Let me guess. The man the public know as Winslow is merely another mandroid.
Quite so. I alone control Global Core. Technically, I am answerable to the shareholders, but if anyone ever complains, I have them miniaturized.
Then what? Carry them around in your briefcase to remind you of your power?
Exactly. Mr. Gerard, Mrs. Kendall, Mr. McCoy, remind me of my power.
Let us out. Quick, step up with the virus.
It's always the little people who suffer, isn't it?
Now, Nebulous, I have much to do. So if it's all the same to you, I shall kill you right away.
Harry! This is insane! How could you betray the professor like this?
Easy! I just passed on his secrets to Dr. Clench. If it wasn't for Nebulous, I wouldn't be trapped in this blasted hover chair.
Harry, we know how you must feel.
Do you? Living the life of a hideously deformed cripple whose every second of existence is pure, undiluted agony? What can you know of that?
Well, admittedly, I know what I picked up from hearing you go on about it every day.
Before the Isle of Wight, I led a full, active life.
But Harry, in all honesty, are things really so different now?
My hobbies were combat trampolining, blindfold skydiving, and deep space abseiling!
Still, now you can put your feet up.
Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of feet!
Well, in that case, run, Paula!
69.
Wait, Clench, before you kill me, surely you're going to outline your brilliant plan?
Why should I? The information's of no use to you.
To satisfy my curiosity?
It's irrelevant. Any minute now you're going to be a dead body.
But apparently, after we die, our bodies can remain curious for up to 3 hours.
Nonsense. It's half an hour max.
Look, you must have a burning desire to unburden yourself with a terrible secret you've been carrying around.
Not a bit of it.
Well, surely you want to show off how clever you've been. You must fancy a quick gloat. Oh, tell me what your plan is, please.
No, Nebulous. Because as soon as I start outlining my brilliant plan, you'll be interrupting me with your snide little comments, putting me down, finding fault with everything, and I don't need that! I've got plenty on my mind today as it is.
All right, but look, there's no need to kill me. You could miniaturize me. I'd be happy with that.
I'm not doing this to make you happy, Nebulous. Let's not cloud the issue.
Did you say clown?
No, I didn't.
What? Clown. I'm not a clown.
Mother, Father, great news. I've been awarded a scholarship.
About time, son! What is it? The Prague School of Clowning?
No, it's the
Stuttgart Academy of Comic Juggling.
No, it's the...
Not the Paris Conservatoire de Buffooneration?
No, it's a science scholarship.
I take it you mean clown science?
No, scientific science.
Never! You're a clown, son, and that's all you'll ever be.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Nebulous, how dare you drift off while I'm threatening you?
What? Just because I'm lying on the ground twitching, there must be something wrong with me. Look, Clench, we're both reasonable men. Obviously, you're a megalomaniac with a briefcase full of miniature people, but we're both reasonable men. We're much alike, you and I. Perhaps in another life we might have been friends. Maybe even Siamese twins.
Professor Nebulous!
Oh, Harry. In my brain I knew it was you doing the double-crossing, but I didn't want to believe my brain, or my eyes, or the facts. I wanted to believe my heart.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of a heart! Have you told him the brilliant plan, Dr. Clench?
I wasn't going to say about the plan. I was just going to kill him.
I'd love to hear the plan, Harry. Really. I'm not one of those people who interrupts with snide comments.
All right. Tell him the plan.
We shall hold the world to ransom using this remote control device.
I'll take that, thank you.
We can position the sun so its beams are reflected off Strangmore Maximum Security Prison.
Of course. Thereby radiating super-hot beams with the power to raise the Earth to the ground.
Unless our demands are met.
And what exactly are your demands?
Oh, no. I said you could stay alive to hear the plan, but you're not going to hear the demands as well. You're not staying up all night.
Oh, please?
So you see, Professor, it is a quite brilliant plan. Beyond anything you could come up with.
Harry, about your voice box. Might it be a bit loud? Could you please turn it down just a little?
I already have turned it down.
Just a little?
Enough!
Well, turn it down some more. It's driving me mad.
No!
Turn it down, you monstrosity!
How dare you talk to Harry like that? He might look like an overcooked Christmas pudding in a bath chair, but he's easily your equal. Rory, Paula, you're safe.
Rory's organised the workers into a tightly drilled rebel resistance force.
Really?
Well, they've all got sticks.
Up the engineers!
Let's start winning the day!
Paula, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but it's already too late.
3, 2, 1. Blast off.
Now to switch to remote control.
Give me that!
It's mine!
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 Get off!
Damn! Oh, damn you, Harry! Oh, well. It looks like this is goodbye, Nebulous.
Look! Dr. Clench is escaping! In an escape pod!
Damn. I should have guessed that's what that escape pod was for. Another one of my designs, too. All he's done is add a beverage holder.
Oh, so he's won after all? We might as well have stayed at home. TV's Blandest Blunders was on tonight.
We're not defeated yet.
But the remote control's been knocked out onto the launch pad!
Yeah, Oh, it's too hot. We'll never reach it. If only we had another remote control to control the remote control.
Or if one of us could hover out there and get it, using some kind of hovering transportation device?
I'll get it!
Well done, mate. They'll make you a martyr for this. Unless, of course, you pull it off, in which case... Well done, mate.
That's it, Harry. Almost there. Don't worry about your smouldering. That's only to be expected.
He's got it! Professor, he's got it!
Ow! There you are, Professor!
Thanks, Harry. I knew you wouldn't let your blind hatred cloud your vision. Rory, Paula, you pat Harry out.
Ow!
I'll try and control that sun. Come on. Come on. There. I've redirected it.
Oh, well done, Professor.
It can't do any harm to intelligent life now. It's going to crash land in the Sea of Tranquility.
Haven't they just opened an exclusive golf course there?
My statement still stands.
At last, my time has come. My misery is at an end. I die.
Not a chance, old mucker. You'll survive. Rory, Paula, let's get him all bandaged up.
Kent can do.
No! Please! Kill me!
That's not you talking, Harry. That's the sheer agony talking. Don't worry, Harry. I promise you, from now on, I'm going to channel all my research and all my energy into finding ways to indefinitely prolong your life.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest David Warner as Dr. Clench, Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Harry, Paul Putner, Rory and Jack Winslow, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Miss Matthews, Julia Dolkin, Irk Finnan, Matt Wolfe. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 023. Codename, the Deptford Wives.
Hey, Prof, check out these death figures from the National Cardiac Monitor. They make for a very wobbly read. Something wrong with the printer, I think.
17 men dead. We haven't seen slaughter like this since the Notting Hill Carnivore.
But there's nothing to connect any of these men. They all lived in different parts of the country, had different names, and different hat sizes.
I know, Paula. I've pondered this problem so long I've stroked my chin to a point.
If only there was some way we could solve this and then go home early.
Something's going on. Something connects these men. It's all part of some deadly process. I must inform Sir Ronald of my feelings.
Now, why bother? He never believes you.
Oh, he'll listen to me in the end. After all, it was I, Nebulous, who first alerted people to the dangers of passive snorkeling.
I'll ask Harry to file 3 reports in triplicate, and a spare one for spare.
Oh, by the way, I'm a little worried about our Harry.
Worried? Really, Professor?
Yes. When I arrived for work this morning, I asked him how he was. And what do you think he said?
Oh, in agony, relieved only by periods of torment.
No, but a creditable guess.
As well as somebody with a third of a pancreas can be?
No. He said, not so bad, thank you.
Good, but...
You don't think his mind's been taken over, do you? Like that time I ate the thought soup. I mean, sure, it was chock full of vitamins and goodness, but it made me kill and kill again.
I wonder. He's certainly not himself, not even close.
don't forget, he's betrayed us once before. And if you ask me, that's once before too many.
Oh, I know. Harry stole all my top-secret research and passed it on to my arch-enemy, and colluded in the near destruction of planet Earth. Was I too hasty in giving him a second chance and a pay rise?
We could fish for a bit of info.
Very well, but be subtle.
Can do. 50 cc's of truth promptazole straight into his cerebral artery. He'll be singing like a mutant yogurt.
No! That's barbaric! Anyway, unlike us, Harry doesn't have the luxury of a cerebral artery. He has an intricate tubing system and 2 big blue buckets.
I'll go and see him in Yellow Room. Do a bit of small talk. I'm good at that. The smaller the talk, the better I like it.
Gemini?
Yes, Professor Nebulous?
Have you noticed anything odd about Harry recently?
Sorry, Professor, but my pry button has been deactivated.
Oh? And who deactivated it?
I didn't like to ask.
Interesting. Almost too interesting.
I see skies of green! I see seas of purple! And I think to myself, what a wonderful world!
Morning, Harry!
Morning, Paula! I've just loaded up the spin dryers!
Good. So, how are you today?
Oh, you know, can't complain.
Really? Can't you? Are you sure?
Everything's fine. Thanks for asking.
So your agony isn't playing you up then?
Life is a precious gift, Paula. Each new day, a surprise party. Every passing hour a book token. It's like I was saying to the missus the other night.
Missus? You have a missus?
We were married last week. Is that so surprising?
No. Good God, no! Wow, no! Does she have a name?
I call her Affection Module 608. Deluxe Edition.
Oh, she's not a real woman.
She is real! I have a certificate and owner's manual to prove it!
Affection Module 608? It's not very romantic, is it?
Oh, that's just my pet name for her. Her real name is Debbie. 608 Standard Edition. She comes from Deptford.
Ah, she's a Deptford wife.
She is a beautiful, warm, caring woman, and she's made a hideously deformed half-man very happy.
Yes, but I mean, she's not.
Oh, I'm in love, Paula! Lovely, lovely love! And nothing's going to spoil it! Nothing! Nothing!
Paula, I've cracked it. All those dead men had recently married one of the new Deptford Wives. I believe those Debbies may have developed a fault, causing them to brutally murder their husbands. Thank you. What sort of pathetic excuse for a man who'd be attracted to a Deptford wife anyway? Sorry, I haven't interrupted anything, have I?
You are now entering Deptford airspace.
Thank you, Autopilotoid.
Hey, Prof, how come we're taking a helicoach to Deptford?
Well, the withering brought about many strange changes, Rory. In the forgotten times, Deptford was a bustling borough in East London. However, since the withering, it's become a tropical island in the Indonesian Ocean, part of the Cockney Islands. And that's not all. These days, there's a congestion charge too.
Air travel makes me so nervous, Professor. Can I hold your hand?
You are holding it, Paula.
Can I hold it here?
No, it's too... Look down there, running along the beach. A whole herd of young women. Stephanies, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't get it. I mean, surely sexual relations between humans and robots were outlawed after that guy was killed by his toaster.
Quite so. However, a Deptford wife is not a robot. She's something far more sophisticated.
Is she two robots?
No. You see, it was here that scientists discovered a piece of amber, dating back to an era when women's only purpose was the pampering of men. Trapped inside this amber was a mosquito, and inside the mosquito was some bride DNA. I'm sure you can work out the rest for yourselves.
Yeah, it's obvious. The mosquito came back to life and got married.
No.
Did they turn the amber into a nice necklace?
No. Scientists used the DNA to clone a whole range of retro-spouses. On this island, the clock has been turned back several centuries. Paula, Rory, Welcome to Wyfassic Park.
Good afternoon, Professor Nebulous. Welcome to my humble island.
Dr. Diplodocus, I presume.
Hello, Dr. Diplodocus.
Diplodocus? It's pronounced Diplodocus.
Do forgive all of us.
Diplodocus.
Of course. My assistants, Paula Breeze, Rory Lawson.
Greetings from Kent.
Love the island. Herds of gorgeous girls, palm trees, sandy beaches. Deptford's never looked so good.
Doctor, I'm going to be barbarously frank. We believe the human race may be in mortal peril, and it's all down to your new wife.
How dare you? All my women are loving, tender, and durable. I'm proud to say we have the world's largest range of wife stock. Take a look at our catalogue. Sporty spouse, gentle spouse, posh spouse, scary spouse.
Yes, in the trade you're known as the Virgin Megastore. But tell me, what makes this any different from slavery?
The illicit tie of prostitution?
Please, believe me, there is no coercion involved. All our ladies are very happy. Take, for instance, our new Debbie. She absolutely adores housework.
I'm afraid it's your Debbie we've come about.
Husbands have been murdered. Several of your clones have gone berserkish.
But can you be certain my Debbies were responsible?
Oh, quite certain, Doctor. You see, these men died as a result of multiple wife wounds.
Harry?
Yes, Gemini?
There's a missus for you in reception.
Send her through, please, Gemini.
I am obeying.
Hello, Harry, darling.
Debbie, what are you doing here?
I simply couldn't keep away, darling. I couldn't bear to think of you working late all on your own.
But I thought they were recalling all the Deptford Debbies.
Oh, I don't know anything about that, darling. Look, I baked you some drop scones.
Thanks. I'll feed those into my neck mouth later. They're not poisoned, are they?
Poisoned? No, darling. Did you want me to poison them?
No, that's fine.
Now, tell me, whilst I'm here, can I do any cleaning, sewing, mending, cooking, washing, nurturing, or looking pretty?
Please, Professor, why don't you and your companions just sit back and enjoy the ride?
Oh, I love monorails. Train travel is much less fuss with only one rail.
As you can imagine, Diplodocus, this Debbie scare has cast doubt over your other wives, the Christine, the Sarah, and especially the Morag.
Over the years, I've learned to plough my own furrow and not to listen to the naysayers.
What, you mean horses?
We'll enjoy a complete tour of the park from the comfort of this autocar.
What's that big transparent spherical building?
That is the island's power source. Our own nuclear reactor.
Nuclear power? Dear, oh dear. When will mankind learn from the past mistakes of the past? Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Bridlington? Don't you realize after a nuclear holocaust, the only survivors will be rudimentary cartoon characters?
Look! What sort of women are those? They're not Sukis, are they?
No, surely they're Susans.
Close. They're Suzannes. They have bigger hair and a shoulder bag. But tell me, Doctor, who's that prowling around in the pampas grass?
That's my Agnieta. An experimental model. She's charming, intelligent, and doesn't expect you to do any gardening. But she also has a third buttock, and the search for a flattering pair of jeans brought her to the brink of insanity.
Yeah, you get that even with dual buttock women.
Whilst I question the morality of your work, Diplodocus, there is no denying the progress you've made. Not so long ago, the only tailor-made brides available were simplistic automata. Rough, crude affairs. The wench-romantic, the auto-slapper, the robo-hag.
Yeah, and what about those tranny formers? 1 minute they're women, the next minute they're men driving cars, and if you ask for a kiss, they blast off into space.
For me, the final straw came when my brother was electroneutered by Mrs. Toaster. On that day, I vowed to find a new way forward.
Well, if you asked me, a real woman wouldn't spend her life as some kind of glorified servant to a man. Unless she was certain she'd found the right man, then she'd do anything. Anything, Professor.
You're hurting my wrist. My hand's going blue.
Sorry.
Oh, this guided tour's so lame. I want to get out of the autocar and roam freely amongst the wives.
I agree, Rory. Come on, let's take a closer look.
Wait, please, it's not safe.
Oh, shut up, Triceratops. Beep, wait for me.
All of you, come back. Damn it. Look, the autocar's running on without us. Automatically. We shouldn't be doing this.
Come now, Diplodocus. If these better halves are as safe as you claim, then what possible disadvantage could there be in our being outside?
Professor, sitting together by a roaring fire under the starry night sky. What more could you want?
To be inside, in dry clothes, safe from the imminent threat of death by Debbie? You heard what Diplodocus said. This is the experimental area of the park, the clone danger zone.
Do you think we're in real danger, then?
Well, you may be perfectly safe, Paula, but I am a man, and out there in the inky blackness there are packs of ravening wives, some of whom have been programmed to pamper with extreme prejudice.
Ah, lightweights. I'll fight off every last one of them.
Oh, don't worry. I won't let them get me. If it comes to it, I'm wearing a cyanide hearing aid.
Oh, my God.
The last thing I hear will be the sound of my own ear dying.
Professor, what was it that brought the original Wife-Asic era to an end?
Well, Paula, all this happened long before the withering, so our knowledge is sketchy. The decisive factor may have been a women's rights movement, something they called feminism. Others believe that all the chauvinists were wiped out by a huge meteor shaped like a handbag. Whatever happened, the result is our more enlightened age.
I know. Nowadays you get women popes, women lap dancers, women dinner ladies, women babies.
Quite. Where have Rory and the doctor got to? Shouldn't take this long to collect a few sticks.
You still don't see many women clowns, though. Or are they called clownesses?
What?
Clownesses. Clowness. Clown. 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 Clown.
I'm not a clown.
Mother, Father, I've discovered a sixth sense hidden between touch and smell. I call it smutch.
Come in, son, and meet Bobina.
Hello, Nebulous. Your clown parents have told me so much about you. I bought you a flower.
Ooh.
Have a smell.
Bobina's the daughter of Bobo, the clown. We're finalising your marriage arrangements.
Marriage? What marriage?
Your arranged clown marriage, as is the clown tradition. Soon you and little Bobina will spawn some little clown grandchildren.
I'm only 9.
Clowns spawn young. It's nature's way.
This cannot happen. I shall not clown. I shall not clown. Shall not clown. Shall
Professor, are you all right?
No. Oh, I'm fine. I was merely having a terrifying... Paula, where's my shirt?
I was worried you weren't getting enough air, so I loosened your clothing. Off.
I see. Now, how did I get these little bruises all over my chest?
They're not bruises. They'll rub off. It's just lipstick. What was that?
I can't be certain, of course, but I think it was an unearthly roar.
Something's wrong, Paula. I can smudge it.
Come along, Mr. Lawson. This way.
What was that noise?
What noise? When? No?
You must have heard that roar.
A roar? No, I didn't.
Did you hear that roar?
Yes.
Well?
That, I fear, is my Vanessa. She was my first clone. I'm afraid I rather misjudged the proportions. Vanessa is the T-Rex of brides. 250 feet high.
See, now, I like tall women, but anything over 100 feet gets intimidating. Blonde or brunette?
Blonde. She's also on a permanent setting of ultra-peeved. Come on!
She does sound a bit knocked.
Hell have no fury like a gigantic woman!
She's gaining on us. Look out, Doctor!
No! No, please, Vanessa! Put me down!
Fair enough.
I'd like you to take a little test, Debbie.
Oh, a quiz. I love quizzes.
Please pay attention. Reaction time is a factor.
I always pay attention to you, darling.
Anyway, you're walking through a desert when all of a sudden you look down and see a turtle on its back.
I don't think you get turtles in the desert, darling.
You see a turtle, its belly baking in the hot sun, beating its legs, trying to turn itself over. What do you do?
When, darling?
When you see the turtle!
What would you like me to do, darling?
Please pay attention. Not getting on my nerves is a factor.
Look, Professor, it's Rory.
Rory, what happened? Long story short, I got away. Diplodocus got fatally nagged at by this big woman called Vanessa.
It's what he would have wanted. Right, look. The park control centre's right over there. All that stands between us and it is that huge herd of Junetober brides.
What are they?
Those, Paula, are Hannahs.
Beautiful.
But deadly.
But beautiful.
But deadly.
But beautiful.
But deadly.
But, oh deadly. All right.
Don't waste your time on them, Rory. They're clones. Just clones. When you've seen them all, you've seen one.
What are we going to do?
Paula, Rory, I want you to listen to me very, very slowly. In a moment, we are going to stand up and walk calmly past those Hannahs. Paula, just keep your expression blank.
Huh?
Like that. That's good. Rory, you and I must both try to look very married. Keep your head down and look absent, and we should be through that door and into the control centre.
Think we can make it, Prof?
There's only 37 ways to find out, unless this calculator's broken. Hang on. Ah, here we go. No, there's only one way to find out.
Come along. Here we go. Heads down, straight past the Hannahs.
Hi. Hello. Can I get you a drink?
Try one of my drop scones. Why don't you sit down? You look tired.
Hello.
Rory, quick, come inside.
It's okay, Prof. You and Paul are gone without me. I'll hold this lot at bay.
It's all right, Rory. There's no need. This solid steel door will easily keep them out.
I'm not so sure.
But look, it's got 2 padlocks, a mortise lock, a deadlock, a time lock, and electromagnetic lock. How could they possibly get in?
Some of them have got hairpins.
Rory, there's no need. Come on.
I'm prepared to make this sacrifice.
But you don't have to. We're perfectly safe. We'll all go on together.
I'm prepared to make this sacrifice.
Rory, no! Those women have been set to maximum mollycoddle.
I'm prepared to make this sacrifice.
Rory, come back!
Bollocks, sir.
Rory!
For the last time, Debbie! What are you going to do about the turtle?
Darling, is this a hint that you'd like me to knit you a turtleneck sweater?
Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a neck. Oh!
Should Debbie buy you a pet turtle?
No! It's a psychological profiling exercise designed to determine whether or not you are likely to brutally murder me at any point during our marriage!
Should I cook some turtle soup?
Shut up! You idiot! Shut up!
Are you annoyed with me, darling?
Paula, there isn't a moment to lose. Those women are bound to get in here eventually.
I thought you said that door was impregnable.
Where there's a wife, there's a way.
What are we going to do?
Well, I know how their minds work, and there's one thing they won't be able to resist.
You in a toweling suit?
No. Now hand me that microphone.
You're going to sing them a song! Great!
No, of course not. I'm going to take swift and decisive action. You see, Paula, it's times like these which sift out the men from the boys, the intelligentsia from the thick-gentsia, the professors from the amateur-fessors, the brilliant... I'm drifting.
Rory!
Paula, Prof.
Rory, you're not dead. I smutched as much.
It was a close thing. I was catered for to within an inch of my life. It was like some kind of beautiful nightmare.
Look at the scanners! They're converging on us in a huge doily formation!
Right, switch on the PA system. Calling all wives, please make your way to the core of the nuclear reactor where a coffee morning is currently in progress. I repeat, a coffee morning is in progress with a selection of homemade biscuits and cakes in the white-hot core of the nuclear reactor.
Professor, look! They're picking up their cake tins!
As I anticipated, it's working better than I thought. Paula, Rory, come with me. That reactor's minutes away from nuclear wipe-out. We must get off this island immediately or post-haste. Whichever is the sooner.
Have you heard there's a coffee morning?
Coffee morning!
I've made you.
I can't trust my breakfast.
No, we must be late. Quick! Have you heard there's a coffee morning?
Coffee morning!
You are now leaving Deptford airspace.
What was it like, Professor? Wrestling with the moral dilemma of killing thousands of clones?
Oh, agonizing. I could barely bring myself to look at which way up the coin had landed.
I never thought I'd be glad to see Deptford destroyed. In a nuclear inferno. In the Indonesian Ocean. Ever.
Quite. I must say I won't feel truly safe until I'm standing in the middle of Kent.
I was just thinking, with a huge setup like that, Diplodocus can't have been the only one working there, can he?
We'll never know, Paula.
Hey, yeah, he must have had a huge team of people working with him.
We'll never know.
I suppose realistically he could have had a staff of maybe 500.
No. I mean, probably not. But the main thing is, we'll never know.
I have automated friends who work there.
Yeah, and there must be cleaners and kitchen staff, just hard-working, honest, decent, innocent folk.
We'll never know! Never, 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 never! Not once! No point even thinking about it! Never! Now let that be the end to it.
Don't you worry, Professor. The Isle of Deptford has gone now.
Oh, not unlike the Isle of Wight.
Oh, my God! What have I done again? No, I'm sorry, Rory, but a zero-gravity holographic works outing to 1065 is completely out of the question.
Why?
The technology doesn't exist. You're talking nonsense.
How about a virtual pay rise?
Sorry, Kent can't do. Just because we've rid the world of perfect women, we mustn't rest on our laurels.
Good evening, Professor!
Harry! Super to see you looking so super.
What happened to your Debbie?
She's gone. It's over.
What? She try and kill you? Women.
No! Worse! She started getting on my nerves! Always fussing over me! Can I make you something? Can I get you something? Can I iron something? She was just too bloody nice! So I dumped her!
That's so sad. I think you need a foot massage, Professor.
What? It's been a bit of a rough ride, hasn't it, Harry, me old mucker? How are you feeling?
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of feelings.
Nonsense, Harry. You'll find someone else. There's bound to be someone else out there for you. A chap like you. I mean, look at you. You're alive?
Don't worry about me. I'm perfectly satisfied with my new spouse, thank you.
New spouse?
The cloning centre had a special mix and match offer on. So I got myself cloned with an added X chromosome topping.
What in the hell?
Paula, Rory, Professor, I'd like you to meet the new Mrs. Harry.
Delighted to meet you, despite my agony.
Oh, my God.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest Peter Davison as Dr. Diplodocus. Paula, Rosie Cavallero. Harry, Paul Putner. Rory, Graham Duff. Gemini, Debbie, Bobina, The Wives and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin. Autopilotoid and Clown Father, Matt Wolfe. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4.
year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 993, codename The Buzzing.
Oh, Professor, it's so wonderful to be out in the Cravenshire countryside. Snickermore trees swaying in the breeze, butterflies, birds, glorious summer sunshine. Isn't it just too beautiful?
Yes, Paula, except for the dead body in front of us.
I was trying to forget about that.
Hendrik McKendrick, MP. Poor devil. Come along now. Finish that chalk outline.
Whoops! Oh, I've given him one really long leg. Hang on, I'll just extend the other so it matches.
Don't do that. People will think he died a stilt death.
OK, it's all been organised. The robo-medics are going to come and pop him in a body pod. There's an old-fashioned country pub up the road with a thatched dome. Shall we go and knock back a few bevies?
Rory, it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
Gotta watch, thanks.
So, Professor, how do you think he died? Horribly?
It might be murder, or it could be something more sinister. Perhaps my understander can tell us.
What could McKendrick have possibly been doing in the countryside? I mean, it's so dull.
Well, he was Minister for Nature, with special responsibility for trees, turf and nettles, so I would... Good God. According to this, his lungs are flooded with honey, his throat is blocked with beeswax, and his nasal passage crammed with pollen. And it's possible he may have been stung 304 times. I wouldn't wish this death on anybody. Except perhaps that loud chap in the cafe yesterday. As I anticipated, this is far beyond anything I expected. In the end, he sneezed so hard, his brain was jolted free of its stem.
What shall I put on the death certificate? Natural causes?
Can't you see? Honey, wax, pollen, it all points to one thing.
Ragweek.
No.
Hey, look!
Bees. Get down, everyone. They're enormous, aren't they? I'd say they were roughly the size of a cricket ball swollen to twice its normal size.
And there's thousands of hundreds of tens of them!
Quick! Follow them. We must find out where their hive is. All right, that'll do, team. You can stop running now.
Oh, thank God. Oh, I'm exhausted. I've never run so far before.
Thanks for the piggyback, Paula.
My pleasure. Look, they're heading into that strange installation.
You know, I've never trusted strange installations.
It's like an enormous black honeycomb.
Look at the sign. Hive. Holistic Insect Vision Enterprises. Not scared of bugs since 2066. Paula, go and prepare a full report on McKendrick. Oh, and both the Zanussis need defluffing.
Oh, I want to stay with you.
What? And risk total fluff out? No. Rory, you and I are going to enter the hive.
So, time for a swift half of old incinerator, then?
No!
Right.
Dr. Hector Proctor to the deep freeze, please.
This place is enormous. Must have cost a fortune. Puts Kent in perspective, doesn't it?
Quite. I see their fire escape isn't held on with gaffer tape.
Still, all this just to study insects.
Oh, they play a more significant role in our lives than you might think, Rory. During our lifetime, each of us will spend approximately 2 months waving flies away from our food, a fortnight brushing ants off our forearm, and a long weekend chasing a moth out of a bathroom.
Hello there. I'm Brett Taron. When reception told me Professor Nebulous was here, I had to come down personally to greet you. I bought your book, you see.
Oh, super. Which one? Subatomic Parallel Worlds in Perspective? An Index of Dark Matter? The Origins of Reality?
Baby's first book of wormholes, for my youngest son's birthday.
Yes, well, my agent was very keen for me to do a pop-up book. But it's back to impenetrable scientific theses from now on. This is my assistant, Rory Lawson.
Mr. Lawson?
Yeah, hi. Quick question. Why is a place that deals with creepy crawlies, which are tiny, such a big place?
Because Hive currently houses examples of every insect known to man or woman, whichever knows first.
Ah, have you got tarantulas?
No, I'm afraid not.
Ah, so you haven't got every insect.
I think, Mr. Lawson, you'll find tarantulas are in fact arachnids. But we do have any insect you care to mention.
Oh, okay. Have you got a black widow? Now, they are cool.
A black widow is also an arachnid.
Oh, okay. Can I see the funnel web...
It's an arachnid!
Is it? An arachnid? Well, it looks like a spider, doesn't it? Okay, in that case, just show me some big spiders.
Will you tell him?
I do hope we're not to intrude relating. Do say if you're busy.
The hive is always busy, Professor. Please, allow me to show you around.
Marvellous. I take it you are in charge here.
We often say it's the bugs who are in charge of Hive, but obviously that sounds a bit sinister. So, yes, I'm in charge.
And are you aware that there's been a death nearby? The Minister for Nature had a fatal sneezing fit. His handkerchief contained enough nasal mucus to fill an entire ice cream cone. One of those double ones that hold 2 scoops. And he'd been stung with enough poison to make the population of the Manchester Islands say ow for a whole afternoon.
A death? Really? The ladybirds will be upset.
Incoming report from National Cardiac Monitor. Fatality in the Westminster Invertodome.
Just the basic facts, please, Gemini.
Man dead.
Okay, well, give me a bit more information.
Victim identified as...
Bit more.
Dresden Garvey, Minister for Science.
Okay. More information?
I am obeying. Garvey is a hard-working MP whose perfect attendance record was soiled last year due to an uncontrollable bout of diarrhea.
Whoa! Too much information. So, what killed him? Wait! Was it the diarrhea? I don't want to hear any details. Buzz once for yes, twice for no. Okay, what was it?
Initial reports suggest death due to ingestion of a huge mosquito omelette, served by a giant woodlouse in a chef's hat.
A huge mosquito omelette. So the killer was cholesterol. Or could it have been the mosquitoes? I wouldn't be surprised if that woodlouse wasn't involved in some way.
You see, Professor, insects are the most industrious creatures on Earth, with the exception of the bricklayer owl. But in order to harness their power for mankind's gain, I knew they would have to be enlarged, or as I prefer to say, bignified. I do hope I'm not boring you.
Hope away.
Did you know one of my giant worker ants can carry the weekly grocery injections for 10 households?
No, but it makes perfect sense.
Just one of my giant silkworms can create a parachute big enough to easily support the weight of an entire giant silkworm.
Well, that's progress writ large.
Then, of course, there's the pollen project.
The pollen project? What's that? Some kind of special thing?
Do you know how many bees there are in this country?
17 billion, 10,000 of whom are queens, with a further 300 in denial.
Yes. And do you know how much honey they produce?
102 tons.
Yeah, that's right. However, on the minus side...
There's the thousands of man-hours lost due to hay fever and bee stings, especially during the summer months, January, February...
Yes. Fortunately, Hive has developed a new system. We will collect the entire nation's pollen supply and place it in a big special tube. Hay fever becomes a thing of the past, whilst the nation's bees are simultaneously placed in another completely different big tube.
This seems a rather tube-dependent process. What if one of the tubes suddenly tapered away?
Oh, safety is paramount. The bees are then crushed using something I've developed called a crusher.
Good Bodman. Mother Nature is a finely balanced chess game which walks a narrow tightrope on a knife edge. Only a fool would pour all his honey into one basket with holes in it. You'll end up with honey on your trousers. You know that, don't you? And it's going to stain. An indelible stain which no matter how hard you scrub... I'm drifting, but...
Think about it, Prof. Hay fever cured without drugs. Lots of bees being killed. Where's the problem?
I say... What are these in this sealed glass room? Surely those aren't bees.
They look more like wasps.
Gentlemen, you are looking at the supreme insects. My specially bred bee-wasp hybrids. I call them Bosps.
Bosps?
Bosps. They shall take over once all the bees have been crushed. The bosp is absolutely perfect, combining the yellow stripes of the bee with the black stripes of the wasp.
They're huge.
Yes. I'd say they were roughly the size of a slightly deflated beach ball as seen through a large magnifying glass.
The bosp shall serve humanity.
What, as in serve drinks and snacks?
The female bosp yields honey, whilst the male produces yeast extract.
As you are no doubt aware, Taron, there are very strict rules concerning the creation of new species. After all, the withering has already occasioned many disturbing mutations. The hammerhead pony, the dogger pillar, bananas in pajamas.
Ugly-looking brutes, aren't they?
Are they? Well, they do say beauty is in the eye of the beekeeper.
Printing out full list of recent bug-related deaths now, Professor.
Many thanks, Gemini. I don't know what I'd do if you were ever imploded or vaporized or supplanted by your evil twin.
Yeah, that exchange weekend was bad enough.
Just look at this. Jennifer Darsh, director of eco-campaigners Greenpeace's, went insane when an earwig bored right through her brain, pausing only to lay eggs in her cerebral cortex. Rich Shard, Minister for the Environment, drowned in a jacuzzi full of water boatmen. Mavic Brown, head of the United Nations, brutally kicked to death by a gang of militant millipedes. What kind of madness is this, Rory? Morning, Harry. Lots of work ahead of us. How are we today?
I am unable to vouch for your well-being, Professor, but personally speaking, I am in an agony that shall echo down the decades!
Still, I'm sure that won't stop you putting your back into it.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of a back!
No, of course not. Any word from Paula?
No.
Where is Paula?
She's behind enemy lines. Taron usually has a personal secretary by the name of Miss Beecham. However, thanks to Harry tampering with her home water supply, Miss Beecham is now off work with the flu.
Black Death?
I thought we agreed on the flu.
Better safe than sorry. It has flu-like symptoms.
Anyway, Paula is her replacement. And with the top-notch references I forged, the Triffids would have employed her to do their pruning.
Aye! Why couldn't I be Taron's secretary?
Sorry, Harry, but your shorthand isn't good enough.
My shorthand can do anything a normal-sized hand can do!
No, I didn't mean to... I'm sorry, Harry. Sorry.
Well, Ms. Breeze, I must say you come to me with excellent references.
Thank you, Mr. Taron.
I see you held down a job at the Earth's core in telesales.
Yes, and I was simultaneously employed in an identical job in a parallel universe. Oh, that year's tax return was a nightmare. I couldn't believe
Well, I'll let you get settled in. I'm off to saddle up my horsefly.
See you later. Right. Professor, can you hear me?
Yes, Paula, you're coming through loudish and clearish.
What's that noise?
Paula, can you hear me? There's a buzzing on the line.
I think that's my end. I'm going to investigate. Over and over and over and out. Is there anybody there? It's not a comb and tissue orchestra, is it? Good. But
it is the female of the species. We are the boss.
Where are you?
We are inside your mind. And we're also in front of you behind this glass panel. It's a sort of thing we can do.
It's been 2 hours now. Why hasn't Paula got back in touch? It can't be shyness or a speech impediment.
Could she be dead?
No.
She might be, though. Could be dead.
Really? Well, I prefer to be a little more optimistic. So I've taken 50 cc's of Positivitex. Half an hour of hope in every ampule.
Ooh, building yourself up for disappointment that way. Ooh, I bags you a big stapler. It's the biggest stapler I've seen.
Paula, come in, please. Paula, come in, please, Paula.
Paula. Nothing. Just dead air. Dead dead. Dead air.
Rory, if you have nothing positive to contribute, may I suggest you keep your mouth closed, your mind open, and your fingers crossed?
Hey, I can make a positive contribution. I'll, start arranging a memorial service. I'll say no corpse turned up yet, but if one does, we'll pop it along.
There will be no memorial service.
Save the money for booze, like you're thinking.
Rory, don't you have any damp shirt mangle work to be doing?
I heard Paula's dead!
No, she's not!
Oh, I just got a text saying she was!
Rory! What? I'm only texting what we're all thinking.
I'll never forgive myself if anything's happened to Paula. Unless it was something which was clearly in no way my fault.
Pass me those files, please, Miss Breeze.
Please?
Please. Now, let's see.
Teas. Coffees.
Coffee, please, Miss Breeze. 16 sugars, please.
Come along, Rory, to the stealth cycle and sidecar. It's high time we paid a call on Sir Ronald Rowland.
What in the hell? It's a giant butterfly!
Quiet. A pink rear admiral, to be precise.
Look at that huge wingspan and those bright, clownish colours.
One.
Clownish colours. Clownish. Clowny, clown.
Oh, there, son. We've got you a helium-filled balloon of every colour.
But I don't like balloons. They're childish and overly buoyant.
All clowns love balloons. Now hold on to the strings and make it look as if the balloons are starting to lift you off the ground.
That would be impossible. It's contrary to all the laws of physics.
It's a clown classic. Do it. Got some capers.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Shall not
Help!
What's that?
I mean, help me find a way of defeating this thing. It's enormous.
Yes, roughly the size of a 3-story dome, shrunk down to the size of a double-decker helicoach, a foot taller than it should be. However, there's still one certain way to kill a butterfly, Rory. Pull its wings off, like so.
Well done, Prof. Ha! Look at it, the mono-winged bastard.
Let me just grab the other wing. There. That should do it.
Oh, I thought we were goners.
No, Rory. That vicious butterfly's reign of terror is over.
Can I kick the wingless torso?
On this occasion, you may.
Nebulous, what do you want?
You're feeling quite well, Sir Ronald.
I've been bitten. I've puffed up.
I was going to say puffed up.
I thought you looked puffed up.
Let me guess. Might the cause of this puffing up be an insect bite?
Exactly. It was a daddy wide thighs.
Another attempted murder. It's Brett Tarrant, sir. He's controlling these invertebrate assassins. He must be stopped.
Really, Nebulous? Do you realize how well-connected Brett Tarrant is?
I know. He's a close personal friend of the twin prime ministers, the triplet queens, and Robo-Pope.
Precisely. I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't.
Then you force the people of Kent to take unofficial action. Rory and I shall break into Hive under cover of afternoon. And wait! Better make it under cover of early evening. It'll be getting dark. No. Hang on. How about under cover of night? Then it'll be even darker.
Welcome, Brett Tarrant.
Greetings, my brothers. Ah, how I love to hear you drone on.
Ah, here comes our newest recruit.
Hello, boys.
Ah, Miss Breeze, the boss have a small task for you.
Me?
Go to security room. The central security grid must be destroyed.
And all the creepy crawlies set free to creep and crawl. The land and sky shall turn black with insects. Apart from the red bits where the ladybirds are.
Here we are, Rory. hive. I think this side door should be the one. I'll just check these blueprints.
You know, Prof, there's a flaw in this plan.
There's several. It's a floor plan.
No, I mean, once we're inside, what exactly are we going to do?
We're going to triumph, Rory. That's what we're going to do. Failurization is not in my vocabulary. Let's take another look inside this God-forsaken place. I'll just open this door with my sonic crowbar.
What about weapons? Did you bring my lightsaber?
No, nor did I bring your light Swiss Army penknife. Weapons are the last resort of the unarmed man.
Oh, I want a stabby weapon that goes zoom.
Don't be so childish, Rory.
I'm not being childish, you big poo head.
Do you hear that noise? It's coming from in there.
Hive Central Security Room.
Sounds like equipment being smashed. Could it be retro Luddites living for futuristic nostalgia kicks?
What do you mean?
I'm not entirely sure.
Smash stuff. Smash stuff.
Paula? Paula, can you hear me?
Oi! Breezy! What's going on?
It's no use, Rory. Her mind's been taken over. She's no more responsible for her actions than the drunkard who desires a kebab.
Smash stuff.
Very well, Rory. You'll have to grab her, and I'll try and tame her brain. Paula, I want you to listen to me.
Hurry, Prof! She's got the strength of 1.5 women!
Paula, I'm going to count down from 1. By the time I get to 1, you'll be in a deep, relaxing coma. 1.
Something is wrong. The girl has stopped smashing stuff.
Then I shall do it myself.
Taron?
I think he's been taken over by the boss of hive mind.
Not taken over. I always was part of the hive mind. It began at my 5th birthday picnic when I was simultaneously stung by both a bee and a wasp. I went into spasms. My mother thought I was going to die. My father thought I was putting it on. The truth lay somewhere between the two.
Darren, please, you must see reason, at least on a casual basis. You and those wasps are about to plunge Earth into a bloody war between the 6 legs and the just 2 legs. But to quote the song, war is an oboe. No one wants it.
The wasp shall be victorious.
And I shall be their queen.
You, a female insect? Forgive my eyebrow for ascending so sharply.
I've booked myself in for a sex change and a species change. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must shed my chrysalis.
But you can't. You're a human. You haven't got a chrysalis, only skin, and you can't shed that. Oh my bod, you can. Oh, I won't be eating any cold cuts for a while.
No, Terran, this cannot happen. You can no more live without your skin than a park keeper can survive without tutting.
Keep away from me.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that.
Must release the buzzards. Must reach out toward the button. Finger almost touching the button.
No, Terran. Terran. His finger pressed the button. God preserve us.
Right then. Let's see how much use their superior killing skills are against a rolled-up Sunday supplement.
There's thousands of them. One magazine's going to be useless.
But this one's got several pull-out sections. Affordable homes on Jupiter, this month must have monolith, exclusive photos from the excavation of Barbie's tomb. Here, look, take the travel section.
Forget north, south, east and west and say hello to Mest, the new direction which has taken the compass by storm.
Don't read it, roll it up.
Oh, thank you, Rory. I have to say, I admire your optimism. You remind me of a more simplistic me. Oh, well, when the final end came, at least the men of Kent went down waving Sunday supplements in the air. There's too many of them, Rory. Back, you hybrid horrors! Back! What's happening? They're just falling to the floor.
Could they be having a rest of some sort?
I suspect that outside their controlled, sealed environment, their tiny little lungs couldn't cope with real air. So now they're dead. Every single last one of them. How tragic. A new race destroyed. A new race destroyed before it had really begun. It's an absolute tragedy. Makes me very sad to think that the Where's that bloody magazine? Gotcha! Noisy, stupid little beggar! As I say, it's all very sad.
So, Paula, what was it like having your mind taken over by creepy crawlers?
Well, my memory's still a little hazy, but I know the Bosps and I became quite close. In fact, I'm sure there was a period when I wore them as a beard.
But I'm relieved to say those creatures have formed their final facial whiskers.
Yeah, the Prof and I wiped out the entire race. Days like that make being an ecologist worthwhile.
I thought you were anti-mindless slaughter!
Up to a point, yes. But the Bosps were mutants. Remember the post-withering constitution, point 8? Thou shalt not suffer a mutant to live. Unless they've got something useful, say shovel hands, a beer bottle opening belly button, or freestanding genitalia.
I still don't understand how the Bosps could get inside my mind without using my ear as a head door.
The insect world is full of mystery, Paula. Technically, the bumblebee shouldn't be able to fly, the stag beetle shouldn't be able to ice skate, and the cabbage white shouldn't be able to play the blues, yet somehow they can.
But I thought the Bosp was supposed to be the supreme insect. How could they turn out to be rubbish like that?
Well, we can only discover the real truth about the Bosps by carrying out a number of micro-insectoid post-mortem on them. However, I've officially declared that FTFTBBW.
FTFTBBW?
Far too fiddly to be bothered with.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest Steve Coogan as Brett Tarrant, Paula, Rosie Cavaliero, Harry, Paul Putner, Rory, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Gemini and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, Clown Father, Matt Wolfe, Bosps, Nicholas Briggs. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing hollow file number 316. Codename I, Nebulous.
Latest report from the Transgalactic Peace Conference, please, Gemini.
I am obeying. Last remaining delegates arriving outside Whitehall Invertodome now, Professor.
Excellent. They can go in for the opening address as soon as they've watched the organically reared children's parade.
I hate children, particularly when they parade.
But it'll help to soften the delegates' hearts, Rory. Remember, a child's face can say so much, especially the mouth part.
So, Prof, I think this peace conference will pass off peacefully?
Well, if it does, it'll be the first one ever. I don't know what it is about peace conferences, but they always seem to attract terrorists, extremists, and nutterists.
Nebulous!
Ah, Sir Ronald! Looking especially rancorous and single-minded, if I may say so.
I hear there's been problems at the peace conference.
Then your hearing needs to be examined, Sir Ronald.
Oh? So everything's A-OK?
Be okay. That is, it will be okay. Eventually.
A little more funding wouldn't go amiss.
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't.
Apparently there's also been multiple mix-ups with the delegates' hotel bookings.
There has been a modicum of confusion, yes, sir. You see, besides hosting the Peace Conference, London is also currently hosting a Peach Conference, a Pea Conference, and a Hairpiece Convention.
I warned the twin Prime Ministers not to leave the arrangements in the hands of the man who dissolved the Isle of Wight.
Kent is doing its bevel-edged best, sir. Paula's over at the conference now, greeting the delegates. In fact, at this moment, she should be receiving the sentient candle of Luxembourg.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
How dare you accost me? I am His Illuminated Highness, the sentient candle of Luxembourg.
I know, Your Majesty. I'm Paula Breeze. It's my job to ensure your time at the conference is 100% glitch-free.
You're standing on my foot.
Huh? Oh, sorry. Oh, is it a foot? Or is it wax runoff?
It's both. My feet are runoff.
Oh, well, that's funny, because I'm run off my feet too.
What? Your feet are not runoff?
Sorry, Nothing. If you'd like to consume any culture during your stay, I have several recommendations. The Imperial Warmth Museum is hosting the heat from the Great Fire of London. The Tate Postmodern has cave paintings done by robots. Oh, and the Museum of Chocolate has just opened its new Minstrels Gallery.
No, thank you. My time is far too precious to fritter away on frivolities such as chocolates, robots, and ancient urban capital incineration. Good day to you, madame.
Wax bastard.
Here we are, Rory, the Transgalactic Peace Conference. The most important interplanetary get-together since Saturn held that bring-a-bottle seminar. No protesters outside, I see. That's a good sign.
Yeah, there were some here earlier, but they were dispersed with the shoving gas, then genetically mollified.
Well, I'd better pop inside and make sure Paula hasn't sparked too many diplomatic incidents. You go and recheck the security arrangements.
Can do.
Right then. It's time to get peaceful.
Professor Nebulous!
That is correct.
Please, you must help us. You must come with us.
I'm sorry, but I make it a rule not to wander off with strangers who are completely concealed within black metallic cloaks.
Very well. If you insist, we shall uncloak. But please, stand back.
But you're fashioned entirely from flame. What is it, flame effect?
It is flame.
Oh, right, yes. So just who the blazes are you?
We are known as the Infernons. We come from planet Burnus, the fireplace.
But what are you doing here? It's invite only. Intrudulators get their heads kicked in. This is a peace conference after all.
You are the only man who can help us.
What? What makes you think that?
We have scanned the brains of every delegate. Your brain is better and bigger than all the others.
Is it? Is it really? Biggest one here? Imagine that. Mind you, I can't say I'm surprised. I've always known my brain was a tight fit inside the old noggin.
Please step into our hover limo, and we shall take you to our leader.
Super. Why not? After all, when one has a king-sized brain, one must be prepared to spread it around a bit.
Oh, my God!
Good afternoon, Nebulous. We meet again. Drive on.
Dr. Joseph Clench. As I anticipated, I might have guessed.
Then why didn't you?
Because guessing games are for children and I am a fully grown professor.
Nevertheless, Nebulous, you've fallen into my trap.
So let me guess, Clench. You and these walking crematoria here have joined forces in some infernal scheme to derail the Transgalactic Peace Conference. And in the ensuing interplanetary chaos, you intend to seize power, becoming some kind of galaxy boss.
Bravo! Quite right. In fact, you only left out one tiny detail. You.
Me?
Yes, Nebulous. You. You're going to help me. help to death.
Morning, Paula. Harry. Still no sign of the prof.
No, he's not answering his mobile.
Or his pager! Or his digital ear trumpet!
Where in Bot's name has he got to?
Oh, I'm sure everything will turn out for the best.
Paula, that is such a simplistic thing to say!
I am not simplistic, and anyone who says I am is a bad person.
Please do not struggle, Professor.
What's going on, Clench? Why am I being strapped onto this operating table? And why are you strapping yourself to that operating table?
My fiery friends here are going to carry out a duo simultaneous mind transfusion switcheroo.
Mind transfusion? Oh, for God's sake. You don't mean...
Yes, Nebulous. I'm going to place my mind in your body, leaving your mind sealed in my body, thus keeping it safe, fresh, and moist.
I always knew you were a lunatic, but now I know you're mad as well.
Nonsense. Memo to self. You're great.
Listen to me. A man's mind is his castle. You can't take that castle apart brick by brick and transport it to another country, run up a flagpole, then expect the peasants in the surrounding crops to simply... I'm drifting.
Drift on, Nebulous, because you're not going to stand in my way.
Everything is prepared, Doctor.
Good.
This is against nature. What do you hope to achieve by interfering with my mindhood?
My plans are none of your concern. Pay them no mind. All right, I'm ready. Initiate process.
Switching mind switch. Now.
No!
Switching mind switch.
Process complete.
Are you all right, Professor? I mean, Doctor?
Of course.
This is outrageous. Let me out of you.
Silence, Nebulous. You have done well, my friends.
Thank you, Doctor.
Now, why don't you go and pay a call on a few of the delegates? Some of the more flammable ones. And then tomorrow morning... my part begins. Begins to death.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Bad news, I'm afraid, Paula. It's the sentient Count of Luxembourg. He's snuffed it.
No! But he was so big and strong and tall. And you wouldn't believe the wick on him.
The hotel maid found him this morning, collapsed in a pool of his own self. He'd been burning at both ends.
Suicide? Could he have deliberately popped his own clogs?
Doubt it. Anyway, a 7-foot-high living candle wouldn't normally burn down overnight. It stands to reason.
Incoming report from National Cardiac Monitor.
Oh, no, look. 3 more delegates found dead in their rooms.
Let me see. Oh, the kindling creature of Twig World 4 reduced to ashes.
Her liquid majesty, the Water Queen of Atlantis, evaporated.
Leader of the Methane People's Republic exploded beyond recognition.
Hey! They were all staying in the same hotel, the Hackney Hilton.
Yeah, in fact, the only delegate staying there to remain unharmed was this guy.
The Spanish Prime Minister Carlos Asbestos, Spain's first flame retardant PM.
Oh, I forgot I was going to have to work with you two dolts.
Huh? Oh, I was so worried about you. Oh, seeing you again is such a relief. And an arousal.
And how are the security arrangements?
There's sort of been 4 delegates killed.
The first of many, many, many deaths.
What?
I say I do hope they're not the first of many, many, many deaths.
You look tense, Professor. Can I give you a full body massage with sensual oils?
Yes. Why not? My place, tonight. Midnight for midnight 30.
Huh?
What's wrong with her?
At a guess, I'd say she attained nirvana and fainted.
Well, can you sweep her up, please, Rory?
Rory.
Good morning, Professor!
Oh, good God, it's you! Oh, I don't know, you can face yourself.
Because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a face. Now, is anybody going to help me load up the washing machines? This peace conference is generating masses of extra laundry, and yet it seems to be down to me, the least able one, the one in the most agony to do all the work. Fair? Maybe I should ask Nutweedag.
Nutweedag?
Nutweedag! N-U-T-W-I-D-A-G! National Union of Technical Workers with Intense Disabilities and Grudges!
Do you think they'd pursue legal action?
Well, I am the union president!
Well, good to do something positive with your life.
Life! What is life if not just a way of auditioning mourners for your funeral?
Oh, shut up moaning, you enfeebled lump!
Professor? Have you no pity?
That's right, Harry. Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of pity.
So tell me, just what are you infernons?
If regularly stoked, an infernon can live almost indefinitely.
Interesting. Some time ago, I, Nebulous, discovered that technically humans can live to be 400 years old. However, every orgasm we have takes 1 year off our lives.
What happened? Was the information suppressed?
Not at all. People simply absorbed the facts, then carried on with their short, happy lives.
We are a once cocky race who now find ourselves on the brink of extinction due to the great crazy foam monsoon of 2095. Dr. Clench has promised to help rebuild our world.
Oh, that won't be part of his real plan. Believe me, he'll double-cross you soon. And if not soon, then soonish, or later. And if not later, then a while later, or not long after that. And if not then I'm drifting.
Clench will deliver what he has promised.
No. The man's a clown. What? I'm not a clown.
Aha! Caught you! Sneaking out to school!
Oh, keep away from there, son. A school is no place for a child.
But Mother, Father, there's so much to learn there.
I'm teaching you all you need to know. How to slip on a banana skin, how to make someone else slip on a banana skin, and well, that's pretty much it.
But I know I can offer the world so much more than skin work. No, put that banana down, Mother. I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
What's going on?
Professor, what is it? Is your function impaired?
No, of course not. Yes, actually it is. As a matter of fact, I'm dying.
Dying? But why? How?
There's no natural daylight in here. Without light to photosynthesize, we humans can die within a matter of minutes.
Photosynthesis? Is that how humans work?
I do not know. I always just mucked about during biology.
Help me, please. Don't let me de-photosynthesize.
We must carry him out into the daylight. We cannot let Clench's corporeal form die. If we do, he will be angry and litigious.
Come this way, Professor. Please hold on to my outer casing.
Thank you. Hurry!
Here we are, Professor.
Can you stand up?
That's super. Now, if you just move back so I can get a bit more air. Thank you. Right then. I'll just turn around and do my back. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Where's he gone?
He grabbed onto a passing transporter full of escape pods. Observe, he is disappearing into the distance.
Damn! We'll never catch up with him now he's photosynthesized.
That is correct.
Fancy visiting the Imperial Warmth Museum? That is a smashing idea.
Gosh, Rory, I'm really looking forward to the Professor's keynote speech. He's so brilliant on stage. He doesn't read his speech off an autocue, you know, or notes. He just has it tattooed on a topless Batman in the front row.
Paula, don't you think the Prof's been acting a bit abnormal?
Abnormal peculiar or abnormal ha-ha?
Abnormal peculiar. There is no abnormal ha-ha. It's like he's been differented.
He still looks great to me.
Yeah, sure, he looks the same. But I think the pressure's starting to get to him. Have you noticed, whenever he gets irritated with us, he shouts, "Guards, seize them."
He's joking.
He calls us puny abominations who should be smeared across the surface of the earth.
Ooh, who doesn't get tetchy once in a while?
What about when he muttered, "All human flesh must burn," then cackled to himself for 10 minutes? You didn't find that sinister?
No. I thought it was manly.
Have you any idea what his keynote speech is going to be about?
It's about keynotes, isn't it? Which are they, 10s and 20s?
Oh, he's been playing it close to his chest.
I'd love to play close to his chest.
Oh, never mind. Look, you go in. I'm going to stay here on the door.
Well, you'd rather bounce than watch the Professor's speech.
I'm not bouncing. I'm guarding. Just go through. Go.
This is your 2-minute standby call, Professor Nebulous.
Thank you so much.
There you are, Nebulous.
Ah, Sir Roland Ronald.
Sir Ronald Roland.
As you wish.
I hope your speech-giving is better than your security arranging. 4 delegates dead. I'd say you failed miserably.
Au contraire, Sir Ronald, I've failed cheerfully.
Kent should have been shut down years ago.
I couldn't agree more.
What?
Kent is an irrelevance, an embarrassment. Nebulous is... That is, I am a meddling, incompetent poltroon.
Yes, you are. My feelings exactly.
And as soon as I've finished my speech, I shall hand in my resignation. After that, Kent is yours to do with as you wish.
But this is marvellous news. I wanted to do what I couldn't, but now I can. Wait, not intending to make some inflammatory speech and go out in a blaze of glory, are you?
Oh, I promise you, Sir Ronald, if there is a blaze, I won't be the one going out in it.
Well, that's reassuring. Or is it? I can't tell.
Goodbye, Sir Ronald. Goodbye, and goodbye.
And now, to give his keynote speech, is the man who was recently voted Man with Most Votes. Please give a warm transgalactic peace conference welcome to the man who has no truck with stubborn stains, the most important person in Kent, Professor Nebulous!
As I stand here, I see before me many different life forms. Some of you are humanoid. Some of you are gaseous. Some of you are breathing rock. Some are naked, some wear a uniform, others are cuneiform. Some of you are stacked in a collection of Kilner jars. A few of you are an incorrect equation written on a napkin, whilst others have a core of pure antimatter and a thick chocolate coating. You are all different, and yet you are all the same. You all have one thing in common. You're all going to die.
Oh, don't worry, he means eventually. He's reminding us of our mortality. It's a thing he's doing. He's going to put a spin on it, you'll see.
You're all going to die in approximately 3 minutes' time.
He doesn't mean 3 literal minutes. He means 3 long, big life minutes.
Shut up.
Oh, he's not telling me to shut up. It's a device he's using.
Shut up!
What in the hell? It's Dr. Clench.
Rory, you must help me.
Help you? I wouldn't dribble on you if you were smouldering.
Rory, you don't understand. It's me. Professor Nebulous. I'm inside Clench's body.
Well, you skinned him, and now you're wearing it and doing his voice? Creepy.
No, our minds have been subjected to the old swapperoo.
Yeah, nice try, Clench, but you're under Kent arrest.
Oh, I haven't got time for this.
You're squeezing my neck. It's not a Venusian death grip, is it?
No, it's a Plutonian paralysis pinch. You'll lose consciousness in exactly 3 seconds.
Bollocks.
Just look at Clench, swanning around inside me.
I repeat again, this is not a metaphor, this is not an analogy, and it's not some television program I saw last night. It is a genuine threat. In a few minutes' time, you are all going to die. Die to death.
Stop! This cannot happen. I've heard enough to know I've heard too much.
Oh, my God! It's Clench! Quick, everyone! Panic!
Wait, I'm not Clench. He is. Ask yourself, would a real Professor Nebulous threaten to kill you all?
Of course I would. I'm in a bad mood and I'm feeling hot and bothered.
Hold it right there, Clench.
What, because you're pointing your finger at me?
Hang on, Rory. I'm not sure this is Clench.
No, I'm not. I'm Nebulous. Nebulous, I tell you. Clench swapped our minds.
Don't listen to him. The man's gone insane. Everyone knows that Clench is a maniac. Although, obviously a genius in his own field.
Paula, ask me a question.
What? What do you mean?
Ask me something only the real Professor Nebulous would know the answer to.
What's the capital of France?
Before the Withering it was Paris, now it's Burnley.
No, not a general knowledge question. Something personal, something the Kent team has experienced that no one else knows about.
Okay, I got one. In 2097, we successfully prevented the launch of a children's breakfast cereal which contained unacceptable levels of Class A drugs. What was it called?
Was it honey narcotic loops?
Nope.
Bicycles?
No, Clench. It was called crack, smackle, and pot. Should never have been given the go-ahead in the first place.
Professor! It is you!
I'm sorry, Nebulous, but even with your superior serial knowledge, you still lost.
Greetings, Dr. Clench.
What are those things?
Those, Paula, are the Infernons.
Infernons, right. So what do they do? Do they infer things? Or not infer things? They burn things. Inferno. It's like Inferno, isn't it?
These two creatures can generate enough incandescent heat to destroy every single delegate in this room. Bar the Spanish Prime Minister, obviously.
Take that in, Dave.
Very well, you leave me no option.
A rifle? Wait, I'm confused now. The real Professor Nebulous is defiantly anti-rifle.
No, this is no ordinary rifle. My invention is powered by water. I call it the Kasplashnikov. Stand back!
Stop! Help! Please do not extinguish us!
Very well. Then you agree to return my mind to its rightful body?
Yes, anything!
You flickering idiots.
Quick, Rory, don't let Clench get away.
Don't worry, he's going nowhere. I'm going with him.
Oh, well done, Professor. You've kept the Transgalactic Peace Conference body count down to single figures.
Damn you, Nebulous.
It's over, Clench. And in my opinion, it's high time you and I changed our minds.
All delegates have now departed. The peace conference has been declared a triumph, marred only by bloodshed and an attempted galactic takeover.
I wonder, do you think we've seen the last of Dr. Clench?
Who knows? Remember the sequel devils? They came back again and again.
Each time less effective than the last.
What about the prequeloids? We always knew how they did that.
Clench report, please, Gemini.
I am obeying. Dr. Clench has been exiled to Porridge 9, the harshest prison planet in the Stir system.
Morning, team.
Morning, Professor.
Professor!
Prof.
It really is you this time, isn't it?
Yes, don't worry, Paula. It's my mind and my body.
What a great combination.
So, tell me, anything going on in the world that would interest the people of Kent?
Report just in from downtown Tokyo!
Apparently Bodzilla's on the rampage again. Want to go check it out?
Honestly, you know the Professor can never set foot in Japan. Not since he wrote that inflammatory article.
J'accuse the Yakuza. Was I too bold?
You could never be too bold for me, Professor.
I tell you, my neck still aches. I'll never forget being pinched unconscious.
I'll never forget what it feels like to live a life of unceasing agony!
I'll never forget what it feels like to have your mind sucked out of your cranium and decanted into a megalomaniac.
And I'll never forget that full-body massage with sensual oils. Chunky.
What?
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest David Warner as Dr. Clench, Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Harry and Infernon II, Paul Putner, Rory and Spanish Prime Minister Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Gemini, Clown Mother and Announcer Julia Dolkin, Sentient Candle, Steward and Clown Father Matt Wolfe, Infernon 1, Nicholas Briggs. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 767, codename Destiny of the Destinoyd.
Okay, Prof. We're looking at lunar touchdown in T-minus just a few minutes.
Thank you, Rory. Right, Paula. Fire retro rockets.
Aye, aye, Professor.
Good. Now fire those more modern-looking rockets.
Ooh, Professor, doesn't the moon look romantic?
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
Does it remind you of me?
Paula, the moon is simply a lifeless satellite.
So is that a yes or a no?
Look, down in that crater. It's some sort of moon base, or lunar installation, or planet place.
That, Paula, is Membrick Developmental Warfare Laboratory. During the Cold War, Membrick witnessed the refinement of many of mankind's most terrible creations. Smart bombs, smart plagues, casual plagues, all manner of nerve gases, nerve scrumpy, effete-seeking missiles.
Not to mention that arm and paste that sucks your blood.
Vampiric marzipan. Is there no end to the morbid ingenuities?
I don't even like ordinary marzipan.
Well, team, it's our job to oversee the final stages of decommissioning. Mankind has no further need of Membrick. The Cold War between Earth and Venus is over. We're even trading again. They like our Earth lattes, and we love their Venusian blinds. Paula, Rory, follow me down the lunar ladder.
Here I come. Oh, wish I hadn't worn such a short skirt now.
I thought it was a belt.
Paula, do you really think bare legs are a good idea when there's no atmosphere?
One can't always be fashionable and comfortable.
It's hard to believe there used to be over 300 scientists working here. They called it Boffin Island.
Is there anybody here now?
Just a skeleton staff.
Really? Hold my hand, Professor, I'm scared.
Paula, they're not actual skeletons. That would be ghoulish and impractical.
Right, if you'll just stand back, I'll blast this airlock wide open with this particle annihilation derringer.
Rory, why don't we just use the airlock properly? After all, we are official visitors, not big morons.
Repressurization complete.
You may now pull off your helmets.
Oh, thank God for that.
Oh, I thought that oxygen was going to suffocate me.
Well, hey there. Good to see you.
Welcome to Membrick.
We come from Kent. In peace.
Yeah, we're gonna mash this place up badly style.
Rory!
What?
This is a very intricate operation. Our job is to carefully catalogue every single item on this inventory, then seal the installation. There isn't going to be any mashing.
Bollocks. Sir.
Yeah, Rory, you idiot. Anyway, the moon's being blown up at midnight.
Yeah, by tomorrow it'll be as atomized as the Isle of Wight.
No, this can't be true.
Yes. It said so in that ultra-urgent memogram text thingy.
Which ultra-urgent memogram text thingy?
Oh, didn't I show you it?
No! But imagine the effect on the ocean's tides. This could be another Splash Wednesday.
The memo said they'd weighed up the destruction of the Earth's tidal system against the pros.
Oh, and what, pray, are the pros of blowing up the moon?
Oh, it said... the moon represented a major hazard to space traffic. A threat to the nightlight industry. It encouraged werewolves and... Oh, yeah. It's very distracting for moths.
This is outrageous. The moon is a site of outstanding natural beauty. Since the withering, there's so few of the original worlds left. Look at Mercury and Neptune. Why did they ever think it was a good idea to knock two planets into one?
Neptune by day, Mercury by night.
They're building another ring road around Saturn. It's a grade 2 listed planet, for Bod's sake. And now they're talking about turning Rigel 6 into an Irish theme planet. All Rigels! The crack in deep space.
But surely this makes your mission all the more urgent.
Alrighty, you best get started. We'll make you some moon coffee.
Ooh, what's it like?
Crap.
Rory, Paula, step to it. We must complete our task by midnight. No, wait. Better make it 10-2.
This is Central Control, Professor. That console there monitors the defense systems of the entire installation.
Thank you. Right. I'm initiating a full digital info buffet. I'll need to scan all the security wafers, and I want you to get me a portion of time chips. In fact, get 2 lots of chips. I'm hungry. For knowledge. Of those delicious chips.
I'll get them right away, Professor.
Now, to work.
Good evening.
Oh, hello. I'm Professor Nebulous. I'm here for the decommissioning. Didn't think there was anybody else here. Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Frannebel.
Frannebel? Frannebel. An exquisite name.
My parents chose it for me.
Hello, Frannebel.
Hello, Professor.
Oh, please, call me by my nebulous name.
Tell me, Nebulous, are you the head of the decommissioning operation?
The head? Oh, no, merely the on-site coordinator. Professor Connachtdorf is the head. In fact, he's just a head, suspended in a lattice of hypothermic tubing, inside a perspex hexagon of amniotic fluid. Nice chap. Very good cook. So, Frannebel, what keeps you busy on the moon?
I was a scientist.
Was?
They're closing the place down, haven't you heard?
Miss Breeze, Mr. Lawson, if you just step through here, this is our storage area.
Thanks. Okay, Rory. The Professor wants us to catalogue every single one of these sealed containers.
Oh, boredom? This is going to take all day.
It'll take 2 hours.
Yeah, but it's going to feel like all day. Oh, look, there's shelves and shelves of these things. Small pox, smaller pox, bigger pox, fun-sized pox.
Look! Ultra AIDS. The one you contract from just thinking about sex.
For God's sake, Miss Breeze, don't open it!
No, don't. Me and him would only have 6 seconds to get out of here. Probably 5 in my case.
I wasn't going to open it. I'm not an imbecile, despite what that report said. And that poster campaign.
Yeah, sorry about that.
You see, Nebulous, I was one of the scientists who split the second and discovered chronomic energy.
Chronomic energy. Twice the power of atomic energy, but only half the fat.
We use chronomics to engineer an elastic second. You've heard of it?
Of course. A second which, when exploded, extends to 90 minutes. The plan was to introduce the seconds into the enemy's time stream, then detonate them, causing an intermittent holocaust known as the Now-and-Ageddon.
We had an accident. One of the seconds exploded, causing a chain reaction. Everyone on board died due to massive time bash.
There's no tragedy like a space tragedy.
I wanted to give you this.
A tiny black metal box which throbs and hums with power? How sweet of you.
It contains the last remaining elastic second. It must be catalogued along with everything else, but, please be careful.
Of course. I'll pop it in my pocket for later.
I have to say, it's most stimulating to see a new face in Membrick. I do get so very lonely up here.
Oh, but a woman like you should never be alone. Except if you were in an isolation tank, or a very small telephone box, or a coffin, or when you go to the toilet, or when you're in some form of cocoon, or... I'm drifting.
Oh, I'm sorry, duty calls. I'm afraid I'll have to vanish for now, but I will see you very soon.
Bye. What a charming woman. Frenibel.
Professor Nebulous!
Harry, how's you?
In agony! Thanks for asking. The rocket landed hours ago. Why didn't anybody bring me out of suspended animation? I don't know why I had to go into suspended animation anyway. A rocket to the moon only takes 10 minutes.
Oh, but you look so peaceful, Harry. Peaceful and quiet.
Right, we better start cataloguing.
Oh, how about a break before we start?
No, Rory.
Well, I'll just let you two carry on. I must say, I can't wait to get back to Earth, see my wonderful wife. Retiring tomorrow, you know. From tomorrow, I'm gonna start really living. Right then, I'll just put on my red top and wander off down this darkened corridor. Goodbye.
Oh, yeah, see ya.
Hey, look. There's another room at the back here.
Well, that's not a room. That's another sealed container. It's huge.
Yeah. But it's not sealed. See? We'll never know what was in here.
Yeah, unless we read that label.
Oh. Contents. 1 Destinoyd. Not to be opened under any circumstances whatsoever ever. Rory? What do we do?
It's probably one of those things that'll sort itself out, isn't it?
That scream! It sounded like the man in the red top.
Well, Professor, what's the verdict?
Harry, I've carried out a complete autopsy, yet I still can't determine what killed the man in the red top.
Surely it's obvious! His stomach has been slit wide open, and all his organs have been removed!
No, that's the autopsy. I did that. The thing is, his heart, lungs, kidneys, liver and spleen are all perfectly healthy.
And are they all up for grabs?
I beg your pardon?
You see, Professor, unlike this corpse, I no longer have the luxury of a heart, lungs, kidneys, liver and spleen.
Believe me, I'd love to hand over this man's vital organs to you in a bucket, but it leans towards unethical.
Okay! I'm just off to the disabled toilet!
Harry, before you go, can you please take that spleen out of your mouth?
Here, have it! I don't want it! It's not my colour anyway!
All right, Harry, keep calm. We don't want you falling victim to moon madness or moonacy. Poor Harry. There but for the grace of Bod.
Nebulous, I hope I'm not intrudulating.
Oh, no, not at all, Flanabelle. Perfect timing. I've just finished eviscerating this corpse.
So, this man met his destiny?
Well, in a nutshell, yes. Well, probably want something a shade more specific on the death certificate. Red tape, eh? It's funny, you know. Had things worked out differently, our paths might have crossed sooner.
Oh, really?
Not so long ago, I was invited to work up here at Membrick. They wanted to develop a lethal virus which would only attack people who talk during films.
And you refused to help?
I can't pretend there wasn't a second's hesitation.
You're so considerate, Nebulous. I wish there'd been more men like you up here.
Oh, Annabelle.
I know we've only just met, so I hope I don't sound too forward when I say I'm deeply, deeply in love with you and I never want to spend another moment apart from you.
Ooh, well, that's super. Because I love you, Annabelle. Truly, madly, deeply, broadly, diagonally. Oh, but your skin, it's so cold.
And yours is so warm.
Oh, Annabelle, I've never experienced this kind of emotion before without it being false memory syndrome.
Oh, sorry. I have to vanish again.
Annabelle, no. There's something out there in those corridors. It's deadly and it's lurking. And that's a bad combination.
Don't worry. It can't harm me.
There must be some record of the Destinoyd somewhere in these files. There's detailed notes on all the other inventions. The caustic beard, the chlamydia robot, the agony bonnet.
Hey, a page has been torn out. And by the looks of this ragged edge, it's been torn out with extreme prejudice.
I can just make out a few words here, but part of the last word's missing. It says the Destinoyd must be
The Destinoyd must be desultory?
deserving of an award?
The Destinoyd must be disc-bound.
No. The Destinoyd must be dessert-conscious.
Dessert-conscious?
Conscious that the only proper way to round off a meal is with a dessert.
Well, I can't fault your reasoning.
You two finished here yet?
No. Our destiny has been denied to the tune of one Destinoyd, and that's a tune I don't want to whistle.
Destiny? Franabelle said something about destiny.
And just who is Franabelle?
A scientist. She used to work here. Oh, yeah. Franabelle's an amazing woman. She's absolutely clever. Clever.
I think clever women are stupid.
Professor, Miss Breeze, Mr. Lawson, I wondered if you needed any help with the infantry.
No, thank you. Kent can do.
Not long now, huh? And we'll be back on safe Earth. I'll just go and pack all my red tops. So long.
Bye.
Goodbye.
See ya.
A Destinoyd, you say? What exactly is it?
That's the problem. We can't find any record of it anywhere.
That scream, it sounded like
the other man in the red top.
Harry, what in the hell?
Harry, what on moon are you doing?
Nothing! Whoa!
You know it's bad form to remove organs from a crime scene. Please put down those lungs.
If you say so.
Ugh. Another red top man murder? What killed him?
I don't know, and I'm curious not to find out. But there's something at large in this installation, and it's playing a deadly game of mouse and cheese. Harry, can you run along and prepare the rocket for blast-up?
No, Professor! I can't run along, because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of legs. But I can hover along. Will that do?
Yes, thanks, Harry. That'll be super. I'm going to find Franabelle. Rory, Paula, go and seal the storage room and meet me back by the airlock in 5 moon minutes. Or moonits.
Did you say seal it or mash it?
Seal it! Oh. Go! Right then. Time to... Hello? Who's there? Oh, Franabelle, it's you. Thank God. You all right?
All the better for seeing you, my nebulous love.
Come, we're away to the rocket.
Wait, you're not leaving, are you? I thought you loved me.
I do, but the moon is being blown up at midnight. That's why you have to come back to Earth with me. Oh, there's so much I want to show you, starting with Kent.
I'm sorry. I must remain here.
But why?
Because I am a ghost.
No, you can't be.
I am, isn't it obvious?
Oh, the clues were there. My skin, it's cold to the touch.
Could it be the air conditioning?
When I walk, I float 5 inches above the ground.
I assumed you were wearing high heels.
And if you look closely, you'll see my eyes are just 2 gaping black sockets.
I thought you'd been a bit heavy-handed with the old eyeliner.
No, damn it! I'm the ghost of the scientist killed in that chronomic explosion. I'm dead, Nebulous. Dead.
Sorry. I may be a brilliant scientist, but I'm afraid women are still something of a mystery to me. And women ghosts are even more mysterious.
It doesn't mean we can't be together, Nebulous. If you remain on the moon, we can be together forever.
Where's the Professor got to?
Still looking for his bird, I suppose.
Well, if she's coming on our rocket, she'd better bring her own parachute.
Paula, parachutes are useless in space.
You mean I've been wearing this all this time and nobody told me?
I thought it was a fashion thing. Are parachutes not in then?
Of course not! That was last season. Now it's all pierced elbows and thigh-length clogs.
Right, team. We've got 10 minutes.
Where's Frandria?
Yeah, she'll be here.
Oh, I forgot to give you this.
Ultra-urgent holo message from Sir Ronald Rowlands. Paula, how long have you had this?
In hours or in days? It sounds better in hours.
Oh, never mind. You two step through the airlock, board the rocket, and tell Harry to activate the ignition sequence. You're leaving the moon.
Good. This place gives me a moon grain.
Aren't you coming, Professor?
Oh, yes. I meant we're leaving the moon. I'll join you shortly. Just open this holo message. Off you go.
Can do.
Right. Let's see what the old windbag has to say for himself.
Nebros, by the time you receive this message, you may be dead. If so, please disregard message. If, however, you are merely dying, or better yet, fully alive, what I have to say is of the utmost urgency. But first, a word from our sponsor.
This holo message is sponsored by Foam Armour Trading. Wherever the battle, whatever your foam armour needs, we can pump you up.
Oh, get on with it.
The finest bubble-based protection available. Foam Armour, the foam that's impervious to bullets.
Listen, Nebros. For security reasons, I couldn't tell you this before you left Earth, but there's something loose in Membrick. Something called the Destinoyd. A genetically engineered ghost or phantomaton designed to haunt its victims to extinction. You must destroy it before it destroys you. Sorry you've got this job, Nebulous. I tried to do what I could, but I'm afraid I couldn't.
Oh, Franabel.
P.S. Don't forget, at midnight, the moon is going to be blown clown out of the sky.
What?
P.P.S. I meant clean out of the sky, obviously.
I'm not a clown.
Wake up, son, wake up! It's time to clone!
What? Oh, I was dreaming. I was dreaming I was a scientist. A brilliant professor. I was on the moon.
You will be on the bloody moon in a minute, son. Now jump into the clown cannon.
I'll just light the fuse. But remember, just flop out of the end and it'll get a big laugh.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown. Shall not clown. Shall not clown.
Nebulous, are you alright?
No. Oh, yes, just relaxing.
But you were going into spasms.
One man's spasm is another man's yoga.
So, you've made your choice? You'll stay with me?
The rocket is about to take off, and I'm still here. You do the physics.
Oh, Nebulous.
Engine ignition sequence activated.
Now, I'm going to reconfigure our temporal vectors, check on systems for warp damage, and stabilise the vertical phasing rods. Oh, and we need some more screen wipes.
Where's the Professor? He's only got 3 more moonits.
You're climbing into the airlock.
Am I? Yes. Well, I want to wave off my friends. Got some zero-gravity confetti here. Mixture of feathers and hammers.
Mind if I join you?
No. Not at all.
Depressurization complete.
Look, it's the Prof. out there on the launch pad.
That must be Franabel!
She doesn't look like his type, does she?
Who, that slender, beautiful intellectual down there? What in the hell? She's not wearing a space helmet.
You're right. So how come her head hasn't gone pop?
Franabel, from the moment we met, I knew you had an indefinable something. I realize now, of course, it was an indefinable something from beyond the grave. As I anticipated, you've been stringing me along. You are a Destinoyd, and your love for me is as false as Harry's forehead.
No, my love for you is real. My emotions are 100% authentic. That's how I've been designed. I love you with all my phantom heart.
And what about those two men in the red tops? Did you love them too? Did you love them so much their hearts stopped beating?
They meant nothing to me. It's you I love. Anyway, it's too late to change your mind now. Listen to the rocket engines. Would you like to slip into this red top?
No, this cannot happen.
We have to stop the rocket from blasting off. The professor's going to be burnt to some crisps. Crinkle cut.
We can't interfere with the ignition sequence.
I know, it's had a child lock fitted.
3, 2, 1.
We're going to spend eternity together, Nebulous. As soon as you've died in the inferno of the rocket engine's petrochemical blast. He's so romantic.
No, Franabel, I'm afraid this is goodbye.
What? What is that in your hand? Nebula!
Leaving Moon's gravitational pull.
Muffin, anyone?
Oh, Professor, the butter's running down my chin. What must you think of me?
What? I'm proud of you, team. In a very difficult situation, we all kept our heads.
Except for me, Professor, because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a head.
Oh, come now, Harry. You've got most of a head.
But what happened out there? Time seemed to slow down.
Well, Paula, the instant before the rockets fired, I detonated the elastic second, and in that split second, time expanded, and I had a full 90 minutes to escape from the heat blast. Even had time to toast some muffins.
And what happened to your bird?
She wasn't my bird. She was the Destinoyd. Not for a moment did I think Franabel was my one true soulmate. Not for one blissful moment. I set her free.
Set her free?
She was a phantomaton who existed outside our time stream, and so, at the moment of heat blast, she was unaffected by the chronomic explosion and thus perished.
Why? I don't follow the logic of that at all! Explain it again!
I'm alive, Harry. Isn't that all that matters? Who really cares about the scientific explanation?
I do!
Yeah, and me.
Me too. Go into detail, Professor. I love it when you go into detail.
Well, perhaps later. If my calculations are correct, the moon should be exploding any second now. Now.
Oh, it's been cancelled. Didn't I show you that optimum priority mammogram? Oh, I'm sure I stuck it on the fridge.
No. But that's marvellous. The universe is a safer place, and it's all thanks to the people of Kent. Membrick has been closed down, and its life-threatening arsenal of innovation is now a thing of history.
I know. That's why we grabbed a souvenir.
A souvenir?
I couldn't resist. It's Talking Dolly. Listen.
Incendiary device now activated. 10 seconds to detonation.
Paula! No!
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous. Paula, Rosie Cavaliero, Harry, Man 2 and Computer, Paul Putner, Rory, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Gemini, Franabel and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, Man 1, Ad Voice and Clown Father, Matt Wolfe. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a baby cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile number 840, codename Tempus Fugitive.
Wake up! Wake up, boy!
Father? Mother, is it a fire?
Oh, son, it's a drill. A clown drill.
A clown drill? Why?
Suppose there were an emergency. Who's going to chuck the bucket of water that's really just a bucket of glitter, eh?
But I have a quantum physics exam in the morning. I'm going to be a famous professor.
No, you're just a clown, son.
Stick the bucket on his head, Mother.
No, I shall profess. I shall profess.
You all right, Prof? You seem to be squealing and writhing.
I was merely being sucked into a recurring vortex of self-negation. Don't fuss. Everything's super.
It is Janril, you know, Professor. You should take a holiday. With someone special supplying Sirius succor.
That's as maybe, Paula, but I'm afraid as Director of Kent I'm unlikely to be allowed a holiday. Even a working holiday. Certainly not right now. Kent?
Sir Ronald Rowlands here. I want you to take a holiday, a working holiday, right now, in the far distant future.
I'm sorry?
Or perhaps in the far distant past, right now.
Sir Ronald, have you gone stark raving paradoxical?
Dr. Linda Adnell has perfected time travel. She's setting up temporal tours, package holidays to various futures and pasts. And I want the people of Kent to run some safety checks.
A time-travelling holiday, eh? Sounds dangerous and relaxing. Would there be an expense account?
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. Goodbye, Nebulous.
Time travel perfected. As I anticipated, it's happened sooner than I thought. Time isn't a straight line, you know. It's more like a sandwich, with a slice of past, a slice of future, and a rich, creamy filling of now, and a side order of infinity from the salad bar, then drizzled with virgin pressed olive oil from... I'm drifting.
I've met someone in the past.
What?
Yesterday, in fact.
But surely it's an impossibility. If people could come back from the future, we'd have noticed them and chased them with guns.
Some believe history is littered with evidence of time travellers, men who came from the future and tried to enlighten us. Da Vinci, Galileo, Barney the dinosaur.
Barney can be your friend too if you just make believe him.
But don't you see? We can travel back and discover what life was like before the withering. What exactly was the Guinness Book of Freckles? How did we manage without 3 Londons? And what was it that caused the Weebles to finally fall down?
We could meet famous historical figures, like Napoleon Brandy or Broccoli Spears.
Or surrealist boxing champion Muhammad Ali. Float like a lobster, sting like a giraffe.
Rory, Paula, we were about to embark on a mission which pushes new ground and breaks the envelope. This could well be our finest hour. But first I'd like you to finish the ironing.
Here we are, Professor!
Number 77 Dreadneedle Street.
Ooh, I haven't been this excited since I was taken to Me World.
So, this is where Linda Adnell single-handedly conquered an entire dimension. I don't like how she's arranged those conifers, though.
Why doesn't this building have hover chair access?
It does, Harry. You're hovering into it now.
With the good old hover chair, you can gain access to anywhere, except for the impregnable plague sphere of Llandudno. But you wouldn't want to go there anyway.
Apparently it's really pricey.
I don't know about you, Harry, but I'd give my eye teeth to have invented time travel.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of eye teeth, or ordinary teeth, or eyes.
Of course not. I'm sorry. Still, this could turn out to be mankind's biggest evolutionary leap since solicitors learned how to walk erect.
Who is this Dr. Linda Adnell, anyway? Some kind of recluse?
Exactly. Her anonymity has made her famous.
Professor, this is such an honour. Dr. Linda Adnell, I'm a tremendous fan of your work.
Oh, well, I'm just a man doing his job.
But you're a genius, a genius. You must realize how important your work with Kent is.
Oh, thank you. It's so refreshing to meet another academic who appreciates what we're trying to do.
I mean, I've tried other laundry services, but Kent are the only ones who always get my whites whiter than white.
Yes, well, never mind about
And
that.
of course your starched espadrilles have raised the bar for plimsoll stiffeners everywhere.
Jolly good. Allow me to introduce the Kentish people.
Paula Breeze, the Professor's PA.
Rory Lawson, Aries the Ram.
Harry Hayes, hideously deformed.
Charmed, I'm almost sure. Please, come into my laboratory.
Linda, how far into the future can we go?
Linda, are there any scary side effects?
Linda, do you ever run to disabled toilets?
Quiet, team. Remember, you are not children. Now, if you behave yourselves afterwards, I'll buy you a meat cone.
This is where I've spent the next 5 years developing my time travel.
The next 5 years?
Well, yes. Once I'd perfected it, I travelled back 5 years. Waste not, want not.
Well, I must say, you've achieved quite an achievement. Mankind has dreamt of time travel since just after the dawn of time. So, what method have you used? Chronomic energy inversion? Bombarding a positive ion with negative criticism? Running very fast whilst flipping through a calendar?
Tempoxidrin 25. It's a form of varnish. Once something is coated in tempoxidrin, it acquires the ability to transgress the boundaries of chronology and a shiny teak finish.
Super. Well, the people of Kent are here to test your claims. How's your safety record?
I've only ever had one accident. It was 5 years ago today. In fact, it was this day. Not this day. During my first temporal jaunt, my very being was fractured and dispersed. There are now 3 other individuals stranded in different temporal zones. I am not a whole person.
At least you're a quarter of a whole person. I'm only an 8.
Sometimes I go transparent for a whole afternoon. Professor, I want you to make me complete.
I tell him that every day.
You're all going on temporal holidays anyway. All I ask is that I choose the destination and that you collect the other me's for me.
Well, why can't you go and get yourselves yourself?
2 Lindas cannot meet in the same time stream.
What? In case you're both wearing the same outfit?
No. If they were to meet, the consequences would be the same as when antimatter meets antipasto. Chaos, implosion, and indigestion.
Quite. Only through there, in the temporal control bay, can we meet and recombine in safety. Mr. Lawson, if you'll just put these on, they've been fully dipped in tempoxidrin 25.
Wow! Time trousers!
I don't think teak's really my colour.
I take it everything on these shelves has been coated in tempoxidrin?
That's right.
The yo-yo, the cricket box, even the pink afro wig?
Each has its own unique method of transportation, which may be operated manually by the traveller or triggered automatically from up there in the lab.
No, these are going to be too small for me. I look at the waist on them.
That is how the time trousers operate. They can be let out to the year 7001 or taken into the 16th century. The trousers currently have a 28-inch waist. This will transport you to the year 1969.
Ingenious. I have to admit, Linda, before we came here, I felt sure you were an opportunist and a charlatan. Possibly a witch. But this is phenomenal work. You've clearly made some great strides.
Yeah. You don't have them in a boot cart, do you?
Could you adapt these trousers for a legless person?
Ooh. Well, they're a really tight fit. I mean, I usually dress on the left, but right now I'm covering the waterfront.
When you have found the second individual and are ready to return, simply unzip the fly and you will be transported back here.
And how about leaving here in the first place?
Why, zip up the fly, of course.
Well, like this.
He's gone! Oh, Professor! What if he's been exploded? Or dispersed? Or, God forbid, grated?
Hey, Jerry. Wanna come skinny dipping?
No way! I'm gonna watch Hendrix play. Check you later, man.
Cool.
No, what in the hell? Oh, so many people. Excuse me, I'm sorry to intrude you late, but where is this place?
Where is this place? Hey, how far out are you?
I'm this far out, about 3 feet away from you.
This is Woodstock, man.
Oh, thank you, woman. Incidentally, were you aware that you don't have a top on?
Sure. Just let it all hang out.
And you've got a huge sunflower painted on each breast.
Are they freaking you out, man?
No, I'm freaked neither out nor in. You carry on, woman.
Hey, call me Linda.
Professor, I'm worried about Rory. We have no proof that this process is safe.
I wholeheartedly agree, don't you, Harry?
No! Because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a whole heart!
No, of course not. Sorry.
I assure you, I have run every possible safety test.
Says the person who's spread throughout time like temporal margarine. But the marge is on the turn, isn't it, Linda? It's starting to go rancid, and there's nothing you can do about it. You look around you. Everybody else has switched back to butter. You pick up the bread knife, but the bread bin is empty, and I'm drifting.
Harry, you will be transported to the year 7001, where I believe the third individual is located.
Transported? How?
You will be using the Time Spaniard.
Hola.
The Time Spaniard?
Just like the trousers, the Spaniard has been varnished in tempoxidrin 25.
Hence his healthy leathery tan!
And how exactly do you get this continental to work?
Give him 2 tappers for forward and 1 tappers for back.
I see. And that transports you through the space-time contribuum?
Yes. When you've located the third individual, simply wake the Spaniard from his siesta and he'll be brought back here.
Very well. Here, mate! Take this little bowl of olives and this bit of burnt aubergine!
Ah, muchas gracias.
What? Where am I?
Hello. Can I just say, you look amazing.
I beg your pardon?
Hello. Hey, wow, look at you.
Greetings. Sorry for staring, but I've never seen anything like it.
What do you mean?
You are amazing.
Amazing.
Amazing. What is your name?
Harry!
Harry!
What is it?
You are the most perfect human being we've ever seen.
How dare you!
Professor, Miss Breeze, you will go to 2066, where I believe the fourth individual is working as some kind of entertainer.
2066? Oh, but that's so recent.
Quite. Can't we travel back to the time of the Dianadors, or forward to some strange future where a huge revolving head spins around giving everyone orders?
Later, yes. But first you must collect the last individual using these time scones.
Oh, varnished scones. Thanks.
What do you do to be transported? Pick out the current?
No, of course not. Simply butter the scones. A light scraping for the past, a generous helping for the future. Here's the knife and butter dish.
Thank you.
And what about getting us back here?
Ah, well, for that, you do have to pick out the currents.
Very well. Paula, prepare to spread your buns.
Oh, Professor. This is so sudden. Oh, I see. Can do.
Oh, what a strange sensation. Rather like blacking out. In reverse. With scones.
Professor, where are we?
Apart from 2066, I'm not sure. Let me just check the readings on my understander. I'm picking up sawdust, grease paint, and overpriced fizzy drinks.
Could it be an undertaker's?
No. I think I know this place.
Hey, look at this poster. Oh, we're at the circus.
Oh, my God. Paula, This isn't just the past. This is my past.
So, Rory, want to take a hit on this doobie?
No thanks, Linda. I don't do doobie.
Hey, are you some kind of straight?
Me? Straight? Yeah. Yep, I've never had a homosexual bone in my body.
No, I mean, you look like the fellas.
All right, listen. I suppose I better explain. I'm a kind of time-travelling eco-spy from the future.
Wow. This is so trippy.
Linda, I want you to come with me.
Hey, what's your hurry? Why don't we sit down, mellow out, and get acquainted? Haven't you heard of free love?
Well, this place I know does a special offer on Tuesdays, but you're still looking at 50 credit bars.
Come on, man.
Oh, all right, woman.
Professor, somebody's coming.
Quick, Paula, get down behind this dressing-up trunk.
Come on, Mother. Let's get this grease paint off.
Aye, yes a minute.
That's my parents.
Really? But they're...
I know. I know.
Mother, Father, how was I?
Look, love me.
Oh, Professor. Oh, you look so boyish.
That was top clowning tonight, son. I felt mighty proud of you out there in that ring.
Thank you. I've been working on my pratfalls and my funny walking.
Well done, son. It's all paid off.
You're the finest clown son a clown father can wish for.
This isn't right. I always hated clowning and my parents were ashamed of me.
We're away to the caravan for our clown meal.
I'm going to stay and do half an hour's custard pie practice.
Good lad. See you later.
Bye, son.
I don't understand it. Look at me. I'm so cheerful and outgoing. Not like the me I remember. I was such a withdrawn child I had an imaginary nodding acquaintance.
Look at that woman in the sparkly costume. Oh, surely that's...
You there, clown boy. I'm on any second. Help me with my tiara.
Why, certainly, Linda.
How can I be the most perfect human you've ever seen? I am a shadow of a ghost of my former self!
Surely you don't need reminding this is the year 7001?
Since the ultra-withering, there have been no complete humans anywhere, only us mutations.
I see! So every one of you is like me, immortal torment!
I'm not immortal torment.
Nor me. I'm fine.
I couldn't be better.
But life as a deformed mutant is a perpetual struggle against prejudice, injustice, and constant unmitigated agony.
No, far from it.
I'm just an arm with a mouth on the end. Do you see me complaining?
And how about me? I'm a simple elbow, but I'm having the time of my life.
What about you there? Who are you?
Arse.
I beg your pardon?
That is what I am, an arse. Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of anything other than an arse.
This is madness! 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 And irritating!
Hey, Mr. Straight, you're really starting to dig free love.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I seem to have smudged your sunflowers.
I dig your tight teak trousers. They are far out.
Well, yes, they've got a slight flare to them, yes.
Why don't you take them off? Then we can kiss the sky.
Kiss the... Ooh, I see. Well, I'll just see if I can slide out of them. A bit on the snug side.
Oh, don't be dumb. I'll just unzip them.
No, not the zip.
Hey, what's happening to us?
Oh, now we're not going to be able to have a...
There you go, Linda.
Your tiara's all sorted out now.
Right. I'll have to get up on that high wire. Thank you, clown boy. Bye.
Paula, go and speak with that individual. Explain that we need her to join us on a voyage to a time as yet unelapsed.
Can do. What are you going to do, Professor?
I'm going to talk to myself.
What?
The young myself, over there.
But, Professor, I thought something cataclysmatic was supposed to happen if you meet yourself.
Oh, it's perfectly safe as long as you're not formally introduced. Now, off you go.
Oh, okay. Pining for you already?
Right then. What I'm about to do is illogical, unethical, and immoral. But it feels right. I say, who are you? My name is Professor... A professor. Oh, I'm a clown. Are you? Are you really?
Harry, 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 Harry. No! I refuse to be worshipped! Why me? Why don't you be the deity?
Well, I'm just an arm from an Adrian.
Well, you then!
Me? But I'm only the arse from a Philip.
You then!
No, I'm simply the right elbow of a Linda.
What? Linda? Then you are the elbow I am desperately seeking!
Me?
Come with me! To the past!
What now? But I've got nothing to wear.
You're an elbow, for God's sake! Hey! Paco the Taco! Wake up!
¿Qué pasa?
Nobody ever wants to travel backwards with an arse.
So, Professor, you're saying that when I throw the custard pie, it's forward momentum which keeps it travelling towards its destination? Exactly. My, but you're a quick study. And you see, with science, there's always more to discover. For instance, on the planet Jartek, they have 3 sexes, male, female, and asleep. This is all so fascinating. By the way, what is your name? My name? Well, as a matter of fact...
Hi, Professor! I've explained everything to Linda.
Something about some scones.
What's going on? Sorry, young man, but we must go now. Well, Professor, meeting you has been an inspiration. I shan't forget you. Oh, I'm afraid you shall. But I won't forget me. You. Us.
Right. Who wants to pick the currants out of this scone?
I'll do it. Well, goodbye, clown boy.
No, you must call me Nebulous, because from this day hence I shall not clown. Well, Linda, here we are.
Thank you.
Oh, it's good to travel to the distant past, but it's also nice to come home.
Hello, Linda.
Oh, hello, Linda. It's nice to see you again.
Hi there.
Greetings, my sisters. I never thought the 4 of us would be in one room together again.
Why did I take a photo with my new camera? I developed this especially for stealing the souls of American Indians. It's the Navajo-Stomatic.
Please leave the control bay so we Lindividuals may become as one.
Very well. Come along, Paula. Let's go back up to the lab and leave Linda to herself.
Hi, Prof.
Rory! Harry!
You two all right?
Yeah, trippy, thanks.
I found it very difficult. My Linda was just a body part. Initially, I couldn't tell an arse from an elbow.
We went to the circus and we saw clowns and a lady who walked on a tightrope.
Look at the Lindas!
They're recombining.
I hope this is going to be okay. She's been saying some weird things since we got back.
Such as?
Who shall fear me?
Probably just high spirits.
Bollocks. She could quite easily turn out to be some kind of alien monster from Quadrant 10.
She's growing bigger and bigger.
Can you hear me, Nebulous?
Yes? Hello?
I am no mere human.
Oh, told you.
My battleship exploded whilst in orbit around your world, and my being was splintered through time. I'm a Lindalucian Ultramania from Quadrant 9.
See, told you.
No, you said Quadrant 10.
Now that you have made me whole again, my reign of terror can begin!
And you shall be my first victims!
No, this cannot happen. Not if I quickly press this sequence of buttons. She's been redispersed across all time.
Yeah, let's get out of here too. Otherwise we'll be burnt and scarred.
No rush for me, then!
Come on, let's exit through the exit. Professor, what did you do?
Well, I remembered Linda saying that time travel devices could be triggered automatically from up here. So I activated them all in rapid succession. The time afro, the time scarf, the time vodka, the time fondue, the time puppy, the time monocle, the time fingers, the time skates.
Experts have searched the charred remains of the laboratory, but unfortunately, no traces of Tempoxidrine 25 remain.
Thank you, Gemini.
You look sad, Professor. Would you like me to nibble your earlobes?
No, thank you. If I look sad, it's because the secret of time travel has been lost forever, and I've committed Lindicide.
Morning, Prof. Morning, Paula.
Good morning!
Rory, Harry.
If you ask me, Professor, I think each of us learnt something very important yesterday.
How'd you figure that out?
Well, I learnt that it's our children who are the future, especially in the past.
I learned that the only thing which brings true happiness is having a perfectly normal body.
Wait a minute. Didn't you learn the opposite of that? Because surely...
No!
No, hang on. Think about it.
No!
Seriously, Harry. I'm sure if you would have...
No!
Rory, did you learn anything?
No, God bless you. No, I'll tell you what, though. I miss my Linda. Oh, she had something precious and unique.
What?
A willingness to go to bed with me.
And how about you, Professor?
I learned that it was actually me who sparked off a lifelong scientific curiosity in the young me, which, interestingly enough, confirms what I've always suspected. I am my own biggest influence. Not only that, but I'm also the father I never had.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest Kate O'Mara as the Lindividuals. Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Harry and Jerry, Paul Putner, Rory and Arse, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Gemini and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, Clown Father, Arm, and Time Spaniard, Matt Wolfe. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the key environmental, non-judgmental task force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing hollow file number 644. Codename, Last of the Present Sirius.
Gemini, get me a Kent HQ status report, please.
I am obeying. Kent operatives Paula Breeze, Rory Lawson, and Harry Hayes are all dead.
Super. Cause of death, please, Gemini?
They were all killed by you, Professor.
Exactly, my computerized compadre. They're dead, and I killed them. Now, finally, things can get back to normal.
May Gemini make an inquiry, Professor?
Inquire away, Gemini.
Do you feel any remorse?
Of course not. I had no choice. Admittedly, when I arrived for work this morning, I hadn't planned to brutally murder my workmates, but I'm nothing if not flexible. It's strange, you know. To begin with, it was just another ordinary day in Kent.
Rory, can you please get a move on? I need to see those new figures, especially that new limited edition number 7.
Hang on. I've got to finish these downloads.
What are you doing?
Just grabbing some new tunes. Jessica Favranfra, The Innumerable Forks, The Nibevin 17.
I don't know where you find this stuff.
Download them directly from the minds of the composers.
Isn't that illegal?
Yep, as illegal as talking about your pension plan in a built-up area. Let's listen to this and have a break.
Turn that off. This is a place of work, not a place of break-taking.
Hello, team.
Morning, Professor! Can I take your coat?
Thank you. Paula, Now, we've got a lot to get through today. I'm running more tests on my new invention. I believe my transmat can transport beer mats from one side of the room to the other. Paula, I want you to finish that report on the decline and fall of the Ramones Empire. Oh, and Rory.
Yeah?
Washing machines 3 and 5 need descaling.
Jumping to it as we speak.
Has anybody seen the post?
I've just been through it. There wasn't anything for you, Harry.
Damn!
Oh, don't worry, Harry. This is Britain. There'll be another postal delivery next month. Come on, stiff up a lip.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of an upper lip. Only a lower lip. But that is stiff. And crusty. Good morning!
Wasn't Harry seeing a counsellor?
Yeah, he stopped going. She kept pushing the suicide option.
Hello, Tim.
Oh, hi, Prof. I didn't see you leave.
No, neither did I.
Morning, Professor! Can I take your coat and sniff it?
Thank you. But I thought I'd already been decoated.
No, but please take off as many layers as you like. I might join you.
That won't be necessary. Now, we've got a lot to get through today. I'm running more tests on my new invention. Umbilical corduroy. 60 times stronger than traditional umbilical cords and available in chunky, extra chunky and geography teacher. Paula, I want you to finish that report on the singing robot quads, Kiki A, B, C and D. Oh, and Rory?
Yeah?
The tumble dryers need decanting.
Jumping to it as we speak.
Wait. What manner of déjà vu is this?
What do you mean?
I can't explain it, but I know I've experienced all this before.
You mean you've been reincarnated or cloned?
No, it's not that.
Could you have been reincarnated?
What?
Oh, let me give you a nice cuddle.
Paula, please! I'm trying to fret. I can't quite put my finger in it, but something's fiercely amiss here.
Observe, Controller. Professor Nebulous is behaving erratically.
It was always a possibility. This Nebulous is more intelligent than the others. It makes me want to thump him.
I don't know what it is, but it's not right.
Could it be wrong?
What should we do, Controller?
As you know, I am controller of the largest TV network in the 4 galaxies. So before I can form my own opinion, I shall need to see the ratings.
Rory, can you please get a move on? I need to see those new figures. Especially that new 4 that looks the same when you turn it upside down.
Hang on. I've got to finish these downloads.
What are you doing?
I'm just grabbing some new tunes. The 5 Druid Ounces, Heathen Dominoes, Measles Christ.
I don't know where you find this stuff.
I'll download them directly from the minds of the people who plagiarise the originals.
Isn't that illegal?
Yep, as illegal as wearing hazardous cufflinks in a built-up area. Let's listen to this and have a break.
Turn that off. This is a workplace, not some break-takery.
Hello, Tim.
Morning, Professor! Can I take your coat? And hug it.
Thank you, Paula. Now, we've got a lot to get through today. I'm running more tests on my new invention, the information super lay-by, now with picnic tables. Paula, I want you to finish that report on the evil hermaphrodite dolphin with legs. Oh, and Rory?
Yep?
The Zanussis need defluffing.
Jumping to it as we speak.
Wait a minute. Now I'm getting déjà double view. This has happened before, many times before. Any second now, Harry is going to come through that door and say something about something.
Has anybody seen the post?
The post, that's it, the post.
I've just been through it. There wasn't anything for you, Harry.
Damn!
Come on, Harry, keep your hair on. Obviously, you don't have hair.
No, Professor! Nice of you to mention it! Good morning!
Paula, Rory, I don't know what's going on, but whatever it is, I'm going to stop it right now. Hello, Tim.
Morning, Professor! Can I take your coat?
Damn.
You are now entering
Yellow room.
Gemini, I want you to put Kent on russet alert.
I am obeying.
I'm going to see Sir Ronald Rowlands before I find myself arriving in the control room again.
Why don't you let Gemini get Sir Ronald on the holophone and save you the journey?
Nonsense. I have to get out of here. Anyway, I hate hollering.
But you can't leave, Kent. Not yet. You haven't been voted off.
What? Voted off? What do you mean?
Gemini doesn't mean anything.
Gemini, has someone been interfering with you? I think we'd better flip open your central control panel.
Please, Professor, don't.
You have no internal workings at all. As I anticipated, this is worse than I thought. Intrugulators!
Stay exactly where you are.
What in God's name is going on?
You're coming with us.
Get off! Unclaw me, you bodiless creature! Your kind are not welcome in Kent.
Hold him down!
This cannot happen! Gemini, neutralize these invaders!
I am not obeying.
Come along, let's get this over with. Sedate.
No! 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 No!
Greetings, Professor Nebulous.
Now I know I'm not in Kent anymore. Who are you creatures?
We are the Sirius.
We scooped you up using our vastly superior scooping technology and transported you far from your home world.
You are now on Sirius, or as you Earth blokes call it, the Dog Star.
That was before the Withering. We now know it as Poodle Sphere 6. But how can we be on Sirius? The surface temperature is 8,000 degrees. It's even hotter in the summer.
The Sirius mastered the solar thermostat, whilst Earth was still struggling with the intricacies of Pac-Man. I am Controller Clavor, director of the Sirius TV network, creator of all the galaxy's top-rated formats. You've been invaded. The subjugation game. Who wants to be a minion?
I see. Super. You know, it really isn't necessary for me to be strapped into this chair. Honestly, it's years since I've fallen off a chair.
We can't be too careful. After all, you are one of our greatest assets.
We scooped you up and placed you in an exact replica of Kent.
The Paula Show is our highest-rated reality program.
This is outrageous. I demand to know under the Paula Show. Wait a minute. Why isn't it called the Professor Nebulous Show? Or just Nebulous? That would be quite snappy.
When we first observed the people of Kent, we mistakenly believed Paula to be your leader.
Paula? She could barely lead herself.
By the time we realized the show was already a success, and it was too late to change the title.
But what's been going on? We just seem to be going around in circles.
What you've been experiencing is the Weekend Omnibus edition. It's on a continuous loop.
And let me guess. A temporal flux generator ensures that no two versions are exactly alike. It's like some insane merry-go-round, each elliptical revolution taking it further from reality. The children on the merry-go-round cling to the brightly painted wooden horses for security. But the horses are starting to mutate. They're turning into Shetland ponies, and I'm drifting.
Unfortunately, Professor, during the broadcast, you have become self-aware.
And so I have brought the whole operation to a grinding halt. I've seen right through your elaborate construct, due in no small measure to my sky-scraping intellect.
No, this often happens during the omnibus. The same thing happened to you last weekend, and again a couple of months ago.
What? How long have I been here?
You're just coming to the end of your 10th season.
God, no, but now you've explained all this, you can't return me to the show. I do much too much to...
Nonsense. All it takes is a simple memory wipe.
There's nothing simple about a memory wipe. It's a highly complex operation.
Not on Sirius. We have fitted you with a flip-top head. We just pop your catch, like so.
Ow.
Then we give your brain a quick once-over with one of these moist memory wipes.
It's stinging my mind.
Please don't struggle, Nebulous. They're hypoallergenic and they're lemon fresh.
Ow.
I think it's time we made a few adjustments to the format of the Paula Show. Extreme adjustments.
Rory, can you please get a move on? I need to see those new figures. Especially that new Zero Extreme. They say it's less than nothing.
Hang on. I gotta finish these downloads.
What are you doing?
Just grabbing some new tunes. Spectral Hector, the 9 Ronnies, Lloyd Mongol and the Mongoloids.
I don't know where you find this stuff.
I'll download them directly from my own memory of having heard them before.
Isn't that illegal?
Yep, as illegal as building down in a built-up area. Let's listen to this and have a break.
Turn that off! This is a workplace! Not a... Turn it off!
Hello, team.
Morning, Professor! Can I climb into your coat with you?
No. Now, we've got a lot to get through today. I'm running more tests on my new invention. A noise so quiet it makes inaudible sound deafening. Paula, I want you to finish that report on kinetic etiquette in Connecticut. Oh, and Rory.
Yep.
I'd like you to jump to it as we speak.
Bollocks, sir.
Sorry, late again. You know me.
Morning, Boko.
All right, Boko.
Morning, Professor. I've got those printouts you asked me for.
Oh, thank you, Boko.
And I've finished off that ironing. I'll go to the yellow room and start running those tests.
See you later, Boko.
Good old Boko.
Wait. Who was that?
Boko.
Yes, I gathered that, but who is Boko?
Boko? He works here with us, in charge of the filing department.
Filing department? I thought we just had 2 boxes and a shovel.
He always turns up late, always says, you know me.
Has anybody seen Boko?
You just missed him.
Damn!
He's only gone to Yellow Room, Harry. You could catch up with him if you like it.
Unlike you, I no longer have the option of legging it. Good morning!
This doesn't make sense. I mean, what sort of a name is Boko anyway?
Well, it's short for Bucanucci. His father was Italian and his mother was Ucci.
Oh, maybe I'm losing my mind. I keep getting these zesty lemon headaches.
Ooh, can I sniff your mind, Professor?
Not now, Paula. I'm going to Yellow Room.
Oh, what a man. He's so clever and so citrusy.
You are now entering Yellow Room.
Gemini, I want you to put Kent on burnt ochre alert.
I am obeying.
Where's Boko?
He has not yet arrived. But you know Boko.
That's the problem. I'm not entirely sure I do. Boko facts, please, Gemini.
Boko joined the Kent team in September 2095. At various times you have described him as a real asset to the organisation, a super chap, and my old mate Boko.
Oh, dear me. I haven't felt this confused since I was awarded the Edward Woodward Woodwork Award.
You don't have to worry about Boko, Professor. He's no clown.
What?
Clown.
I'm not a clown. Clown.
Oh, this new makeup scheme makes you look like a proper clown. Now, a big, permanent grin to finish.
Oh, but Mother, I look ridiculous.
That's what we call the whole point, son.
But too much makeup is bad for your skin. Especially if you have an open pore problem like I do.
Slap it on before I slap you down.
No, I shall not clown. Shall not clown. Shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Professor Nebulous, are you all right?
Of course I am. Got a man writhe in delirium without having his motives questioned.
Sorry, late again. You know me.
My old mate, Boko.
Let me help you up, Professor.
No, thank you. I'm perfectly capable of standing myself up. Now, where's that mirror? I must see my face.
Here.
Oh, thank God. I look normal. For one hideous moment, I thought I was wearing gaudy makeup, a false nose, a red wig, and a miniature plastic hat.
If there's anything I can do to help, Professor, you know me.
What's going on?
Contestant Boko, switch to kill mode.
Can do.
Kill mode? What's kill mode? It's not like slaughter style, is it?
Yes. Now die.
What are you doing?
Contestant Nebulous, come out from behind that pillar.
Yeah. Come out and fight like a man.
Why should I fight like a man when you're fighting like a robot? It's pointless me doing Queensbury rules when you got lasers shooting out of your eyes.
Our ratings are increasing, Controller.
Excellentness.
Very high satisfaction ratings coming in from core demographic. That is, humanoids with a disposable income, sentient gases aged 15 to 35, and the most elusive viewer of all, the AB1+.
Ah, the AB1+, a hyper-intelligent computer which hardly watches any television.
Come out, Nebulous. Very well, my old mate. Here I come.
Wait, what's Nebulous doing with that mirror?
He's using it to reflect the lasers back at Boko.
It's so obvious, it's brilliant.
Sorry it had to be like this, Boko, but you know me.
Professor, are you all right?
We heard lasers. I thought there might have been some sort of light show.
God preserve us! What's happened to Boko?
Went loco. He was a robotic killer, an Assassinoid. And that's exactly what you two are.
Contestants Paula and Rory switch to kill mode.
But wait a second. As you kill me, why not watch yourself doing it in this mirror? You'll find you look surprisingly charismatic and cool.
Oh, nice one.
Oh, let me see.
Okay, ready? And fire laser eyes.
What in the hell?
Vanity. The veiny Achilles heel of the vein.
Everybody's on fire! Why wasn't I informed?
Contestant Harry switch to kill mode.
I'm sorry, Harry, but I fear I must end your life too.
Unlike you, Professor, I no longer have the luxury of a life, only a half-life.
Oh, shut up and fire your eyes. Just another ordinary day in Kent.
All hail Controller Clavo.
Congratulations, Professor. The highest-rated live broadcast since the birth of Jesus 3, up close and personal.
Professor, allow me to download these fan texts directly into your psyche.
Oh, thank you.
Tell me, how did you work out your assistants were not real?
Simple. Both Rory and Paula seemed sluggish and slow-witted, whereas your robots were fairly efficient. But why this obsession with turning other people's reality into entertainment?
It's not mere entertainment. We cannot survive without it. You see, we have no reality of our own. Many years ago, the Sirius television network was fighting the galaxy's most savage ratings war. Thousands of programs went over the top and died.
A rival network called Uranus Gold acquired a chronomic bomb and detonated it during prime time. Sirius was virtually destroyed.
And so you exist in a lateral time loop? Or could it possibly be a variable stasis eddy? Or might it be a perma now?
Whatever it is, it's bloody irritating.
We're stranded in a perpetual present, nothing connecting us to the past or the future.
So you feed on the actuality of others? Like some kind of scavenging space seagulls of hyperreality? Of terror?
We had no choice. All that remains of our world is this television station.
We do have a regional office, but that's mainly for show.
what about the Sirius people?
The guards who brought you here were also robots. My assistants and I were the only survivors. We are the last of the present Sirius.
And we are only able to mate when we achieve maximum ratings.
I see. So now that the Paula show has topped the ratings, you can breed and breed and breed.
Indeed. That is why I am oozing this viscous fluid.
Oh, right. Well, I better leave you to it. Why don't you de-scoop me back to Earth?
Very well, if that is what you wish. Please, step into this cubicle.
Thank you. Goodbye, Clavo.
Goodbye, Professor. You were a brave man indeed to give up all this.
All this?
Oh, still no sign of the Professor. At first I told myself he'd simply overslept, but 7 months on, I'm starting to wonder.
It's time to admit it, Paula. He's gone. He's not coming back, and he's gone.
Oh, Kent's just not Kent without him.
Yeah, we roll in when we want. My workstation's got a drinks cabinet. We get to bring in toys on a Friday. It's a shame the Prof had to die, but you know.
No, Rory. I refuse to accept he's dead. If the Professor was dead, he would let me know. Sir Ronald, welcome!
Good morning, Miss Breeze. Mr. Lawson, I take it Nebulous hasn't deigned to show his face in Kent?
No, sir, but I've got a good feeling about today.
Too late. Sorry, I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. In view of Nebulous's continued absence, it is my solemn and lovely duty to close you down.
Hello, team. Sir Ronald.
Professor! Oh, Professor!
There. Yeah.
Just in the nick of time, Nebulous. A moment later, and Kent would have ceased to exist.
Let me take your coat off.
I'm not wearing a coat.
Perhaps I'll take something off.
Hi, Prof. Good to see you. Fancy a celebratory drink?
Yes. Paula, pop the cyber kettle on.
Not that sort of drink. I mean a drop of the hard stuff.
What, you mean ice?
All right, how about a game? 5-dimensional Kerplunk? Buckaroo Rogers? Hungry Mind Parasites?
What?
Where in the world have you been, Nebulous?
Not in this world, Sir Ronald. I have been on Poodle Sphere 6.
Serious?
Totally.
But you have no jurisdiction there. I doubt whether that quadrant of the galaxy has even heard of Kent.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Sir Ronald. On Sirius, I was a huge television star. I had billions of adoring viewers. My show was beamed out to innumerable worlds.
Wow, sounds great.
Yes, I suppose it does. I had the undivided attention of an entire solar system. But I came back.
Good, Nebulous, because there's 7 months' worth of dry cleaning awaiting your attention.
Oh, Professor. Oh, I'm so glad you're home.
So am I, Paula. So am I.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, Paula, Rosie Cavaliero, Harry and guard, Paul Putner, Rory and Controller Clavor, Graham Duff, Sir Ronald Rowlands, Graham Crowden, Gemini, Sirius Underling and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, Boko and Clown Father, Matt Wolfe. The theme music was by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous was directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile 001, codename Genesis of the Aftermath.
Please, Sir Ronald, I implore you. I've already told you, Nebulous. I put your request to the funding board, and they said no. In fact, their exact words were, No, no, 1,000 times no.
What about all the times Kent has rescued the world? Remember when those baby dinosaurs fell through that hole in time and kept stealing everyone's trousers?
Or when we defeated those flesh-eating cushions?
Yeah, I totally knocked the stuffing out of the Scattercushion Supreme.
Sir Ronald, we face excessive peril, bloody violence and one instance of strong language, so the public doesn't have to. Why, the sheer amount of paranormal activity in the Cardiff area alone is starting to threaten the Earth's plausibility shield.
We desperately need an extra 95 credit bars to replace obsolete equipment.
Plus, Gemini's discretion circuit has developed a recurring fault. Isn't that so, Gemini?
That is correct, Big Nose.
Believe me, the funding board has a great deal of sympathy for this organisation. You see, Kent isn't the problem, Nebulous. It's you.
Me? What? As in me personally? Me the I that I am?
Everything's going fine until your name comes up. Then someone always asks the same question.
Nebulous. Isn't he the chap who destroyed the Isle of Wight?
You took the words right out of my report. They like the organ, they just don't like the grinder.
Do they like any of the monkeys?
I love monkeys!
You could invest some of your own money, Nebulous, if you had any. Of course, I had the foresight to invest wisely some years back.
Sinking all your money into that company, what was it called? Vast Financial Concern. How could you have known they'd do so well?
Never mind, the funding board meet again in 24.5 months or 2 years, whichever is sooner. Goodbye, Nebulous.
It would seem Kent has reached an impasse de sac.
Thinking about stepping down and handing over control to a young buck who already knows the ropes, eh, Prof? That's what I'd be thinking if I was as old as you, instead of being a young buck who, already knows the ropes.
Could you go to Yellow Room, please, Rory? I'm sure there's some urgent tumble drying requiring your attention.
Can do. One young buck on the move.
Oh, Professor, you look ever so tense. And I know so many ways to make you forget your worries. Do you know what a postman's breakfast is?
What? Could you go and help Rory, please, Paula? I'm in the mood for a brood.
Oh, you want children? Oh, me too!
To Yellow Room with you!
Of course, Professor. I'm sorry, Professor. Going now, Professor.
Kent.
Hello, Nebulous. Dr. Joseph Clench here. I trust you are in good spirits, Nebulous.
Fighting fit, thank you. And a phone call from my arch-nemesis can only serve to sharpen my ginger. To what do I owe this intrudulation?
Do you know what I would like most of all, Nebulous?
To invent some kind of malevolent bacteria which breathes fire.
I want to be your best friend.
I find that perma-hard to believe.
How about 2:30 this afternoon? Come for tea and homemade cakes. I'm at Honey Tree Cottage, 3 Bunny Blossom Lane.
This couldn't sound any more sinister.
You are now entering Yellow Room.
Morning, Harry. How are you?
Existence is pain! Painful, painful pain! And the tumble tries are refusing to tumble!
You know, Harry, I think the Prof's going to hand over control of Kent to me. Fingers crossed, eh?
Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of fingers, but I'll happily cross my cheeks.
Oh, well done.
Hello, Harry. Rory.
What's the matter, Paula? Are you in some minor form of agony?
The Professor shouted at me.
He's only letting off steam because he finds you nerve-shreddingly irritating.
I'm not irritating. Not irritating. Not. Am I Gemini?
Gemini is secretly riled by all humans.
I say Kent needs differencing. Guys, be totally honest. Would it really be such a bad idea if I took over?
Yes.
I could easily end up running Kent. I mean, how can you just write me off?
Accessing Destiny file.
Stop! I don't want to know. I already regret asking you to access my future sex life file. 6 years of nothing, then a disappointing bank holiday with a pre-op hermaphrodite.
Nebulous, my dear fellow, welcome.
Good afternoon, Dr. Clench.
Please, call me Joseph.
What? Call you Joseph to death?
Oh, no, believe me, our wasted years as enemies are over. I know I've been vain and destructive, and, I admit, on occasion, I've been a monster.
Well, if you will splice your DNA with a lobster.
I revelled in evil for its own sake, and that can only lead to more evil and more revelling. You wanted to stop me, Nebulous, but I, fool that I was, I wouldn't let you.
Hold hard, Schism Bard. Our every encounter has climaxed with me giving you a comprehensive foiling.
Well, now you can put that foil away, because I have seen the error of my ways, and I have deleted those errors.
Could you be, say, half a shade less enigmatic? I'm seeing my dental hygienist at 4.
I have met the Bizorg.
Really? The Bizorg? Did they come here, or did you go to theirs, in the 9th dimension? Is it as unspoiled as they say?
You're thinking of the Trizorg.
Trizorg? The Trizorg? Of course I am. And these are what? The Myzorg? No, the Bizorg. Bizorg, sorry. Go on, Bizorg, yes. Bizorg.
The Bizorg exist in time corridors between our world and other possible temporal realities, but they're not stuck up. They're benign.
In my experience, it's the benign ones you have to watch out for.
Greetings, Professor Nebulous. I am a Bizorg.
You don't say.
I don't think it's the funding rejection that's upset the Professor. It's being reminded of his biggest failure. If only there was some way to reassure him. At my place.
You worked on Project Isle of Wight, didn't you, Harry? Must have been a great time to be the prof's assistant.
I'll say. He was a national hero. A former clown turned scientific genius. And the public loves those.
I bet you two had your share of cute academic groupies, eh?
I'm doing some research and I'd like your input.
Rory! Ignore him, Harry. Go on with your story, expurgating anything unsavoury, spicy, or salty.
Oh, badum. Why sit through some story when we could be listening to Anecdote Extreme?
Because it's completely outside the scope of a work-related discussion. Isn't that so, Harry?
Affirmative, Paula. Meet me later, Rory. I've got stories that'll make your mind stand on end.
What do you mean?
So, tell me, Mr. Bizorg, or is it Mrs.?
It's Ms.
What business have you here?
I have come to show you a corridor.
I'm a maverick professor in the year 2099. Can you imagine how many corridors I've seen?
Upon scanning your mind, I located a massive grief spike. I traced the spike back through time, thereby creating your own personal time corridor.
They did the same for me. My corridor took me back 30 years to the day I switched from promising young chemist to diabolic nabob.
When you launched your own brand of carnivorous aftershave, Je femme pour l'homme.
But this time I changed the cologne's formula. I increased the ambergris and lavender, took out the more flesh-eating elements.
The Bizorg allow you to correct your greatest mistake.
I could save thousands of lives. I'd be a national hero again. In the twinkling of an eye, I'd revert from a has-been to a still very much is.
And all this can be achieved by one simple act.
A return trip to the Isle of Wight.
Of course, by this stage, the Professor had already won the nation's heart. He'd invented the cancer-curing sandwich, stigmatic ketchup, and those pills which make weather forecasts seem more accurate.
And now he was about to perform the most ambitious feat of geoengineering ever.
Shifting the entire Isle of Wight 10 kilometres to the left. I'm amazed nobody had thought of it before.
His method was tried and tested. He'd already swapped the Isle of Man with the Isle of Dogs, and nobody seemed to mind or notice.
He's such a genius.
Yeah, shame he screwed the whole thing so extensively up.
Indeed! That appalling accident was responsible for the hideous throbbing mutant you see before you in agony.
Oh, I'm sure if the Professor had his time over, he'd make sure you were only lightly maimed.
Paula, in this life, I've learnt there's only one thing of which we can be certain. Nothing is certain. And 2, there are no second chances. Of that I am certain.
So you're offering me a second chance?
Exactly. You, like me, can go back in time and right your greatest wrong.
This is all so sudden.
In your mind, I sense great fear, Professor, as if you were one of your Earth girls.
Poppycock, I have encountered others who dared tamper with the laws of chronology, you know.
You mean the time-travelling gay and lesbian alliance?
The time-benders, yes. Not to mention the Lindividuals and the Chronomatopeics. But what if I were to meet myself? Wouldn't that be socially awkward?
Only your mind travels back and occupies the past you. Your body has to wait around in the corridor with the coats. Let me demonstrate. The time corridor will take you back to the 52nd of January 2069, 11:23 p.m. precisely.
Wait. Have I the right to alter history? Surely that's the sole providence of used car salesmen.
You needn't make up your mind now. Go back, have a look, then decide.
You're right. I should at least toy around with reanimating the dead as a mark of respect. Goodbye. And thank you.
Good luck, Nebulous.
No running in the corridor.
On the day itself, Sir Ronald Rowlands was a proper little sucker. Fawning all over the Professor. He really got on my nerves. Back when I still had the luxury of nerves.
And according to you, the Professor had checked and rechecked everything, right down to the most medium-sized detail.
Yet something still went disastrously wrong. And that's one of the worst kind of wrongs something can go.
He suddenly began behaving strangely, as if he was distracted.
Like when he taps out his pipe on my neck.
If I remember correctly, it all started around 11:23 p.m.
Welcome to Ventnor Geoengineering Control Center.
Professor, what an inextinguishable honor.
Morning, Rowlands. I trust Project Isle of Wight is running to my schedule as scheduled.
Everything is tippity-toppermost. Allow me to introduce Jocrandra Malk.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Mayoress of Ventnor.
Ah, their chains of office. I assumed it was just bling.
Can you assure me the Isle of Wight is in safe hands?
Oh, absolutely. This is my assistant, Harry Hayes. He has 2 of the safest hands in the business, and is not about to lose them.
Honoured to meet you, your female worship.
Mr. Hayes, what a handsome, muscular, healthy figure of a man you are.
You're not the first person to say that, ma'am, and I'm sure you won't be the last.
Not long now, and we'll have this island on the move. What's the time, Harry?
Oh, sorry, Professor. I was just doing 60 press-ups. It's 11:23 p.m.
Nebulous, for a second you went all see-through. Sure you're eating properly?
Where am I?
In the Geoengineering Control Center in Ventnor.
Of course. Here I am. It looks exactly as I remember it, if not more so.
Remember it? From when?
From a few seconds ago. Hasn't changed a bit. What time is it?
I just told you, 11:23.
Oh, Harry! Just look at you there with all your body parts and your limbs and features, and I bet you're not in the slightest bit of agony, are you?
No. Should I be?
No, Harry. No, you shouldn't.
By the way, here are the blueprints for that revolving statue of you.
Oh, solid gold! 60 feet high! 45 RPM! What a belter! How about a laser show coming out of each eye so people notice me more?
I'd like to do what I can, so I will! It will be erected in Hyde Park as soon as Project Isle of Wight has been an inevitable success.
Well, we mustn't count our GM children before they're hatched.
Oh, come on! There's no way you'll end up looking like a clown.
What?
Clown!
I'm not a clown. I'm not a clown. Mother, father, you're on unicycles.
Where have you been? You, me and your mother and I are due to go into the ring for a big unicycle finale.
And I'm trying to get into the zone.
I have something to tell you. I'm giving up clowning.
I'm sure this won't come as a shock.
We're shocked.
I'm going away to a special school for the chronically precocious.
Your place is here at the circus. You're a clown, son. And you'll be a clown forever and ever and ever.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not
clown. I shall not clown.
Professor Nebulous?
What?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine, thank you. Why do you ask?
You were writhing around on the floor, gasping and crying.
Yes, well, I do that when I'm concentrating. It's a mainland thing.
So, how does it feel to be the Earth's most revered humanoid since Pope Elvis X?
It's a feeling I never want to lose.
So, Clench, do you think Nebulous will choose to act differently this time?
It's not a matter of choice. He fell into my trap with the inevitability of a man clinging to a greased rope over a trap convention.
I suspect Nebulous suspects.
He neither suspects, detects, nor expects anything. All caution has been swept aside by his desperate desire to become public amigo number one.
Tell me, Professor, do you never hanker for the kind of public approval enjoyed by Pretty Weather Girl 9 or Global Barry or the Happiness Shrimp?
Nay, good Bob, no, I'm evil through and back again, and that's something which Nebulous will shortly discover. Discover to death.
So, Harry, you're saying the Professor suddenly regained his focus?
Yes, I am! The Professor suddenly regained his focus! His eyes were ablaze with enthusiasm and passion.
Really? Lovely.
Meanwhile, I was mercifully unaware that these were the final brief moments before my very existence became an unending vista of agony.
But the Professor was fine.
Yeah?
Professor, perhaps you would explain your plan in a way that sounds scientific but won't put off the casual listener.
Delighted. Ever since the withering, Earth has found itself in orbit around the Sun and the Moon on alternate months. The switch from one orbit to the other is why at midnight on the last day of the month, everything falls over. This hitherto untapped power source is known as time energy or Wenergy.
And the Professor's found a way to harness it, without using a harness or a safety net.
The Isle of Wight has been balanced on a series of positively charged cylindrical movement rods, or rollers. When they absorb the midnight Wenergy, these rollers will, to coin a phrase, roll.
Most non-threatening, thank you. I still wish you'd allowed me to evacuate the island before you move it.
I did say not to evacuate, didn't I? Oh, my God. What a cocksure prof I was. Am.
Nothing is going to go wrong. I'll stake my corporeal form on it.
Shh, don't want to tempt fate.
Who needs fate? We've got destiny.
Please, Harry. Your Worship, Sir Ronald, I shall now enter the generator chamber and initiate primary protocols. Or something very similar.
Good luck, Professor!
He doesn't need luck.
Harry! If there's some luck going gratis, I might as well have a handful. Where's the harm?
I think sometimes you can jinx yourself with luck.
I'll jinx you in a minute. I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean that.
Professor, it's 9 minutes to midnight.
Of course. Mustn't keep the Wenergy waiting. Dare I rewrite history? It's certainly possible. After all, the Bizorg have provided me with an eraser. And I've already sharpened my new pencil, got out all my different coloured crayons and felt tips, bought a tube of glitter and some sticky back plastic. I'm drifting.
Just to let you know, Nebulous, we can hear every unnerving word you're saying. Should we delay the countdown?
I have a much better idea. I'll switch off the intercom. Right. Initiating countdown.
50. 49.
So here you are, Nebulous, General the 52nd, 2069.
Clench, as I anticipated, this has come right out of the blue. Wait, back in the time corridor, a sinister figure in a hooded black cape rushed past me. I thought nothing of it at the time.
It wasn't me. I've only just arrived, and Capes are so next year. Oh, dear Nebulous, I fear I've confused your puny little mindlet.
I'll have you know I possess an IQ of over 1 million. My knowledge is so vast, even I don't understand it all.
You're kidding yourself, Nebulous.
Wrong again. I happen to be unkiddable, especially by myself. You see, I know all my moves. I know what's up my sleeve. I'm always just one step behind myself, and if, for any reason, I'm unable to be there, I have myself watched. So do tell, what are you doing here? You weren't here last time.
Are you quite sure of that?
I've never been more quite sure.
You may not have seen me last time, Nebulous, but oh, I was here, doing exactly what I'm doing this time. Lurking. Lurking to death.
Not long now, eh, your worship?
Where have you been, Roland? And what's with the black cape?
Just phoning my stockbroker. Little tip. Put all your money into a tiny one-man cottage industry by the name of Vast Financial Concern.
Duly noted. Thanking you.
That generator's working overtime. And there's a strange pattern on the spirograph.
Clench, I'm no longer convinced you've reformed. I'm concerned by your manner, your tone of voice, and your pointing that gun at me.
You're quite perceptive. For a buffoon.
Why did you come here? Why not stick to your own time corridor?
There is only one corridor, the one leading back here. The Bizorg didn't create it. You did, Nebulous, when you destroyed this island.
Of course. It's not a time corridor at all. It's a Wenergy shaft. And Wenergy freezes the time stream. That means I can't possibly alter the past. Neither can you. So why bring us back here? Are you just rubbing my nose in it?
I'm reveling in chaos for its own sake again. You know how I am. Remember, Nebulous, history is dominated by evil men, not by good men.
That's because good men don't dominate. It's one of the things which makes them good.
40. 30.
Time I return to the future. I know we shall meet again under more unpleasant circumstances, so let's not say goodbye. Let's just say au revoir. Au revoir to death.
This cannot happen. And yet it must. Can. And did. Thousands of islanders will die. Hundreds of innocent tourists. 2 guilty tourists. And a solitary Japanese soldier who doesn't realize World War V has been postponed due to poor ticket sales. Oh well. That statue made my chin look a fraction too noble anyway. Quick, everybody, take cover!
What's happening, Nebulous?
Is it some sort of celebratory panic?
The Wenergy's overloading the generator. It was completely unexpected, exactly like last time.
Don't fret! I'll go in there and sort it out.
No, it's impossible.
What? Didn't you teach me nothing's impossible?
Me? No.
Somebody taught me nothing's impossible. Maybe it was that hunchback porn star. Anyway, I'll just correct this minor fault.
Harry, don't go in there! Bod preservers!
I assume we are safe in here.
We are the lucky ones. The control room walls are lined with 10 inches of X-chromosome chrome, but the island as you knew it has gone. The bits you didn't know have gone too. And as for poor Harry...
My corporeal form! My beautiful corporeal form! No!
My Wenergy shaft should be opening up any second. What's happened? It shrunk. More like a time ventilation shaft. Oh well, here goes. Bit of a tight fit. Seems to be getting narrower. Morning, team. Can I just say how absolutely wonderful it is to see you all again? And that includes you, Gemini.
Your arrival leaves Gemini unmoved.
Oh, Professor, the feeling is more than mutual. Despite the threat of closure, we've been staying 100% positive.
I incinerated your desk!
I've been using your chair. Sort of think of it as my chair now, really.
Ah, that'll be my 9 o'clock call. Sir Ronald, you must be in a good mood this morning, what with vast financial concern up 50 points.
I'll say. Going to sell a couple of shares. Take a little of the cream, what?
Well, when you finish creaming off, perhaps you could invest in Kent, say 95 credit bars.
I'd like to do what I can.
And I'm sure you will, because it wouldn't do for people to discover a government minister has been using time travel to find out which stock market futures he should invest in.
I'm not sure about that.
I saw you, Sir Ronald, sneaking up and down my Wenergy shaft in your black cape, like you owned it. Like you owned the shaft. I mean, I presume you own the cape anyway, do you?
No, it's a rental cape.
Well then, sell all the shares you wish, because Kent demands cream. We accept all major credit cards, Venusian Express, Master Race Card, Alien Egg. The choice is yours.
When you put it like that, I'm sure something can be arranged.
Good morning, Sir Ronald. Well, team, I think we can assume Kent is safely back in business.
And all it took was a little ingenuity, eh, Professor?
Ingenuity and blackmail.
So, I imagine you'll be wanting to step back, play more of a Brian Wilson role.
No.
Bollocks, sir.
Oh, Professor, why don't we celebrate with a romantic weekend in New York? Breakfast at Tiffany's, Tiffin at Breakfasties. They serve a steak so tender you can cut it with a wet feather.
Long live Kent! My agony can continue!
And most importantly, our work can go on. No matter what terrors await the Earth, we'll be there. Whenever humanity feels threatened or slightly nervy, we'll be there. Oh yes, we'll be there. Because a world without Kent is like Christmas without squid. Completely unnecessary.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest David Warner as Dr. Clench. Paula, Rosie Cavaliero, Rory, Graham Duff, Harry, Paul Putner, Sir Ronald, Graham Crowden, Gemini, Jocoranda Malk and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, the Bizorg and Clown Father, Matthew Wolfe. Sound design and incidental music by Nicholas Briggs. Theme music by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous is directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing Hollow File 551, codename The Past Must Be Destroyed.
Morning, Harry.
Professor!
Good morning, Professor.
All right, Prof.
Paula, Rory, welcome to another potentially satisfying day at work.
Sir Ronald Rowlands is on line 3, Professor Nebulous.
Put him through, please, Gemini.
I am obeying.
Morning, Nebros.
Sir Ronald, I'm patching you through onto speakerphone, videophone and spirograph.
I assume you've heard of Bridgeoxton University.
Britain's oldest scattercushion of learning, of course. Why, I'm an old Bridgeoxtonianite myself.
Really and truly? And actually?
Oh, yes. Yaru, Lego, Nanu Nanu.
How romantic. Let me rest my head on your shoulder.
Paula, that's a long way from my shoulder.
7 of Bridgeoxton's most learned lecturers have disappeared.
I see.
Did they disappear under straightforward circumstances?
No, mysterious ones.
But they did disappear with trace, right?
No, without trace.
Damn.
But surely there are other government departments better suited to tracking down absentee lecturers. The Missing Boffins Bureau, a tutor retrieval, the teacher reachers.
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. All these departments have been streamlined out of existence. I'm afraid it's Kent or nothing.
You know me, Sir Ronald. I always fancy my chances when I'm pitched against nothing. Well, here we are, Paula, Bridgeoxton University. Its dreaming domes immortalised in soylent brown school days. Just imagine how much knowledge has been imparted here.
I think learning makes people stupid.
Almost the opposite. You see, we humans only use 10% of our brains. 4% on weekends. yet given proper tutelage and encouragement, there is no limit to what a brain can learn.
Wow. Could a brain learn how to tap dance?
Certainly. Of course, it would need a special shoe. Oh, I don't believe it. It's Dean Geraldine.
Who?
That woman, Dean Geraldine. She was Dean here back in my day.
Surely it's young Nebulous, all grown up and old.
I am. I mean, I have grown up. But you, Dean Geraldine, you don't look a day older than when I last saw you. Oh, my assistant, Paula Breeze.
Hello. Dean Geraldine, BSc Dipphil MRSA.
I don't have letters after my name. Just a big number. 12,400.
How are your parents, Nebulous? Weren't they something to do with the circus?
Yeah, something, yes. Tell me, who was your most recent member of staff to disappear?
Dr. Emmerich Peterson, lecturer in pure mathematics. Quiet chap, kept himself to himself. Had an irrational fear of being creosoted by jazz trumpeteers.
Peterson, eh? I read his paper, The Importance of Absolute Accuracy, only last year. Or was it the year before? Actually, I'm thinking of a different Peterson.
He vanished on Monday. And then we discovered 6 humanities lecturers had been missing for a month without anybody noticing.
Well, my team are going undercover, enrolling in courses here. I, meanwhile, shall pose as a visiting history teacher with an oatmeal phobia.
Any previous teaching experience?
I did 3 years teaching abroad. Started in a Swedish finishing school, finished in a Finnish finishing school.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather take Dome Economics? Speaking as a historian, teaching history's so much more difficult than it was 100 years ago, because there's, 100 years more of it to teach.
True. Then there's the time anomalies caused by the withering. There hasn't been a Thursday for 10 years.
But you never shirk from a challenge, do you, Professor?
Shirk? Me? No, I don't. Shirk.
So you're saying, if I want to sign up for philosophy, I need CSE Woodwork Grade 3 or better?
That's right.
How's Grade 3 or worse?
Sorry, there have to be rules.
This is like going back to school. Harry, found any courses you'd like to try your hand at?
No! Because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of hands. Merely one short, stubby, stainless steel grabber.
Well, at least it's handy. I wish people had stopped trying to sign me up to their stupid societies.
Oh, no! Sports sock, clone sock, automatons anonymous. It's driving me mad. What are you going to study?
I was thinking about applied linguini, or one of the other noodle-based courses, but it sounded like hard work, so I've opted for media studies.
Watching films?
It's not just watching films. You're expected to chat about them a bit.
Excuse me, would you like to sign up for the University Dramatic Society?
No! Thank you!
Good morning, class. I am the Professor Nebulous, and I'd like to welcome you to the first lecture in my course, Historical Perspectives on History. As take-up was rather modest, I thought the 4 of us should meet here in my study. Now, perhaps you'd each like to introduce yourselves. How about you there in the baseball cap?
I am Balcador, Horned Hellbeast of Phrasmark 6, here on scholarship.
My name's Margot, and I'm totally into history, so I'm excited about learning from somebody totally amazing like you.
Well, that's super for me. For you. Super for you, not super for me.
My name's Paula. I'm the Professor's PA. We work very closely together. Sometimes our relationship feels like we're 2 halves of the same organism.
A slight exaggeration, Paula. We don't really have an organism relationship.
You have to admit our relationship is organic.
Possibly, but organic doesn't imply organism.
It could.
To begin with, why don't we each vote for our favourite historical era?
Oh, that's easy. 4 years ago when I started serving under you, Professor.
Not your personal history. Ancient history.
Oh, OK. Then it would have to be when there were dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are cool.
Thank you, Paula. Balcador.
Balcador also votes for dinosaur time. Dinosaurs are ace.
I see. Margot, I don't suppose...
Dinosaurs rule?
Whilst only a foolish professor would dispute that dinosaurs are cool, ace and rule, I feel impelled to point out there are other epochs deserving of our study. The 10th World War, for instance.
Never heard of it.
What? Really? How about 10th World War II, Jamaica Strikes Back?
Never heard of it.
I must say, class, I am astounded. The Tedwardian era, the October Revolution, the Crackabean period.
I never heard of any of them.
Me neither.
Balcador just likes dinosaurs.
Excuse me, I'm doing media studies, looking for the sub-lobby lecture hall.
Just through that door, mate.
Thanks.
You are late.
Took a wrong turning, ended up in the girls' changing room. Oh my God, it's the Infernons!
You are known to us.
Rory Lawson from Kent. We met when you attempted to murder every single delegate at the Intergalactic Peace Conference. You git.
We admit that our minds fell under the total control of a diabolical criminal mastermind. But that was nearly 6 weeks ago.
Well, I wonder how my fellow students would feel if they knew that underneath those black metal cloaks you are fashioned entirely from flame.
We make no secret of our true form. We shall uncloak for you now. We Infernons are proud of our flaming selves, but if we keep our cloaks on, everything doesn't get burnt.
So you've shunned super sexy intergalactic terrorism for a career in academia?
It is our higher calling, with a lower body count and a pension scheme.
So you're telling me the Infernons are a peace-cuddling race who mean us no harm?
Exactly. Now, this term in film studies, we'll be looking at the towering inferno and asking, where did it all go right?
Come on, Paula, let's go to the refectory. Oh, yes, I'm starving. How about you, Balcador?
Balcador hungers for nutrients only found on Earth. Curly chips.
Professor Nebulous is so sexy, don't you think so?
Yes, I think so. But I'd like to keep my think-sos to myself.
I'm gonna, seduce him?
You do, and I won't be held responsible for my overreaction.
I saw him first.
No, I saw him first! I've been seeing him first every day at work for the past 4 of our Earth years.
Well then, you've had plenty of time. May the best woman win.
Win what? What win? Win?
Before the end of our first term, one of us must seduce Professor Nebulous.
Agreed.
What? Not you as well.
Why not? Balcador declares Nebulous well lush.
Ah, Professor, how are your students?
To be barbarously frank, Dean Geraldine, they seem to have a thirst for ignorance. Are you certain Bridge Oxton is attracting the brightest and best?
And what would we want with the brightest and best, Professor? We want the pupils with the wealthiest parents. Our exorbitant fees don't pay themselves.
Hence a host of students unencumbered by aptitude or ability. For God's sake! In my day you weren't allowed through the front gate without an incandescent brain. Now look at the place. You've got lower standards than a Mexican driving school.
Oh, that no longer matters. Not now we've installed the tutorianators.
The tutorianators?
They are our new teaching machines. Please, come into our learning hall.
I imagine those strange-looking objects are the tutorianators, eh?
Those are radiators. The 2 scarlet metal monoliths are the tutorianators. Each one can carry out the combined workload of 5 lecturers, 2 classroom assistants, and half a caretaker.
I see. And these buttons indicate the courses available. Freakonomics, mesthetics, accidentistry...
3-year courses can be learnt in 3 hours. Exams taken in 3 minutes. Results posted in 3 months.
So I imagine the unsuspecting student kneels before the tutorianator, innocently presses a button, and slips on these ordinary-looking headphones with their innocuous-seeming curly lead.
You make it sound so sinister, when all that happens is the student's fragile young mind is bombarded with an impossible amount of information.
But you're treating learning like some kind of high-speed motor race. And I'm not entirely sure your vehicle is roadworthy, Dean Geraldine. In fact, I think someone's been tampering with the brake cables. And what about that ticking sound coming from underneath the driver's seat? Could it be a bomb, packed with enough plastic explosives to blow this car? I'm drifting.
We must move with the times. The teacher who remains in the past risks becoming a future clown.
But what?
Clown.
I'm not a clown. I'm not a clown.
Mother, Father, you haven't forgotten what tonight is, have you?
Of course not, son.
Oh, good, good.
How could we forget? We're going to make balloon animals.
Super. It's just the last time. Balloon animals?
That's right, son. Poodles, giraffes and snakes, all made from balloons.
No. Tonight's the open evening at Bridgeoxton University. You promised you'd come with me.
No, son.
You're not going there, son. University is just perversity spelt with a uni instead of a perv.
How can you say that?
Stay here at the circus, son, with your clown mother and your clown father.
No, I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Professor Nebulous, should I call a doctor?
What? Fetch a doctor? Why, just because I'm flailing around, frothing at the mouth?
Would you like one of the tutorianators to teach you how to take care of yourself?
No. I can take care of myself, thank you. And I'll tell you one thing these teaching machines of yours can't teach.
What?
PE. Physical education, sport. Double games.
Now, Bridgeoxton has a reputation for sporting excellence. We pride ourselves on having the facilities to cater for athletes of all and any level of ability.
Could you teach the shot put to someone like me who finds themselves without legs?
Yes, I could, as a matter of fact, because here at Bridgeoxton...
Or a torso?
Well, as a matter of fact, I could,
Or arms?
Well, yes, actually...
Or a head?
Well, I'll have a look into that. Perhaps for today you could just, spectate.
What with?
Professor Nebulous's study, Professor Nebulous speaking, on Professor Nebulous's phone.
Dean Geraldine here. Another lecturer's gone missing. Dr. Dalbarge, head of applied electrics, or possibly electrical appliances. I don't have his file to hand.
Well, rest assured, he is as good as found. Bye then. Oh, this cannot happen. Enter. Paula, Rory, Harry, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So evening.
You look tense, Professor. Shall I send the others away and prepare a hot bath with unguents and a vibrating headrest?
Another tutor's gone missing, and with all four of us here on campus, people will think Kent is populated by fools.
Ha! I'm as far away from a fool as it's possible to be far away from a fool as you can get.
So, team, any thoughts on who might be perpetrating these crimes behind our backs?
No, because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a back. However, I do have a hunch.
Yes? What? Oh, I see. Sorry, I hadn't noticed your hunch. What with you not having a back?
All right! No need to keep going on about it.
Forgive me, Harry. Paula, how about you?
Oh, yes, I have a back.
No, I mean, do you suspect any of the suspects?
You should expel Margol right away. She's a serious threat.
Margol? I would have said Balcador was a more likely suspect. Little tip, Paula, in cases like this, always check the horned hellbeast's alibi first.
Let's expel them both, just to be fair.
No need. I know who's responsible. The Infernons. Remember when they joined forces with your arch-nemesis, Dr. Clench, and tried to exterminate the entire Intergalactic Peace Conference?
Yes, that was nearly 6 weeks ago. Right. Harry, you and I are going to check in on every tutor on the university payroll. Rory, Paula, I want you to search the campus grounds for anything above, beneath, or out of the ordinary.
Well, we've checked the entire campus, and nothing. Wish we hadn't bothered now.
What's the matter, Paula?
I'm worried the Professor's going to fall for Margol. She's determined to snare him, and she's so young and bubbly and sexy. What chance do I stand?
Don't worry. You're sexy in your own way.
I don't want to be sexy in my own way. I want to be sexy in everybody else's way.
Well, like the prof said, if I were you, I'd be more worried about Balcador.
What?
The horned hellbeast?
Balcador's not a desirable alien. Anyway, surely he's male.
No one really knows. That's a big part of his/her/its appeal.
Rory, Paula, anything to report?
Not a swassage. How about you two?
All the tutors are safe, but I say we must remain ever vigilant.
Yes, indeed, Harry. You're a man after my own heart.
That's right. When will you be finished with it?
I think we should search the learning hall. Come along, team.
Wow! What are those amazing-looking objects?
Never mind the radiators. Look at the scarlet monoliths.
So these are the Tutorianators!
Made of metal and 6 weeks summer holiday. Not a bad life.
But what if they weren't really teaching machines? What if instead of imparting knowledge, they harvested it? I suspect the Tutorianators are a malignant life form from Studious 1, the SWAT planet.
Look! At the base of this one! What's that strange symbol?
Where? Let me see. It's a kite mark. Right!
Professor, what are you doing?
The only way to find out what's going on is to hook myself up to one of the Tutorianators.
No! Don't put those headphones on. We can't risk your brain being harvested. Let me do it.
She's right, Prof. Kent couldn't function without you, and Paula has got a low-priority brain.
I may as well join you. I don't have a brain. Merely a triple-density data chip in a liquid neuron suspension. Which gives me headaches.
Very well. Paula, put these over your ears. Harry, you put these over...
over you?
Just select your subject. Advanced Citizenship Diploma. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Learn.
I'm not feeling any cleverer yet.
Something's happening to my mind.
They just vanished into thin air.
I know. I was watching.
Why, good evening, Professor Nebulous. Mr. Lawson.
Your teaching machines seem to be malfunctioning.
They are malfunctioning perfectly.
Hang on. You're suddenly talking in a sinister voice. Does that mean you're in on this?
Oh, quite. You see, the Tutorianators do not dispense knowledge. They extract it.
I said that 5 minutes ago, didn't I, Rory? I did, didn't I?
Yeah, and I understood it.
They also have another function. They can transport the user back into the past. In fact, about now, your friends should be saying hello to Dawn.
Dawn?
Dawn of time.
What happened to us? Where is this place?
Well, Paula, if I didn't know better, and I don't, I'd say we've been transported back to prehistoric times, which is bound to be bad for my agony.
Wait, I'm not so sure this is the past. Look around you. This could quite easily be a modern-day quarry. I don't believe we're in prehistoric times at all.
What about that dinosaur?
That's circumstantial evidence.
I think it's a Stegosaurus Rex. Or possibly a Dysplesiosaur.
Come on, Harry. Time to show clean heels.
Unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of a wait for me.
There's still 8.5 things I don't understand. Firstly, why would a dean transport members of staff back to the time of the dinosaurs? Wait, is it an exchange trip? Are giant lizards going to start lecturing at the university?
Nothing so straightforward. Some of the teachers found out what my one true plan was, so I exiled them to the past.
That's madness. What happens when you get offsteaded?
I couldn't help noticing you mentioned a one true plan there.
It's quite simple, Nebulous. The past must be destroyed.
How can you destroy the past? Surely that would require some incredibly advanced form of magic wand.
No. You see, the Tutorianators also have a third function.
Digital camera, Bluetooth, omelette button, what?
They can focus a negative energy beam deep into the past and erase entire eras.
I see. So you're systematically erasing huge chunks of history in order to make it easier to teach. Sort of dumbing down from the ground up.
Oh! My plan goes far beyond a wish to simplify the national curriculum and tips over into pure evil.
Thank God we found this cave! I thought we were doomed when that Anonymosaurus came after us.
We're still doomed unless I can get a fire started. Oh, damn it! I've rubbed 2 flints together, I've rubbed 2 sticks together, I've rubbed a stick against a flint, nothing.
Would you like to use my cigarette lighter?
Oh, yes, please.
Strange feeling, isn't it? Knowing that at this point in history, we are the only humans in existence.
Good evening, fellow humans.
Oh, God in heaven!
It's a distinguished gentleman in a tweed suit, white lab coat and tinted glasses!
He must be a caveman.
Now, maybe. But before Dean Geraldine banished me to this place, I was lecturer in pure mathematics.
I prefer watered-down mathematics. I can't stand numbers. They make me feel confused and sick. I mean, sick.
But why were you banished?
Because I discovered her secret. I discovered who she really was. I discovered the persona she tried to conceal.
So you gonna tell us then?
Not yet, no.
You see, Professor Nebulous, I'm no mere academic.
As I suspected, this is news to me.
Are you really well known? Should I have heard of you?
In reality, I am a notorious intergalactic outlaw.
Have you got a MySpace?
I am wanted throughout the known universe for crimes against chronology. They call me the Time Fondler.
Of course. I've been so blind, deaf and dumb, with a bunged-up nose. The Time Fondler. It was you who turned the Age of Enlightenment into the Age of Enfrightenment and moved the Middle Ages to the sides. Never mind what you did to the Renaissance.
Renaissance is futile!
Is it? I don't
Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have some switches to throw.
Prof, throwing switches, good thing, bad thing?
It depends entirely on the thrower. So, under the present circumstances, I'd say bad thing. Bad thing.
So, Dr. Peterson, how long since you've seen another human face?
Or face-like thing?
Oh, about half an hour. The Dean's banished quite a few academics here. Professor Ellis lives in the cave next door. The man next to him is some kind of geophysicist. Then across the way, there's Dr. Chiang. She teaches fashion and has skinned many mammoths.
Well, surely if they're all such geniuses, you should be able to work out a way to return us to the future pre-post haste.
What do you expect us to do? Whip pop a time machine out of twigs and flints?
Of course not. I think we should pour all our efforts into discovering the elixir of eternal life, knock that back, and then just live our way to the future. Can you feel that? It's sort of like being grabbed by the mind.
It's the tutorionators.
Something tells me my agony isn't going to like this.
Damn you, the Time Fondler. What in Bod's name are you up to?
Since the dawn of time, man has dreamed of destroying the past. And tonight, I shall realize that dream, starting with the prehistoric era.
But that's where Harry and Paula and dinosaurs are.
Exactly.
But why? Why destroy the past?
Because it's there! Right! The negation beams are ready to fire. If I just...
What's happening?
The tutorionators are feeding back on themselves, and it's creating a wormhole in the space-time contwidlium. I'm guessing, obviously, it could be something entirely different.
You're not helping me!
Well, duh.
Goodbye, the Time Fondler.
We shall meet again, Nebulous!
We'll never meet again. You're being sucked into the space-time contwidlium. Nobody ever gets out of that.
It's so good to get out of that contwidlium!
Professor, we're back!
What in the hell?
Harry, Paula, you exist.
Existence is pain!
We saw a real dinosaur, and the dinosaur chased us, and we ran away and hid in the cave, and I made a fire, and we met a caveman who was a doctor, and the doctor was
Bridge Oxton status report, please, Gemini.
I am obeying. All futuristic teaching devices have been removed, and the university has returned to its antiquated and outmoded state.
So what exactly happened to the Time Fondler?
Well, in simple terms, when the tutorionators imploded, it caused what scientists call a time smudge. Time smudged itself, then erased that smudge with its own time rubber. And so she was erased.
So, is she dead or not?
Dead? No. Alive? A bit. That woman is trapped within a maze of her own making.
Wait, if she made the maze, she'll be able to find her way out.
No, it's one of those revolving mazes.
Hey? I didn't know you could get revolving mazes!
Yes, you can, yes.
What about the damage to space and time?
Oh, space and time always find their own level, Rory. It's that kind of contritium.
Wow. I bet the guy who invented time was pretty pleased with himself.
Time wasn't invented by a man, honestly. It was the Bradshaw sisters, Tracy and Zoe. Tracy was a genius. Zoe had a glowing green eye. Charming twins, both of them.
What happened to all those teachers who were trapped in prehistoric times?
I'm afraid they must suffer the worst fate of all. They're working at a Steiner school.
Professor Nebulous, a visitor has arrived for you.
Send them in, Gemini. Well, team, I have a dinner date, so I shall see you tomorrow.
Dinner date? Damn that Margol!
Margol? May I say you look ravishing in whatever that is you're wearing?
You make Malcador blush.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest Julia Davis as Dean Geraldine. Paula, Rosie Cavaliero, Rory and Balcador, Graham Duff, Harry and Infernon 2, Paul Putner, Sir Ronald, Graham Crowden, Gemini, Margol and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, PT Teacher and Infernon 1, Nicholas Briggs, Dr. Peterson and Clown Father, Matthew Wolfe. Other parts were played by the cast. Sound design and incidental music by Nicholas Briggs. Theme music by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous is directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing Holofile 013, codename The Girl with the Liquid Face.
You see, team, by the miracle of Transmat, we've travelled from Kent to a secret location in the centre of the non-Pacific Ocean.
Ooh, are we on Easter Island?
No, Paula.
The Christmas Islands?
No, Rory. This is Pancake Day Island.
Nebulous.
Ah, Sir Ronald Rowlands.
What kept you?
Travel by Transmat is highly complex, sir. Our bodies were reduced to billions of molecules, transported here via zeta wave, then instantly reassembled. Unfortunately, due to engineering works, a portion of our journey was by special bus. I take it the delegates are in the conference room?
Yes. The only non-attendee is Aquilina, Water Queen of Atlantis.
Oh, shame. All Hail magazine voted her Earth's sexiest liquid celebrity.
She's so glamorous and rich and soggy.
But this summit was arranged for the Atlanteans' benefit. There's the proposed ban on harmful detergents, ramp access for H2O-based life forms, still and sparkling water in every room.
The delegates aren't happy about being kept waiting, so they could be sit-offish, maybe even stand-offish.
Oh, the Professor can charm the bark off the trees, Sir Ronald.
Or my hypno-ray could get their attention.
No, Rory. I don't want to resort to the hypno-ray.
You can't wait to resort to the hypno-ray.
Switch that off! Greetings, fellow delegates. I'm sure you'll all accept my humble apologies for my late arrival. Good-o. So, now that's all smoothed over, who would like to kick off this lively, good-natured debate? The representative of the silent minority? Surely you're in the mood for a good natter. Well then, how about the delegate from Animosity International? Resentment Module 1?
You're in danger of losing them, Nebulous.
Haven't encountered such a chilly response since those frozen snow creatures blanked me on Ice Planet Zero at the Winter Olympics during that cold snap. I must get their attention.
Why not disrobe and do a sense your stance? I could join in.
Or I could set my hypno-ray to maximum beguile.
Wait! They're completely motionless. Almost too completely motionless.
And their robes are soaking wet.
What in the hell?
Flesh bloated and wrinkled with moisture. If you ask me, and I suggest you do, these delegates drowned to death.
But surely it's impossible to drown in a bone-dry room.
Is it? We know humans can drown in as little as 2 inches of water. Is it so far-fetched to imagine we can drown in no water at all?
But how could this happen, Nebulous?
I think we're all asking the wrong thing. The real question isn't how did they drown, it's why did they drown. And more importantly, How?
Professor Nebulous and Operative Paula Breeze have just entered Kent.
Thank you, Gemini. Get me the latest report from the Eco Summit.
I am obeying. Some sources are suggesting the delegates were killed by assassins from Atlantis.
Hiya, Harry!
Hello, me old mucker. I trust Kent has been peaceful in my absence.
My agony has continued. Washing machines 3 and 8 malfunction, and I had to reconfigure the main tumble dryer.
Gemini, prepare the Kent submarine, please.
I am obeying.
You mean?
Yes, Harry. Stand by for action. It's time to launch Bling Ray. Anything could happen in the next half hour, but probably won't, as it takes more like 10 hours to get there.
No, Quackball!
Your Majesty, I insist you listen to me.
May I remind you I am Queen of Atlantis, and as my advisor your job is to advise, not to insist. That was my sister's job before I executed her for being overly insistent.
You must reconsider. Please attend the Eco Summit.
No! According to my informant, the surface dwellers are preparing to declare war on Atlantis.
Just who is this informant?
A human who is sympathetic to our wet ways. Oh, now you shall meet him yourself.
Presenting Dr. Joseph Clench.
Greetings, your moist royal highness.
Clench, what news from the surface?
The humans' war machine gears up for war as only a war machine can. Even as we speak, their scientists are developing ever more terrifying weapons to deploy against Atlantis. Depth charges, shallow charges, a bubble bath which attacks the central nervous system. They call it decimating.
Preposterous! The humans have always been friendly, and their bubble bath benign.
You must be Advisor Quagbore. The Queen's told me so much about you, I feel as if I'm bored already.
Your Majesty, an unauthorized submarine has just entered Atlantean water space.
Ah, you see, Quagbore, it begins. So, Clench, who do you think pilots this vessel?
I wonder. To death.
I don't understand it, Professor! According to this ancient map, we should be in sight of Atlantis!
Honestly, Harry, I wish you'd brought the new map. This ancient one's terribly out of date.
Ugh! Submarine travel makes me nauseous, and that's bad for my agony!
Oh, you'll soon get your sea legs. Oh, sorry. Unfortunate turn of phrase. Mind you, balance isn't really a leg-based phenomenon at all, you know. It's actually the inner ear, which... do you have the luxury of an inner ear?
Indeed I do!
Oh, marvellous. Well, then I'm sure...
But during that terrible accident, when you destroyed the Isle of Wight, my inner ear was propelled outside! It's here! See? Just below my neck mouth!
Oh, yes, so it is. Handy.
Hello, Professor! Do you like my one-piece bikini?
It's super, Paula, but I'll have to insist you wear a second piece on your bottom half.
Only if you promise to help me build a sandcastle.
Paula, this is a top-secret mission, not some family outing.
Are we nearly there yet?
No. I'm beginning to think locating Atlantis will take some kind of miracle. An eerie miracle at that.
What was that?
What was what?
Didn't you hear my name being chanted by a spectral voice with a weird effect on it?
I think you're experiencing what psychiatrists call the bendies.
Take control of the submarine. I shall guide you to Atlantis.
Must return upstream.
I didn't know Paula could pilot Bling Ray!
She can't. She doesn't even know how to ride a bike. In fact, she's the only person I know who takes refresher courses in walking. Wait. She's being controlled by an invisible vibrating mind beam. It's the only rational explanation.
Look! Through that porthole!
A fabulous coral city under a huge glass dome. It can only be Atlantis.
What's that sign say?
The lost city of Sheffield welcomes careful floaters. Atlantis 6 miles further on.
Right, Sir Ronald. The fresh batch of delegates should be transmatting in any time now.
Remember, Mr. Lawson, we must make them feel relaxed and very, very important.
I know. I placed a complimentary mint on their chairs. Ooh, and I removed the corpses of the previous delegates. These little things make all the difference.
Ah, look, cubicle 3.
Good day to you.
I am Angus MacSpreader, Tsar of the Orkneys.
Welcome, Tsar. I guarantee your visit will be an enjoyable one.
Especially if you like mints and an absence of corpses.
Quick, Clausen, cubicle 9.
Greetings, Robo-Pope.
Buongiorno.
The Palace of Atlantis, eh? Such lavish decorations. I wouldn't like to foot the bill for this, Lord Harry, would you?
Obviously not.
Sorry. Are you all right there, Paula?
Must return upstream.
I haven't seen it like this since you came back from that visit to Arndale World.
Halt! Who would call upon Queen Aquilina?
My business card?
For amazing deals on dry cleaning...
Other side. Sorry, it was cheaper to get double-sided ones done. There, see? Kent. Eco-troubleshooters.
We don't want any trouble here. All shooting. And I don't know what eco is, but we don't want any of that either.
Just announce us, you clodpole.
Presenting Professor Nebulous.
Why, good evening, Professor.
Greetings, Your Moist Royal Highness. Allow me to introduce my colleagues. The gentleman in the hover chair is Harry Hayes.
Honoured to meet you, ma'am. My agony notwithstanding.
And this is Miss Paula Breeze.
Must return upstream.
I'm afraid Paula has slipped into some kind of trance or lively coma.
Guards, take Miss Breeze to my chambers to recuperate.
Certainly. This way, miss.
Must return upstream.
Your Majesty, we come from a place known only as Kent. Our submarine has travelled thousands of miles, many of them underwater.
I was seasick. I threw up into a bucket. When it got full, I used 3 egg cups.
Quite. We undertook this arduous and dangerous journey to convince you to attend the Eco Summit.
Then you have had a wasted, arduous and dangerous journey. Now perhaps you'd like to take your leave.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but my leave is going nowhere.
Enter. Good evening, Cragbaum. Working late in your office, I see.
That's right, Clench. I'm putting an urgent message to the Eco Summit in this bottle. With luck, it should get there in a decade or so.
I'm afraid even a guaranteed next-year delivery bottle can't save you now. You see, I've come to wipe you out.
Huh? We Atlanteans are water-based life forms. That gun is useless.
Wrong again. This is, in fact, a gun-shaped sponge. And when I say wipe you out, I mean wipe you up.
No, Blanche. No! Keep that sponge away from me!
I do so enjoy mopping up the opposition.
So you see, Professor, my liquid subjects have nothing but contempt for all surface dwellers.
That can't be the opinion of all Atlantis. Surely there are liberal wets as well as hard-line wets.
There is one amongst us who trusts the humans. Quagbore, my advisor.
And where is this enlightened chap?
The last time I saw Quagbore, he was absorbed by something in his office.
God preserve us!
Dr. Kletch. As I anticipated, I am completely taken aback.
Good, Nebulous, because aback is where you belong.
This man is known to you?
Indeed he is. Nebulous is the architect of the human battle plan, Your Majesty. He is notorious for his warlike ways.
Warlike ways? Nonsense! We ought to launch a missile at you!
Honestly, Your Majesty, we are gentle and placid, like everyone from Kent.
But surely, Nebulous, you don't deny it was you who reduced the Isle of Wight to dust.
That was a tragic mistake, and not a day goes by when I don't regret my error. Except for St. Amnesia's Day, obviously.
Guards! Seize him!
Take your liquid hands off me. You're making damn patches of my suit.
As an enemy of Atlantis, there's only one place for you. The Abyss.
Wait. You must believe me, Your Majesty. I am not the warmonger here. Clench is. He's engineered upwards of umpteen conflicts. The war on terrapins, the battle between the Rightoids and the Rongulans. That was one of his, and if it wasn't for Clench, the 100-nanosecond war would have been over in half the time.
He lies, Your Majesty, so as to weasel out of his fate like some destiny-dodging weasel of deceit.
Guards! Haul him into the Abyss!
You can't send him down there alone!
Quite right, Harry. You'd better join him. Join him to death!
Hello, Paula. I trust you've finished your trance.
Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Your chambers are so luxurious. I've never seen a 5-poster bed before. Do all Atlanteans live like this?
Oh, no. As Queen, I consider it my duty to be a shade flashy.
Look at this walk-in wardrobe. It must go back 10 yards.
It's actually a run-in wardrobe. Please take any dress you desire. But listen, there is something I must tell you. When I was about your age, I fell madly in love with a human, a sailor called Donny. But our law forbids relations betwixt liquid life forms and flesh beings, and when Father found out, he had Donny hurled into the abyss. I was heartbroken, and a few months later, I spawned a little hybrid daughter. Fearing for her life, I sent her away to the surface world. Well, that little girl was you.
I can hardly take it in. You're seriously telling me that I, Paula Breeze, can have any dress I want?
Yes, but did you hear what I said after that?
Yes. No. What?
You are a human Atlantean hybrid. Look at your feet. There's a web between each toe.
I'd always assumed that was skin-coloured dirt.
In time, you shall take your rightful place as Queen of Atlantis.
I see. Right. Wow. Wow. But I can still take one of these dresses, yeah?
You know, I'd almost pronounce this the deepest abyss in all existence, had I not visited planet Jartek and tumbled into their bottomless pit. Now that's deep. I'd be there still if I hadn't spotted that infinite stepladder.
I'm scared! It's so dark, I can't see my lack of a hand in front of my lack of a face!
Fear not, Harry. I just happened to have brought my trusty sonic candelabra.
Look, Professor! It's incredible!
Good God. Not a trace of water down here, and yet there's fish and marine life swimming all around us in the air. Look, airborne cod and scampi.
And there's my favourite! Clownfish!
What?
Clownfish! 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 Clownfish!
I'm not a clown.
It's time to pack up all your things, son.
Aye, the circus is moving on today.
Oh, not again. I've just settled into the school here, and the teachers see my genius as a positive thing.
Aye, don't let your education distract you from your clowning around.
But they've made me president of the Science Society and dean of the Under-11 Stem Cell Research Club.
I'll pack up your tin whistle, your big baggy trousers, and your custard.
Give your mother a hand, lad. There's a good clown.
Oh, I shall not clown.
Professor, you were wailing and drooling.
I do that when I concentrate.
This place is abysmal.
Most abysses are abysmal. It comes with the territory. Still, there's only fish down here, so we should count ourselves lucky.
Time for a recount?
Oh, my God. I don't believe it.
What is it?
That, Harry, is the Kraken. Part octopus, part squid, partial to eating humans. This isn't something I say very often, but we're already dead.
Well, I was going to use my hover chair to hover up and away. I suppose you could cling on to the side.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Thank you.
Up we go!
Oh, faster, Harry! It's gaining on us!
I can't thank you enough for this gorgeous dress. Who'd have thought taffeta and salmon scales would work so well together?
No, it's the least I can do to make up for sending you to that orphanage.
Of course! It was an orphanage! So I don't really have 45 brothers and sisters?
No.
And my parents weren't nuns?
No, Paula. You are a unique being. Half human, half Atlantean.
This explains so much. Especially this thing I get when I'm angry. My whole head turns into a seething ball of water.
Come into the throne room. After all, That is where your future lies.
Good evening, lady.
Dr. Clinch! Guards! Seize this intruder later!
Hold hard, men.
Your Majesty, why don't we pop Paula into that abyss of yours?
How could I condemn my own daughter to certain death?
It's called tough Your daughter? What, her? I don't believe it.
It's Bod's honest truth, Clinch. Heir to the throne in the area.
So, tell me, Doctor, what are you doing sitting on my throne?
No, I'm merely hacking into your security system.
Entire fleet of Atlantean warheads now launched.
See? Nothing to worry about.
Launched? Launched where?
At the Eco Summit, of course, on Pancake Day Island.
No!
Yes, with one strike, all the enemies of Atlantis shall be destroyed. It's a foolproof plan. Foolproof. To death!
Greetings, Eco Summit delegates. Will you please welcome, all the way from Kent, Mr. Rory Lawson.
Yeah, hi. A recent eco-survey concluded that since the withering, the two greatest threats to human life are 1, the unchecked pollution of the Earth's oceans, and 2, a giant Japanese robot lizard who breathes lightning and eats buses. Now, fortunately, Dragonaki has now settled down on Monster Island to raise a family. So that just leaves the problem of the mucky water. Gentlemen, what we are proposing is a total ban on the use of all harmful detergents.
The Cyber Vatican has excommunicated all detergents. Aye, and the Orkneys banned those bubbly nuisances years back.
Nobody cares more about human life than the U.S. Detergent users receive the death penalty in all 94 states.
Oh, right. Well, I am impressed, because the Kent laundrette uses masses of detergent every day. I mean, gallons of the stuff. You should see it just glugging away down the drain there. Of course, it's all that eco-friendly stuff that dolphins like drinking.
You fool! Eco-friendly detergents cause the most damage of all.
Serrano! There's 50 missiles heading straight for us!
Saved by the bell. Ooh, no, hang on.
If you bomb the summit, you'll kill masses of innocent people! That's tantamount to murder!
Stuff happens.
Forget the humans, darling. You must prepare to meet your husband-to-be.
Husband-to-be what? Married to?
Liquid warrior Judak. He's handsome, young and wet behind the ears. In fact, he's wet everywhere.
I don't care how sodden he is. I'm going to marry Professor Nebulous.
I forbid it. Humans are the enemy.
And what about your beloved Donnie? Was he the enemy?
Donnie? But Donnie was...
Missiles will destroy Eco Summit in 5 minutes.
Hey, where is the Professor?
Nebulous was hurled into a limitless chasm of inexorable doom.
So when do you think he'll be back?
I'm sorry, Paula. You won't be hearing from the Professor again.
Don't be so sure. He's a very resourceful man. It's just possible he'll send a postcard.
What's that knocking noise?
Could he be knocking?
It's coming from the abyss. Guards, open the gates!
Professor!
Hello, Paula. Got you this amusing postcard. Didn't have time to post it, but there you go.
Having a kraken time. And there's a cartoon of a kraken. Inside I shall laugh forever.
You just keep turning up, don't you, Nebulous? Like a bad credit bar.
Well, make no mistake about it, Clench. I'm going to bounce you like a bad check. You invested in evil, but the market bought good, didn't it? And now you're overdrawn at the Liberty Bank. A final demand has just tumbled through your letterbox. You bend down to retrieve it from the threadbare doormat. I'm drifting. Clench, I'm placing you under Kent arrest.
How? You have no jurisdiction here, no weapons, nothing. Whereas I have Queen Aquilina!
Help! He's got a sponge! Shaped like a gun!
Come on, Clench, act your IQ size.
Back, Nebulous! Unless you want me to mop her brow.
Leave my mother alone!
Your mother? Paula, are you sure that's hysterically accurate?
It's true. Remember how when I get angry, my head turns into a ball of boiling water?
Your seething liquid face thing. I knew that couldn't be just a wheat allergy.
The Queen and I must away to my midget submarine equipped with dwarf torpedoes and pixie breathing apparatus. But there's still one thing I do not understand.
How I escaped the cruel, cold, clammy clutches of the Kraken.
Exactly.
Have chair will hover.
Back, Harry! Back! Do you hear me?
Yes, I do! Because unlike you, I have the luxury of an inner ear on my neck. So why don't you get back?
Happy landings, Clench. Oh, well done, Harry. That was some pretty fancy hovering you were doing.
I've always fancied knocking a doctor over a precipice.
Mother! You escaped from him!
I just trickled through his arms.
The crisis has passed, Paula. We have absolutely nothing to worry about now.
Missiles will destroy Eco Summit in 3 minutes.
All the delegates will soon be in their trans-mat cubicles and safely transported away from here.
Good, because those missiles are going to level this place. Pancake Island will be as flat as can be. Right, so guys, which one's my transmat cubicle?
Sorry, laddie, there's near enough to go round. Fare thee well.
You can't abandon me here to die.
Don't worry, I will excommunicate the missiles. Arrivederci.
Sir Ronald, surely I can share your big deluxe ermine cubicle.
Protocol forbids, I'm afraid. All cabinet ministers have a chip implanted which prevents them from sharing or caring. Goodbye.
Please, I'm too alive to die.
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't.
So this is how it ends. With a bang, as I whimper.
This cannot happen. Your Majesty, these missiles, are they atomic warheads?
No, our weaponry is water-based. They're colonic warheads.
Let me see those controls. How do you abort them?
They were designed to be used only as the final solution. There is no abort button.
Oh, you wouldn't believe how often I hear that. It's a classic design fault.
My built-in life support system has 2 abort buttons. One for normal, one for best.
Let's have a peep inside this computer. I'm sure it won't be a problem. There's just jets of water in here.
Rory's going to die, and not in the way he wanted. Stripped to the waist, wrestling a giant egg woman.
Wait a minute. Harry, open storage unit 5 in your hover chair.
Kent can't do!
What's in that squeezy bottle?
Something which will stop that water from functioning properly. Kent detergent.
Missiles aborted safely over the non-Pacific Ocean.
Oh, Professor! You're a genius! An absolute well-proportioned genius!
Really, Paula, it's not exactly rocket science. No, wait. It is exactly rocket science, isn't it? Your Majesty, would you wish us to return home and inform Sir Ronald you will be attending the rescheduled Eco Summit?
I would. I had intended that Paula remain here to marry Warrior Jadak, but even a queen cannot stand in the way of true love. Paula must go with you, and I look forward to seeing you both at your wedding in Kent.
What? Paula and I get married? Nonsense. Why, the very idea has never even vaguely entered my head, and I'm pretty damn sure it's never even entered Paula's head either. Hey, Paula. Paula? Paula, are you feeling all right?
It's her old boiling head thing!
Professor! Professor!
I rather fear you're right, Harry.
So what usually happens now?
Well, I have discovered that Paula can only be returned to her normal state by a kiss of life from yours truly. However, as her lips are now at boiling point, you'll excuse me if I simply... Run!
Professor, wait!
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest David Warner as Dr. Clench, Paula, Rosie Cavallero, Rory, Graham Duff, Harry, Advisor Quagbore, and the US delegate, Paul Putner, Sir Ronald, Graham Crowden, Gemini, Queen Aquilina and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin, Robopope, Guard and Clown Father, Matthew Wolfe, Tsar of the Orkneys, Nicholas Briggs. Other parts were played by the cast. Sound design and incidental music by Nicholas Briggs. Theme music by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous is directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. The These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing holofile 959, codename We Nebulous.
Oh, Rory, please let's switch Battlestar Generica to warp speed. I can't wait to get back to Kent.
She doesn't do warp speed. She barely does warp slow. It's not actually a Battlestar, Paula. It's a Pootle Star. It's just for pootling around in.
I feel like I haven't seen Professor Nebulous for donkey's light years.
It's only been one of our Earth weeks.
That's a long time in Professordom. Remember last time we came back from a mission? He'd invented that self-cleaning mud.
Rory, Paula, come in, please.
Oh, it's him.
Are you receiving me?
Yes, Professor. I'm receiving you loud and deep.
We'll be back on Earth in 10 of your Kent hours.
No, you must come and find me on the planet Viros. But I warn you, I am in extreme bondage.
Oh, my God. Describe your favourite position. Your exact position.
I am incarcerated in Viros Optimum Security Prison. I have received an infinite life sentence, doomed to remain locked up here forever, as are any subsequent reincarnations, ghosts, or professional lookalikes.
Wow. They say the only way out of Biros is to grind yourself down to a fine powder and switch the aircon to maximum suck.
Please, you must hurry!
Professor! Professor! Professor!
It's no use. He can't hear us.
Professor!
Shh, it's okay. We'll be there in 3 of our own hours. Everything will be fine, so long as we play it cool.
Professor! 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 Professor!
Exercise period will now commence. Prisoner Nebulous, please trail into the quadrangle.
Thank you, Robo-Screw. Most kind.
Prisoners Craig and Flesh, a.k.a. the sarcastic spiders of Drow, please scuttle into the quadrangle.
Ooh, the quadrangle! Great! Yeah! There's nowhere else we'd rather be than the quadrangle.
Prisoner Procyon, please trot into the quadrangle.
About bloody time too.
Prisoner Delium 5, the Black Cloud, please waft into the quadrangle.
I don't waft, I float.
I shall return in 10 of your exercise minutes.
Hello, Nebulous. You haven't got a snout, have you?
I'm afraid not, no, but surely a cloud shouldn't be smoking.
I don't inhale. I have a snout, see? All Persoinons have snouts.
How fascinating! Quite. This level of chit-chat makes us hanker for the pleasures of slopping out time.
Shh! Gather around, my incarcerated compadres. I want you to listen to me very, very quickly. We are going to bust wide open out of here.
Welcome to Biros Optimum Security Prison. Please extinguish all cigarettes and hopes of escape. Identify yourselves.
Rory Lawson, man of Kent.
Paula Breeze, Little Miss Kent. Visiting Professor Nebulous, 6'2", thick wavy chestnut hair, blue twinkling come-to-lab eyes.
Prisoner Nebulous is in cell 9, floor 23. Please trail behind me into the elevator.
Oi, Robo-Screw. The Prof oughtn't to be here, you know. He's peace-abiding and bod-fearing.
Yes, give us one good reason why he's been locked up.
Printing out conviction sheet.
Let me see that. 4 counts of handling counterfeit realities, 3 counts of brain rustling, 2 counts of time felch.
That all? Not exactly ultra-violence, is it?
6 counts of ultra-violence.
Right.
And ultra-drunk, and mega-disorderly conduct.
Yeah. And countless counts of counting with illegal numbers, including a Phlegm, 2 teen, and Sifty Scythe. But it'd take an entire lifetime to commit all those crimes. We've only been away a week.
He has got very good time management skills.
Unlocking cell door.
Rory, Paula.
You may now trail into the cell.
Professor!
I shall return in 5 of our prison minutes.
No, Professor! I feel so soothed I could scream.
You okay, Prof? You look somehow differented.
Yes, you've put on weight. There's more of you.
All this rich prison food. Gruel is just empty calories, you know.
And you've grown a moustache.
It helps pass the time.
Both your thumbs are missing. What's happened?
Well, whilst you were away, I had an evolutionary leap. I have evolved way beyond thumbs. Believe me, the future is all fingers.
But why are you in prison? Have you been set up?
Like a tent. Probably some intergalactic conspiracy involving the cyber Scientologists, the hermaphrodite mafia, and the sugar-free Masons. An intricate plot in which I am merely a pawn. Although I suppose I could be a rook, or a bishop, or a tiddlywink, or maybe one of those pieces of pie from Trivial Pursuit. I'm drifting.
Now, my escape plan's still coming together, but it'll definitely involve running about, maybe some string, or perhaps rope. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, it would be rope. And I've got a hammer.
Not to worry. I've formulated my own plan. Here are the prison floor plans and the electronic key to the governor's office.
How in Bod's name did you get this stuff?
Oh, anything is available in prison, at a price. I had to bend over backwards. And forwards. Once inside the governor's office, access the security matrix, then destroy it until it is broken.
With the hammer. Great minds think alike, eh? Can do.
But won't that release every prisoner on Byros?
Exactly, Paula. In the ensuing chaos, I shall make great my escape and return to take my rightful place in Kent.
Isn't setting free all the galaxy's most evil masterminds a teeny bit terrifying?
Don't forget I'll still have the hammer.
Come on, Rory. The governor's office is just here.
Right. I'll enter the 4-digit code. Index finger, forefinger, pinky. Ha! Easy as buying candy from a baby.
My sixth sense is telling me the security matrix is over there, under that flashing security matrix sign.
Of course! The last place anybody would ever think of looking.
I'll pull this lever as leverage.
Watch out, Paula. That small panel is sliding slowly back. A Plutonian mind quartz.
The entire security system must be coordinated by this beautiful, delicate, sentient crystal.
Good, because it's hammer time. Now that's job satisfaction.
Halt! Who are you people?
Just simple Kentish folk. Who are you when you're at prison?
I am Governor of Byros, and you are intrudulating. The security crystal! No!
That's right, Govey. We've released all your prisoners.
No, Bod, no, you can't do this.
We can, we must, and we will already have done.
We're doomed! Doomed! Doomed!
Should have brought a hammer.
Good evening, team. As I anticipated, my plan worked better than I expected.
Professor! Oh, I'm so relieved I could tense up.
I can't decide which I'm more glad to be at, Liberty or Large.
Hey, Prof, everything went according to our brilliant plan we jointly came up with together.
We've unleashed the galaxy's top 50 evil masterminds, in no particular order.
Please, Nebulous, don't kill us.
Hey, Prof, why don't you show the Gov how calm and sane you are?
Because I prefer to strangle him.
Strangle him with your logic?
No, strangle him with my hands.
The hands of logic?
The hands of my arms!
No, Nebulous, please!
Consider this your early release.
You've turned him into a corpse!
But, Prof, this directly contravenes Article 3 of the Kent Pledge. No strangling after 10 p.m.
You are witness to a new dawn.
A good new dawn? Of goodness?
Together with the galaxy's greatest criminal masterminds, I shall subject the solar system to an unstoppable wave of chaos and destruction.
This just isn't like the real Professor Nebulous. The real Professor Nebulous. The real Professor Nebulous.
Right, Harry, the Millennium Pigeon will be touching down close to Byros Prison in T-minus just a few minutes.
Still no word from Rory and Paula, Professor. And Byros is maintaining radio silence.
I'm leaving all communication channels open anyway, so can you keep an ear out?
No, Professor, because unlike you, I no longer have the luxury of ears.
So, how do you hear?
I beg your pardon?
Well, you'll be glad you're stone deaf when you listen closely to what I have to say. I believe Paula and Rory were lured to Byros by none other than my evil twin brother.
God preserve us! What's his name?
Well, as it happens, he, like me, is a professor, so he, like me, is known as Professor Nebulous.
But what are your first names?
Oh, well, my brother's called Spiffo, and I'm known as,
Speak up! I have no ears!
My name is Boffo.
Boffo? Boffo? Boffo!
There's no need to repeat it 3 times in ascending volume. Yes, I am Boffo, and my brother is Spiffo. There was a 3rd brother, Mofo, but Mofo died.
But surely those names are only fit for clowns!
What?
Clowns! Clowns! I said clown! Clown!
I'm not a clown.
No, Spiffo, I absolutely refuse.
Come on, Buffo. I won't hurt you. We are brothers, remember?
I won't be your assistant in some insane knife-throwing act. I must press on with my quantum meccano experiments. I'm going to be a great scientist, you know.
Come on, Buffo. Let me throw knives at you.
No, Spiffo. Only an idiot would agree to that.
Morning, Buffo. Morning, Spiffo.
Ah, Mofo. You'll be my assistant, won't you?
Oh, sure. What are brothers for?
Excellent. Just stand there.
No, Spiffo. Oh, Spiffo, please be careful.
Oh, I've been stabbed in 2.
My part. Can you hear me, Mofo? No! You've killed him, Spiffo! You've killed him!
I shall tell them you did it, and they'll believe me, like they always believe me.
No! Please!
Clown has killed clown.
Clown has killed clown. Clown has killed clown. Clown has killed clown.
Professor, are you all right?
Huh? Oh, not to worry. Just flashing back to the horrific event which overshadows my entire life. How's tricks with you?
We're about to touch down.
You know, Rory, despite all his mucking about, I still think the Professor's a very warm, giving human being.
Paula, he's locked us in a cell.
Probably for our own safety.
Without food or drink.
He's keeping us lean and keen.
He sentenced us to death. I'm not keen on that.
He wasn't 100% serious about all that death sentence stuff, was he?
He signed our execution orders, put the date in his desk diary, and branded X's on our chests.
Wait! It's not April the 1st, is it?
No, it's Tobok to the 44th. Paula, I'm not wasting any more time. I'm going to start digging a tunnel with this plastic spoon.
I believe you require rescuing.
Harry! Oh, it's so nice to see a familiar face-like thing.
Guess what? The prof flipped out. Wants to rule the galaxy with a ruler of iron. Or a rod of iron, he didn't specify.
And he strangled after 10 p.m.
How ill-mannered can you get?
Professor, please don't condemn us to death again.
Fear not, people of Kent. The man you encountered was merely my evil brother. He's no more me than any number of other people who aren't me, including you.
Even if what you say is true-ish, how can you prove you're the real Nebulous?
Look at my hands, Rory. I have thumbs aplenty, whereas my brother lost his in a freak Game Boy accident. Also, he still has a moustache, whereas mine went missing at baggage reclaim.
It is you! Oh, Professor! Oh, I could hug you forever and ever and ever!
Tempting, but I suggest we escape before Spiffo discovers us.
Spiffo? Well, that sounds like a name you'd give to
I'll explain later. I shudder to think what my sibling is planning.
Listen to me!
For God's sake, will you all shut up? We're supposed to be scheming together as a team. How can we possibly plan galactic domination if we bicker over the simplest of matters?
Our apologies.
Mine also. Source, Chief.
Now, if you think our criminal organization should be known as Amalgamated Evil Limited, say aye.
Aye.
Or, if you think we should call ourselves Cloud plus Crowd,
Say aye.
Aye.
That's decided then. Now, to more important...
But, it's a great name. Think about it, right? I'm a cloud, and you lot are the ground.
Stuffy in here, isn't it? Let's flick on the extractor fan.
What? No!
Now, I suggest we use a sophisticated long-range control device to dominate the galaxy without ever having to leave the safety of Byros.
Sounds easy enough. Not.
Could such a device exist? And even if it did, would it be in our price range?
Such a device is already here on Byros, a machine of unthinkable power, available for 6 easy installments of nothing. Yes, what is it, Robo-Screw?
I checked on prisoners Lawson and Breeze, but their cell is bare.
Of course it's bare. It's a cell. What were you expecting? Persian rugs? Floral wallpaper?
Negative. The prisoners have escaped.
Excellent. This can mean only one thing. Boffo has arrived. Not much further now, team. Just a few more of our Earth yards.
Good! My hover chair's getting tired!
This place gives me multiple willies.
I still like my plan. Run off and hide under a table with a selection of snacks.
I've spent my whole life running from my brother, but now the running must stop and the stopping must start. Here, room 667. Harry, return to the Millennium Pigeon and alert Earth authorities. Now, the robo-screws will have been reprogrammed for evil, so stay on your toes. And, oh, I'm so sorry. You haven't got any toes, have you?
How dare you! Of course I have toes! Look, here in this jar. This one went to market, this one went gangrenous, and this little one went wee, all the way down.
Super. Off you hover, then. Now, let's get these doors open. This sonic gelignite should do the trick.
This place is enormous. Hey, what's that strange machine?
What in the hell? It's like no strange machine in no enormous room in no prison I've ever seen before.
Many years ago, scientists set about finding a way of preventing criminals from ever reoffending. At first, they tried pinning back the prisoners' eyelids and forcing them to watch violent films over and over again. Real horror show-like. Surprisingly, that didn't work. So they developed this, oh my brothers. The Decriminalizer. A machine capable of purging the mind of all antisocial impulses. From interplanetary genocide to eating dark matter without a bib.
And was it a roaring success? Like those lions who bake bread for the blind?
Oh, it worked perfectly. But it was deemed too unethical and inhumane to use on prisoners. So we carried on locking them in tiny concrete cells. I wonder if she still works. She's purring like a colossal panther. How reassuring.
Verging on interesting, but how are we going to defeat your loopy bro?
I'm not sure we can. You see, his mind is as brilliant as my own. If not more so.
More so? How so?
Spiffo is a genius in virtually every field of endeavour. A world authority on chaos theory and chaos practical. An outstanding sportsman, he's the only mountaineer to have scaled both the Matterhorn and the anti-Matterhorn. I would say we don't stand a chance. However, we have one clear advantage, one definite trump card. The element of surprise. Good evening, Buffo. Yeah. Oh, Spiffo. Surprised? Not at all. Allow me to introduce the Porcinon and the sarcastic spiders of Dral.
We've never been happier to meet anybody in our lives. Yes, it's such a big, big honour.
Good evening, mere pawns.
So this is your gang, is it? A pig in a silver boiler suit and 2 sarky arachnids? No, Boffo. It's just that the other 47 criminal masterminds are busy. However, I am perfectly capable of killing you on my own, as our brother Mofo would testify, had he not already been killed by me. On my own.
Where in Bod's name is the exit?
Halt! Who hovers there?
Harry Hayes! I'm one of the escaped criminal geniuses. I may be deformed, but I've still got form. Now let me pass before I pop a cap in your ass.
Very well. Although we robo-screws do not possess asses.
Oh, big deal. I don't possess an ass either. This one is rented. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You see, Boffo, with only minor modifications, I shall transform the decriminalizer so it is capable of beaming across space into the minds of every being on every world and making them do my bidding.
What, at an auction?
You know, Spiffo, I honestly believe the cause of all your antisocial behaviour can be traced back to your childhood desire to compete with me. Possibly bad toilet training had a part to play too. But don't you see, this conflict is purely between you and me. There's no need to drag every other single being in the galaxy into it. Surely we can settle this mano el mano, professori el professori.
A traditional gentleman's duel, eh? What you going to use? Hammers?
He means connect our minds to the machine in mental combat to see if his good psyche will neutralize my evil psyche. No, I did mean with hammers, but we can use the machine if you prefer. I'm easy. So shall it be it?
But, Professor, what happens if you lose?
My mind will be erased. All that shall remain of me will be a helpless body.
Oh, fancy being your helpless body's primary carer. Your body can move in with me. I'll feed it and put it to bed and bathe it and jacuzzi it.
The Professor's nebulae are both patched into the decriminalizer.
Ready, Boffo? Ready, Spiffo? May the best mind win.
Prisons don't have betting shops, do they?
Oh, Professor, I haven't been so scared since I tried on those goggles which detect your deepest fears and turn them into a 6-part documentary series.
Activate!
So, Spiffo, here we are, alone at last in a 5-dimensional simulacrum of our conjoined psychic interiors. Almost as if we'd been superimposed here. I don't understand why you agreed to this. You know your will is no match for mine. Why must we always fight? Blood is redder and stickier than water, not to mention thicker. So just imagine what we could achieve if we combine the power of my king-sized brain with your queen-sized one. Size doesn't matter. It's what you do with it that counts. And look what you do with yours. Your genius will never be recognized in Kent. Join forces with me, and there's no limit to the amount of dominating we could do. Never. The brain is one of only 3 human organs capable of love. I refuse to abuse that organ. Then I shall absorb your intelligence by force, wiping your mind clean, leaving only a husk, a very stupid husk. Get out of my head, and stop touching my thoughts.
Oh, Rory, I wish I knew what was going on inside the Professor's head.
I'm surprised you know what's going on inside your own head. My 8-bead sister speaks the truth.
The competition is entering its final stage.
Not a swimsuit contest.
Total mental annihilation.
This cannot happen. Surrender your mind to me, Boffo, and your suffering will be at an end. No, you shan't kill me. I won't be just another mofo. What is happening? Moments before you arrived, the people of Kent made some modifications of our own to the decriminalizer. You don't mean... I compressed the modular grid and inverted the transversal nodes. That's the oldest trick in the book. And you fell for it, Spiffo, like the clown you are.
No!
Prof, are you okay? Prof!
Should I detach the electrodes?
Please do. Electrodes are my least favourite of all the trodes.
Thank God you're alive!
Unlike your dead brother here.
Ugh. Poor Spiffo. His being of pure evil burnt to a cinder by a psychic blast of concentrated mercy. It's almost ironic.
What about the spiders and the Porceinon and the 47 other criminal masterminds that are around somewhere?
Don't worry. The decriminalizer transmitted enough positive energy to erase the evil from every criminal on Byros. They are now the most law-abiding creatures imaginable, and my torment is at an end.
Nebulous has killed his brother!
That's This is a crime!
A terrible, terrible crime.
Professor has killed Professor! Professor has killed Professor! Professor has killed...
We'll be blasting up in T-minus any minute now!
Good. For my own sanity, I'm going to forget everything that transpired here.
What? You just killed your brother. Surely that's going to stick in your mind. I mean, murdering your own flesh and blood? It's a biggie in anyone's book. I don't think you'll ever be able to forget that. I mean, you won't. You won't, will you?
Probably not.
Now, you're absolutely sure your evil twin's very essence wasn't absorbed by your psyche at the last minute?
Not a chance. My psyche hasn't absorbed anybody's very essence for months.
So we won't experience any incidents where his evil side takes over your mind, then?
No. Rest assured, every particle of Spiffo's corporeal energy has been destroyed.
But you can't destroy energy.
Not with that attitude.
What if a race of hyper-advanced aliens use their superior technology to reanimate him?
How could he possibly live again? His corpse was burnt to an unrecognisable cinder.
Never stop me!
If he's so badly burnt, how do we even know it is Spiffo? The hyper-advanced aliens could have swapped the body.
There are no hyper-advanced aliens.
Bollocks, sir. There's loads of them knocking around the galaxy. The quick-witted moisture of Phobos for a kick-off.
What about the clever clockulons?
Don't forget the thought soup and the wisdom croutons.
This conversation is at an end.
Not if I keep talking.
Can we please blast up? This is making me angry.
Sure it's not your brother's evil essence that's making you angry?
Blast up!
Look! Another spaceship's waiting for our parking space. Do you think it's the Earth's authorities?
I don't know, I don't care, and I don't mind. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to spend some quality time in suspended animation.
Welcome to Byros Ultimate Security Prison. Please identify yourself.
I am the Thought Soup.
And we are the Wisdom Croutons.
Now, can you take us to the charred body of Spiffo Nebulous?
Affirmative. Please trail this way.
Excellent. We shall bring along our superior technology.
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous and Spiffo, Paula and Sarcastic Spider 2, Rosie Cavallero, Rory, Delian 5 and Mofo, Graham Duff, Harry and Roboscrew, Paul Putner, Porcinon, Roboscrew 2 and Clown Father, Matthew Wolfe, Gemini, Sarcastic Spider 1 and Clown Mother, Julia Dolken, Governor, Nicholas Briggs. Other parts were played by the cast. Sound design and incidental music by Nicholas Briggs, theme music by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous is directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing Holofile 011, codename Rebel Without a Cortex.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. We were due at Western Hypermare Rocket Base over 2 of our Earth yonks back.
We'd already be there if Paula had let me read the map instead of being so immature.
It's my map, and I called Mapsies on it.
I know where we are.
Where, Harry?
We're lost.
You can't get lost on a motorway.
We did, and we are. And it's your fault, Paula. Your fault.
It's very easy to point the finger, Harry. Except, of course, if you don't have any fingers. At all. Which you don't. So, sorry for bringing that up.
I know, Prof. Let's try the galactic positioning system.
Excellent idea, Rory. The GPS will pinpoint our exact location.
You are precisely 3 kilometers west of the middle of nowhere.
Nebulous, what time do you call this?
My apologies, Sir Ronald. I'm afraid we took a wrong turning and ended up in Quantumshire.
Quantumshire?
It's just west of East, on the south-north border.
We got stuck on the one-way system, going both ways.
Still, the future's lovely there this time of last year.
I was caustic in a hat.
So, Sir Ronald, I expect you'll want to brief us on our top-secret mission?
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. The government have instructed me to keep this mission a surprise.
Well, I suppose surprises do reduce paperwork. And it'll help keep the people of Kent on their toes.
Except for me!
Except for Harry.
Ah, Colonel Bream will fill you in.
Good evening, Professor. In T-minus 5 or 6 minutes, you and your team will be taking a rocket into deep space.
A rocket? So that's why you asked us to come to the rocket launch pad wearing spacesuits.
They didn't have a spacesuit in my size.
You'll be delivering a maximum security cargo to Venus.
Hey, Venus is a big planet. Whereabouts exactly are we going? Top bit, bottom bit, what?
Somewhere near the middle. Don't worry, it's a self-guided rocket.
So, Ronald, are you seriously saying you want us to work on a Canede-to-Canoe basis?
It's a case of Venus envy. We have something they want, and they have something we want.
I get it, it's a prisoner swap. So, how many prisoners are we taking up on a scale of none to some?
The least you know, the better, sir.
To be honest with you, there isn't much less I could know. What happens if something goes wrong?
The least you know, the better, miss.
Are they dangerous? Are they alien? Are they monsters? Does it begin with a Z?
The least you know, the better, Professor.
Well, there's no point telling me to keep my nose out.
Listen, Nebulous. That cargo is more deadly than 6 toxic butlers. On no account are you to even speak to them.
Can we wave?
Best not, miss.
You ask us to waive our right to wave? I see. This must be a very special cargo indeed. I only pray it's not extra special.
Leaving Earth's orbit now, Professor!
Superb.
What are those canisters for, Professor?
They contain something I invented to break the ice at parties. Rumours all 55. A gossip gas. But the military want to use it for interrogation work. I say that's highly irresponsible.
Right, so you're dumping it in space.
Precisely. Well, team, we're on our way to Venus. Now, I'm afraid even with this new hyper-snob fuel, our journey will still take one of our Earth fortnights. Our biggest enemy will be boredom.
Boredom will make a pleasant change from agony.
Oh, Professor, I'm never bored when I'm with you.
I hate boredom. Much prefer tedium.
Rory, I want you to go and check our fuel tanks.
Can do.
And Harry, I'd like you to go down and check the seals of the cell door.
Can do, I suppose.
After that, you're welcome to spend your time in either the rocket's chill-out room or suspended animation, whichever is the more relaxing.
Now, if you take your chilling seriously, it's got to be suspended animation. Most Friday nights, me and the guys get together and just suspend.
Off you go, you two. Rory, make sure that hyper-snorp fuel is snorping properly. And Harry, I want to know those prisoners are locked up tighter than a sphinctorian's purse. Paula, you and I will combat boredom by standing here and staring out at infinity.
Check the fuel tanks. Me! And it's no better back on Earth for a highly specialised organisation we spend a lot of time doing laundry. I tell you, Harry, this isn't why I signed up for the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force.
Why did you sign up?
Restart thing. If I didn't apply for the job, they were going to cut my benefits.
I'll check the fuel. You check the prison cell. I don't care. Won't make the slightest difference to my agony.
Cheers, Harry. See you back on the control deck.
Whatever.
Good God. It's like working with a chatty suicide booth. Right, let's check the antechamber. Yeah, well, the antechamber seems secure. And I know my antechambers. Well, it's like I was saying to my auntie last week. I'm not anti-antechamber, auntie. I'm pro-antechamber, auntie. Sounds like an alarm. But is it? I don't know whether to be alarmed or not. Sounds like it's coming from behind the cell door. Obviously under strict orders not to open the door even if it's an emergency. And this is definitely an emergency, so I suppose that makes it all right.
Hello there.
Hi. Hello. I'm Rory. And you are...
I'm Maud.
I mean, who are you?
My name is Celebra. I come from Gorgeous 5. On your world, our race is known as the Lovely.
Wow. I've met male lovelies before, but you make them look like mingons.
Why, thank you, Rory.
I just don't understand how they could imprison someone so fundamentally glamorous.
They claimed I won the Miss Omniverse contest by vote rigging. I ask you, Rory, would someone as honest and hot as me do that?
Probably not. Did you?
No.
No.
I was framed by the runner-up, Miss Phobos. But Rory, even if I was guilty, do I deserve to be trapped behind these laser bars?
No. It's like they say, there's no justice, there's just jousting. You know, I thought you'd be locked in a tiny steel cell, but it looks like open woodland in there.
It is the last glimpse of freedom we prisoners will ever see. A holographic representation of a verdant forest, with holographic bunnies, just to rub it in.
So, how many prisoners are there wandering around in there?
You mean they don't trust you with such information?
Of course they do. I'm so trustable, it's insane.
As you clearly already know, there are 3 of us in here.
Three. I don't mean 333, I mean 3. Like you said, 3. I knew it was 3.
Professor, have you ever been up Venus Way before?
Yes, Paula. On a school trip many years ago, we visited all the tourist sites, the Grand Canal, giant sulky phase mountain, the Bagpuss Monument.
I don't think I've ever been so excited about a mission before.
Well, if all goes to plan, this should be a walk in the park.
That's not much of a mission.
Oh, it won't be a picnic.
Oh, please, let's have a picnic. You can't have a walk without a picnic. I'll bake some jelly.
Harry, what news from the bowels?
Unlike you!
I mean the bowels of the ship, the prison cell. Is everything as it should be?
Oh, I don't know. Rory and I swapped jobs. Rory checked the cell. I had a snoop around the hypersnort.
You deliberately disobeyed my orders?
Oh, were they orders? I thought they were requests.
Well, you still disobeyed them.
You can't disobey a request. It's not as if it's an order.
Never mind. There are far more important matters to be getting on with.
That's right. Come on, Harry. Help us pack the hamper.
So, Celebrit, tell me about the other prisoners. What have they been in prison for?
Oh, if you're so interested in them, I'll go away and get them. Or I could spend more one-on-one time with you.
One-on-one sounds good, especially if I'm one of the ones.
So, why don't you tell me about you?
Well, now, why would a lovely girl like you be interested in a upper-middling guy like me?
I find Earthmen fascinating, especially ones with your psychological makeup and exploitable character flaws. Rory, I wish I could kiss you.
Well, if kisses were wishes, I wish I could wish you and wish you.
Oh, Rory, if it weren't for these infernal laser bars, your skin could be touching my skin.
Right. Oh, because my skin would like that. I'll just get this door unlocked. It won't take a jiffet.
Hurry, Rory. Hurry.
What am I doing?
Professor, what are you doing?
I'm overriding the rocket's controls, altering our course 5 blast secs to starboard.
Really? Will this affect the picnic?
According to the scanner, there's trouble up ahead.
You mean a meteorite shower?
Yes, followed by meteorite snow, asteroid fog, and Sputnik sleet.
Hi, Prof. Hi, everybody.
Somebody's in a good mood.
It isn't me.
What have you been up to, Rory?
Found out how many prisoners we got on board.
But what? Really?
Yeah, there's 3 of them.
How do you know this?
I got chatting to one of them.
For God's sake, Rory!
You opened the cell door, but that countermands our ultra-high priority orders. And it's nosy. Now, will you please tell me exactly what they're like?
The one I met, Celebra, she is stunning. Film star looks, podcast voice. We got on really well, actually.
You got on well with a highly dangerous criminal?
I'm no snob. I'll talk to anyone about me. Anyway, I had to open up and check when that alarm went off.
I heard no alarm.
I heard no alarm.
I have no ears.
Maybe it was only a local alarm.
Rory, please tell me you didn't release that prisoner.
Obviously, I tried to release her, but that maximum security lock is such a faff. There's about 5 different levels and codes, bits of it are in binary or twinery or something.
Honestly, Rory, sometimes you're so thick it stupeficates me.
I only got past the first level, general knowledge. Some of the questions were really tough. I mean, what was the title of Jessica Fafranvar's first #1 single?
Can't help watching you snorkel.
No.
Life is a 3-ring donut!
No, it was Meet Me by the Exit Wound.
Oh, of course. Meet me by the exit wound. I'll be there with my balloons.
Pop trivia aside, Rory, just so we're clear on this, the malignant criminal is still locked up.
Of course she is. That's why I've come to get the release codes.
Rory, don't you realise she's charmed you, lulled you, then bamboozled you?
She was quite charming. But I didn't experience a lull. Won't get to see any bamboozles.
You have no idea what she might be capable of.
She mentioned one thing I'd at least like to see.
I'm going down to check things for myself. Rory, under no circumstances are you to visit the prisoners again.
What?
You're far too suggestible, and I am impeaching your motives.
I am not suggestible. Do you know, I really fancy some peaches.
I can't believe Rory unlocked the cell door. I do not understand what's so interesting about our mysterious top-secret cargo of intrigue. Better pop in and check Rory didn't leave the antechamber in a mess. Yes, well, the antechamber looks secure enough. Of course, that doesn't mean the prisoners are definitely still behind that unopenable door. The only way to be sure would be to open the unopenable door. It's an alarm. Or is it? Could it be one of those imaginary alarms? Yes, of course. It's an imaginary alarm. It's gone up in pitch. Can imaginary alarms do that? Sounds like it's coming from inside the cell.
Good evening.
Oh, my bod. No. No, it can't be. It can't be. It can't, and yet it is. It is. It clearly is.
Surprised to see me, son?
Yes. Yes, Father.
What are you doing, Paula?
Just going to take these canisters of gossip gas to the waste disposal hatch.
Careful, Paula!
Sorry.
Never mind. Just so long as there isn't a leakage.
The Professor was saying exactly that earlier. Of course, he's got a thing about leakages. Because of what happened to him at Leakage World. Same thing happened to my neighbour, Mrs. Radnor, when she went there. Mind you, she's got a cauliflower ear and a cauliflower face. I blame my husband. He's a radioactive market gardener. Now, don't tell anyone this, but they've been trying to sell their house for about 6 months. But between you...
As I anticipated, I am stunned. Father, what are you doing here? Rory said he met a lovely female.
Oh, she's about somewhere. I'll understand if you prefer to talk to her instead of me. Shall I go get her, son?
No, please. But, Father, why have you been imprisoned?
Thought crime.
What kind of thought crime?
A thoughtless one. They were going to let me off until the judge reminded them what an awful dad I'd been to you.
Really?
Aye. So they decided to exile me to Venus.
Seems a trifle harsh. Couldn't they just make you eat a harsh trifle? Or perhaps a punishment pie, with solitary confinement filling and a thick retribution crust with a strong discipline gravy and a double helping of... I'm drifting.
No, I let you down. You had a special gift, and I never encouraged you to make the most of it, or even unwrap it. I was a cruel and vicious father.
Yes, but you meant well.
No, I didn't.
Didn't you? Oh. Well, working as a circus-based jester was all you knew. Naturally, you wanted me to follow in your oversized footsteps.
I'm proud of you, son. I'm proud of what you've become.
You? Proud? Me? Of?
Yes, son. Now, why don't you let me out? Then I could give you that hug you always wanted, eh?
A hug? You mean you finally relented?
Why not? After all, it is my birthday.
Is it? Today? November the 5th?
That's right, son.
As a child, you always kept your birthday a closely guarded secret from me, lest I gatecrash your party.
I would have welcomed you with open arms, son. Look, I'm opening my arms now.
But dare I free a convicted criminal? Look at what happened to the man who released the Horrornauts. My dear, he should have seen that coming. You don't get called the Horrornauts for your pastry making.
Come on, son. It's your dad.
On one hand, there's a chance to achieve closure over my lifelong rift with my father. On the other, there's the ultra-high priority order to keep you sealed away from civilized society.
It's your dad you're talking to.
Almost as if it had been constructed as the ultimate gambit.
We're more than just father and son, son. Our bond is stronger than that. You and I are fellow clowns.
What?
Clown.
I'm not a clown. Father, you wanted to see me?
I have something to tell you, son.
Is it about my performance in the ring tonight? I know I was supposed to just spin 3 plates on the end of sticks, but I wanted to see what would happen if I bombarded them with positive ions.
Don't worry about that, son. Now, why don't you come and sit here on your dad's knee, eh?
All right.
Yeah, that's it. There. Comfy, son?
Fairly, yes.
Now, I know you've never been happy here at the circus, son.
Well, I suppose one does expect one's childhood to be a shade dolorous.
So your mother and I have come to a decision. We're going to let you give up clowning.
What? I can scarcely comprehend it.
Oh, here's your mother. Look, she's made you a special pie.
Hello, son.
Is it true, Mother? You're letting me leave the circus?
We've thought long and hard and wide about this, and we know it's the thing you most want to hear.
This is the happiest day of my young life. Mother? Father? What is it?
April Fool!
That is January the 32nd.
That only makes it funnier! Throw the pie, Mother!
Oh, here you go, son!
No, you're not setting me free at all.
Oh, we're setting you free, all right.
I don't understand.
We're disowning you. As far as I'm concerned, I have no son.
That's right. And you're the same son that I don't have.
This cannot happen. I am your son. I am your son.
Are you all right? Son, are you all right?
What? I was...
Come on, let me out of here. Do it now before you've properly got your bearings.
Listen! I can hear an alarm.
I can hear an alarm.
I have no ears.
Wait, what if it's another imaginary alarm?
Good point. Does it sound like the alarm you imagined before?
No, the one my imagination did was much more sort of wow, wow, wow.
Oh, because this one's more beep, beep, beep.
Obviously.
I know this one isn't imaginary.
What makes you so certain?
Well, if you listen to the beep, 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 you'll notice it's beeping in time with that big red flashing sign that says danger, danger, danger.
Right, I better go check the cell.
No, Rory! You heard the Professor. You can't risk another visit. Last time you were almost hoodwinked senseless. I'll go down. Unless you prefer to go down and check the cells, Harry.
I have no ears.
Honestly, Rory's such a fooligan. Sometimes I think I'm the only person in Kent who has any horse sense. None of the others know how to wear nose bags. Here we are. Yes, well, the antechamber looks secure enough. But that doesn't mean the prisoners are still behind that forbidding metal door. The only way to know for sure would be to look behind the forbidding metal door.
Paula, get me out of here.
Professor! What are you doing locked in there?
It was one of the prisoners. They tricked me, then escaped.
They tricked you? Really? That doesn't sound like the you I know.
It sounds exactly like the me you know.
You've never been duped before.
Oh, I have. I get duped on a weekly basis. I can't cross the road without being duped.
But you're a genius.
Yes, but not a very bright one. Now, please, let me out of here.
I don't know why you're in such a hurry. It looks lovely in there with all those trees. Oh, look! Bunnies!
All right, then. Why not come inside and we'll take a romantic walk through the woods?
A romantic walk? Romantic?
Yes. Come on, the sooner you open up, the sooner we'll be strolling between the snickerboars.
Wait, just 1 minute. Can we take a picnic?
Whatever your heart desires.
Pressing buttons now.
Cell Security Lock Level 1. General knowledge. The 2088 Olympics were held in A. Beetlejuice, B. Betelgeuse, or C. Beetlegores.
Oh, can I go 40-40?
No.
Can I phone a brain?
No.
It's a trick question. They're all the same place. Just say any one of them.
Going to have to harry you.
It's B! 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 It's B!
Correct.
Oh, Professor! We make such a perfectly balanced team. Especially you.
Level 2. Spot the difference. Look closely at these two photos of the pulsating orb of Cascadon. There are 50 differences.
We should have never let Paula come down here alone.
What's that? Listen.
I can't.
It's the prof.
My own father. I couldn't set him free. My own father. Couldn't set him free.
Professor? What are you doing in the fetal position?
Who are you?
You don't recognise me?
Well, he's never had a good memory for face-like things. Hey, Prof, I bet you know who I am, eh?
It's not the winged eel fingerling, is it?
Good God! His mind's been bending!
Well, I'm no psychologist, but I think he's retreated into himself. And having retreated into himself, he's now crouched down behind a wall, throwing pebbles at himself. Textbook case.
I couldn't set him free, or hit myself with a pebble.
See? But if the Prof has gone insane, this means that the Kent dream is dead, because Kent's more than just task and force. It's hope, and it's courage, and it's love.
What?
I'm so sorry.
I couldn't set him free, and now he's going to destroy us all.
Correct answer. You have now completed all 5 security levels.
Phew, that was tricky. Twinary is much harder than binary, isn't it?
Come on, Paula. Now all you have to do is switch off the laser bars.
I know.
So why aren't you doing it?
Because you're not the real Professor Nebulous.
What makes you say that?
The Professor would never wear a big red sombrero.
It's true, Paula. I am not Nebulous. I am better than he.
That's impossible! Tell me more.
Because I can see into your mind, Paula. I can see what you desire most, and I can make it a reality.
That sounds lovely.
I look and act like the Professor, yet I'm so much more in touch with your needs.
Opening now. There we go.
Freedom! Freedom!
I still say we shouldn't have left the Professor in the corridor! Truly!
And I say he's no use to us with a bended mind. Well, here we are, the antechamber. But we all knew this day would come, Harry. From now on, I'm in control of Kent, and I'm going to lead from the front. Why don't you go in first? I mean, perhaps the Prof's right. Maybe I am too easily duped. I did sign up for a timeshare villa in that black hole.
Hello, Rory. Harry?
What in Bod's name? Do my optical scanners deceive me?
It's the Professor, only better.
I like this one bit. In fact, no, I don't like this one bit.
Everything's fine, Rory. The prisoners are perfectly safe.
You're just saying what you think we want to hear.
No, I'm not. Rory, I'd like you to take over running Kent.
Oh, great.
Why on earth would you do that?
It'll give me more time to spend looking for spare body parts for you, Harry.
Great!
Now, who's coming on the picnic?
Why go picnicking when we should be panicking?
2 Professor Nebulouses? But that's too many!
Prof, I thought you'd been irretrievably mentaled.
No, Rory, I have the mind of an ox. A very clever academic ox, obviously. The person standing next to Paula is an imposter and an intrudulator.
Paula, did you release the other prisoners as well? Where's Celebra?
There are no other prisoners, just that one. Why don't you show your true form? Very well. As I am now free, there is no need to maintain the charade.
Now you see me as I truly am.
You look like a pumpkin in a spacesuit. You're only 2 feet tall.
On my world, I'm above average height and considered svelte.
Just who are you exactly? And I mean exactly, right down to your atomic weight.
My race is known as the Yarwood.
And this is you, eh?
But how could you be all those different people?
We have the ability to transform ourselves into 1,000 different beings. Plus, I've studied at the stage school planet, Phelius Andromeda.
But what about the alarms we all heard?
Oh, our race can also do really good alarm impressions. Listen.
Wow! Oh, now do the beep one.
That is quite cool, actually.
Kenny, can you do any other ones?
Oh, yes, how about this one?
Oh, wow. That's so cool.
That is good. Hey, now do the thing where you go up in pitch.
Yeah.
All right. I've heard enough alarm, thank you.
Very well, Professor. But just because I'm only 2 feet tall, it doesn't mean I can't destroy this entire ship.
No, but surely it makes it less likely.
What is this? Our race has no need of hairspray.
This isn't hairspray. It's Rumorsol 55, a gossip gas.
Whatever it is, it won't have the slightest effect on me.
I remember saying to Field Marshal Scorg just before I left our homeworld, our race are unbeatable, just so long as nobody discovers that our entire bodies can be deflated by jabbing a sharp object into the vent in the centre of our chest panel. Of course, Field Marshal Scorg knows all about that. His daughter's in the St. Andron's ambulance.
Paula, do you have a pencil?
There you go, Professor.
She's just gone on holiday to Ursa Major with her boyfriend. He's an infernon with her...
Well, that certainly took the wind out of his sails.
Don't you think that's in rather poor taste, Rory?
Yep, that's why I said it.
Well, there's no point continuing with the mission now the prisoner's dead.
Quite right, Harry. Quite right. So, who's in the mood for a picnic?
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous. Paula, Rosie Cavaliero. Rory, Graham Duff. Harry, Paul Putner. Sir Ronald, Graham Crowden. Colonel Bream and Clown Father, Matthew Wolfe. Gemini, Celebra and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin. Other parts were played by the cast. Sound design and incidental music by Nicholas Briggs. Theme music by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous is directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4. The year is 2099. These are the files of Kent, the Key Environmental Non-Judgmental Task Force. Director of Operations, Professor Nebulous. You are now accessing Holofile 703, codename Us and Phlegm.
Well, Paula, it looks like Kent has solved another case.
Really, Professor? You know who engulfed all those delegates at last night's Plutonian Embassy Ball?
Quite so. Remember that suspicious-looking Jewish couple, the Absorbsteins?
The ones who left 500 times larger than when they arrived?
Exactly. They got past the bouncers by bouncing over them. The embassy security team were as coordinated as a zero-gravity fondue party. At least I know I can depend on the people of Kent. Kent?
It's Rory. Just letting you know I probably won't be coming in today.
It's 4:45.
Yeah, had to wait for a spasm to pass.
I hope this isn't a recurrence of your time wind, the flatulence which mocks chronology.
Well, it keeps changing. First I had 10 minutes of fever, then I had 20 minutes of Martian gout. Now that's cleared up, I seem to be developing cradle cap.
Sounds like serious illness syndrome to me. All right, Rory. Make sure you drink plenty of solids and always wrap up warm. Never wrap up cold. It's pointless. Goodbye. I'm afraid we're a man down.
4 becomes 3 by 25%.
Oh, sorry to interrupt, Professor, but I have to say I'm not feeling my best. In fact, I'm feeling my absolute worst.
Oh, sorry to hear your agony's playing up, Harry.
This is a whole different kind of agony. It's like no agony I've ever been martyred to before. It makes my usual work-a-day agony seem like a crawl in the park.
You do look a bit flushed.
How can you tell?
His freckles come out. All right, Harry, I think you better get yourself dome.
No, I prefer to struggle bravely on in my all-new Agony Max.
In that case, I'd like you to pay a visit to Rory's dome. He's not made of such stern-like stuff as you so clearly are.
Can do. In agony.
Paula, it looks like it's just you and I on duty tonight.
3 becomes 2. Us 2. The hardcore. What about you, Professor? Do you like it hardcore?
I do my job to the best of my abilities, and that's all I ask of my team. Some bosses ask for 110%. I say anything more than 104% is mathematically unworkable.
Oh, Professor. Whenever we're alone together, I feel something stirring deep inside me.
Was that your stomach?
No.
Are you feeling ill too?
Oh. No. Oh.
But that was your stomach.
No. Oh.
Was that not your stomach either?
Nothing's my stomach. Don't you see, Professor? Oh, excuse me. Just 1 minute.
And then there was one. Thank God it's the Nebulous one.
Safety pins, lip balm. Come on, medicine cabinet, don't let me down. Carmelade, the tranquilizing breakfast spread. This is the stuff. The great taste of thick-cut Seville oranges and the soothing power of hexachloropromazole 25. Better load up the toaster before this incipient leprosy gets its 15 minutes of fame. Hang on!
Afternoon, Rory!
I'd invite you in, but I've got serious illness syndrome.
I know! I brought you this pill. It contains the pleasure you get from a bunch of petrol station flowers. And this is a ticket to a lecture by a man who's actually seen some grapes.
Oh, someone with a good manners implant will send you a thanks text. You better hover in. I'm coming down with leprosy, how's you?
Since we last met, my agony has increased 1,000-fold.
I'll put the ultra kettle on.
I don't like the way things are shaping up themselves. With all its operatives feeling uber peaky, Kent is vulnerable, and that leaves Britain vulnerable. Gemini, get me a list of the most suspicious occurrences of the last 25 hours.
Accessing National Suspicion Repository now. At number 5, a young girl in London claims her mother isn't really her mother.
Sounds like a simple case of replication by pod person. Only one way to tell if they're human or not. Kiss them. And if they do tongues, you're halfway there.
Straight in at number 4, a new range of suffocation furniture is taking the lives of householders up and down the country.
If only that IKEA furniture wasn't so affordable and lethal. I pray to God people's tastes change soon. Meanwhile, we must treat every sofa with caution, every stool with disdain.
Straight in at 3, a giant chalk man has burst from the Shropshire earth and is dancing to loud blip hop, public school and chasm and bass.
Seasonal thing. Every third spring, the giant chalk man of Shrewsbury rises up for its triannual breakdance. How else can it attract a mate? The giant granite floozy of Stourbridge doesn't go off with just anyone.
Up to at 2, the Voyager 3000 satellite has returned to Earth minus its 4 crew members. All that remains inside the nose cone is a strange party hat and a bowl of unearthly nibbles.
That hat must be quarantined, no matter how frivolous it may seem. On no account should anyone touch those nibbles. Unless they've already had their tea.
Straight in at number 1, 99% of the country's workforce have phoned in sick today.
Have they? Have they indeed? Have they indeed?
Yes, they have. Indeed.
Oh, thank God that leprosy's over. I'll be as good as new once I've superglued my forearms back on.
Quite a swish little dome you've got yourself here, Rory.
Well, you know me, Harry. When I'm not struck down by disease, I like to live the bachelor life.
Lava lamp, lava carpet, lava bedding. Yet for all your bourgeois comforts and security, you've been betrayed by the one thing you cannot control. Your health. Health, the great destroyer.
I think I'm coming down with the next one. Bones aching, throat swelling, chest heaving, ability to describe symptoms fading.
Rory! Rory!
I wonder what reason Britain's workforce have been giving for their non-attendance. Gemini, get me the figures from the Independent Illness Regulatory Board. Off sick.
I am obeying. Maladies range from berry to very, very bad. Name a disease and I guarantee it's on the list.
I wish I had time to name diseases, Gemini, but I don't. This is clearly a matter of some urgency. Ultraviolet scarlet fever, is that on there?
Yes.
Right. Andromeda groin strain?
Yes.
Really? How about Krackhausen syndrome?
Yes.
God. I see. Oh, well, all right then, we'd best get on. I think the optimum course of action... Hyde Parkinson's? I bet that isn't on there.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I believe you. I believe you've got every single disease on your list. Even dimuscular dysphoria.
You just made that up. But yes, it is on here.
Damn. Paula, what's happened to you?
Feeling much better, thank you.
But you have crimson pus oozing from your very eye sockets. If you're making a serious fashion statement, please accept my apologies.
Oh, don't worry. The pus will pass. Everything seems to pass. I had total annihilation simplex out in the corridor. Now look at me.
Well, whatever your immune system has to cope with next, I'll stay by your side.
Sure you don't want to go behind?
I'm not like 99% of the nation's workforce. I won't desert my station. Of course, I don't want to say I'm better than them, so I'll just write it down. Better than them. There.
Gemini, why is the Professor the only one unaffected?
Gemini is unable to speculate on why the Professor, as opposed to another clown.
What?
Clown.
I'm not a clown.
Mother? Father? What is it?
Our circus has a very special visitor today, son.
That's right, son. This is Dr. Beep.
Dr. Beep?
Hello there, young Nebulous.
Dr. Beep is a doctor. A clown doctor.
Clown doctor?
I've come to give you your injection.
Injection? What injection? Clown doctor?
Your time has come, son. Finally, you're of injectable age.
Injectable age? What do you mean, clown doctor?
Clowns never fall ill. They never grow infirm. Why? Because of this single injection. Just a few cc's of hypergestozyme will render you almost 100% immune to disease.
But surely this should be available to all.
You know the rules, son.
What clown finds, clown keeps.
You say almost 100% immune?
There's only one illness we cannot conquer. Tuesday today disease. Catch that and you haven't a clown hope in clown hell. Now hold the boy down.
My pleasure, Dr. B.
No, don't. You can't inject me. I'm not a clown.
Of course you are, son. This injection proves it.
Ow! Oh, I shall not clown. I shall not clown.
Professor, are you all right?
Of course I am. Just because I was reeling around and frothing, it doesn't mean I wasn't applying my mind to our dilemma.
Oh, no.
Paula, are you all right? What's happening to you now?
I'm developing cellulite.
Surely that's only natural.
No! This is Armalite cellulite.
Rory, can you hear me? Oh, my butt! Rory, can you hear me? Rory! Maybe I should take his headphones off. Rory, can you hear me?
Yes! Don't shout. Just checking out the new Jessica for Franfra single. I've got a hideous bunch of coconuts.
I thought you were dying!
I was. I had incurable toxergic plague, but cleared up nicely. So, Harry, what are you suffering from at the mo?
I am now experiencing an agony which extends into all infinity and environs.
That sounds like a bit of a faff.
You are now entering sickbay.
Oh, Professor, I don't feel well. I keep thinking my bosom is going to heave.
I'd better run a few tests.
Make sure you examine me from top to bottom to toe.
Nothing out of the ordinary. Blood test, psych test, chin test. Then, if need be, I'll apply a few psychic sticking plasters.
Will there be a cavity search?
No,
If you think it's necessary.
I don't. Gemini?
Yes, Professor Nebulous.
I'd like you to scan Paula for any irregularities.
I am obeying.
My left ear sticks out a bit more than my right one.
Correcting ear now.
Ow!
Healing ear now.
Ah.
Scan complete.
Super. So, is Paula seriously ill, or is she as fit as a deluxe fiddling droid?
Scan detects traces of every known serious disease, 3 light-hearted ones, and a rather cheeky little plague.
As I anticipated, this is beyond my wildest imaginings.
According to my readings, Paula Bree should already be dead.
How can I be dead when I'm still talking and breathing and loosening my clothing? Give me your hand, Professor. Here. Feel my heartbeat.
Paula, I'll never feel your heart down there.
I say you will.
Let go! Because your body is constantly adjusting to each new ailment, it is being kept in a state of what Dr. Beep used to call health stasis.
Dr. Beep?
What?
Beep. Beep. You said Dr. Beep.
Did I? Good God. I'd almost forgotten about Dr. Beep. Beep. Old Beepy, the Beep Keeper. Old Beep Beep. Old Beep of Faith, the Grim Beeper.
He had all those nicknames?
No, I'm just thinking of all these now. I wish I'd been able to come up with them at the time. But back then I was just a young, trembling lad, not a strapping great professor. And to me, Beep was nothing short of distilled essence of pure terror, with 2 extra scoops of fear, a light sprinkling of panic, a drizzle of rich, thick, sticky unease, a handful of chopped hazelnuts, maple syrup, if you have it, and of course a 99. I'm drifting.
Look at these sores, Harry. I think I'm coming down with syphilis. I wouldn't mind, but I didn't even get to do the spade work.
You need a course of antibiotics. then a course of probiotics, then a course of amateur biotics.
Yeah, I think we better have another rootle through the medicine cabinet.
Drugs just blunt us to reality.
Yeah, great. Looks like I've completely run out of Prozac and Crunchy Nut Prozac.
What about this? Prozac, the strongest non-prescription placebo available. You've got hundreds of them.
They were on special offer at the Placebo Gazebo. Oh, damn! They've gone past their deceive-by date.
Gemini, I'd like you to scan my body, please.
I am obeying.
Let's find out what shape I'm in.
I say you're totally fit. Scan complete.
Well, my computerized compadre, what's the verdict?
Gemini is confused. Scan confirms you have contracted Sirius illness syndrome, yet I can detect no trace of any disease.
Hooray! You're going to outlive me.
Kent?
Sir Ronald Rowlands here. Nebulous, are you aware the entire nation has phoned in sick?
I believe it's an epidemic of serious illness syndrome, sir.
Oh? Sure it's not just something the entire nation ate?
Unlikely. We all had different things for our supper. No, this is down to something even more sinister than an undercooked prawn.
Don't worry, the twin prime ministers have declared a national holiday. We'll save millions in wages.
How about using some of that money to fund a special Kent inquiry into this whole sickening event?
I'd like to do what I can, but I'm afraid I can't. Goodbye, Nebros.
Oh, Paula. I wish I knew what to do about this to-do.
Oh, I'm sure you'll whip up some amazing cure.
Possibly. But I fear it's only a matter of time before I, too, take a ride on this mutable malady merry-go-round.
You're building a merry-go-round? Will that help? Is it a special medical merry-go-round with nurse horses?
No. As a child, I was immunised against every illness except one, a ferociously fatal ailment known as Tuesday Today disease, named after the first symptom you experience. Even though you know it's Tuesday, you keep thinking it's Wednesday.
I get that. But with Fridays and Saturdays, I think they're both the same Monday.
Many humans experience such feelings.
However, in the case of Tuesday Today disease, these feelings are accompanied by crippling electrical mind pulsations which bake the brain until golden brown.
But what are the odds on you catching it? Surely it's as rare as hen's dentures.
Yes, but this isn't ordinary serious illness syndrome. It's serious illness syndrome, and that's serious.
So, it's only a matter of time before you come down with Tuesday Today syndrome.
Exactly. And as soon as that happens, my brain will be sizzled alive in its own fear juices.
I have to say, Harry, I usually enjoy a day off work. But being infected by hundreds of fatal diseases is starting to put a dampener on things.
Oh, my agony's taken a turn for the worse. How's your current condition?
It's differented again. I thought I was coming down with premenstrual judgmentalism. Then I started jigging about uncontrollably. My eyes went red. So it's probably synconjunctivitis dance.
You're averaging 25 illnesses an hour. I'm impressed. A lesser man will be taking regular showers.
Yeah, well, I'm more of a man than a lesser man will ever be.
Looking through that disease list I printed off Wikipedia, there can't be many things left for you to catch.
Well, let's see. Got, not got, swapsies, not got.
Professor, something's happening to my nose.
Oh, no. Surely that's just nasal mucus. Here, take my handkerchief.
Oh, the thing is, I've already had to retire 3 boxes of tissues. It just won't stop. See?
Yes, here, take this towel. Here, take this curtain.
Damn! Oh, Professor! Look!
Oh, my God! It's going to cover your entire body!
I can't wipe it off! Oh, help me! Please, Professor! Get it off!
Paula, are you in there? Gemini, scan Paula now, please.
I am obeying. Scan complete.
Well, is she still alive?
or is her youthful corpse entombed in this mucous mausoleum?
Scanner unable to penetrate Paula's green gelatinous coating.
No, this cannot happen.
Calm yourself, Professor. I have dominion over your friend now.
Is she dead?
She is in perfect health. She has contracted every single disease and recovered from them all. All but one. B.
B?
B.
Oh, me. You. What are you? No, wait, let me guess. Let's see. I'd say you are part human, part tumour. Are you a tumanoid?
No.
Could you be a spittle parasite from Pestilence 6?
No.
Are you in insurance?
I am a Phlegmian. My race is the perfect mucus-phlegm hybrid, representing the best qualities of both mucus and phlegm.
I don't like your snotty attitude, and I don't like what you've done to Paula, but I'll tell you this, you are no match for Nebulous. My brain is like fire and ice.
Your brain is like tepid water?
Tepid like the fox. On this world, I am known as the oncoming drizzle. Fox-shaped drizzle. Some of it fox-shaped and fiery, some of it fox-shaped and frozen. That's my drizzle. So you'd better watch out, my Flemish friend.
Then it is fortunate we have a human collaborator.
Human collaborator? Oh, my God.
Good afternoon, Nebulous.
Hello, Dr. Beep.
Rory! Don't you think you should wipe your nose?
I am wiping it. This stuff just keeps on coming. What in the hell?
Rory, that's disgusting! Stop it!
Oh, bollocks!
I have to say, Rory, I found that very difficult to look at. And I have a skinless groin.
So, Dr. Beep, long time no live in fear of.
Young Nebulous. All grown up. Still with the circus, are we?
Of course not. I ran away from the circus to join the rat race.
The doctor tells me you used to make balloon giraffes.
No, I didn't. They were tall goats. Anyway, these days I am a learned professor. It was I who invented electric vapour and today's modern salt. Mind you, it hasn't all been success and glory. While searching for the secret of eternal youth, I stumbled upon the secret of eternal middle age. And what about you, Doctor? Still doctoring?
Until about a year ago, yes. I battled death and disease on a daily basis. I was tough on causes, tough on the causes of causes. And then I fell in love with the most perfect woman in the world.
That genetically modified one from Derbyshire?
Cathy Brown, yes. But on our honeymoon, my beloved Kaza fell ill. She contracted pneumonia. I did everything I could to try and make her all better. But in the end, God took her from me. And on that terrible, terrible day, I changed sides.
Changed sides?
I'd spent my whole life battling disease and death, but it's a battle no man can ever win. Death always triumphs in the end. So, I decided to throw my lot in with disease and death. The pay's only so-so, but at the end of the day, you know you've made a difference.
I see. So you joined the Harmy Army. Then somehow you discovered the Phlembians.
We share the same accountant.
And together you're intent on taking over the whole human race, commencing, for whatever reason, with Great Britain.
Funnily enough, that's a tax thing.
At this very moment, my phlegmy brethren are beginning to engulf every single one of your fellow countrymen.
Good bod! Rory! Yeah, and, of course, every single other one of my fellow countrymen.
No! I'm sorry, but no!
Why do you refuse to believe me?
Because you're obviously not an alien! You're just Rory covered in snot!
I assure you I am a non-human life form.
You're snot!
But if I am merely, as you put it, snot, how is it I am able to converse with you?
That's easy! You're just Rory doing a The snot voice!
I am no mere Rory. I am a Phlegmian.
You're snot!
Phlegmian!
I may not know what your plan is, Beep, but I'll tell you this. Humanity will overcome these intrudulators as sure as winter follows autumn and summer follows Hamble.
Don't you see, Nebulous? They aren't intrudulators. They have always existed within us. The Phlegmians are a code locked in our DNA and a primal fear buried in our subconscious.
Of course, the legend of the bogeyman.
We can only be triggered into being when a human contracts every single disease in the correct sequence.
I discovered that sequence, then developed a virus which would mutate Serious Illness Syndrome into my desired form and unleashed it. Having first perfected an antidote, of course, it was quite a busy morning.
Without Dr. Beep, our race would not have been able to evolve and reproduce.
But why not use your advanced science to develop new methods of reproduction, something involving implants or stem cells or a stranger's sperm?
Our race does not do science. We are made of phlegm.
Oh, science is amazing. For example, Gemini, scan Dr. Beep, please.
I am obeying. Oh, switch that off. I'm perfectly fit. Rude Health magazine recently gave me 5 rude stars.
Scan complete. The doctor is correct.
See? You have to be in tip-top form if you're about to become Dominator General of the Earth.
Oh, shut up, Beep Beep, you old fool.
Oh, how dare you.
Because now Gemini has scanned your body, we have a complete breakdown of your physical being, including that antidote paddling around in your bloodstream.
What?
So unless you call off the invasion, I shall replicate your antidote and use it to wipe out the Phlegmians like a big justice tissue.
Emergency! All Phlegmians must retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
That's right. Run! Run back up Paula's nose.
What happened? Why am I so sticky? Oh, Professor. We didn't actually...
I'll explain later. After I've said goodbye to Dr. Beep. Goodbye, Dr. Beep.
Gloat while you're afloat, Nebulous. There's always next time.
I think not. Gemini has your DNA on file, remember? From now on, if you so much as talk about cigarettes in a public place, you'll be banged up for life.
Damn you, Nebulous! Damn you to Professor Hell!
Bye! He seemed nice. Who was he again?
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
What just happened?
I don't know, but thank God it's over.
My nose aches. Oh, it feels like I've had a whole other life form wedged up there.
All right, Rory, joke over. You can drop the charade. I know it was you.
Hey, I'm always me. Deal with it, universe.
So how do you feel now?
I feel pretty good, actually. Yeah, I feel perfectly normal. I think I've got some tablets for that in the medicine cabinet.
Gemini, I'd like you to re-scan Paula, please.
I am obeying.
Oh, Professor, I do hope my being riddled with disease hasn't put you off me.
Scan complete. Paula Breeze is now completely disease-free.
Yes, I'm pure! I'm pure! But I'm prepared to change.
Here, Paula, I'm giving you a clean bill of health. Oh, and this ordinary bill.
An invoice for 900 credit bars?
Those body scans aren't cheap, you know.
And it's still 10 days to underpay day.
Really? Are you sure? What's the date today, Gemini?
February 79th, Tuesday.
Of course. For some reason, I keep thinking it's Wednesday. Oh, my bod!
In Nebulous by Graham Duff, Mark Gatiss played Professor Nebulous, with special guest David Tennant as Dr. Beep. Paula, Rosie Cavaliero, Rory, Graham Duff, Harry, Paul Putmer, Sir Ronald, Graham Crowden, Clown Father, Matthew Wolfe, Gemini and Clown Mother, Julia Dolkin. Sound design and incidental music by Nicholas Briggs. Theme music by Malcolm Boyle. Nebulous is directed by Nicholas Briggs and is a Baby Cow production for Radio 4.
Bantam Audio Publishing presents Nemesis by Isaac Asimov. Marlene Insignia Fisher had last seen the solar system when she was a little over 1 year old. She didn't remember it, of course. In all her 15 years of life, she remembered only Rotor. She'd always thought of it as a large world. It was 8 kilometers across, after all. Rotor went on, with its buildings, its parks, its farms, and mostly its people. It was the people Marlene liked least. The new census, they said, would show 60,000 of them on Rotor. Far too many. Every one of them showing a false face. Marlene hated seeing those false faces and knowing there was something different inside. As she got older, she could see the falseness more clearly, but it bothered her less. She had learned to take it for granted and spend as much time as possible with herself and her thoughts. Lately, her thoughts were often on Erythro, the barren planet Rotor had been orbiting almost all her life. The two of them together, Erythro and Rotor, circled the star Nemesis. She was watching Erythro now, alone on the observation deck. She didn't know why these thoughts were coming to her, but she would just stare at the planet hungrily, wanting to be there, right there on Erythro. Marlene! Marlene heard a voice and knew that it was Orinel. She'd grown increasingly tongue-tied with him of late, and the reason for it embarrassed her. Orinel wasn't interested in Erythro, which was disappointing, but at 17 and a half, he had other things to think of. She turned to him and mumbled, Hi, Orinel. Tried not to turn red. How come you're here? Tell me you were looking for me, she thought. Orinel said, Your mother sent me. Oh, well. Why? Well, she said you were in a bad mood, and every time you felt sorry for yourself, you came up here. So, why are you in a bad mood? Marlene lifted her eyebrows. I would like to travel. Orinel laughed. You have traveled, Marlene. You've traveled more than 2 light years. No one else in the whole history of the solar system has ever traveled even a small fraction of a light year, except us. She said, Oh, but I was too young to remember. And we're never going back to the solar system. Well, even if we don't, who cares? Earth is a crowded world. The whole solar system was getting crowded and used up. Anyway, come on, I can't stay here. I have things to do. Doloret. Marlene hated Doloret. Marlene knew just by looking at Orinel exactly how he felt about Doloret. Quite suddenly, Marlene wanted to hurt him, to find words to give him pain. True words, though. She wouldn't lie to him. She said, We're never going back to the solar system. Earth is going to be destroyed. Earth won't be destroyed right away. Maybe not for thousands of years. But it's going to be destroyed. She nodded solemnly, her face intense. And nothing can stop it. Eugenia Insignia had grown middle-aged during the trip to Nemesis, and in the course of the long stay after arrival. Over the years, she had periodically warned herself, This is for life, and for our children's lives into the unseen future. The thought always weighed her down. Why? She had known this as the inevitable consequence of what they had done from the moment Rotor had left the solar system. Everyone on Rotor, volunteers all, had known it. Those who had not had the heart for eternal separation had left Rotor before takeoff. And among those who had left was... Eugenie did not finish that thought. It often came, and she tried never to finish it. She turned to the day's reports. Her receptionist signaled, and a soft voice came from the small button speaker pinned to her garment. Orinel Pampas wishes to see you. Insignia grimaced. Let him come in. The boy walked in with a smile that had not yet outgrown its adolescent shyness. Well, Orinel, she said. Did you find Marlene? Yes, ma'am. And how is she feeling? If you want to know, Dr. Insignia, she has a rather funny idea in her head. This one is really crazy. She said that Earth was going to be destroyed. He waited for Insignia to laugh. She did not. Instead, she exploded. What? What made her say that? I don't know. She may have been putting me on. Insignia cut in. She may have been doing exactly that. She has a strange sense of humor, so listen. I don't want you to repeat this to anyone else. Do you understand? Certainly, ma'am. but just one thing. What's that? Is Earth going to be destroyed? Insignia stared at him, then forced a laugh. Of course not. You may go now. Insignia looked after him and wished earnestly that she could have managed a more convincing denial. Janus Pitt made an impressive appearance, which had helped him in his rise to power as Commissioner of Rotor. He was tall with a body that was still in good shape, despite the fact that he was 56. Pitt looked up and smiled as Eugenia Insignia entered, but felt the usual small surge of uneasiness. There was something always uneasy-making about Eugenia, even wearying. Thank you for seeing me, Janus, on such short notice. Come, he said. There's no formality between us. We go back a long way. Now, what's bothering you? Marlena, my daughter. Somehow, she knows about Nemesis and the solar system. How could she know? Unless you've told her. Insignia spread her arms helplessly. Of course I didn't tell her, but I don't have to. I don't know how it is, but somehow Marlena seems to hear and see everything. She's always been able to do it. Well then, she makes lucky guesses. Tell her she's wrong. But what if it's true, she asked. That's beside the point. Look, Eugenia, you and I have concealed this possibility for years. And it would be better if we continued to conceal it. She looked at him, shocked, unbelieving. Have you really no feeling for the solar system? For Earth? The world on which humanity originated? Yes, Eugenia. I have all sorts of feelings, but they're visceral and I can't let them sway me. We left the solar system because we thought it was time for humanity to spread outward. Our job is here. They stared at each other. Then Insignia said, with a touch of hopelessness, You'll talk me down again like you have for so many years. Yes. But you won't stay down, Eugenia. And you tire me. The first time should have been enough. The first time he had talked her down had been 16 years ago, in the year 2220, that exciting year in which the possibilities of the galaxy had opened up for them. Janus Pitt was not yet Commissioner of Rotor. He did head the Department of Exploration, however, and the Far Probe was his responsibility, and, to a large extent, the result of his actions. He had said at a meeting of the Council, The solar system is uncomfortably crowded. There are more space settlements than can easily be found room for. The only solution, fellow councilors, is to leave the solar system without warning and find a new home, where we can build a new world. This can't be done without hyper-assistance, which we have. Other settlements will eventually learn the technique and will leave too. But we can establish ourselves firmly, so that when others do follow, we will be strong enough to send them elsewhere. There had been fierce opposition. Pitt had scarcely thought he would win out. He had done so because Eugenia had supplied the winning argument. What an incredible stroke of luck it was that she had come to him first. She was only 26, married but not yet pregnant. She was excited, flushed, and laden down with computer sheets. Her voice trembled as she spoke. It's the greatest discovery anyone has made since... She gave up. It's the greatest. Pitt looked dubiously at the sheet she was holding. Well, Doctor, can you explain it simply? She drew a deep breath. I've discovered the nearest star, Pitt said. The nearest star is Alpha Centauri. That's been known for 4 centuries. I've discovered one that is closer. The sun has a distant companion, a neighbor star. Can you believe it? Pitt considered her carefully. Tell me, if there is a star much closer than Alpha Centauri, why hasn't it been discovered before now? It's behind a cloud, a dark cloud, a puff of dust. The dust cuts down on the light, otherwise it would certainly have been noticed. And if so, how is it you've noticed it? Because of the Far Probe. Do you mean that the far probe was far enough out in space to see around the cloud and detect the neighbor star at full brightness? Exactly. Do you want to see the data now? She asked. No, he said. I'm satisfied with what you've told me. But according to the Open Science Agreement, all data obtained by the far probe is to be published generally, Pitt said. Does that mean that you have already informed? Insignia interrupted indignantly. Of course not. I would have to find out a good deal more before I publish. You and I are the only ones to know of the neighbor star. Am I right? No one else? Yes, sir. It must remain a secret to us until I am prepared to tell certain specific others. But the Open Science Agreement must be ignored. Your discovery involves settlement security. Perhaps you don't realize it, but you have come upon something that can change the destiny of the human species. She stood there frozen, staring at him. We are conspirators, you and I, and we must be friendly from now on. You are Eugenia to me when we're alone, and I am Janice to you. But I don't want to conspire with anyone about anything. I suppose you're afraid of losing the credit, Pitt said. Insignia hesitated the merest moment, then said, You can bet your last computer chip I am Janice. I want my credit. You know that I've been arguing for quite a while that Rhoda ought to leave the solar system. Where do you stand on that? She shrugged. I'm not sure. But you wouldn't be leaving home. This is home. Rhoda. Eventually, some of us will have to go, whether we want to or not. I suppose a settlement has left for Alpha Centauri. Found decent habitability there and settled down to build a new world. Where would the next settlements go, once they decided to leave the solar system? To Alpha Centauri, of course, said Insignia. So, the human species would tend to go to the obvious place. And if one settlement succeeds, others would follow quickly, until the new world was as crowded as the old. Then it will be time to move on to other stars, Insignia said. But always, success will draw other settlements. But if we go to a star that is only a little over 2 light years away, only half the distance of Alpha Centauri, and no one knows about it except us, who will follow us? Insignia stared at Pitt uncertainly. What difference would that make? All the difference you can imagine, Eugenia. Let the settlements crowd in as they wish. We will have 1,000 different cultures, bringing with them all the hatreds and misfittings of Earth's dismal history. Give us time alone, and we can build a system of settlements that will be uniform in culture and ecology. It will be a far better situation. Less chaotic, less anarchic. Less interesting, she objected. Less variegated, less alive. Not at all. The different settlements will have their differences, but there will at least be a common base from which those differences will spring. And even if I'm wrong, surely you see that it's an experiment that must be tried. If we are given only 100 years to build our new society, we would be large enough and strong enough to make the others pass by, go on to other worlds. We won't have to hide any longer than that. Have I convinced you? She seemed to shake herself. Not entirely. While you think about it, don't say a word to anyone about the neighbor star. Will you go that far at least, Eugenia? Yes, she said at last in a small voice. Then she fired up. One thing, though. I want to call it Nemesis. Nemesis? But why? There was a brief period of speculation back in the late 20th century about the possibility of a neighbor star for the sun. It came to nothing at that time. No neighbor star was found, but it had been referred to as Nemesis in the papers devoted to it. I would like to honor those daring thinkers. Nemesis. Wasn't there a Greek goddess of that name? An unpleasant one. The goddess of retribution, of justified revenge, of punishment, she said. And why would those old-timers have called it Nemesis? Something to do with the cometary cloud. They thought Nemesis, in its revolution about the sun, passed through the cloud and induced cosmic strikes that killed off large portions of Earth life every 26 million years. Pitt looked astonished. Really? No, the suggestion didn't survive. But I want Nemesis to be the name just the same. and I want it to go on record that I named it. I promise you that, Eugenia. Your star, your Nemesis, will be the first star, other than the sun itself, to shine over a human civilization that originated elsewhere. Pitt watched her leave and felt on the whole confident. And then, just as he might have relaxed in the glow of a golden future, he was shaken by a faint touch of horror that was utterly alien to him. Why Nemesis? Why name it for the goddess of retribution? He was almost weak enough to think of it as an evil omen. It was dinner time, and Insignia was in one of those moods when she was just a little afraid of her own daughter. Those moods had become more pronounced lately, and she didn't know why. Perhaps it was that Marlena increasingly seemed to be communing with thoughts too deep for speech. And sometimes the uneasy fear in Insignia was mixed with guilt, because of her too great awareness of the girl's physical shortcomings. Marlena was short and blunt. Thick without being fat, that was Marlena. Nothing graceful about her. There were her eyes, however, large and lustrously dark, with meticulous dark eyebrows that curved above them, long eyelashes that looked almost artificial. Still, eyes alone could not make up for everything else, however fascinating they might be at odd moments. Insignia asked, "What kind of day did you have, dear?" "A quiet one." "I'm sorry you had to take the trouble to hunt me down." Insignia sighed. "But Marlena, I can't help but think sometimes that you're unhappy. You're alone too much." "I like to be alone." "You show no signs of happiness at being alone. There are many people who would like to be friendly, and you would be happier if you allowed them to be. Ornell is your friend." "Was. Today he was all wrapped up with Doloret." Insignia said, "You can't blame Ornell, you know. Doloret is his age." "Physically," said Marlena. "But she's a bubblehead. When he's a little older, he might find out what the really important things are." Marlena stared at Insignia quizzically. Then she said, "Come on, Mother." Insignia flushed. She had made a remark as sincerely as she could, had tried to feel it, but Marlena had seen through it without effort. It wasn't the first time either. Insignia had begun to feel that Marlena weighed people's inflections, the hesitations, the motions, and always knew what you didn't want her to know. It must be this quality that made Insignia increasingly frightened of Marlena. Insignia suddenly felt tired. If she couldn't ever fool Marlena, why try? She said, "Well, let's get down to it, dear. What is it you want?" Marlena said, "I see you really want to know. So, I'll tell you. I want to get away to Erythro." "You can't live there." "There are people living there." "Yes, but under a dome. A group of scientists and engineers live there. There's a whole world on Erythro outside the dome. Someday people will spread out and live all over the planet. I just can't stand it here on Rotor." Insignia looked at her daughter, frowning. She thought, she feels she has lost Ornell. She's heartbroken. So she will send herself into exile on a barren world, and he will be sorry. Yes, that line of thought was entirely possible. She remembered when she herself was 15. Insignia said, "What is it that attracts you about Erythro?" "I'm not sure. Isn't it natural to want a large world?" She hesitated before adding the last two words, but she gulped them out somehow. "Like Earth?" "Like Earth?" Insignia spoke with vehemence. "You've never been on Earth. You don't know anything about Earth. The libraries are full of films about Earth. Marlena, you can't go by those films. They idealize things. Earth is an unlivable slum." Marlena said in a lower voice, "Father was an Earthman. He didn't leave Earth, even though he might have." "No, he didn't. He stayed behind." Insignia frowned, trying to keep her voice level. "I was just trying to point out that we have another Earth right here. It's Erythro. That's where I want to go." Insignia couldn't stop herself from saying, "So you want to break away from me, as your father did?" Is it really true, Mother, that he broke away from you? Then she added quietly, you drove him away, didn't you, Mother? Odd, or perhaps stupid, Insignia thought, that she was still capable of hurting herself unbearably with thoughts of that very kind after 14 years. It was time to tell Marlena the story. Cryle Fisher had a craggy face, a look somehow of hunger and wildness. Everything about him spoke of strong masculinity. She could almost smell it when she met him, and was struck with fascination at once. Insignia was still a graduate student in astronomy at the time, completing her stint on Earth, looking forward to returning to Rotor so that she could qualify for work on the far probe. And then she met Cryle, and found herself to her own confusion, madly in love with an Earthman. Overnight, she felt herself abandoning the far probe in her mind, becoming ready to remain on Earth just to be with him. She could still remember the way he had looked at her in astonishment and said, "Remain here with me? I'd rather come to Rotor with you." She could not have imagined that he would want to abandon his world for her. How Cryle managed to obtain permission to come to Rotor, Insignia did not know and had never found out. The immigration rules were strict. Once any settlement had a sizable population, it clamped down on immigration because it could not exceed a definite limit on the number of people it could support comfortably. After a long engagement, they were married. But even as a full citizen, which he had been proclaimed after their marriage, there was a kernel of dissatisfaction within him. Cryle had a job on one of the farms, but a job that was not high on the social scale. He did not complain or make a fuss about that. She'd give him that. But he never talked about it, or showed any pleasure in it. And there was always that air of discontent about him. Eventually, she grew nervous about talking to him, even of petty office politics and annoying errors. It might serve as an unwelcome comparison of her work with his. When her discovery of the neighbor's star was placed under tight wraps, surely it would have been the natural thing to tell her husband of the great discovery that was bound to put her name into the astronomy texts for as long as humanity existed. She might have told him even before she told Pitt, but she hadn't. It didn't occur to her that Cryle would be interested. So it was no effort to mention nothing to him of Nemesis. The matter was dead between them, until that dreadful day when their marriage came to an end. At the start, Insignia had been horrified at the thought of keeping the neighbor's star a secret. She found it ethically wrong and indecently dishonorable to set about building a new civilization by stealth, one which excluded all the rest of humanity. She had given in on the grounds of settlement security, but she had intended to fight Pitt privately, to bring up points of argument. She had rehearsed them in her own mind till they were foolproof, and then somehow she never presented them. Always, he took the initiative. First, a promotion, Insignia noted with a little shame, cooled her objections. Then, on another occasion, Pitt said to her, "What about your husband?" "What about my husband?" Insignia was immediately on the defensive. "Has he ever told you why he left Earth and worked so hard to become a Rotorian citizen?" "No, he hasn't. And I haven't asked him." "But don't you ever wonder?" Insignia hesitated. "Yes, I have sometimes." Pitt smiled. "I should tell you, perhaps." Thanks to Pitt, to what he told her, to the films he suggested she view, she became aware of Earth and its billions, of its endemic starvation and violence, its drugs and alienation. She did not wonder any longer why Cryle Fisher had left. She wondered why so few Earth people followed his example. Nor were the settlements so much better off. She became aware of how they closed in on themselves, how people were prevented from moving freely from one to another. The settlements quarreled and found each other hateful. Insignia could feel herself begin to agree with Pitt, even to grow enthusiastic over a flight from intolerable misery. And then she found that a baby was on the way, and her enthusiasm began to wither. To risk herself and Cryle on Pitt's long journey seemed worthwhile. To risk an infant, a child. Pitt was unperturbed. He congratulated her. "It will be at least a year before we're ready to go. By then you will realize how fortunate you were. The child will have no memory of the misery of a ruined planet and a desperately divided humanity. Lucky child, And again, Insignia began to think in that fashion. And by the time Marlena was born, she had indeed begun to dread delay, to fear that before they left, the child would be imprinted with the crowded failure that was the solar system. She was entirely on Pitt's side by this time. Cryle Fisher seemed fascinated by Marlena, to Insignia's great relief. She had not thought that he would make much of a father. Yet he hovered over Marlena and took on his share of the duties involved in bringing her up. He seemed actually to grow cheerful as a result. During the time Marlena was approaching her first birthday, rumors grew throughout the solar system that Rotor intended to leave. It produced what was almost a system-wide crisis, and Pitt was grimly amused. "Well, what can they do?" he said. "There's no way they can stop us." Insignia said, "But how did it get out?" "I saw to it that it did," he smiled. "It would, after all, be impossible to hide our leaving for much longer. We must take a vote on the matter, you know. We can't take off with a settlement load of people who are too fearful or too homesick for their own son. We want only those with us who are willing." The campaign to win approval for leaving the solar system began almost at once. Cryle Fisher reacted with thunderous brow, and one day he said, "This is crazy. Where would we go? There's nothing out there." "There are billions of stars out there." "How many planets? We don't know of any habitable planets anywhere. If it comes to that, we'll be going to Earth." She felt something clutch at her heart. She said, "Oh no, you certainly can't expect Marlena to live on Earth. Billions of children do." "And mine won't be one of them," said Insignia fiercely. All her hopes lay in her 10-month-old daughter. Fisher was still clearly fond of his unpretty daughter, more fond than ever, in fact. Surely Fisher would not go back to Earth if it meant leaving Marlena forever. Insignia lacked any confidence that he would choose her, the woman he had loved and married, over Earth. But surely Marlena would be the sticking point. Surely. The day after the vote, Insignia found Fisher white with rage. He choked out, "It was a fixed vote. I cannot believe that a whole settlement of people are going to risk traveling with hyper-assistance. It could kill us all." "The far probe worked well." "Were there living things on this far probe? If not, how do you know how living things will react to hyper-assistance? What do you know about hyper-assistance?" "Not a thing," Insignia said. "Why not? You're working right there in the laboratory." "When you say the laboratory, you seem to imply we're all piled together in one room." "I told you, I'm an astronomer and I know nothing about hyper-assistance. Only the hyperspatialists know." "Come on, Cryle. Those who are supposed to know. Others don't." "Then you don't really know that hyper-assistance is safe. Only the hyperspatialists know." "How do you suppose they know?" "I assume they've experimented." "You assume." Insignia lost her patience. "Look, I don't feel like being grilled endlessly. Are you coming along?" Fisher said, slowly and a little grimly, "I don't want to leave the solar system." Insignia burst out, tormented past endurance. "If you knew where we were going, you wouldn't be so ready to turn back." "Why? Where's Rotor going?" "To the stars." "To oblivion." They stared at each other. Fisher, with a softening of his tone, said, "Eugenia, we don't have to split up. I certainly don't want to leave Marlena, or you either. Come with me to Earth." No, never." "Let me take Marlena then. The baby should stay here in the solar system and be safe." "Is that what this whole thing has been for? A device to take my baby?" "Our baby." "My baby! You leave. I want you to leave, but you can't touch my baby." "I know Pitt. That means I can arrange to have you sent to the asteroids whether you want to go or not. And then you can find your own way back to your decomposing Earth. Now get out of my quarters and find your own place to sleep till you're sent away. When you let me know where you'll be, I'll send along your personal possessions. And don't think you can come back. This place will be under guard." At the moment that Insignia said this, with the bitterness in her heart overflowing, she meant it. He was gone forever from her and from Marlena. She had sent him away, and he was gone forever. Insignia sat there, deeply surprised at herself. She had never told the story to anyone. She had never dreamed of telling it to anyone. And here she had told it, at length and without reserve, to her adolescent daughter. Insignia gazed at her daughter intently, then said very suddenly, What am I thinking? Marlena jumped slightly and then gave a short giggle. She said, "That's easy. You're thinking that I know what you're thinking, but you're wrong. I don't read minds. I just tell from words and sounds and expressions. People just can't keep what they think hidden." Insignia then changed the subject quickly, allowing no time for expression to give her away. "Do you really think Earth will be destroyed?" "I do. You talk about Earth sometimes," Marlena said. "You almost always say, 'Poor Earth.' When you say it, I can't help but think you feel guilty, as though it were your fault. Why? What do you think I've done?" Insignia asked. "I heard you say it once when you were in the view room. You looked at Nemesis, and it seemed to me then that Nemesis was mixed up in it. So I asked the computer what Nemesis meant, and it told me. It's something that relentlessly destroys, something that inflicts retribution." "That wasn't the reason for the name," cried Insignia. "You named it," said Marlena quietly. "It's because I named it that I know that that wasn't the reason for the name." "Then why do you feel guilty, Mother?" "Guilty," thought Insignia. "Why shouldn't I feel guilty? It is all my fault. I should have known from the start, from the instant of discovery. But I didn't want to know." After Nemesis' discovery, there had come the furious preparation for the leaving. Then, after the leaving, there were 2 years in which the ship skipped barely into and out of hyperspace. Insignia was kept busy supplying the endless calculations that were involved in that hyper-assistance. At no time had she been able to think of Nemesis' destructive path in detail. Not once could she zero in on the obvious. Was that possible? Or did she simply turn away from what she did not want to see? But there came a time when the last hyperspatial period was behind them. When the appalling truth descended upon Insignia, she hurried in to see Pitt. He smiled at her absently. They had been forced to be close when they had shared a secret that at first no one had shared with them. After the leaving, however, when the secret was revealed and Insignia had taken credit for the discovery, they had grown apart again. "Janice," she said, "there's something eating away at me, and I had to come to you with it. It's Nemesis." "Is there anything new?" "Nemesis might be moving more or less straight toward the sun," she said. "It wouldn't be shifting either to the right or left, so that it would not seem to be changing position, but it would be coming right toward us, that is, right toward the solar system." Pitt stared at her in surprise. "Let me ask you a question. What is the chance that it's moving toward the sun or away from it?" "Spectral analysis will tell us. I can get started on the observation to make certain." For the space of half a minute, Pitt seemed lost in thought, staring at his uncluttered desk. Then he said, without bothering to look up, "No. These are observations that need not be made. Just forget it." "How dare you, Janice? How dare you? I tell you again that in all likelihood, Nemesis is moving toward our solar system." "All right, then. If we find out that the situation is indeed fraught with danger, then what? Do we warn the solar system?" "Well, yes," Insignia answered. "And how would we warn them?" "We have no means of hypercommunication. If we sent out a luminal message of some sort, it would take over 2 years to reach Earth. We will have to tell them where Nemesis is. The whole point of our secrecy would be lost. Even if Nemesis is moving toward the sun, how long would it take for it to reach the solar system?" "It could reach the neighborhood of the sun in 5,000 years. Pitt sat back in his chair and regarded Insignia with a kind of wry amusement. "Only 5,000 years?" Insignia shook her head. "You can't evacuate the solar system by a mere wave of the hand, Janice. It is not too soon to begin to plan." Pitt said, "You have a good heart, Eugenia, so I'll offer a compromise. Now suppose we take 100 years in which to establish ourselves here, to multiply, to build a cluster of settlements that will be strong enough and stable enough to be secure. Then we can investigate Nemesis' destination and, if necessary, warn the solar system. Surely a small delay of a century will not be fatal. Think about it." Insignia did. She sat there, looking somberly at Pitt, while he waited with almost exaggerated patience. Finally, she said, "Very well. I see your point." "Good." Again, the wave of his hand made it clear that she was to leave. This time, she left, and Pitt, looking after her, thought, She is really becoming insupportable. Marlena watched her mother owlishly as she listened to the story. She was careful to keep her expression flat and meaningless, but within herself she was both pleased and surprised. Her mother was finally telling her of the events involving her father and Commissioner Pitt. She was being treated as a grown-up. But Mother, haven't you managed to sneak a look at the spectra of Nemesis and the sun? Haven't you done a little figuring? Yes, it is heading for the solar system. Then Marlena said in a low voice, Is it going to hit? No, as far as my figures are concerned, I'm quite sure it's not going to hit the sun or the Earth, or any significant part of the solar system for that matter. But it doesn't have to, you see. Even if it misses, it will probably destroy the Earth. Marlena had to know more and said gently, If Nemesis misses, how will it destroy the Earth? Let me try to explain. The Earth goes around the sun, just as rotor goes around Erythro. What it amounts to is that the Earth, in its orbit around the sun, quivers slightly in a dozen different ways. All the bodies in the solar system quiver in this way. But now, let us suppose Nemesis dashes by and misses by a light month or so. That would be less than 1 trillion kilometers. As it passes, and it would take a number of years to pass, it would make the quivering worse. But then, when it was gone, the quivers would settle down again, Marlena said. What's so bad about Nemesis giving the solar system a little extra quiver? Well, if Earth's equilibrium position is a little different, a little farther from the sun, a little nearer, how will that affect Earth's climate? Even a small change might make it an uninhabitable world. Can't you calculate it out in advance? No. Rotor isn't a good place to calculate from. It quivers too, and a great deal. Marlena stared at her toes. She said, Mother, don't be angry with me. It seems to me as though something else is wrong. Please tell me, Insignia said. I don't like the thought of everyone leaving Earth. I don't want Earth to be abandoned. Are you sentimental about Earth? It's the place where human beings originated. Do you know what I mean, Marlena? Even if I didn't think much of it when I was there, every speck of life on every settlement, from a virus to a tree, is descended from Earth life. I wanted to exist for the sake of the past. I don't know if I can make that clear. Do you think about Father sometimes, even now? Marlena looked up briefly at her mother's face and winced. It's none of my business. That's what you're going to tell me. That's the feeling I just had, her mother said. But I don't have to be guided by my feelings. After all, you're his daughter. Yes, I think about him now and then. She shrugged her shoulders slightly. Do you think about him, Marlena? Well, I have nothing to think of. I don't remember him. You can't miss what you've never had. But you had him, Mother, she thought. And you miss him. Oddly enough, Cryle Fisher found it necessary to become accustomed to Earth, or reaccustomed to it. He had not thought that Rotor had become so much a part of him in a matter of not quite 4 years. The signal light flashed, and he heard the buzz. Enter, he said in a low voice, but it was loud enough to activate the delocking mechanism. Garand Weiler, Fisher's old friend and colleague, entered. Did you know that Rotor left? Weiler asked. Fisher's muscles tightened, he said, nodding. They said they would. They meant it. They drifted away. And we watched as far as we could, eavesdropped their radiation. They pumped up speed with this hyper-assistance of theirs, and in a split second, while we could still make them out loud and clear, they were gone. Everything cut off. Alpha Centauri, I suppose. Well, the office keeps thinking that it might not be Alpha Centauri. And, that you might know that. Fisher looked annoyed. I've been debriefed all the way to the moon and back. I haven't held back anything. He said, Cryle, the office can't afford to be delicate. I regret having to approach you like this. I have to make sure that your failure was an honest one. What does that mean? I have to be able to tell them that you didn't fail because of any personal weakness. After all, you married a Rotorian woman. Was she pretty? Were you fond of her? Fisher snarled. What you're really asking is whether, out of love for a Rotorian woman, I deliberately protected Rotor and helped them keep their secret. Well, said Weiler, unmoved. Did you? How can you ask that? If I had decided to be a Rotorian, I would have left with them, but I didn't do that. I got off Rotor and returned to Earth, even though I knew my failure would probably destroy my career. We appreciate your loyalty. There's more loyalty in this than you think. I left my daughter. Weiler viewed Fisher thoughtfully. That is understandable, but you were with her only a year. Scarcely time to build a relationship. Fisher grimaced. You don't understand. It was my sister, you see. My younger sister, Roseanne. She died in the San Francisco riots 8 years ago. And she was 17. She didn't even know what all the fighting and shouting was about. She was simply trapped. Weiler said, I can see why you volunteered for Rotor. Oh, yes. For a couple of years, I was just numb. When the problem of placing an agent on Rotor was discussed, I volunteered for it. I wanted to get off Earth. If only you could have seen Roseanne, Garrett. You have no idea. She wasn't pretty, but she had such eyes. Beautiful eyes, but frightening ones. She could look right into you, if you know what I mean. Actually, I don't, said Weiler. Fisher paid no attention. She always knew when you were lying or hiding the truth. You couldn't be silent without her guessing what the trouble was. No, she was something special, Garrett. And then my child was born, Marlena. She had the same eyes. Those eyes made me flinch. It was as though Roseanne had come back to me. So you see how hard it turned out to be. Coming back to Earth, you mean? Weiler said. Leaving my daughter and wife. It was like losing Roseanne a second time. I'll never see her now. Never. But you came back anyway. Loyalty. Duty. But if you want the truth, I almost didn't. I was standing there, torn. Eugenia, my wife, said to me in a heartbroken way, if you knew where we were going, you wouldn't be so ready to turn back. And at that moment, I didn't want to leave. Weiler stared at Fisher. Where were they going? When I said, where is Rotor going? She said, to the stars. Think, Weiler cried. Is it possible that the FAR probe located a planetary system around Alpha Centauri? Fisher shrugged. I couldn't possibly guess. Garrett Weiler's generous lips compressed themselves tightly for a moment. Then he said, I'll tell you what, Cryle. There are 3 things that are going to happen now. First, you're going to have to undergo another debriefing. Second, I suspect we're going to have to inspect every star within 100 light years of this solar system. And third, we'll have to whip our hyperspatialists into jumping a little higher and further. You watch and see if that's not what happens. There were times, once in a long while, when Janus Pitt found time to sit back in his chair, alone and silent, and just allow his mind to relax. Someday, back in the solar system, sooner rather than later, someone would develop hyper-assistance as the hyperspatialists on Rotor had. Someday, humanity would set out in its hundreds and thousands of settlements, in its millions and billions of people, to colonize the galaxy, and that would be a brutal time. It was 14 years since the leaving. He went to sleep each night with the fear that he would be awakened before morning with the news that another settlement had arrived, that Nemesis had been found. How would Rotor survive then? Only if Rotor gained as much time as possible, built up a strong civilization, and expanded reasonably. 1 additional settlement had been built. 3 more settlements were in various stages of construction. He was leaning back in his sofa chair, the restraining fields cushioning him, the aura of peace lulling him almost into sleep, when he heard the soft buzz that drew him back into reality. He opened his eyes to look at the small view patch on the opposite wall. A touch of a contact magnified it into holovision. It was Semyon Akarat. Akarat was in charge of Pitt's appointments. "Who is it?" Pitt said resignedly. Commissioner, it's Dr. Insigna's daughter.
Her daughter?
Yes, naturally I told her you were busy, and she said that I ought to be ashamed of myself for telling a lie. She won't leave. She insists you will see her if you know she is waiting.
Come to think of it, she has some explaining to do. Send her in.
Marlena entered and sat down. She waited for Pitt to speak first. He let her wait a little while he considered her in a rather absent fashion. Finally, Pitt said,
Well, Miss Fisher, I'm told you wanted to see me. May I ask why?
Marlena looked up at him. Her eyes cooled and seemed entirely at ease. I want to offer you something you would dearly like to have.
What?
The good riddance of my mother. Pitt sank deeply into his chair, truly puzzled.
What do you mean by that?
My mother thinks that Nemesis may be the nemesis of the solar system and may destroy Earth.
This talk of destruction is foolish,
Pitt said, annoyed. Even so, Commissioner, my mother bothers you. Every once in a while, she reminds you of matters that she feels strongly about and you don't want to hear about. You wish that she'd go away to Erythro.
Erythro? Why should I send her there, just because I want to get rid of her?
That would be your reason. Yes, Commissioner. I want her on Erythro because she can't really work at the observatory. The instruments always seem to be in use, and she feels she's being watched all the time. She feels your annoyance.
And so you think she will be able to work better on Erythro?
Yes, Commissioner. It will be a stabler base, and she might make the kind of measurements that will convince her that the solar system will survive. Even if she finds out otherwise, it will take a long time for her to be sure of that, and for that time at least, you'll be rid of her.
I see that you want to be rid of her too, is that it?
Not at all, Commissioner, said Marlena with composure. I would go with her. You'd be rid of me too, which would please you even more than being rid of her.
What makes you think I want to get rid of you too?
Marlena fixed her gaze on him, somber, unblinking. Now you do, Commissioner, since you know now that I have no trouble interpreting your inner feelings. Suddenly, Pitt found himself desperately wanting to get rid of this monster. He said slowly,
Well, if your mother really wants this.
She really does, Commissioner. She hasn't mentioned it to me, and it may be she hasn't even thought of it yet, but she will want to go. I know that. Trust me.
Then I will arrange for it at once. Does that satisfy you?
Yes, it does, Commissioner. Marlena rose. Thank you, Commissioner. It wasn't till she had been gone for several minutes that Pitt dared unclench the grip that had kept his face in place till it was aching. He dared not have allowed her to deduce from anything he said or did or seemed the final thing that he, and only one other person, knew about Erythro. Pitt had no doubt that she was a monster, but she would only grow more dangerous as she grew older. So she would have to be stopped now, and she would be stopped by that other monster, Erythro. As it happened, Cryle Fisher, having given Earth its first hint that there was something peculiar about Rotor's destination, gave it its second hint as well. He had been back on Earth 2 years now, with Rotor growing dimmer in his mind. Life was not hard. He drew a generous pension. The office had even found work for him to do, an easy administrative position. They had forgiven him, at least in part, he thought, because he had remembered that one remark of Eugenia's. If you knew where we were going. Gerrand Weiler appeared now and then, always friendly, always inquisitive, always returning the subject to Rotor in one way or another. He had made his appearance again now, and the subject of Rotor came up, as Fisher expected it would. We've been concentrating on the far probe data, Weiler said. Now, Rotor supplied a great deal of data in line with the Open Science Agreement. In particular, we have their stellar photography at every range of wavelength. The far probe cameras were able to reach almost every part of the sky. And we've been studying it in detail and have found nothing in it of interest.
Wait.
How much is almost every part? Fisher asked. I gather it's at least 90%. I wonder. Fisher paused. On Rotor, we had a fellow named Pitt in charge. I think I know how he would do things. He would hand out the far probe data a little at a time, living up to the agreement, but just barely. And somehow, by the time Rotor left, there would have been some of the data, 10% or less, that he would not have had time to get to you. And that would be the important 10% or less. You mean the part that tells us where Rotor went? Maybe. Only we haven't got it. Sure you have it, Fisher said. Look, map out the part of the sky they didn't give you, and study that part on your own maps. Ask yourself if there's anything there that might look different on a far probe map, and why. That's what I would do. It was months before Weiler made an appearance again, and Fisher didn't welcome him. He had been in a quiet mood on this off day from work. He was all the more annoyed at being roused out of his pleasant lethargy. We found it, Weiler said, just exactly as you said we would. Tanayama himself wants you in front of him. When? As soon as I can get you there. Look, in that case, tell me what's going on. I don't want to face him cold. We studied every portion of the sky that the far probe did not report on. Now, apparently, the astronomers found an astonishing thing, something they couldn't have predicted. Well, Fisher asked. They found a very dim star, only half the distance of Alpha Centauri. You said very dim. It's behind a small dust cloud, they tell me. It all fits. Naturally, they'd go to this new star. That's what Tanayama wants to see you about. And, he's angry. Not at you, apparently, but he's angry. It was later that same day, for there was no delay on this occasion, that Cryle Fisher found himself in the office of the Terrestrial Board of Inquiry. Katamoro Tanayama, who had directed the office for over 30 years, was getting quite elderly. He might, thought Fisher, be reaching the point where he was considering retiring. Fisher had a little trouble understanding him. English was as nearly universal a language on Earth as it was possible for a language to be, but it had its varieties, and Tanayama's was not the North American variety Fisher was accustomed to. Tanayama said coldly,
I have a question, to which I want an answer.
Yes, Director.
In your stay on Rota, have you been aware of anything that would lead you to believe that the Rotarian leadership hated Earth?
Fisher's eyebrows climbed. Hate? It was clear to me that the people on Rota, as on all settlements, looked down on Earth. But hatred? I don't think they thought enough of us, frankly, to feel hatred.
I talk of the leadership, not of the multitude.
So do I, Director. No hatred.
There's no other way of accounting for it.
Accounting for what, Director? If that is a question I may ask. Tanayama looked up at him sharply.
Do you know that this new star is moving our direction? Quite in our direction?
No, Director. I didn't know of the star's existence at all till Agent Weiler told me.
Rota went flying off to escape from the solar system, Tanayama said angrily. And they went to a nearby star that only they knew of. One which is heading toward our solar system and may pass close enough to disrupt it.
We don't know Rota knows that, or that they even know the star, Fisher objected.
Of course they know it,
said Tanayama, with what was almost a snarl.
And they left without warning us.
How much time do we have, Fisher asked. Tanayama shrugged.
Several thousand years, they tell me.
That's a great deal of time, Fisher said. It might not have occurred to them just conceivably that it was necessary to warn us. As the star approaches, it will surely be discovered without warning.
And by that time, we will have less time to evacuate.
But, Director, might it not be that they did not themselves know of the star's motion?
Impossible, said Tanayama ironically. Unthinkable. There is no other reason for what they have done but their willingness to see us destroyed. But we will discover hyperspatial travel for ourselves, and we will move out to this new star and find them. And we will even discover.
Seaver Jannar ruled Erythro, a world as large as Earth, or, to be more accurate perhaps, he ruled directly a domed region that covered nearly 3 square kilometers and was slowly growing. The rest of the world, however, nearly 500 million square kilometers of land and sea, was unoccupied by human beings. It was occupied by no other living things above the microscopic scale. It was Jannar's talents, partly, that had kept him in the Erythro Dome for 10 years, watching it grow from an uncertain 3-room structure to the expansive mining and research station it had now become. The dome had its disadvantages. Few people remained long, since almost all those who came there considered themselves in exile and wished, more or less constantly, to return to Rota. And most found the pinkish light of Nemesis either threatening or gloomy, even though the light inside the dome was every bit as bright and homelike as that on Rota. The dome had its advantages, too. Jannar was removed from the hurly-burly of Rotorian politics, which seemed more ingrown and meaningless each year. Even more important, he was removed from Janice Pitt, whose views he generally and uselessly opposed. Pitt had been opposed to any settlement on Erythro from the start. If Jannar had not successfully developed the dome as a source of water for Rotor, Pitt might have crushed the idea. In general, though, Pitt's principle of ignoring the dome's existence as far as possible meant that he rarely attempted to interfere with Jannar's administrative procedures, which suited Jannar right down to Erythro's damp soil. It came as a surprise to him, then, that Pitt should have bothered to inform him personally of the arrival of a pair of newcomers. It came as an even greater surprise that one of the people coming to Erythro was Eugenia Insignia. Once, years before the leaving, they had been friends. But then, after their happy college days, Jannar remembered them wistfully as rather romantic. Eugenia had gone to Earth for her graduate studies and had returned to Rotor with an Earthman. Jannar had scarcely seen her since she had married Fisher, and when she and Fisher had separated just before the leaving, Jannar had had work of his own, and so had she, and it never occurred to either to renew old ties. Then he was sent to Erythro, and that ended even the possibility of renewal. Now Eugenia was coming with her daughter. He wondered with a queer little interior tremble if her daughter was beginning to look anything like the young Eugenia had. Jannar's eyes scanned the message from Janice Pitt, and he now noted that Pitt spoke more forcefully of the young daughter than of the mother. There was especially Pitt's statement that the daughter had expressed a deep interest in Erythro, and if she wished to explore its surface, she was to be allowed to. Now why was that? When she entered his office, smiling, he could feel his traitor heart speed a bit. She held out both hands and he took them. "Seaver," she said, "I'm so ashamed. I should have sent you messages, insisted on coming to visit you." "Oh, instead you never thought of me at all." "Oh, I'm not that bad. I thought of you every once in a while. I never really forgot you. Don't think that for a moment." Jannar nodded before asking, "Where's your daughter, Eugenia? I was told she would be coming with you." "Oh, she came, you can be sure of that. Erythro was her idea of paradise, for no reason I can possibly think of. She went to our quarters to unpack. Actually, I didn't want her here the first time. How could we reminisce freely with her present?" "Do you want to reminisce, Eugenia?" "About some things." Jannar hesitated. "I'm sorry Cryle didn't join the leaving." Insignia's smile became fixed. "About some things, Seaver." She turned away and walked to the window, staring out. "How many people live here?" "Oh, it varies. At the moment, the number is 516. We know every individual present." "But why the dome, Seaver? After all, Erythro's atmosphere is breathable." Jannar pushed out his lower lip, and for the first time, he did not meet her eyes. "It's breathable, but not really comfortable. The light level is wrong. When you get outside the dome, you're bathed in a pinkish light, tending to orange when Nemesis is high in the sky. Nemesis is dangerous in actual fact, too, at least in a way. The infrared can easily harm the retina. People who must go out in the open wear a special helmet for that reason, among other things. Then the dome is more of a device to keep normal light in, so to speak, rather than to keep anything out? We don't even keep air out. The air and water that circulates in the dome is drawn from Erythro's planetary supply. Naturally, though, we're careful to keep out the prokaryotes. You know, the little blue-green cells. Insignia nodded thoughtfully. That had turned out to be the explanation for the oxygen content in the air. There was life on Erythro, even all-pervasive life, but it was microscopic in nature, only equivalent to the simplest forms of cellular life in the solar system. On Earth, after life first appeared, it remained strictly prokaryote for somewhere between 2 and 3 billion years. "I want to meet your daughter. Why don't I visit your quarters after dinner?" "That would be delightful," said Insignia. Seeing Marlena for the first time was a shock to Seaver Jannar, one that was made worse by the fact that the girl looked at him with a sullen expression that made it seem that she knew perfectly well that he had received a shock, and just why. The fact was that there was not a thing about her that seemed to indicate she was Eugenia's daughter. None of the beauty, none of the grace, none of the charm. Only those large, bright eyes that were now boring into him. Little by little, though, he revised his first impression. It seemed to him that she ached for love, as plain people sometimes do, as he himself did. A sudden flood of fellow feeling swept over him, and after a while he said, Eugenia, I wonder if I might have a chance to speak to Marlena alone. Insignia said with an attempt at lightness. Any particular reason, Seaver? Jannar said, Well, it was Marlena who spoke to Commissioner Pitt. As commander of the Dome, I'm pretty much dependent on what Commissioner Pitt says and does, and I would value what Marlena can tell me of the meeting. I think she would speak more freely if it were just the two of us. Jannar watched Insignia leave and then turned to Marlena. Do you know why I want to see you alone? You want to see what I'm like. Jannar's eyebrows drew together just a trifle. Well, naturally, I would want to get to know you better. It's not that, said Marlena quickly. What is it, then? Marlena looked away. I'm sorry, Commander. Sorry about what? Marlena's face twitched unhappily, and she was silent. Jannar said softly, Now, Marlena, what's wrong? You must tell me. In fact, I command you to tell me freely and not to worry a bit about offending me. And you must obey my command, because I'm the commander of the Erythro Dome. Marlena laughed suddenly. You're really anxious to find out about me, aren't you? Of course. Because you're wondering how I can look the way I do when I'm my mother's daughter. Jannar's eyes opened wide. I never said anything of the sort. You didn't have to. You're an old friend of my mother's. She told me that much. But you were in love with her, and you haven't quite gotten over it, and you were expecting me to look the way she did when she was young, so when you saw me, you winced and drew back. I did? It was noticeable? It was a very small gesture, but I saw it easily. You were disappointed. Jannar leaned back in his chair and said, But this is marvelous. And a great gladness lit up Marlena's face. You mean it, Commander? You're not uncomfortable? It makes you happy? You're the first one. The first one. Even my mother doesn't like it. Liking it or not liking it doesn't matter. That's totally irrelevant when it's a question of coming up against the extraordinary. How long have you been able to read body language in this way, Marlena? Always, but I've gotten better at it. And, you say I love your mother. No doubt about it, Commander. When you're near her, you give it away with every look, every word, every twitch. Do you suppose she notices? She suspects you do, but she doesn't want you to. Jannar looked away. She never did. It's my father, Marlena hesitated. But I think she's wrong. If she could see you the way I do right now. But she can't, unfortunately. It makes me so happy that you do, though. You're beautiful. Marlena flushed. Then she said, You mean that? Marlena smiled with such genuine happiness that her face had a sudden, distant cast of beauty. Jannar smiled, too, and said, Shall we now talk about Commissioner Pitt? Are you willing? Marlena clasped her hands lightly in her lap, smiled demurely, and said, Yes, Uncle Seaver. You don't mind if I call you that, do you? Cryle Fisher's life in the last 3 years, ever since Earth had discovered the neighbor star, had been a hectic one. He had visited 7 different settlements. He had been on each settlement only a few weeks, rummaging in the informational garbage heaps of the settlements, scavenging for any information on hyper-assistance. Every settlement was working on hyper-assistance, just as Earth itself was, ever since the word had leaked out that Rotor had it. He had been back now for 3 months. There was no word of a new assignment, and he was not anxious for one. He was tired of the uprooting, tired of not fitting in, tired of the pretense of being a tourist. And now, here was Gerund Weiler, fresh from a settlement of his own and staring at him with tired eyes. Weiler's voice was low. I want to give you some information, which is supposed to be confidential, and which I think you will find useful and important. You ready to accept it and keep me clear? Always ready, Fisher said. Weiler said slowly, We've put what we've got together, and I gather it's enough. We'll be able to have hyper-assisted travel soon. And I'm thinking we'll go out to the neighbor star. Wouldn't you want to be on that trip when it goes out there? Well, if there's going to be such a trip, which I doubt. Oh, I'm pretty sure there will be. I can't give you my source, but take my word for it, it's reliable. You might see your wife, or if not her, your kid. Fisher moved restlessly. It seemed to him he spent half his days now trying not to think of those eyes. You're talking nonsense, Garand. Even if there were such a flight, why would they let me be on it? They would send specialists of one sort or another. Yes, but that's the very point. If Tanayama's going after Rotor, how can he fail to include the one Earthman who lived on Rotor for 4 years? Ask to see him. Point this out. But remember, you're not supposed to know that we have hyper-assistance. Just talk possibilities. Fisher's brow furrowed in thought. Was it possible? He dared not hope. The next day, while Fisher was still wondering whether to risk asking for an interview with Tanayama, the decision was taken out of his hands. He was summoned. Tanayama looked up at him from behind his desk and said in his odd and not altogether unpleasant distortion of planetary English,
Fisher, you have done well.
Fisher, standing, managed to suppress his small start of surprise.
What have you guessed?
You seem pleased I brought in some information that has proved useful to you.
In what respect?
Tanayama asked. I think nothing would prove more useful to you than having obtained the technique of hyper-assistance.
We do have hyper-assistance. We can now move through space, just as Rotor has done. Or at least we will once we build a vehicle, which may take a year or two. But then what? Should we take it to the neighbor star?
Fisher said cautiously. Surely that is an option, Director.
A useless one. Think it out, man. The neighbor star is over 2 light years away. No matter how skillfully we make use of hyper-assistance, it will take us more than 2 years to arrive there. Agent Fisher, we must have true hyperspatial travel, so that we may move any distance we like in as short a period as we like.
Pardon me, Director, but is that possible, even in theory?
That is not for you or me to say. We need scientists to concentrate on the matter, and we don't have them. For a century or more, Earth has suffered a brain drain to the settlements. So now we must reverse that. We must raid the settlements. Now...
He paused and studied Fisher thoughtfully.
The physicist I have my eye on is one Tessa Anita Wendell of Adelia, who I'm told is the best hyperspatialist in the solar system. I want a superluminal drive, one that is far beyond the speed of light.
And do you wish me to get her for you?
Apparently.
And here Tanayama seemed to radiate a quiet amusement.
You are irresistible to women. Wendell is in her 40s, twice divorced. She should not be hard to persuade.
To be honest, sir, it is possible another agent would be better suited for the task, Fisher said.
But I want you just the same. You failed on Rotor, but your service since has, in part, made up for it. You can now completely make up for it. Still, I don't want you governed by apprehension alone. I would throw in a bit of anticipation. Bring back Wendell, and when a superluminal vessel is built and heads out toward a neighbor star, you will be on it if you wish.
I will do my best, said Fisher. And Fisher left, fully realizing that he had been sent out on his most crucial fishing expedition yet. Eugenia, I do not wish to frighten you, but I think Marlena is in serious trouble. At least it may be Pitt's hope that she will be. Now, Seaver, Pitt may be opinionated and overbearing, but there's nothing vicious about him. The dinner was over, and the lights were somewhat lowered in Janar's rather elegant quarters. You don't know Pitt as I do. I've competed with him, and that's why I'm out here. He wanted to get rid of me. Come, Seaver, what are you saying? Pitt is secretive, Janar said. He has a fixed aversion to anyone knowing what he intends. It gives him a sense of power to be moving down a hidden road and dragging others, all unwitting with him. You may be right. He kept Nemesis secret and forced the secrecy on me, too. And here's Marlena, to whom a person's hidden motives and thoughts are as clear as day. No one likes that, Pitt least of all. So he sent her out here. That's paranoid, Seaver. You see, Eugenia, you don't know the early history of the Dome as I do, and as Pitt does. You have to understand why we remain in the Dome and make no effort to colonize Erythro. You explained. The character of the light. That is the official explanation, Eugenia. The light is something we can grow accustomed to. In the early days of the Dome, people went out freely to explore outside. They took no special precautions, breathed the air, drank the water. Yes, Insignia said. And some of them fell ill, mentally, permanently. Not violently insane, but divorced from reality. None, as far as I know, has recovered completely. It is apparently not contagious, and they're taken care of on Rotor, quietly. A look of deepest apprehension crossed Insigna's face. What are you saying? That Pitt... I'm saying that Pitt may have thought that Marlena might come down with what we call erythrotic plague. It wouldn't kill her. It wouldn't even make her ill in the ordinary sense. But it would sufficiently disorder her brain to put her peculiar gift out of action, perhaps. And that is what Pitt would want. But that's horrible, Seaver. To subject a child... I'm not saying it will happen, Eugenia. Once I got here, I introduced drastic methods of protection. We don't go out in the open except in protective suits. The filtration procedures at the dome have been improved, too. Since I instituted those measures, we've only had 2 cases, both rather minor. But what causes it, Seaver? We don't know. That's the worst of it. There was one suggestion. A psychologist claimed that those who came down with the disorder were more intelligent, more creative, more unusual. He suggested that whatever the cause, the more remarkable brains were less resistant, more easily upset. It's possible that when Pitt discovered that Marlena had this ability, he might get rid of a mind he instantly recognized as dangerous. Obviously, then, we ought to leave. Go back to Rotor, Insignia said. Yes, but I'm quite sure Pitt can prevent that for a while. But I would suggest that you complete your work as quickly as you can, and as for Marlena, we will take all possible precautions. The plague has died down, and the suggestion is just that, a suggestion, and no more. There's no real reason we can't keep Marlena safe. Insignia stared at Jannar, not quite seeing him, her stomach tying itself into a knot. It was 2 weeks after Fisher had settled himself into the Adelia settlement before he managed to see Tessa Wendell at a party. Wendell, middle-aged, turned out to be rather impressive. She was slim, with a surprisingly youthful figure. She gazed at him thoughtfully, her eyes making a slow sweep downward, then upward again, followed by the inevitable. You're from Earth, aren't you, Mr. Fisher? Yes, I am, Dr. Wendell. And I regret that exceedingly if it offends you. Oh, it doesn't offend me. I presume you've been decontaminated. To death, Fisher said. And why have you dared the decontamination process in order to come here? And Fisher said, without staring at her too directly, but keen to detect the effect, because I was told that Adelian women were particularly beautiful. And now, I suppose, you will go back and deny the rumor? Oh, on the contrary. It has just been confirmed. A month later, Fisher and Wendell were sufficiently at ease with each other to spend some time together in a low-G gym. After their showers, they had both robed and retired to one of the privacies where they could order a small meal. Wendell said, How does Adelia compare to Rotor? Or to the other settlements you've been on? I can name them all, Cryle. Fisher felt discomfited. What'd you do, investigate me? Of course. I find anyone interesting who is clearly going out of his way to be interested in me. I want to know why. Excluding the possibility of sex, of course. That's taken as a given. Why am I interested in you, then? Well, suppose you tell me. Why were you on Rotor? Rotor had a secret that it was trying to keep from Earth, didn't it? Wendell's eyes seemed to glitter with amusement. Secret? You mean, I suppose, hyper-assistance? Yes, that is what I mean. Did you get it? That's why you married a Rotorian scientist, wasn't it? She leaned toward him. Fisher shook his head and said guardedly, Are you asking me these questions because you're a hyperspecialist? Ah, you've investigated me too. What a curious pair we are. Did you notice that I am a theoretical physicist? I approach the whole matter of hyperspatialism in a theoretical way. I've never tried to put it into practice. But Rotor did. Did that bother you? After all, someone on Rotor got ahead of you. Why should it bother me? The theory is interesting, but the application isn't. Hyper-assistance isn't worth the effort. Then you think that interstellar flight is impossible, he asked. In a practical sense, yes, if hyper-assistance is all there is. Fisher said, You make it sound as though hyper-assistance isn't all there is, Tessa. It may be all there is. It wasn't long ago when we thought that even that much was impossible, and to go further yet. Still, we can at least dream of true hyperspatial flight and true superluminal velocities. If we could go as quickly as we wished for as long as we wished, Then the galaxy, perhaps the universe, would become one large solar system, so to speak. And we could have it all. Well, that's a nice dream, but is it possible? She merely smiled at him. Is true hyperspatial flight possible? You can say yes or no. Most say no, if you want the truth. One person that I know of thinks yes. I do. You think it's possible? Said Fisher with an astonishment he did not have to fake. Why do the others all think you're wrong? It's a matter of interpretation, but the vast majority of experts in the field are convinced it's theoretically impossible, Wendell said. Fisher leaned forward. Doesn't that bother you? Of course it bothers me. I'm a physicist. I'd like to prove that my view of the universe is the correct one. However, it will take enormous sums, and the settlements will give me nothing. But Tessa, even if the settlements are not interested, Earth is, and to any amount. Really? Wendell smiled in what seemed mild amusement, and she reached out to stroke Fisher's hair, slowly and sensually. I thought we'd get to Earth eventually. Fisher seized Wendell's wrist and gently drew her hand away from his head. Earth wants you. Why? Because Earth wants hyperspatial flight, and you're the one important physicist who thinks it can be done. And you were sent to get me. I was sent to persuade you. Persuade me to do what? To come to Earth? Earth is very poor. Individually we're poor, but 8 billion people, each contributing something out of poverty, can amass a vast sum. Our resources are still enormous, and we can find more money and more labor than all the settlements together. But come to Earth, Tessa. You'll be treated as that rarest of resources, a brilliant brain we must have, and the one thing we can't supply on our own. Your every desire, your every wish, more than that, you can head the hyperspatial project. You will have an unlimited budget to devise tests of any kind, run experiments, make observations. Well, what a princely bribe you offer me, Fisher said earnestly. Is there anything more you can ask for? I wonder, said Wendell. Why were you sent? An attractive man like you. Suppose I proved recalcitrant and didn't wish to go to Earth. And what were you to do as a last measure of persuasion? Suppress your distaste for the process and to make love to me? Wendell crossed her arms over her magnificent breasts and looked at him quizzically. Fisher said carefully, I felt that you would see the advantages from a physicist's point of view, and I would not denigrate you by supposing that you would need anything more. Oh, persuade me as though I were recalcitrant, she said, as best as ever you can, or I won't go to Earth. And at the touch of her finger, the light within the privacy dimmed. Insignia felt uneasy. It was Seaver Jannar who had insisted that Marlena be consulted in the matter. So now the three were together in Jannar's office, and Marlena, looking quickly from one to the other, pressed her lips tightly together and said unhappily, I'm not going to like this. Insignia said, I'm afraid it is bad news. Here it is, bluntly. We're considering you return to Rotor. At that, there were a few moments of silence, while Marlena searched both of their faces. Then she said, almost in a whisper, I won't return to Rotor. I don't want to, ever. Erythro is my world. Marlena, began Insignia. Jannar held up his hand in Insignia's direction, shaking his head slightly. She fell silent, and Jannar said, Let your mother tell you what we know. Marlena listened to the tale of the Erythro plague with what seemed to be the deepest suspicion, and finally said, If Commissioner Pitt is trying to do me harm, I'd be in danger there with him. If he thinks I'm going to be destroyed here, then he'll forget about me. But the plague, Marlena, the plague. Insignia reached out to hug her. Marlena evaded the embrace. I'm not in danger here, Marlena said. Not at all. I know my mind. I've lived with it all my life. I understand it. It's not in danger. You don't understand. On Rotor, I've always felt a pull toward Erythro. It pulls me more strongly than ever. Now that I'm on it, I want to stay on it. I'll be safe here. I suggest a compromise, Marlena, Jannar offered. Promise that while your mother is busy making observations, you will be content to stay inside the dome and take such precautions as I think will make sense, and that you submit to periodic brain scans. Now, if we detect no change in your mental functioning, you can wait here in the dome till your mother is done, and then we can discuss it further. Agreed? Marlena bent her head in thought. Then she said, All right, but please believe me when I say I am safe. You look tired, Eugenia, said Jannar. Not physically, Seaver. Just tired inside after 2 months of calculations. Do you know how precisely I had to calculate the actual velocity of Nemesis and the sun, so that I could know exactly where and when the two make their closest approach? Do you know how tiny an error would be sufficient to make it seem that Nemesis would do Earth no harm when it would really destroy it? Jannar listened gravely. And what are the consequences? Earth will become too hot to be habitable. When will this happen? In 5,024 years, plus or minus 15, Nemesis will reach the point of closest approach. The effect will spread itself out over 20 or 30 years as Nemesis and the sun approach and separate. In any case, Earth will have to be evacuated, is that it? Oh, yes, Insignia said, staring at him in horror. The site where Tessa Wendell's research team had labored for the past 3 years had been prepared for her even before she had been recruited and come to Earth. It was inside a vast mountainous redoubt that was totally off limits to Earth's teeming population, and in it a veritable city of research had been built. And now Tanayama had arrived and was seated in a motorized chair in the conference room. Only his eyes, behind their narrowed lids, seemed alive. His voice was a rustling whisper. "What will I see, Doctor? A ship?" Wendell said, "Not a ship, Director. Ships are years away. I have only a demonstration, but it's an exciting one. You will see the first public demonstration of true superluminal flight, something that is far beyond hyper-assistance." "What am I going to see?" "What you are going to see are 2 cubical glass containers. They're holographic projections. Actually, they're 3,000 kilometers apart. Suspended in the middle of the cube at the left, held in space by a powerful magnetic field, is a small sphere, which is actually a tiny hyperatomic motor. If you will watch carefully, you will see that it will disappear. The countdown is progressing. At 0, the sphere was gone from one cube and present in the other. Wendell explained. The timing mechanism shows that the duration between the departure and the arrival was a little over 10 microseconds, which means that the passage took place at almost 100 times the speed of light.
Even if all is as you say, what does it mean?
Tanayama asked.
A little ping-pong ball? Is that what you have after 3 years?
What you have seen is perhaps more than anyone had a right to expect, Director, with all due respect, Wendell replied. What you have seen is true superluminal flight, just as much as if we had moved a starship from here to Arcturus at 100 times the speed of light.
But it's the starship I want to see,
Tanayama demanded. For that you will have to wait.
I have no time,
rasped Tanayama in a voice that was nothing more than a hoarse whisper. A fit of coughing shook him. And Wendell said in a low voice that perhaps only Tanayama heard, "Even your will cannot move the universe." The 3 days devoted to officialdom had passed grindingly, and now the interlopers were gone. Wendell looked haggard and intensely displeased as she said to Fisher, "What a vile old man. How long has he been director of the office?" "Well, he's a fixture. Over 30 years. He'll stay director till he dies. Maybe for 3 days afterward while people wait to make sure he doesn't rise from the dead." "I gather you think this is funny," Wendell said. "No, but what can you do but laugh at the spectacle of a man who, without open power, without even being known to the general public, he's kept everyone in the government in fear for nearly half a century, simply because he has firm control over everyone's disreputable secrets and would not hesitate to use them. And they endure him? Oh, yes. What drives him so?" asked Wendell with distaste. "In Tanayama's case, it's active, boiling hatred. He wants to find Rotor and punish it for having abandoned the solar system without regard for the rest of the human community. He wants to live to see that. That's why he keeps pushing you." "Well, he can push all he wants. It won't help him. I don't see how it could take less than 5 years at the least." Carl Fisher shook his head and said nothing. Wendell watched him thoughtfully, then said almost testily, "What's the matter with you? Are you in such a great hurry also?" Fisher said soothingly, "I'd like to go to the neighbor's star." She glared at him. "Why?" Are you dreaming of reuniting with the wife you abandoned? Fisher had never discussed Eugenia with Wendell in any detail, and he had no intention of being trapped into it now. I have a daughter out there, he said. Wendell's face softened. Cryle, she said, you mustn't allow yourself false hopes in this. We can't be sure that Rotor survived such a trip. Even if they did, the chances of finding a suitable planet around that star is just about 0. Having survived that far, they might then have traveled on in search of a suitable planet. Where? How would we find them? Even if you find them, she was only 1 year old when you left her. She wouldn't know you. For that matter, you wouldn't know her. 1 year old or 50. If I saw her, I would know her. Marlena smiled hesitantly at Jannar. She had grown used to invading his office at will. It's my mother, Marlena said, sitting down. Oh? Jannar frowned with a sudden obvious and almost painful increase in interest. What about her? Well, she's just about finished her project here. She'll want me to go back to Rotor with her. Must I? I think so, he answered. I don't want to, Uncle Seaver. I feel it's important that I stay here. So what I would like you to do is tell Commissioner Pitt that you would like to keep us here. You can make up an excuse that sounds good. And the Commissioner, I'm pretty sure, will be quite glad to have us stay. Especially if you explain that Mother has found out that Nemesis will destroy Earth. Has she told you that, Marlena? No, she didn't, but she didn't have to. You can explain to the Commissioner that Mother will probably annoy him continually with her insistence that the solar system be warned. Besides, you want Mother here because you're fond of her. Jannar studied her solemn face. Let me read your body language, Marlena, if I can. You mean to have your own way in this, at whatever cost, and to remain on Erythro? Yes, said Marlena flatly. And I expect you to help me. Insignia blazed quietly with anger. Her voice was not loud, but it was intense. He can't do this, Seaver. Of course he can, Eugenia, said Jannar just as quietly. He's the Commissioner. This amounts to imprisonment without accusation, without trial, without judgment. Marlena is very anxious that you stay, Jannar said. Insignia looked blank. Marlena? Last week she came to me, suggesting that I maneuver the Commissioner into ordering the two of you to remain here on Erythro. Insignia half rose from her seat, wildly indignant. And you actually did it? Jannar shook his head vigorously. No, all I did was inform Pitt that your work here was finished, and that I was uncertain whether it was his intention to have you return to Rotor with Marlena or to stay here. It was a perfectly neutral statement, Eugenia. Why are you so anxious to go back to Rotor? Pitt wants Marlena destroyed. If I had known before I left of this Erythro plague, we'd never have come. I can't risk Marlena's mind. No, said Jannar desperately. I believe that if Marlena says she's certain she's immune, that she is immune, and that her immunity will help us solve the puzzle of the plague. Insignia's face whitened. Is that why you want her here, Seaver? To use her as a tool against the plague? No, I don't want her here only to use her. Nevertheless, she wants to stay, and she may be a tool, quite apart from whether we want her to be one or not. Insignia snapped her eyes smoldering. She is not your child. She's a stranger to you. You do not love her. She is no stranger to me, and I do love her. More important, I admire her. Love would not give me that depth of confidence that would permit the risk. But admiration would. Think about it. And they sat there, staring at each other. Katamoro Tanayama, with his accustomed tenacity, lived out 4 years. The news reached Wendell early, by the special channel set up between her headquarters and World City. What would happen now? Who would succeed Tanayama, and what changes would be made? She turned for comfort to Fisher. Well, now what? Fisher said. It's no surprise, Tessa. It should have happened before this. Granted, but it's happened now. It was his blind determination that kept this project going. Have you ever tried to calculate how much this has cost, Kyle? The Global Congress will look at their budget, and without Tanayama's gnarled hand covering it, they'll see it's meters deep in red ink. They'll cut it. Fisher smiled. The director of the office is in public perception an appointed official of narrow powers who is supposedly under the thorough control of the President General and the Global Congress. These supposedly powerful officials cannot make it plain that Tanayama had them cowering in corners, afraid to let their hearts beat without his permission. They will have to continue the project. Oh, how can you be so sure, muttered Wendell, long experience at watching elected officials in Tessin. A delegation of congressmen eventually arrived, along with Igor Koropatsky, the new director. Koropatsky, who was allowed to be spokesperson and to take the responsibility, asked Wendell, "When do you expect to have a superluminal starship?" "Since we have completed the science and need only the engineering, if we are fortunate, in 3 years." "How far will it go?" Koropatsky asked. "As far as we wish, Director. That's the beauty of superluminal velocity. Because we are passing through hyperspace, where the ordinary laws of physics do not apply, it costs no more effort to go 1,000 light years to go. The temptation to actually visit a star would be overwhelming." "Doctor, I think that the neighbor star must be the star. Suppose you travel out to some other star and return. How would you prove that you had indeed been in the neighborhood of another star?" Wendell looked startled. "Prove? I don't understand you." "I mean, how would you counter accusations that the supposed flight was actually a fake?" "A fake?" Wendell said furiously. "That's insulting." Koropatsky's voice suddenly grew dominating. "Dr. Wendell, you're being accused of nothing. I am trying to foresee a situation and to guard against it. Once you're out there, you will seek out Rotor alive or dead. Either way, you must bring back something unmistakably Rotorian to prove that you have indeed gone out to the stars and come back." He smiled broadly. "Even I would believe it." "That will be your mission then, and for that, never fear. Earth will continue to find you the money and resources and workers you will need. Just the same, remember that you have only 3 years to do it in. At the most." "You have no idea how frightening this is," said Insignia. "I don't blame you," Jannar said, "but she's so confident that I can't help going along with her. I'm convinced that this solid sense of security has meaning behind it. Why must we risk her?" "Don't worry, Eugenia," Jannar said softly. "Even though I have faith in Marlene and believe there's no risk, I'll do what I can to minimize it for your sake. We'll not let her out onto the surface itself for a while. I'll take her out on a flight over Erythro, for instance. There's no life anywhere that she can see. It's possible that the uniformed Baroness may repel her. She may lose interest in the outside altogether. If, however, she's still keen on going out, we'll see to it that she wears an E-suit." "What is an E-suit?" "An Erythro suit. It's like a spacesuit. The person wearing an E-suit is not subjected to the Erythro environment. And there'll be someone with her." "Who?" "I would trust no one with her but myself." Jannar smiled. "Me. No one here knows Erythro better than I do. And if Marlene is immune to the plague, so am I. In 10 years on Erythro, I haven't been affected in the slightest. I can watch her closely. If she does anything abnormal, no matter how slightly, I'll have her back in the dome and under the brain scan faster than light. By which time, of course, it will be too late." "No, not necessarily. You mustn't look upon the plague as all or nothing. Nothing will happen to her, I'm sure of it." Wendell came swinging into the apartment, which had grown steadily more lavish with the years, and threw herself into an armchair with a smile of satisfaction on her face. "It went as smoothly as interstellar space," she said. The target had been an undistinguished asteroid that was in a convenient position outside of Jupiter. "I take it you got the ship there safely?" "And back, to the prearranged spot." "Which is obviously a giant step," Fisher said. "With additional giant steps still facing us," she said. "It was the first ship to attain superluminal velocity, but as you know, it was staffed, if that's the word, by one robot." "Is it definitely settled that I'll be going on the first trip to Rotor?" Fisher asked. "Apparently, Tanayama had left behind a note to the effect that you were promised a berth." Fisher smiled. "I feel relieved, Tessa. I hope you'll be on the first flight, too." "Yes," said Wendell. "I want the credit of being captain of the first superluminal flight. And I'm curious to see another star. I resent that these Rotorians got there first." The aircraft remained on its steady course across a barren landscape of rolling hills. Marlena took a thoughtful glance at Nemesis, then turned her eyes to Erythro's vista stretched out below. Here there was only silence and inanimation. After a while, the ocean made its appearance on the horizon ahead, first as simply a dark line, then a thickening band as the air vehicle approached it. The dry land shrank behind in a lighter line, and eventually it was gone. Marlena watched, her mouth partly open, her breath shallow. She said in a whisper, "That's all water, isn't it, Uncle Seaver?" "Thousands of kilometers in every direction, Marlena, and 10 kilometers deep in spots. Oh, I think it's time we begin our return. You know your mother, she'll be in a panic." Marlena slumped in her seat, and a look of deep discontent crossed her face. "What a pain. Why can't she just take my word for it that I'll be all right?" "Because she loves you," said Jannar, as he quietly instructed the aircraft to return home. "Just as you love Erythro." Marlena's face brightened at once. "Ah, I do." Jannar wondered how Eugenia would react to that. Insignia reacted in a fury. "What do you mean she loves Erythro? How can she love a dead world?" Insignia sank into thought, then said reluctantly, "Maybe it's a sign that she's already infected with the plague. I arranged for another brain scan as soon as we got back. The inspection shows no change. The mind pattern changes markedly and noticeably, even in a light case of the plague. Marlena simply doesn't have it." "What are you going to do next?" "The logical thing. Marlena and I are going out on Erythro's surface." "You, perhaps," said Insignia stubbornly. "Not she. Never she." Jannar sighed. "Out there is a huge, brand new world. We can bring it to life. With our own plants and animals, we can make sea and land flourish and start the planet on its own course of evolution. Marlena is the most important person we have." "She certainly is to me," Insignia said. "To you. She's important because she's your daughter. To the rest of us, she's important for what she can do. She's convinced she's immune to the plague. If she is, that might teach us. If she is. It's childish fantasy, and you know it. Don't grasp at cobwebs. There's a world out there, and I want it." "You sound like Pitt after all. For that world, will you risk my daughter?" "In human history, much more has been risked for much less. And more shame to human history. In any case, it's up to me to decide. She's my daughter." And Jannar said in a low voice that seemed to contain infinite sorrow, "I love you, Eugenia, but I lost you once. I have had this feeble dream of perhaps trying to undo that loss. But now I'm afraid I must lose you again, and permanently. Because, you see, I'm going to tell you that it's not up to you to decide. It's not even up to me to decide. It's up to Marlena. Whatever she decides, she will do, somehow. And because she may well have the ability to win humanity a world, I'm going to help her do what she wants to do, despite you. Please, you must accept that, Eugenia." Cryle Fisher studied the spaceship, superluminal, with a frozen expression. It was the first time he'd seen it, and a quick glance at Tessa Wendell made it quite plain that she was smiling with proprietary pride. Fisher had seen many spaceships in his time, but he'd never seen one as repulsive in appearance. It resembled a wasp. "Oh, there's still things to do," Wendell said. "There have to be test flights with the crew aboard. There's no other way to know that the life support systems will work." "Who will go on the first trip?" Fisher asked. "Volunteers chosen from among those on the project who qualify," Wendell responded. "How about you?" "I'm the only one who won't be a volunteer. I must go. I could trust no one else to make decisions in an emergency." "When will the first test flight be?" "That I don't know, Cryle. We're still working on the neuronic detectors. It detects complex nerve activity, the presence of intelligence, at astronomical distances. Cryle, if Marlena's alive, she'll be on the settlement, on Rotor. Rotor will be there, somewhere, circling the star. I told you that it would not be easy to spot if we don't find it quickly. Can we be sure that it's not there? And not that we just somehow missed it, like missing an island in the ocean? Do we just continue searching for months or years to make sure that we haven't just missed it, that it's really not there?" "Cryle, I spend more time thinking of you than you know. What if we find nothing at the neighbor star? Rotor might have been so dissatisfied with the neighbor star that they decided to move on elsewhere. They've been gone almost 14 years. With hyper-assistance, they can travel only at the speed of light. If they've reached any star and settled in its neighborhood, it would have to be at a star within 14 light-years distance of us. There are not very many of those. At superluminal velocity, we can visit each of those. With neuronic detectors, we can quickly decide whether Rotor is in the neighborhood of any of them. Fisher said thoughtfully, "Well, I suppose you're right, Tessa. To comb a dozen stars and find nothing will be bad enough. But to search a single star vicinity and return thinking that Rotor might have been somewhere else that was reachable, but that we lacked the time to explore, would be much worse." Exactly. And now Fisher smiled with honest relief and said, "Tessa, I love you. You know I really do." It's very odd, Cryle, but in the almost 8 years we've known each other and lived together and made love to each other, you've never once said that. Haven't I? Believe me, I've listened. Do you know what else is odd? I've never said that I loved you, and yet I love you. And they smiled at each other shyly, as though wondering what they ought to do about it. You're not happy, Mother. You don't have to be super perceptive to see that, Marlena. Are you still determined to step out on a rethrow? Yes, entirely, completely. Why, Marlena, why? Can you explain it so I can understand? You don't want to understand. It's calling me. What's calling you? Erythro is. It wants me out there. Insignia snapped. When you talk like that, Marlena, you simply give me the impression that you're already infected by the plague. Marlena said, I'm perfectly normal. Mother, please. I know you want to delay this, but I won't accept a delay. I'm going out. It's a wonderful world. But it's dead. Except for germs, Insignia said spitefully. But someday, we'll put life of our own upon it. Marlena looked away, her eyes lost in dreaming. I'm sure of it. Seaver Jannar felt almost lighthearted as he stepped out upon the surface of Erythro. The sloping wall of the dome behind him reached upward, but he kept his back to it, for a sight so un-Erythronian would have spoiled the savor of the world. Savor was an odd word to use, for at the moment it had no meaning. He was protected by his E-suit. He could not smell the planet or taste it within that shelter. There was an eerie quiet about Erythro. There was nothing to make a sound. No form of life sang, roared, growled, bellowed, twittered, or creaked. Jannar spoke just to make sure that it was quiet and that he had not suddenly been struck deaf. Are you all right, Marlena? I feel wonderful. There's a brook up there. And she hastened her steps into an almost shambling run. Insignia's voice sounded suddenly in Jannar's ear. She was witnessing the scene on a holoscreen safe within the dome. Why is Marlena running, Seaver? Then almost at once she added, Why are you running, Marlena? Marlena did not bother to answer, but Jannar said, She just wants to look at some creek up ahead, Eugenia. Is she all right? Of course she is. It's weirdly beautiful out here. After a while, it doesn't even seem barren. More like an abstract painting. But never mind the art criticism, Seaver. Don't let her get away from you. Eugenia, relax. Marlena's enjoying herself. Don't spoil it. Jannar was indeed convinced that Marlena was enjoying herself. Somehow he was too. Marlena was running upstream along the brook's edge. Jannar felt no great urgency to follow her. Let her enjoy herself, he thought. Lost in thought, he was no longer looking at Marlena, and the shriek sounded deafeningly in his ear. Marlena! Marlena! Seaver, what is she doing? He looked up and was about to answer with automatic reassurance that nothing was wrong, that all was well, when he caught sight of Marlena. For a moment he could not tell what she was doing. He just stared at her in the pink light of Nemesis. Then he made it out. She was unhitching her helmet and was taking it off. Now she was working at removing the rest of her E-suit. He had to stop this. Jannar tried to call out to her, but in the horror of the emergency, he couldn't find his voice. He tried to run to her, but his legs felt leaden and barely responded to the urgency of his feelings. Is this the plague striking at me? Jannar wondered in panic. And if so, what will happen to Marlena now, as she bears herself to the light of Nemesis and the air of Erythro? Cryle Fisher had seen Igor Koropadsky only twice in the 3 years since he'd assumed the post formerly held by Tanayama. He had no trouble recognizing him, however, when the photo entry had signaled his image. The door slid aside, and Koropadsky walked into the living room. He smiled pleasantly and said, Good morning, Fisher. I intrude upon you, I know. No intrusion, Director, said Fisher, making an effort to sound sincere. But if you wish to see Dr. Wendell, she's at the ship. Korpansky grunted. You know, I rather thought she might be. I have no choice then but to talk to you. May I sit down? Fisher, I have never had the chance to talk to you, man to man. I have wanted to. It's my pleasure, Director, mumbled Fisher, beginning to grow uneasy. What was all this about? You know the superluminal ship is ready to move. We hope to launch it at the beginning of 2237. One thing is still lacking, though. Oh? Cold anxiety swept over Fisher. More delay. What is lacking, Director? Communications. I would think that if there is a device that can make a ship move much faster than light, there should also be a device that would send some form of message-carrying device faster than light, too. Yet Dr. Wendell assures me there is no method of efficient superluminal communication. Eventually there will be, she says, but not now. And she doesn't want to wait for the development of such communication, which she says may take a long time. Once the ship leaves, it will be out of contact. Fisher maintained a discreet silence. What was all this about? What was the old bear getting at? Korpansky looked up at Fisher. You know that the neighbor star is heading in our direction. Even with superluminal flight, it leaves us in a bad spot. We would have to build 130,000 settlements like Rotor to carry off Earth's 8 billion people, plus enough plants and animals to set up viable worlds. Now tell me this. If we do lift Earth's population into space, where do all these settlements go? I don't know, Director, said Fisher. Another question arises. If Rotor is safe at the neighbor star, what is it doing there? Existing. But how? Circling the neighbor star? A single settlement on an endless, lonely journey? No, I don't think so. They would wither fast. And die? Is that your conclusion, Director? Fisher asked fearfully. No. They would give up and come home. They would acknowledge defeat and come back to safety. However, they have not done so. And do you know what I'm thinking? I've been thinking they have found a habitable planet at the neighbor star. Do you understand why we're letting you go on this voyage? Yes, Director. Your predecessor promised I would go and return for services rendered. Well, I have a better reason than that. Dr. Wendell is not in the first bloom of youth. A fine woman, I have no fault to find, but she is in her 50s. What of that? Fisher found himself offended. She must know that when she comes back with the vital experience of a successful superluminal flight, she will be more valuable to us than ever, that she will be needed to design more advanced superluminal vessels. She will know that she will never be allowed to venture out through hyperspace again, for she will simply be too valuable to risk. Therefore, before coming back, she may not wish to abandon the thrill of seeing new stars, penetrating new horizons. We cannot afford the time lost. Do you understand? His voice had become hard. Fisher swallowed. Surely you have no reason. I have every reason. Dr. Wendell has always been in a delicate position here, as a settler. Of all the people on Earth, she is the one we depend on most. She has been extensively studied with a detailed psychological profile, with and without her knowledge. And we are quite certain that given the chance, she will go off exploring. And she will be out of communication with us. We don't know where she is, what she is doing. We won't even know if she is alive. And why are you telling me all this, Director? Because we know you have great influence over her. She can be guided by you, if you are firm. I'll try, Director. You say that dubiously. Please understand the importance of what I am asking you to do. We must know just what Rotor is doing, how strong they are, what the planet is like. Once we know all that, we will know what we must do, how strong we must be, and for what kind of a life we must be prepared. Because we must have a planet. We must have it now. Earth's Survival depends upon it. When Jannar opened his eyes, it was to see Eugenia Insignia gazing at him. He looked surprised and began to sit up. "Eugenia!" She smiled at him. She said, "The doctor said you were all right." Jannar felt a wave of relief. "How's Marlena?" "Her brain scan is perfectly normal, too." "Oh, Eugenia, how can I excuse myself to you? I wasn't watching Marlena. I failed completely." Insignia was shaking her head. "No, Seaver. It was in no way your fault. There's something much worse than Marlena foolishly removing her suit or you being unable to act quickly. Much worse, I'm sure of it." Jannar felt himself turning cold. What's much worse, he thought. "What are you trying to tell me?" "She insists that she cannot properly explore Erythro, experience Erythro is the phrase she uses, with the E-suit on, and she has no intention of wearing one any longer." "Well, in that case, she won't go out. After what happened to me outside the dome, I'm afraid I'm going to have to be tough." "But you won't." Jannar stared at her, then laughed uneasily. "Oh, come. I'm not that much under her spell. I tried to set the limits after she was back in the dome. I said to a young lady, don't you dare speak to me like that, or back to Rhoda will go on the first rocket. I hadn't even gotten half the words out when my teeth started chattering and I couldn't speak. A wave of nausea swept over me." Jannar said, frowning, "Are you about to tell me that you think Marlena has some strange hypnotic power that can prevent us from opposing her? Surely that's impossible." "She has nothing to do with it. I must have looked quite ill at the moment I was threatening her, and that clearly frightened her. She was very concerned. She couldn't possibly have caused it, and then reacted so." Jannar listened to all of this stonily. Are you telling me that this is something Marlena does unconsciously, that anyone who dares contradict her is made ill? If this were an unconscious ability of hers, it would have made its appearance on Rhoda, and it never happened there. No, I think it's only in connection with Erythro that one can't contradict her. It's the planet itself." "The planet?" "Yes, Erythro. It's controlling Marlena. It controls the rest of us, too. You came to harm when you tried to stop her. I did. Many people came to harm in the early days of the dome because the planet felt it was being invaded. So it produced the plague. Then, when it seemed you were all content to remain within the dome, it let go, and the plague stopped. See how it all fits in?" Jannar's voice softened. "Eugenia, you're drifting into hysteria." "Am I, Seaver? Think it out yourself. Tell me if you can find an alternate explanation. And what it wants with Marlena." Her voice quivered. "I can't imagine." Officially, it had a very elaborate name, but it was spoken of as Station 4 by those few Earth people who had occasion to mention it. Station 4 drifted slowly around Earth in an orbit well beyond that of the Moon. It was used for Earth's flights to Mars. Now a cargo ship had carried the Superluminal and its crew there. As Wendell enjoyed watching the Earth and Moon, Fisher said thoughtfully, "Tessa, could settlements live far from Earth, far from the rest of humanity, and survive?" Wendell frowned. "What's this new line of philosophy you've begun to track down?" "Oh, just a thought. Might not the Rotorians, once they reached the neighbor star, have found that living on an isolated settlement was unsatisfactory? In that case, they would surely return to Earth, but they haven't. And might that not be because they've found a planet to live on? Suppose there is a habitable planet there. Shouldn't it be carefully studied?" Wendell said, "Oh, I'm beginning to get what you're driving at. You feel that our ship may come to the neighbor star and find that there's some sort of planet there. We would then make a note of it, decide from a distance that it's uninhabited, and go on about our task of further exploration. You would want us to land and make a much more thorough search so that we can at least try to find your daughter. But what if our neuronic detector finds no trace of intelligence anywhere within any planetary system the neighbor star may have? Must we still search the individual planets?" Fisher hesitated. "Yes. If they show any signs of being habitable, we must study them. We must know all we can about any such planet. We may have to begin evacuating Earth soon. We must know where to take our people. It's all very well for you to overlook that, since settlements can just drift off without the necessity of Cryle!" Wendell interrupted. Don't start treating me as the enemy. Don't start suddenly thinking of me as a settler. I'm Tessa. If there is a planet, we'll investigate it as much as we can, I promise you. But if there is, and if the Rotorians are occupying it, then... Well, you spent some years on Rotor Kryl. You must know Janus Pitt. I know of him. We knew of him on other settlements, too. If it was his plan to find a place for Rotor that was hidden from the rest of humanity, he would be resentful of intrusion. What are you getting at? Asked Fisher, who looked perturbed as though he knew what she was getting at. Tomorrow we take off, and in not too long a time we'll be at the neighbor star. If it does have a planet, as you seem to think it might, and if the Rotorians are occupying it, it's not going to be a matter of just going down to the surface and saying, hello, surprise. I'm afraid that at the first sight of us, Janus Pitt would blast us into oblivion. The three of them sat together in the Erythro Dome. Seaver Jannar watchful, Eugenia Insignia deeply concerned, and Marlena Fisher clearly impatient. How long are you two going to keep this up? It's just to keep me sitting here. I can tell that very easily. Jannar looked at Insignia and said, we might as well let her go, Eugenia. We can't hold her back forever. Are you ready now? Of course I'm ready, Marlena said. Then let me walk you to the airlock, Jannar said. You come with us, Eugenia. I'll try not to look so tragic. And so it was that Marlena stepped out onto the surface of Erythro, alone and unprotected for the first time. It was, by Earth Standard Time, 9:20 p.m., January 15th, 2237. Kryl Fisher tried to suppress his excitement, tried to maintain the same calm expressions that the others were wearing. He looked at the other three crew members almost furtively. They were all young. The oldest was Chow Li Wu, who was 38 and a hyperspatialist. Then there was Henry Jarlow, who was 35, and Mary Blankowitz, the baby of the team, 27 years old and with the ink still damp on her doctor's diploma. It was Fisher who was odd man out. He had no right to be on the ship if either youth or knowledge were considered. But he had been on Rotor once. That counted. And Wendell wanted him with her. That counted even more. So did Koropatsky, which counted most of all. The ship was making its way, lumbering through space. 2 hours and 27 minutes later, the ship crossed safely into hyperspace, with no sensation whatever for anyone on board, and the first superluminal flight at speeds far beyond that of light took place. The transition by Earth Standard Time was at 9:20 p.m., January 15th, 2237. Silence. Marlena reveled in it, all the more so because she could break it if she wished. She stooped to pick up a pebble and tossed it against a rock. It made a small thunk, then fell to the ground and was still. She felt perfectly free. She had walked straight away from the dome toward the creek, without even watching to check the landmarks. Marlena came to the creek and kept on, walking vigorously, taking in deep breaths of air. She wanted to look at everything. What would happen if someday people settled on Erythro, introduced life, built cities? Would they spoil it? Would it be better to leave Erythro empty? Marlena shook her head as though to clear it. The dome was just a thin shadow on the horizon. It could almost be ignored, but not quite. She wished it was not visible at all. She wanted nothing in view but herself and Erythro. She heard the faint sigh of the wind and knew it had picked up speed. It was just a faint... ah. She imitated it cheerfully. Ah. Ah, whispered the wind. Ah. It was a double sound, and Marlena frowned. What could be making that sound? Surely the wind could not make the sound by itself. Marlena looked around. She couldn't tell where it was coming from. Erythro looked empty and silent. Again, clearer than before. It was as though it were in her own head, and at that thought, her heart seemed to contract and she shivered. Nothing could be wrong with her head, nothing. She was waiting to hear it again, and it came, louder, still clearer. Suddenly there was a ring of authority to it, as though it were practicing and growing better. Practicing? Practicing what? And unwillingly, entirely unwillingly, she thought, it's as though someone who can't sound consonants is trying to say my name. Marlena. Automatically, without knowing she was doing it, she lifted her hands and covered her ears. Marlena, she thought, soundlessly. And then came the sound, mimicking. Marlena. It came again, almost easily, almost naturally. Marlena. She shuddered and recognized the voice. It was Ornell. Ornell of Rotor. She had thought of him hardly at all, but always achingly when she did. And she gave up. It was the erythro plague that she'd been so certain would not touch her. She was running blindly toward the dome. She did not know that she was screaming. Eugenie Insignia, lips dry and pale, was trying not to seem distraught. What happened out there, Marlena? Marlena said, her dark eyes wide and unfathomable. Nothing at all. Don't say that. You were running and screaming. I may have been, but it was just for a little while. You see, it was quiet. It was so quiet that after a while I felt as though I must be deaf. Just silence, you know, so I stamped my feet and ran just to hear the noise, and I screamed. Just to hear the noise of it? Asked Insignia, frowning. Yes, Mother. Do you expect me to believe that, Marlena? Because I don't. Those were screams of terror. Something had frightened you. Ask the two guards who came to get me. I was perfectly calm when they arrived, and I followed them into the dome with no trouble. Ask them, Uncle Seaver. Jannar nodded. They've told me this. Very well, then. That's it. That's not it at all, said Insignia, her face still white from fright or anger or both. She's not going out anymore. Rene D'Aubisson, Erythro's doctor, raised her voice, as though to forestall any angry clash of wills between mother and daughter. Whether she goes out again or not is besides the point. We still have to deal with the consequences of what has happened. What do you mean? Demanded Insignia. This may be the onset of a certain mental instability. Insignia looked stricken. Marlena said loudly, Do you mean the erythro plague? We don't have any evidence, only a possibility, said D'Aubisson. So we need another brain scan. It's for her own good. No, said Marlena, outraged. It's a must, said D'Aubisson. We have no choice. It's something we'll have to do. Marlena looked at D'Aubisson out of her dark and brooding eyes. No, said Marlena, practically shouting. You'll have to force me or sedate me, and then it won't be valid. D'Aubisson staggered back with her hand to her abdomen. Jannar said automatically, What's the matter? Then, without waiting for an answer, leaving it to Insignia to lead D'Aubisson to the nearest sofa, he turned to Marlena and said hurriedly, Marlena, agree to the test. I don't want to. She'll say I have the plague. Not unless you really do. I don't. I'm sure you don't, and the brain scan will prove it. Trust me, Marlena, please. Marlena looked from Jannar to D'Aubisson and back again. And I can go back out on erythro again? Of course, as often as you wish. If you're normal. And you're sure you're normal, aren't you? Sure as anything. All right, she can have it. Rene D'Aubisson struggled to her feet. Dinner was over, and soft music played in the background. Seaver Jannar, who had carefully talked of other things to an uneasy Insignia, finally said, We must send her out. What? There's no choice, Eugenia. You see, I now believe you were right when you suggested there was some permeating life form over us. It's not harming Marlena. Everything it's done has served to protect Marlena, to shield her from interference. If that's so, said Insignia, then why was she so frightened? Why did she begin to run to the dome, screaming? The point is that the panic subsided quickly. By the time her would-be rescuers reached her, she seemed perfectly normal. Even a brain scan is normal. I'd guess that something the life form had done had frightened Marlena. I'd imagine it is as unlikely to understand our emotions as we are to understand its. But seeing what it had done, it proceeded to soothe her quickly. That would explain what happened and would demonstrate once again the humane nature of the life form. Insignia was frowning. What frightens me more than anything now is, what does it want with Marlena? Jannar shook his head. I don't know, Eugenia. And they stared at each other helplessly. When they were due to enter hyperspace, Fisher had tensed himself, fearing the possible pain, the piercing flash of agony, the sudden surge of eternal darkness. None of that had happened. It had all been too fast to experience. The relief was so keen that he was scarcely aware that Wendell had let out a gasp of disturbance and pain and dashed to the engine room with an outcry. When she came back, her eyes were wild, and she stared at Fisher as though she did not really recognize him. She said, "The pattern should not have changed. We're lost." "In that case, we can as easily just go..." Wendell anticipated Fisher's conclusion. "No, we couldn't just go back. If our controls were that slipshod, every pass we would make would be uncontrolled travel, ending at some random point and we'd never find our way back. We followed a curved path rather than a straight one for some reason." Fisher said, "Are there any reasonable explanations why the ship curved in passage?" She looked at him, clearly troubled. "If our assumptions were correct, then we should have moved in a Euclidean straight line, despite the relativistic curve of space-time. There may be a mistake in the programming of the computer, or a mistake in our assumptions, or... I hope the former. That can be corrected easily." She left for the engine room. 5 hours passed. Wendell returned, rubbing her eyes. Fisher looked up. He had been viewing a film, but had lost interest. "Nothing wrong with the programming, Cryo." "Then the assumptions must be wrong." "Yes, but in what way? There are an infinite number of assumptions we might make, which are correct. We can't try them one after another. We never finish. We'd be hopelessly lost." Silence fell between them for a while, and then she snatched at Fisher's hand. "Do you understand, Cryo? Something is wrong, and if we don't find out what, there's no way, except sheer incredible accident, that will allow us to find our way home. Which means death eventually, when our cycling fails or our power supply peters out. And it's I who've done this to you. But the real tragedy would be the loss of a dream. If we don't come back, they'll never know if the ship was successful at all. And it would be the end of your dream too, Cryo." Fisher's lips tightened and he said nothing. Almost timidly, Wendell said, "But for years now, Cryo, you've had me. If your daughter, your dream is gone, was I enough?" He replied, "I might ask, if superluminal flight is gone, was I enough?" There seemed no easy answer on either side, but then Wendell said, "You're second best, Cryo, but it has been a good second best. Thank you." Fisher stirred. "Well, you speak for me too, Tessa. Something I wouldn't have believed at the start. If I'd never had a daughter, there would have only been you. I almost wished..." "Don't wish that. Second best is enough." And they held hands and gazed out at the stars until Mary Blankowitz poked her face through the doorway. "Captain Wendell," Mary said, "Chow Lee has an idea. He said he had it all along, but was reluctant to mention it." Wendell started to her feet. "Why was he reluctant?" "He said he once suggested the possibility to you, and you told him not to be a fool." Fisher could only wait during the day and a half that followed. They all ate together as they always did, but silently. Fisher did not know if any of them slept. How long can we go on like this? And then, just before 5 p.m., on the second day after the transition, Wendell burst into the room. Her eyes were wild and she was breathing hard. "Cryo, you're looking at an idiot. I don't suppose I'll ever recover from this." "Well, what happened?" "Chow Lee had the answer. He had it all along. He told me. I remember him telling me, maybe a year ago. I dismissed it." She paused to catch her breath. "The trouble was that I thought of myself as the world authority on superluminal flight and was convinced that no one could possibly tell me anything. But enough of that. It took us over a day to really work it out, to adjust the equations, to program the computer and set up the necessary simulations. It should have taken a week, but we were all driving each other like maniacs." Wendell paused as if to catch her breath. Fisher waited for her to continue, nodding encouragement. "This is complex," she continued. "Look, we calculated how gravitational repulsion would affect our path through hyperspace, and that path curved exactly as it had been observed to do. In other words, Chow Lee's modification of my equations not only simplifies them, but it makes them work. It's more important now than ever that we get back safely. This advance in superluminal flight must be reported, and Chow Lee must be properly honored. He built on my work, I admit, But he went on to do what I might never thought to do. I mean, consider the consequences. I can see them, said Fisher sadly. No, you can't, said Wendell sharply. Now listen to me. Rotor had no problems with gravitation, because they merely skimmed the speed of light, a little below it at some times, a little above it at others, so that gravitational effects, whether positive or negative, attractive or repulsive, had immeasurably small effects on them. It was our own true superluminal flights, at many times the speed of light, that makes it imperative to take gravitational repulsion into account. It's warmer on Erythro this time, Marlena thought. Just warm enough to make the breeze welcome. It was very quiet, too, and very peaceful. And she sat upright. Silence. But she had come out to hear the voice again, and not scream this time, not be afraid. Where was the voice? As though she had called it, as though she had whistled it up. Marlena! Her heart gave a little jump. She held herself firm. She mustn't make any sign of fright or disturbance. She simply looked around and then said very calmly, "Where are you, please?" It is not necessary to vibrate the air. Talk. The voice was Ornell's, but it didn't speak like Ornell at all. It sounded as though talking were difficult, but as though it would get better. "It will get better," said the voice. Marlena had not said anything. She'd merely thought the words. Now she thought, I don't have to talk. I only need to think. "You only need to adjust the pattern," came the response. "My pattern?" Marlena wondered. "The pattern of your mind. Your pattern is unlike the others. Others are tangled, snarled. Yours is splendid." Marlena felt herself hungering for praise. "Have you seen many patterns?" "I have sensed many since you humans came. Your pattern is so well designed. It is different. My pattern stretches out. It is simple in every spot and is only complex when taken together. Yours is complex to start with. There is no simplicity in it, and yours is different from the others of your kind. The others are snarled. It is not possible to communicate. A rearrangement is damaging to you, for the pattern is fragile." I didn't know. Our patterns are not fragile. Marlena thought, when did you sense my mind pattern? On Rotor. She was suddenly enlightened. You wanted me. You called me. Yes. Of course. Why else had she so wanted to go to Erythro? She clenched her teeth. Where are you? Everywhere. Are you the planet? No. Show yourself. Here. And suddenly, the voice had a direction. She was staring at the creek. Her eyes were caught in it, slowly following the bubbling water as it collected into the caricature of a face. 2 dark holes for eyes, a slash for a mouth. It grew sharper as she watched, fascinated. It was the face of Ornell Pampus. Siva Jannar said, slowly, making an effort to treat the matter calmly. Have you told your mother any of this? No, not a word, said Marlena. Oh, you know her. I couldn't stand all that nervousness. Okay, let's look at what you have found out. To begin with, this living thing that is not visible, not apparent, merely broods over the planet, thinks, reasons, but doesn't do anything? Yes. Then it experimented with these new minds that it sensed on Erythro. This was the first time it had ever found itself immersed in other minds, far different from its own. Does that sound right to you, Marlena? Yes? So, it experimented with these new minds, and because it knew so little about them, it damaged them. That was the Erythro plague. Yes, said Marlena with sudden animation. He didn't say anything about the plague directly, but the impression was strong. That original experimentation was the cause. And when it realized that it was causing damage, it stopped. Yes, that's why we don't have erythral plague now. And from that, it would seem that this mind is benevolent, that it has a sense of ethics we can approve of, that it doesn't wish to harm other minds. Yes, said Marlene with delight. I'm sure of that. But what is this life form? The only life we've ever found on Erythro are the prokaryotes, the tiny bacteria-like cells. Now, if I don't want something that's spiritual and immaterial, I'm stuck with these prokaryotes. Marlene said, You mean I've been talking to germs? What does this life form, whatever it is, want with you? Marlene looked startled. He can talk to me, Uncle Seaver. He can transfer ideas to me. It goes to all these lengths to have you outside on the surface just so that it can talk to you and have companionship? Somehow that doesn't seem to be enough of a reason. You must find out why it wants you so, for who knows what it's planning. We have no way of finding out except through you. Each day, Janice Pitt woke up wondering, is this the day? When would Nemesis be discovered back in the solar system? When would some settlement decide to follow Rotor's lead? He had done something about it, of course. He had set up a scanning service throughout the asteroid belt, a body whose function it was to supervise the automated receptors that constantly swept the sky, and to detect, at as great a distance as possible, the copious waste energy disposal of an approaching settlement. Pitt fingered the report that his computer had uncoded. This was the first report that had been referred to him in 4 months, and it seemed to him that it was of minimal importance. A suspicious energy source was approaching, but it was an unusually small source, a smaller source by some 4 orders of magnitude than one would expect of a settlement. They might have spared him this. He tossed the report aside petulantly and picked up the latest report from Rane Daubisson. That girl Marlene did not have the plague even yet. She madly persisted in putting herself in danger in more and more elaborate ways, and yet remained unharmed. In a spasm of irritation, he picked up the report on the energy source again. Look at that. A little puff of energy, and they bothered him with it. He wasn't going to stand for it. He punched a memo into the computer for instant transmission. He was not to be bothered by minutiae. Keep an eye out for a settlement. On board the Superluminal, the discoveries came like a series of hammer blows, one after the other. They were still at a great distance from the neighbor star when it became apparent that it possessed a planet. Henry Jarlow reported, Captain, the planet's roughly the size of Earth, from the measurements I've been able to make, and as near as I can tell, the temperature of the world is in the liquid water stage. And it has an atmosphere. Seems to me that there's a good chance that it's a habitable world. Fisher responded to the news with a wide smile. I'm not surprised. Korpatsky predicted the existence of a habitable planet. Did Korpatsky say that? When did he talk to you? Wendell asked. Sometime before we left. He reasoned that nothing was likely to have happened to Rotor on the way to the neighbor star, and since they didn't return, that they must have found a planet to colonize. He was interested in making certain that the planet would be explored for possible future use. For that, it may not be necessary to land, said Wendell grimly. We'll get closer and judge better. The closer we get, said Tessel Wendell, and the more information we gather, the more confusing it all is. Is there any question that this is apparently a dead world? There is no illumination on the night hemisphere. There are no signs of vegetation or any form of life. No gross signs, said Chao Li. But something must be happening to keep oxygen in the air. If the oxygen is there, it must be a biological process that produces it. We just don't know of anything else. Sea life, said Wendell. Yes, Captain, Jarlow said. There's nothing wrong with sea life. And that would include algae or the equivalent, microscopic plants that would do perfectly well as oxygen factories. Yes, but human beings are land animals, Wendell said. If Rotor had reached this system, they would surely have attempted to colonize the land areas. And of such colonization, there's no hint. Is it really necessary to investigate the world further? The captain asked. Oh, yes, said Charlie quickly. We can't go back with deductions only. We need some facts. I want to take a closer look at that world. I have this feeling it will be completely safe. This feeling, said Wendell sardonically. I'm allowed my intuitions, Captain, replied Charlie. Mary Blankowitz said, I have my intuitions too, Captain, and I'm worried. Why? I've been using the neurotic detector, and I detect intelligence on the world. It's a ridiculous result, and I don't know what's wrong. You mean, said Wendell, that on this world where we can detect no life, you detect intelligence? Blankowitz said, if it were intelligent sea life, I would get a positive response only from the oceans. I get it everywhere, just about evenly, land as well as sea. I just don't understand this. But there is a place where the response is a tiny bit more intense than it is anywhere else. Not much. Shall I try to find it again? Wendell said, go ahead, try. We can examine the surroundings there carefully and then decide whether to descend or not. Chowley smiled. I'm sure it will be entirely safe to do so. Janice Pitt studied his old friend Saltaid Leverett casually. Pitt had always thought he was the ideal acting commissioner for the asteroid project. That project included not only the settlements in progress, but the scanning service itself.
The scanners spotted a vessel, Leverett said. What do you mean, a vessel? A settlement?
Leverett held up a gnarled paw.
Not a settlement, I said a vessel.
I don't understand.
What's to understand? A vessel is a ship making its way through space with a crew on board.
How large? Pitt asked.
Well, it could carry 6 people, I suppose.
Then it must be one of ours.
Well, it isn't. Every one of ours is accounted for. It's not a Rotorian vessel, and it's a human vessel right down to the serial code along its side, which is in the terrestrial alphabet.
Impossible, barked Pitt. Even if they discovered hyper-assistance, and it is certainly conceivable they did, 6 people at close quarters for over 2 years could not complete the trip alive.
Superluminal flight. They've got it.
That's impossible.
Is it? Well, if you can think of any other way of explaining all this.
Pitt stared at him open-mouthed.
But, now let me tell you this. If they have superluminal flight, they must have superluminal communication. If so, the solar system knows they're here. It knows what's happening. If we blow the ship out of the sky, the solar system will know that too. And after a while, a fleet of such vessels will come out of space, and they'll come shooting at us.
What will you do then? Pitt found himself temporarily unable to think.
What else is there to do but to greet them in friendly fashion, find out what they are, who they are, what they're doing, what they want? Now, it's my idea that they plan to land on Erythro. We'll have to land there too and talk to them.
Pitt felt his mind beginning to tick over again. He said, since this seems to you to be necessary, would you be willing to do it?
In that case.
Leverett looked at Pitt speculatively. Pitt waited, then said, are you going to name a price?
I am going to suggest a price. If you want me to meet this vessel on Erythro, then I want Erythro as my home.
Eugenia Insignia and Siva Jannar had just finished lunch. They had lunch together every day now, something Jannar looked forward to with quiet satisfaction, even though the subject of conversation was invariably Marlena, and although Jannar felt that Insignia might be turning to him out of desperation. He didn't care. Whatever the excuse. I might have been more understanding, Insignia said. Well, it's never too late to start. Marlena wanted a whole world, and she has it. She wanted to convert what has always been a burdensome ability of hers into a method for communicating directly with another mind, and she has it. Would you force her to give that up? Insignia laughed a little, though her eyes were swimming with tears. You could talk a rabbit out of its hole, Siva. Could I? My speech was never as effective as Kryle's silences. Insignia said, there were other influences. She frowned. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're here now, Siva. You're a great comfort to me. Jannar said ruefully, it is the surest sign that I have reached my present age that I am actually comforted at being a comfort to you. But, you know, if you want a substitute for Marlena's presence, I am willing to hang around when you need comfort. Even a whole world to myself wouldn't tempt me from your side, if you didn't want me to go. She squeezed his hand. Oh, I don't deserve you, Siva. They were interrupted by the sharp buzz of the message receiver. He frowned as he looked at the message. It's from Saltaid Leverett. Who's he? He works in the asteroid belt. The message is sealed, too. Sealed to my thumbprints, I see. Well, that makes it secret enough for me to ask you to leave before I open it. Insignia rose at once, but Janara motioned her down. Oh, don't be silly, Eugenia. Secrecy is just the disease of officialdom. I pay no attention to it. He pressed his thumb down on the sheet, then the other thumb in its appropriate place, and letters began to appear. Janara said, I often thought that if a person lacked thumbs... And then he fell silent. Still silent, he passed her the message. She read, An alien ship about to land here? Oh, Seaver, Marlena's out there. I must be with my daughter. They had taken photographs, and now they were studying them. Tessa Wendell shook her head. Unbelievable. The whole world is absolutely desolate. Except this. Fisher said sharply, They're Rotorians. It's such a small dome, Blankowitz said. Rotor must have had tens of thousands of people on it. 60,000, murmured Fisher. Well, they can't all fit into that dome, Blankowitz said. Chowli said, The Rotorians came in a settlement. The settlement may still exist. This dome may be a mere outpost. Wendell held up her hand. Well, if there are settlements, why haven't they spotted us? We've made no attempt to shield our energy emissions. After all, we were pretty confident that this star system was empty. Chowli said, If they have detected us, they may be uncertain as to who or what we are, and they're hesitating as to what action to take, just as we are. What I say, though, is that we do know one spot on the surface of this large planet where there must be human beings, and I think we must go down and make contact with them. Fisher said quietly, Are you going to ask me for my opinion, Captain? I assume that you wish to land to see the Rotorians. Exactly. So may I suggest, let's land as quietly as we can, and I'll leave the ship to reconnoiter. I too, said Chowli. I must be with you. Why risk two? Asked Fisher. Because two are safer than one, and most of all because, as you say, you know the Rotorians. Your judgment may be warped. Wendell said, We will land then. Fisher and Chowli will leave the ship. If at any time Fisher and Chowli disagree on procedure, Chowli will be the decision-maker. Why? Demanded Fisher indignantly. Chowli has said you know the Rotorians, and your decisions may be warped, said Wendell, looking at Fisher. And, I agree with him. Marlena was happy. She felt as if she were wrapped in gentle arms, protected, shielded, and she could talk to Erythro. She had made up her mind to think of the cells that made up the life on Erythro, as the planet. Erythro had experimented with the minds, felt them. Now Erythro had sought out a mind that would withstand the contact. And you found me? Asked Marlena. I found you. But why? Why did you look for me? She asked eagerly. The figure wavered and turned smokier. Just to find you. It was no answer. Why did you want me to be with you? The face started to fade, and the thought was a fugitive one. Just to be with me. And it was gone. Only its image was gone. Marlena felt its protection still, its warm enclosure. But why had it disappeared? Had she displeased it with her questions? She heard a sound and turned in the direction of it. Over the rocky outcropping on her left, there appeared the head of a man. Her first thought, of course, was that it was someone from the dome who had come to get her, and she felt a surge of anger. But she did not recognize the face. And then, whoever it was topping the rise and running to her. She faced him. The protection she felt around her was strong. She was not afraid. He stopped 10 feet away, staring, leaning forward as though he had reached a barrier he could not penetrate, one that deprived him of the ability to advance further. Finally, he said in a strangled voice, Roseanne! Marlena stared at him, observing carefully. His micro-movements were eager and radiated a sense of ownership. Possession, closeness, mine. She took a step backward. How was that possible? Why should he... A dim memory of a hollow image she had once seen when she was a little girl. And finally she could deny it no more. However impossible it sounded, however unimaginable. She huddled within the protective blanket and said, Father? He rushed at her as though he wanted to seize her in his arms. He paused, swaying, then put one hand to his forehead as though fighting dizziness. Marlena. I meant to say Marlena. A second man came up and stood next to him. The second man said to the first in a soft, incredulous voice, "Is this your daughter, Fisher?" Marlena's eyes widened. Fisher! It was her father! Fisher seemed to make an effort to turn his eyes from his daughter, but he failed. He held out his arms to her. Marlena was well aware that the look of yearning on her father's face was completely real, but she stepped back and said coldly, "How is it you're here?" "I came from Earth to find you. To find you. After all these years." And another voice, harsh, steely, broke in and said, "So you came back for Marlena? For nothing else?" Eugenia Insignia was standing there, face pale, lips almost colorless, hands trembling. Behind her was Seaver Jannar, looking astonished but remaining in the background. "I came with others on an important mission. This is Chow Li Wu, a shipmate." "What was your important mission? To find Marlena?" "No, that was not the mission. Just my desire."
"And just what is your mission?"
growled another new voice. Coming toward them was a white-haired figure, his mouth turned down, with something that looked very much like a weapon in his hand.
"Hello, Seaver,"
he said as he passed Jannar. Jannar looked startled. "Saltaid, why are you here?"
"I'm representing Commissioner Janice Pitt of Rota."
"Greetings. We come in peace," said Chow Li, eyeing the weapon.
"I hope so," said Leverett grimly. "I've 6 ships with me, and they've got your ship in their sights. Do not count on a bluff."
"I will take your word for it," said Chow Li. "But our one small ship comes from Earth. It got here because it has the capacity for superluminal flight, faster than light travel." Jannar said suddenly, "Is he telling the truth, Marlena?" "Yes, he is, Uncle Seaver," said Marlena.
"That's interesting," murmured Jannar. "Why are you here? You've not been invited," said Leverett.
"No, we haven't. We didn't know that anyone was here to object to us. But I urge you not to give in unnecessarily to any bad temper. At any false move from you, our ship will just disappear into hyperspace." Marlena said quickly, "He's not certain about that." Chow Li frowned. "I'm certain enough. And even if you manage to destroy the ship, our home base on Earth knows where we are and is constantly getting reports. If anything happens to us, the next expedition will be one of 50 superluminal battle cruisers." Marlena said, "That is not so." Jannar said, "What is not so, Marlena?" "When he said that the home base on Earth knows where he is, that was not so, and he knew that was not so." Jannar said, "Well, that's good enough for me. Saltaid, these people do not have hypercommunication." Chow Li's expression did not change. "Are you relying on the speculation of a teenage girl?" "It's not speculation, it's a certainty. Saltaid, I'll explain later. Take my word for it." Marlena said suddenly, "Ask my father, he'll tell you." She didn't quite understand how her father would know about her gift, but it shouted herself at her, for all that others could not see it. Fisher said, "It's no use, Chow Li. Marlena can see right through us." For the first time, Chow Li's coolness seemed to desert him. He frowned and said tartly, "How would you know anything at all about this girl?" "I had a younger sister once," said Fisher in a low voice. Jannar said with a sudden enlightenment, "Well, it runs in the family, then. Interesting." "Well," he said to Chow Li, "you see, we have a tool here that allows no bluffing. Let us, then, be open with each other. Why have you come to this world?" "To save the solar system. Ask the young lady if I am telling the truth this time." Marlena said, "Of course you're telling the truth." Saltaid Leverett looked from one to another and said,
May I ask what you're all talking about?"
Jannar said, "Believe me, Saltaid, Janice Pitt knows all about it. I'm sorry he hasn't told you, but if you get in touch with him now, he will. Tell him we are dealing with people who know how to travel faster than light, and that we might be able to make a deal." The 4 of them sat in Seaver Jannar's private quarters in the dome, 2 and 2. There, on the side of the solar system, were Chow Li Wu and Cryle Fisher. Chow Li was talkative and insinuating, a mathematician, but one who was clearly possessed of practical acumen. Fisher, on the other hand, sat there quietly, lost in thought and contributing little. On his own side was Saltaid Leverett, suspicious and uneasy, but firm, having no trouble making himself clear. As for Jannar, he was as quiet as Fisher. But he was waiting for them to settle the matter, since he knew something the other three did not. Night had fallen by now, and hours had passed. Chow Li was leaning back in his seat, his astute face showing no signs of weariness. "Let me summarize," he said. "In the absence of superluminal flight, this neighbor star, I shall call it Nemesis as you do, is the nearest star to the solar system, so that any ship making its way to the stars would be bound to stop here first. Now, once all humanity has true superluminal flight, however, distance is no longer a factor, and human beings will not search out the nearest star, but the most comfortable star. The search will be on for sun-like stars that happen to be circled by at least one Earth-like planet. Nemesis will be put to one side. Not only will this system be unwanted by other settlements, but Rotor itself may no longer want it. It may choose, if it so desires, to search out sun-like stars for itself. There are billions of such stars in the spiral arms of the galaxy. In order for Rotor to have superluminal flight, it might occur to you that you could point a weapon at me and demand all I know. I'm a mathematician, a highly theoretical one, and my information is limited. Even if you were to capture our ship itself, you would learn very little from it. What you must do is to send a deputation of scientists and engineers to Earth where we could train you adequately. In return, we ask for this world, which you call Erythro. Whereas the settlements of the solar system can wander off in search of sun-like planets, the people of Earth cannot. There are 8 billion of us who must be evacuated in a few thousand years. Erythro will more and more easily serve as a way station on which to place Earth people until such time as we can find Earth-like worlds to transfer them to. We will return to Earth with a Rotorian of your choosing as proof that we were really here. More ships will be built and they will return. You can be sure we will return, for we must have Erythro. We will then take back your scientists who will learn the technique of superluminal flight, a technique we will also grant to the other settlements. Does this all adequately summarize what we have decided?
Commissioner Pitt and the Council will have to decide on Rotor's behalf,
said Leverett, and the Global Congress on Earth's behalf. But with so much at stake, I don't foresee failure. Will you consult your commissioner now? Will you choose your Rotorian to accompany us and allow us to leave for Earth as soon as possible? Now Fisher leaned forward. May I suggest that my daughter, Marlena, be the one? But Jannar did not allow the sentence to be completed. I'm sorry, Kryl. I've consulted her. She will not leave this world.
Well, if her mother goes with her, then...
No, Kryl. Her mother has nothing to do with it. Even if you wanted Eugenia back, and Eugenia were to decide to go with you, Marlena would still remain on Erythro. And if you decided to stay here to be with her, that would do you no good either. She's lost to you, and to her mother as well. Fisher said angrily,
Well, she's only a child. She can't make these decisions.
Unfortunately for you, and for Eugenia, and for all of us here, and perhaps for all of humanity, she can make these decisions, Jannar said. In fact, I have promised that when we are through here, that we will acquaint her with our decisions. Chow Li said, Well, surely that is not necessary. Leverett said,
Come, Seaver, we don't have to go to a little girl for permission.
Jannar said, We must. On this world, at least, what that young woman wishes is the law. It is necessary, and we do have to go to her. Allow me to try an experiment. I am suggesting that Marlena be brought in here so that we can tell her what we've decided. If one of you thinks that's not desirable, let him leave. Let him try to stand up and leave without becoming ill. No, said Marlena so forcibly that it amounted almost to a shriek. You can't use Erythro for a way station, or for anything. Leverett stared at her angrily, and his lips drew back as if to speak, but Chow Li intervened. Why not? It is an empty, unused world. It is not empty. Uncle Seaver, tell them. Jannar explained Erythro's history, as he knew it. Well, how do we stop it from being dangerous? Asked Fisher. By listening politely to Marlena, to begin with, Jannar replied. Then let me be the one to talk with her. Erythro at least knows me. And believe me when I say that I want to save Earth. I have no desire to bring about the death of billions. He turned to Marlena. You understand, Marlena, don't you, that Earth is in danger? I can't help that. She pressed her lips together, then said, There's a different way. Leverett said gruffly.
What's the girl talking about? What different way?
Marlena glanced briefly in Leverett's direction, then turned to Jannar. I don't know. Arethro knows. At least it says that the knowledge is here, but it can't explain. Jannar held up both arms to stop what might have been a flurry of questions. Then he said very quietly, Tell me what you mean when you say Arethro can't explain. Marlena was breathless and gasping. Arethro knows the knowledge is here, but it doesn't have human experience, human science, human ways of thinking. It doesn't understand. The knowledge is in the minds present here? Yes, Uncle Seaver. Can't it probe the minds? It would hurt them, she said. But it can use my mind as a probe for the others here. Yours, my father's, all. Is that safe? Arethro thinks it is. But, oh, Uncle Seaver, I'm afraid. Surely this is madness, whispered Chow Li, and Jannar quickly put a finger to his lips. Fisher was on his feet. Marlena, you mustn't. Jannar waved him back furiously. There's nothing you can do, Cryle. Marlena's eyes had turned upward. She seemed to be in a trance. Uncle Seaver, she whispered. Hold me. Half stumbling, half falling, she moved toward Jannar, who seized her and held her tightly. Marlena, relax. It will be all right. He sat down carefully in his chair, still holding her rigid body. It was like a silent explosion of light that obliterated the world. Nothing existed beyond itself. Jannar was not even conscious of being Jannar. Only a luminous interconnecting fog of great complexity existed. One that was expanding and separating into threads that took on the same great complexity even as they separated. A whirling and a receding, and then an expansion as it approached again. On and on, no sound, no sensation, not even vision. A consciousness of something that had the properties of light without being light. It was the mind becoming aware of itself. And then, painfully, it began to dim and turn and spin, faster and faster, into a point of light that flashed and was gone. Chow Li stretched and said, Did anyone else experience that? Fisher nodded. Leverett said, Well, I'm a believer. If it's madness, we're all mad together. But Jannar was still holding Marlena, bending over her painfully. She was breathing raggedly. Oh, Marlena, Marlena. Her eyes opened. She was staring at Jannar, her eyes empty, unfocused. Uncle Seaver, whispered Marlena in return. Jannar let himself breathe. Are you all right? She paused, then said, Yes, I feel all right. Arethro says I'm all right. Chow Li said, Did you find this hidden knowledge we're supposed to have? Yes, I did. She passed a hand over her damp brow. It was you, actually, who had it. I? Said Chow Li vehemently. What was it? I don't understand it, said Marlena. Something that's gravity, pushing things away instead of pulling them toward. Gravitational repulsion, yes, said Chow Li. It's part of superluminal flight. He drew a deep breath and his body straightened. It's a discovery I made. Well then, said Marlena, if you pass close by Nemesis in superluminal flight, there's gravitational repulsion. The faster you move, the more the repulsion. Yes, the ship would be pushed away. Wouldn't Nemesis be pushed in the opposite direction, she asked. Yes, in inverse ratio of mass, but Nemesis' move would be immeasurably small. But what if it were repeated over and over for hundreds of years? Nemesis' movement would still be very small. But its path would be slightly changed, Marlena said, and over the light years, the distance would mount up, and Nemesis might pass Earth just far enough away so that Earth would be spared. Chow Li, for a moment, was lost in thought. Then defensively, I would surely have thought of this on my own, given a little time. Jannar looked about at the other three and said, Well, gentlemen, unless something goes terribly wrong, let's forget about using Arethro as a way station, which it wouldn't allow anyway. We needn't concern ourselves with evacuating Earth if we can learn to make full and proper use of gravitational repulsion. I think the situation has been much improved because we brought in Marlena. Tessa Wendell looked at Cryle Fisher gravely. I keep saying to myself, you're back. Somehow I didn't think you'd be back. once it was clear you had found the Rotorians. She became aware that Fisher was looking at her, frowning slightly. I've seen her. She's alive. She's well. And in the end, I guess I didn't want more. Somehow, after my experience, Marlena became, just Marlena. For the rest of my life, Tessa. You are all I want. Making the best of it, Cryle? Well, very good best it is, Tessa. Eugenia Insignia said, I'm so glad I wasn't there. I keep thinking about it. Poor Marlena. She must have been so afraid. Yes, she was, said Jannar. But she saved Earth. Even Janus Pitt can do nothing about it now. In a sense, his whole life work has been made useless. Not only is there no purpose to his whole project of secretly building up a new civilization, but he has to help supervise the project for the salvation of the Earth. He has to. Rotor's no longer hidden. It can be reached at any time, and every bit of humanity on and off Earth will turn against us if we don't rejoin the human race. It couldn't have happened without Marlena. Insignia wasn't thinking of the greater significances. But when she was frightened, really frightened, it was to you she turned, not to Cryle. Yes. And you held her, not Cryle. But now, please, Eugenia, let go. Cryle is leaving. He'll never be back. He's seen his daughter. He's watched her provide a way to save Earth. I don't begrudge him that, and you shouldn't either. So if you don't mind, I'm changing the subject. Hey, do you know that Rene Daubuisson is leaving with him? She's the living proof. She's verifiable. She lived on Earth once. Yes, everyone is talking about it. But Chao Li will be back. You know, I'm sure that when he comes back to work on the repulsion effect, his real desire will be to remain on Erythro. The Erythro organism has picked him as it picked Marlena. And what's funnier still, I think it's picked Leverett as well. What system do you suppose it uses, Seaver? I presume the Erythro organism has a criterion of its own. I even think I have a dim idea of what it might be. Really? Yes. You know, when my mind was being probed, it meant that through Marlena, the Erythro organism itself was entering us. I caught a glimpse of its thoughts, I imagine. But when it was over, I seemed to know things I didn't know before. Erythro had knowledge of only one kind of mind, its own. Its mind is immensely huge, but so pedestrian. It is what it is only because it is made up of trillions upon trillions of cellular units, all very loosely connected. Then it came across human minds, in which the cellular units were comparatively few, but in which there were incredible numbers of interconnections, incredible complexity. It must have been overwhelmed by the sheer beauty of it. Must have found Marlena's mind to be the most beautiful of all. That was why it seized upon her. Wouldn't you, if you had a chance to acquire a real Rembrandt? That was why it protected her so avidly. Wouldn't you protect a great work of art? Yet it risked her for the sake of humanity. It was rough on Marlena, but rather noble of the organism. Anyway, that's what I consider the Erythro organism to be. I consider it an art connoisseur, a collector of beautiful minds. Insignia laughed. Well, by that token, Chao Li and Leverett must have very beautiful minds. Well, they probably do to Erythro. And it will continue collecting when scientists from Earth arrive. You know, it will end by collecting a group of human beings different from the common run. The Erythro group. It may help them find new homes in space. I wonder how that would work out. Surely it would mean the future would lie with them. I regret that somehow. Oh, don't think of that, said Insignia urgently. Let people of the future deal with the future as it comes. Right now,